Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Pokémon Calendar Year XX, Month X, Morning. Under the scorching sun. A young man wearing a red and white hat, a blue jacket, and light jeans stood in front of a huge stadium. Beside him stood a man and a woman. The woman is young and beautiful, with an immature look. The man's face was dark and he looked resolute. Finally, we've come this far. Yet, badge who relies on charity from others. You, don't talk nonsense, okay? I got a lot of badges here with real materials. Ah, yes, yes. The boy in the red and white hat started to quarrel with the Stephanie beside him. The dark-skinned young man on the side stopped the two of them from quarreling. Okay, Misty, please stop attacking Ash. The Indigo Plateau Conference will start tomorrow. Give him more confidence. I don't mean to hit him, I just want him not to be complacent. I'm not complacent. Haha. The girl named Misty responded with an expression, and Ash didn't have the confidence to refute. No matter what, he stands out among the many people in the Kanto region who challenge the gym. Although he is often ridiculed that all his badges are based on charity. But the next few difficult badges were obtained by his actual strength. It is normal for a 10-year-old boy to be a little arrogant and complacent. Let's go in and take a look, Xiaogang, Misty. With that said, Ash took the lead and rushed towards the huge stadium. Misty and Xiaogang looked at each other, a little helpless at Ash's reckless behavior. But he went with him anyway. At this moment, a huge screen suddenly appeared at the entrance of the stadium. To be precise, it was in front of Ash. Seeing this, Ash immediately braked with both feet and barely managed to stop his brutal collision. What is this? After the huge screen appeared in front of Ash, it slowly began to rise into the air. Finally, it stopped at a place that was neither high nor low. Meanwhile, around the world. Hon region. Sinnoh region. Chengdu region. Such a huge screen appears in almost all regions in the world. And not in one place, but in all places with people. Some people are in a bathhouse, toilet, or hot spring, and suddenly a screen appears in front of them. They almost fainted to the ground with fright. Galar region. Many famous champion trainers in the world and many spectators are at Gongmen Stadium. Just inside this stadium, the 8 strongest trainers in the world named 8 Masters have just been selected. This is world certified, based on Pokémon battles around the world. Selected based on the latest customized trainer ranking system. Now, the 8 Masters have just been decided. As for who is the strongest, the battle has not officially started yet. However, just the decision on the quota of the 8 Masters was already a major event that shocked the world. So besides the 8th Master himself being here, many Elite Four from other regions and even famous scholars like Professor Oak have come here. Watch the official quota for the 8 Masters be determined. Because the Indigo Plateau Conference will start tomorrow. Therefore, Professor Oak, Kanto's Elite Four and others all have to fly back today. So they don't have time to chat here. After confirming the quota of the 8 Masters, everyone prepared to say goodbye to everyone in Galar. Suddenly, a huge screen appeared on the Palace Gate Stadium. This moment made many champions alert. The audience who were about to leave and those who wanted to go up to ask for autographs also stopped in their tracks. Look at the center of the stadium where the Palace Gate suddenly moved. Yolongdo looked at the green screen solemnly, wondering if this was Team Rocket's latest technology. Dragonite had appeared beside him at some point. As a prosecutor by profession, he was naturally wary of this situation. Everyone, be careful, stay away from that screen, bad. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Du Zheng was about to let many champions leave the screen, but the screen suddenly started to move. Wattery, who was already full of vigilance, directly asked Dragonite to use Dragon Pulse. Vast purple waves emit from Dragonite's mouth. If the championship level Dragon Pulse is hit directly, even a city made of audiobook will be punched with a hole. However, the purple wave attack only caused a ripple on the screen. No damage to that screen at all. The expression on the transfer became more solemn. What is the latest technology? Unexpectedly, even the champion-level Dragonite's own skills are unable to cause damage. Could it be made based on the power of a mythical beast? Yolongdu's attack failed, and the other champions also showed solemn expressions. They all released their trump card Pokémon. However, before they could make any move, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky. The Tiandao inventory has officially begun and will be broadcast live all over the world. There will be a quiz and a question in the middle. Those who guess correctly and answer the questions correctly can get rewards. If the guess fails, points will be deducted. If the answer fails, there will be corresponding punishment. Heaven's Way, take stock. What is this? Chapter 2. The ethereal sound is not only heard in the stadium. This sound is heard everywhere in the world where giant screens appear. Gym. Battle Frontier. Alliance Conference Office. At this moment, a small screen appeared in front of everyone in the world. The word barrage was written on the top of the screen. There was a white screen in the middle, and a text input box below. There was even a virtual keyboard in front of them. Is this a chat? Yolongdu, what is this? Bruno, I also want to ask, what is this? Lorelei, Bruno, you can actually type? Bruno, what? Underestimate me. I really can't type, but there is language input here. Diantha, is it just us? I received news that this screen appeared all over the world. Day, I am in the Sinnoh region now, and there are some passers-by around me. Day, I took a look and it seems like this thing called barrage can't be posted by just anyone. Day, only the selected trainer can send text here. Day happened to be on Route 35 in Sinnoh region due to some matters. There are still many passers-by trainers here. As one of the Elite Four, Day was naturally recognized by many people and asked for his autograph. Before he could finish dealing with the fans, the so-called heavenly inventory came. After that, this so-called barrage list appeared in front of everyone around them. This looks just like an ordinary chat group. However, not everyone can speak here. At least the passers-by around him, trainer, could only watch. There is absolutely no way to speak on it. Now the only people who can speak on this are elite champions. People like Fangyuan Elite 4, Sinnoh Elite 4 and others started to speak on it one after another. I haven't seen anyone other than the Elite 4 and the champion yet. So, what exactly is this Tiandao inventory trying to do? Is this so that all elite trainers can be contacted at any time? Isn't it? Until. Ash, wow! Are you really all elites and champions? I couldn't believe it when Misty told me. Boom! Idiot! Don't say that! You have no manners at all. Misty hit Ash's head hard, the force was really strong. However, Ash was fine except for being staggered and feeling a little pain. I know. Don't hit me so hard. Professor Oak, Ash? Can you also speak? Gary, it's really Ash, the idiot. Why can you speak too? Ash's words directly shocked many dive people. The people who can speak are naturally not only the elite champion trainer, but also the gym leaders of various regions. Professor, even the famous and powerful trainer, etc. It's just that everyone saw that only the elite champion was talking up there, so they didn't bother. Many people are waiting for the elite champions to discuss the reason. As a result, there was a stupid young man who directly intervened in the conversation and immediately heated up the atmosphere. Tokiwa Gym. Giovanni looked at the huge screen in the distance and the small screen in front of him, his eyes slightly narrowed. Judging from the so-called barrage list, this should not be something created by Alliance. Those elite champions were all kept in the dark. So who can possess such terrifying technology? It's amazing that such high-tech things can be distributed all over the world. According to his eyeliner report, wherever there are people, there is a huge screen. The Way of Heaven, what is it again? A new type of mythical beast? Alder, so, after discussing it for so long, have you figured out what this is? Bruno, haven't you always been here? Can't you see that the discussion didn't come out? Stephen. Has Bruno always spoken so harshly? Agatha, don't mind, he just speaks frankly, not in a hurry. While everyone was chatting, the voice of the heavenly spirit finally sounded again. The first round of Heaven's inventory has officially begun. Take stock of those Pokémon that used their mortal bodies to fight against the gods. This sound made many people around the world explode. What do gods mean in this world? Of course it is a mythical beast. And this inventory of the Way of Heaven actually talks about using a mortal body to fight against gods. Isn't that just a battle between ordinary Pokémon and mythical beasts? Instantly, people thought of the Pokémon of the elite champions. If there is anyone in the world who can fight against the gods with their mortal bodies, then it must be the elite champions. After all, they represent the world's mightiest trainers. On the barrage list. Cynthia, have any of you fought against mythical beasts recently? Yulongdu, at least not in Kanto and Chengdu. If mythical beasts appeared in these two places, I would definitely know about it. Yulongdu is one of the Kanto Elite Four and the Chengdu champion. It can be said that he holds a high position in these two regions. If there is news about the mythical beast, he will definitely receive it. Stephen, there is no such thing here in Fangyuan. Champions from various regions have successively denied the news of the appearance of mythical beasts in their respective regions. After all, the mythical beast is a legendary Pokémon. How could it appear in the public eye so easily? If there really was a scene where the mortal body was fighting against the gods, it would probably be time to tell the truth. If not, then what should Tiandao order from the chassis? Soon, the picture finally appeared on the huge screen. The background of the picture seems to be in a laboratory. The characters include a boy in pajamas, an old man with grey hair, and a yellow electric mouse. Chapter 3. The picture on the screen left everyone scratching their heads. Doesn't it mean using a mortal body to fight against gods? What does the picture that appears now mean? Yulongdu, Professor Oak, isn't that right? Professor Oak, well, I'm right. This is the scene where I handed out newbie Pokémon many months ago. Professor Oak, there were no cameras around at the time. This inventory of heaven and earth is a bit interesting. Professor Oak was watching the familiar scene at the Palace Gate Stadium. With a little nostalgia in his eyes. It turns out that nearly half a year has passed since it was originally distributed to Ash Pikachu. In the screen, the young man looked at the electric mouse standing on the table with a happy face. So cute! Isn't this the best? As he spoke, Professor Oak hugged the plump electric mouse and silently took 2 steps back. Then, saffron-colored spark burst out from the electric mouse's body, electrifying the boy's hair into a hedgehog. Then, a synopsis of the story appeared on the screen. The boy's name is Ash, because today is the day he becomes a trainer. Due to excessive excitement, he didn't fall asleep until midnight. Because of this, he missed all the Uzangia. In the end, only Pikachu, who had a somewhat flawed character, was left to him. This Pikachu doesn't like entering the Pokeball and is very hostile to strangers. This is not a Pokémon suitable for rookie. Cynthia, Professor Oak, why did you give that boy named Ash such a Pokémon? Professor Oak, ahem, I really didn't have many Pokémon on hand at that time, and the little guy didn't want to wait, so I had to give him the only Pikachu that barely fit rookie. Alder, ha ha ha. Chitaro still loves Pokémon very much. Although I think Pikachu will cause him a lot of trouble, in the end, Pikachu will definitely become his best partner. Ash, yes. As Uncle Alder said. Pikachu is now my best friend. After Ash finished posting the barrage, Pikachu scratched his head in embarrassment. The above scene reminded him of his initial attitude towards Ash, which was indeed a bit rude. The screen continues. After a series of riots, Ash finally took Pikachu on the road. Because Pikachu refused to be touched by him. So Professor Oak also prepared rubber gloves for Ash. And tied a rope around Pikachu to make it easier for Ash to pull with Pikachu. After getting on the road, Ash showed his kindness to Pikachu and took off the rope. Unexpectedly, Pikachu still didn't appreciate it and ran directly to the side, completely refusing to obey Ash's command. Helpless, Ash had no choice but to conquer Pokémon by himself. After all the scrambling, he couldn't catch any Pokémon. He even threw a stone at Spearow, leading to the vindictive Spearow casting his sights. And coincidentally, Pikachu was smiling happily on the sidelines, and Spearow mistakenly thought that it was Pikachu who threw the stone. So he launched a fierce charge at Pikachu. However, even if Pikachu is a newbie Pokémon, Spearow is just a bad ordinary Pokémon. Electricity can't defeat flying, so how can he be Pikachu's rival? Spearow was shocked and ran away in despair. Denji, this Pikachu's fighting qualities are pretty good. Sinnoh Gym Master Denji is the strongest gym trainer in the Sinnoh region. It is rumored that he has unmatched combat power with the Elite Four, and is also a proficient in the electric system. To be praised as not bad by him, this Pikachu is already blessed. Yolongdu, I still don't understand, what is the purpose of the scene shown now? Any introduction? Cynthia, it's possible, but it took a little longer. Dandy, don't say that. It's quite nostalgic to see a rookie trainer on the road, not to mention this rookie trainer is quite interesting. Indeed, when rookie trainer went on the road, there were indeed many misfortunes. But if Ash was in such a state of embarrassment before even walking far from the gate of Pallet Town, that's really not much. While many people laughed at Ash, they also remembered their own embarrassing incident. The video continues to play. Spearow, who was attacked by Pikachu, did not lose his fighting ability, but flew into the woods. Just when Ash and Pikachu thought the matter was over, a huge black shadow charged out of the woods. If you look closely, you'll see, those are hundreds of Spearows. Oops! We're in big trouble. Pikachu, go away. Pick up. No need for Ash to say more, Pikachu has already taken the lead and ran away. This also made the surrounding audience laugh frequently. It's really rare to find such an interesting and unique Pikachu. But soon, they stopped laughing. Because Ash and Pikachu were caught up. With Spearow's vengeful character, they naturally targeted Pikachu first. Although Pikachu is an electric-type Pokémon, it is still just a fledgling after all. How can it withstand the attacks of hundreds or thousands of Spearows? When Ash saw this, his expression suddenly changed. Ignoring the violent Spearow group, they rushed in. Under the countless Spearow attacks, Ash held the scarred and dying Pikachu in his arms. You guys! I'm the one who threw the stones. If you want to attack, just come at me. Lang Toking Ash has a sense of responsibility that only one person should do the work. With his tender body, he held Pikachu firmly in his arms. Wing attack. Peck. Not even the fierce hurricane could make Ash let go of Pikachu from his arms. With tenacious will, Ash finally broke out of the Spearow group. When being chased to a cliff by a group of Spearows, he jumped off the cliff without thinking. Amidst the screams of everyone, Ash sank into the river under the cliff. Chapter 4. Jumping from such a high cliff into the rushing water. Ash did not lose consciousness, but started swimming in the water. Under the frightened eyes of everyone, Ash kept dodging flying gravel in the river. Fierce Gyarados. Spearow above, the danger wandering in the river. Ordinary people have died 800 times when encountering such a situation. However, Ash suddenly escaped from these many crises and ran to the shore. It was a girl who saved him with a fishing rod. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Spearow in the sky was like a cat that smelled something fishy, and continued to follow him. Many people watching were numb. Many people who are not from the Kanto region are a little dumbfounded. Is Spearow so vindictive? How far have you traveled? Jump off a cliff, dive into the water, and be washed by the current. Don't let this go. This 10-year-old boy is even more outrageous. Even a normal adult wouldn't be able to withstand what he has experienced along the way. But this boy acted like it was nothing serious. What kind of human is this? Everyone began to gradually forget the title and became obsessed with the video. Even the Elite Four and champions are no exception. In the screen, Ash's face changed when he saw Spearow continuing to attack. After saying hello to the girl, he picked up the bicycle beside him. Put Pikachu in and start charging immediately. However, even Mega's true rookie couldn't close the gap with Spearow. The weather was not good, and the raindrops began to fall on the ground. The ground became slippery due to rain. Ash pedaled the bicycle at high speed and accidentally slipped to the ground. Pikachu was also thrown out by Ash. Spearow is about to catch up. Ash struggled and walked up to Pikachu. He took out the Pokeball belonging to Pikachu, enlarged it, and placed it in front of him. Pikachu, I know, you don't like getting into Pokeballs. But there is no other way now. The only way to ensure your safety is to enter the Pokeball. The rest, I will find a way. After saying that, Ash turned around resolutely. He turned his hat back and spread his hands as if to protect Pikachu normal behind him. Facing an overwhelming crowd of hundreds of Spearows. There was no fear at all on his face, but full of perseverance. Then, he shouted the words that the whole world will remember. Listen to me. I am Ash from Pallet Town. The person who will become the world's best Pokémon master in the future. Everyone, please come over here. I won't lose to you here. Spearow obviously won't be frightened by Ash's swagger words. With a cry, all the Spearows launched an attack. They want to tear this human being into pieces first. At this moment, Pikachu behind Ash moved. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Pikachu moved its limbs and jumped up from Ash's shoulders. The thunder in the thunderstorm world was all concentrated on Pikachu's small body at this moment. Then, thunder. Violent thunder and lightning raged around. The thunderclouds in the sky even dissipated directly because of this blow. The setting sun was revealed. All Spearows were instantly killed by Pikachu's blow. At the end of the picture, Ash and Pikachu are lying on the ground, looking at each other and smiling. Woko. Is this Pikachu? Turtle. It's too powerful. Can Pikachu release such thunder and lightning? Ash's words are also very exciting. That's right, in the face of a desperate situation, Ash not only did not give up at all, but instead said those exciting words with high morale. It's so handsome. I'm a fan, what about you? Audiences all over the world are talking about what Ash did just now. If they hadn't been able to send out barrage, the barrage would have exploded by now. No, let me correct you. Even if they can't release the barrage has exploded now. Bruno, tough, invincible, the strongest. Is this rookie trainer from Pallet Town? Bruno, tell me where he is. I will accept him as my disciple immediately. In the scene just now, Bruno was moved by Ash's passion and love for Pokémon. What's more important is that with his abnormal physical strength, he is definitely a suitable candidate to become his disciple. It is really not easy to find a disciple who is physically strong and has good moral character. Dandy, what a powerful young man. The world's #1 Pokémon master in the future? I'll be waiting for you in that seat. Yolongdu, hey. The fight hasn't started yet, why are you sitting in that seat? Can't it be me? Cynthia, I can't pretend I didn't see this. Steven, it's interesting. Even if I don't really want to fight, I'm still excited. Ash's famous scenes not only impressed all the champion elites with his character. It also makes them firmly believe that Ash will definitely grow up and become an excellent trainer in the future. Although Ash is still very immature now and knows almost nothing about the basic skills of Pokémon. But these can all be achieved by learning. And Ash's love for Pokémon, and even his character of risking his life to protect Pokémon. It's something that most people in the world don't have. In this world, the bond between people and Pokémon will become a higher level of power. Therefore, with Ash's character, his future achievements will definitely not be low. And that Pikachu. It may look fierce to others, but the champion elites can see it at a glance. That was just a brief burst of Assist's power. Although it is a bit outrageous that Pikachu can withstand the power of heaven and earth. But there are always some things called miracles happening in the world. That Pikachu may only be able to make such an attack once in its life. Chapter 5. At the end of the scene, everyone was talking about it. By now, it seems that everyone has forgotten. At the very beginning, Tiandeo took stock of what he wanted to take stock of. Not long after the picture stopped, a new picture appeared again. The picture given this time is of a magnificent and huge pyramid. As soon as the pyramid appeared, the camera zoomed in vain, and then the screen switched to a stadium. In this stadium, Ash appears again, standing on it. At this time, he is much more mature than in the previous scene, and his clothes and hat have also been changed. Opposite him was a middle-aged man wearing hiking clothes. If Ash's fame spread all over the world through the video just now. The man in mountaineering clothes standing opposite him is already a world-famous trainer. The battle leader of Battle Frontier, Mr. Brandon. Yolongdu, oh? Brandon actually appeared on it. Looking at it like this, is it a duel between Brandon and Ash? Professor Oak, Brandon, when did you fight Ash? I do not know how. Cynthia, Ash on the screen seems to have grown up a lot, he must have been traveling for a while. Brandon, I have never fought against Ash. This scene. I don't know what it is. Ash, yes, yes. I have never met that uncle named Brandon. I told you to be polite. Call Mr. Brandon. Misty corrected Ash's statement from the side. This guy yelled out loud every time he sent a message, leaving no time for her to correct him. In fact, in addition to Ash, the two of them can also post barrages on it. But only Ash, a brave guy, dared to intervene in the topic of elite champion. Didn't you see that Gary didn't say much in Power Trip? I know Misty. This time Misty didn't take action. It seemed that Ash's complaint just now had an effect. Ash also humbly listened to Misty's lesson and decided to think twice before posting barrages in the future. Well, at least speak politely. Cynthia, could it be that, is this a battle image from the future? Steven, tell us more about the future. Cynthia, there is a mythical beast named Dialga in the Sinnoh region. He can control time. Cynthia, maybe this Tiandeo inventory also used similar power to give us a glimpse of the future. Alder, is there such a magical power? Can actually control time? Lorelei, stop talking, the scene has changed. Following Lorelei's reminder, everyone focused on the picture. At this time, a huge title appeared on the screen. Fierce Battle, Battle Pyramids Divine Battle Showdown. The confrontation between Ice and Thunder. Who will win this duel? Duel, Ash Pikachu vs Brandon Regis. God War. By the way, the inventory mentioned at the beginning of this inventory of the Way of Heaven is to fight against the gods with a mortal body. But what the hell is this battle at the beginning? Pikachu vs Regis. Many people are not sure what kind of Pokémon Regis is. But this inventory talks about fighting a god with a mortal body. The one with the mortal body must be Pikachu. Then Regis must be a mythical beast. Pikachu fights mythical beasts? What a ridiculous joke. It's not funny at all, okay. Yolongdu, Regis. Brandon actually subdued him, it's really amazing. Cynthia, I have also heard of Mr. Brandon's name. It is said that he has conquered 2 of the 3 divine pillars now, right? Cynthia, and according to this title, Mr. Brandon in the future will definitely conquer Regis. He has gathered all 3 pillars. What a terrifying man. Alder, wait a minute, what are the 3 divine pillars? Are they the divine beasts over there? Can anyone explain it? Bruno, +1 for explanation, I don't know him either. Stephen, come on, I happen to have some research on the 3 divine pillars. As the champion of Fangyuan, Stephen's main job is to study stones, and his deputy job is the champion. Therefore, 4 stones composed of. Regirock is very interested in it, and he also studies the other 2 divine pillars. Stephen, Regis is an ice-type legendary Pokémon. His body is made of ice from Theo's period. Even fire can't melt it. Stephen, according to literature, Regis can control air conditioning at -200 degrees. This alone is enough for him to become the pinnacle among ice Pokémon. Stephen gave viewers around the world a good introduction to the horrors of Regis. The more I learn about it, the more I feel. Is this something that Pikachu can defeat? Isn't this so-called inventory of the Way of Heaven just an inventory of those battles with mythical beasts? It doesn't matter whether they are evenly matched or not, after all, I have faced off against a divine beast, so even if I am killed instantly, it is still considered a duel, right? If this is what Tiandeo inventory means about using a mortal body to fight against gods, that would be really disappointing. They really thought that ordinary Pokémon could defeat the gods. Soon, the scene circulated again, but this time the battle still did not officially start. Instead, the competition started. Earl Dervish's betting points will be distributed in everyone's hand. People with more than 100,000 betting points can speak on the barrage even if they are not selected by Tiandeo. In addition, the betting points can also be used to redeem items in Tiandeo inventory. Everyone clicked on the store and found a dazzling array of props. It can be said to include everything in the world. There are even many things that make elite champions jealous. It's just that the betting points required are huge. As for the authenticity of this prop, a master who can create such a scene. Can you still blackmail them with this little prop? Yolongdu, which one do you guess? Diantha, this question doesn't need to be asked, right? Ash has been watching it. Bruno, ahem, although I really want to accept Ash as a disciple, but I think Ash still needs to be trained. Cynthia, Ash has a promising future. Brandon, I'm looking forward to growing up as a teenager. Dandy, I believe that in 10 years, that boy will be able to pose some threat to Regis. The implication is that no elite champion is willing to support Ash. Even if Ash's odds are higher, it's impossible to beat Ash. Suppressing Ash is not called gambling. That's called a silly dog. Chapter 6. The number of Earl Dervish points given by God to everyone is the same 2,000 points. An additional 300 points will be awarded for each round of counting. Each person can only press one side at a time, win, lose or draw, choose one of 3. You can't win by pressing both sides at the same time. Some people just search everything. If you don't make some money now, when will you? Who can guarantee that the future inventory will still be such a sure win? Some people are a little more conservative and throw half in. It's not that they think Pikachu can win, it's just a matter of habit. After 5 minutes, the guessing time is over. Regis pays 100 to 101, which is already the smallest multiple. Otherwise, judging from the fact that basically everyone is placing bets, at least 100 will pay 100.00001. And Pikachu's side has the highest odds, 50 to 1. And Tiandeo announced the proportion of bettors in the world. Regis is as high as 99.99%. However, this is enough to make people confused. Who can think so hard that they actually beat Ash to win? My Pikachu will definitely win. I said, Ash, wake up. That is a legendary beast. Your Pikachu, I'm sorry Pikachu, I didn't mean to look down on you, but... Misty hesitated to speak. She didn't want to hurt Pikachu so directly. But, the truth is so cruel. Even if Ash's Pikachu is different from an ordinary mouse, it is impossible to defeat the legendary beast. Just now Steven talked in detail about the power of the Ice God Pillar. Stop talking about Pikachu. Even if you switch to the elite champion, you may not be able to beat him. What's more, not to mention the Ice God Pillar, the level of trainer alone is completely different. Brandon is a trainer comparable to a champion. And the Ash in the picture must have been traveling for a year or two. It would be awesome if he could really win. I don't care. I just want to support Pikachu. Ash said and directly collected all the points. Total disregard for dissuasion. Pikapi. Pikachu was moved to tears. This is the trainer who lives and dies with him. Believe in him no matter what. Although he is a little scared of the legendary beast, he will definitely be the main C of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Misty and Xiaogang on the side were also a little helpless. Tijipai, who was hugged by Misty, shook his head curiously, wondering what they were arguing about. Oh, there's really nothing we can do about you. This is Ash. As they spoke, both of them placed 1,000 points on Pikachu. Since you can't dissuade Ash, just go crazy with him. You are indeed my best partners. Pikachu, you have to live up to your expectations. Ash stared at the picture on the screen and muttered to himself. Pikachu also shouted, waving his little fist. My future self, hit me hard. What a broken pillar. Everybody get down. In addition to the 3 Ash people, there are other people betting on Ash. Except for Ash himself and the 2 companions who guard his influence, those who will be treated as fools are. Of course there are, the 3 people who have been following them. With everyone around the world watching, the battle finally officially began. In the screen, Brandon throws the Pokeball, and a huge pillar made of ice appears on the battlefield. Ice God Pillar, Regis. Even through the screen, everyone seems to be able to feel the cold air emanating from it. On Ash's side, he waved his hand. Pikachu dashed out at his feet. Leap to the battlefield. Preemptive strike. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Saffron-colored spark bursts out from Pikachu's small body. Spark Flint, Thunderbolt has already hit Regis. However, Brandon remained unmoved and didn't even give any instructions. After Thunderbolt's spark dissipates, Regis' surface is smooth and undamaged. It's useless. Ash said in disbelief. I was shocked. Let me tell you, why didn't Mr. Brandon give the order? It turns out there is no need. I was also shocked. I thought Mr. Brandon wanted to let loose. So, Pikachu wants to defeat Regis, which is very stupid. See, Pikachu can't do any damage. It's useless to stand still and hit him. How can we win? Steady, steady, you can get 20 points in this wave, and if you earn 1, it's worth it. Audiences all over the world are talking about it. They all think that the collision between Pikachu and Regis is like an egg against a stone normal. The current scene confirmed their thoughts. How can little Pikachu fight against the divine beast? Giovanni, the master of the Viridian Gym, sitting in his noble chair. Looking at the picture on the screen in front of him, he was thoughtful. He was comparing Regis and the Mewtwo he created to see which one was stronger and which one was weaker. After thinking for a while, I gave up the idea. There was no way that weak Pikachu could force out Regis' power. If you haven't seen it, what's there to compare it to? He was also one of the people who placed points on Regis. In the Tiandao inventory, he saw the same item that could help him find Mewtwo. It just costs 10 points for phone calls. But it doesn't matter, he can wait. Set a small goal and win 20 points first. The images continue. Brandon naturally wouldn't stand and get beaten like this. Taking advantage of Pikachu's slight stiffness after using Thunderbolt, he immediately ordered Regis, Blizzard. Reggie. Regis' ice-like arms were placed in front of him, and then he suddenly waved them away. On the field, a huge blizzard attacks. A little bit of a cirrus landed on Pikachu and Ash. The ice power of the cold sky and frozen ground continues to erode Pikachu. Don't lose to him. Pikachu, or a bug tail. Pick up. Electricity flashed across Pikachu's body, restoring his somewhat frozen body to a stiff state. Then the tail behind it lit up with a silver luster. Holding the huge blizzard, Pikachu got down on all fours and rushed out normally like an arrow from the string. Brandon frowned slightly and then ordered. Regis, freezing ray. Get out of the way. Ash used a god-level dodge skill, get out of the way. When Pikachu heard this, he jumped to the side, but the distance didn't get much closer. What the two of them didn't notice was that the field beneath their feet had begun to freeze quietly. Chapter 7. I didn't expect that Pikachu could resist Blizzard. Don't be embarrassed, that's because Mr. Brandon didn't want to hurt the trainer behind him, so he lowered the power. That's right, look at that freezing light. It froze the place in an instant. This is the real power of Regis. Yolongdu, what a powerful freezing light. If my Dragonite eats it, I'm afraid it will be disabled even if it doesn't die. Diantha, don't brag. Your Dragonite, which was suppressed 4 times, really ate it. I guess you have to send it to the Pokémon Center immediately. If you slow down for a second, you could go to heaven. Yolongdu. Indeed, he was somewhat embarrassed in it. With 4 times the restraint, not to mention eating the freezing light head-on, even if it is touched by the side, it will be severely disabled. It can be seen from this how powerful Regis is. Ash's Pikachu can't win. The image did not stagnate because of everyone's discussion. It's such a strong freezing beam. If I get hit once, it should be over. Pick up. But we will never lose. Pikachu, quick attack. Pick up. Even on slippery ice, Pikachu still displays the speed of Horatio normal. The next moment, Pikachu came to Regis and Ash shouted loudly. That's it. Iron Tail. Pika. Chuppy. The lightning-shaped tail hit Regis firmly. This time Regis was not completely unresponsive. Although there is no way to see his expression, you can hear it from his growl. He suffered quite a lot from this blow. It's not over yet. Keep using Thunderbolt like this. Pikachu. Iron Tail is still pressing on Regis, and Golden Spark surges through Pikachu's body. Then he followed the tail and hit Regis directly from a distance. For a time, the field was filled with brilliance. Regis let out a painful growl again. Isn't this right? Why doesn't Mr. Brandon fight back? Isn't it? Isn't it? You can lose even if the flying dragon rides on the face. Please. That's the legendary Pokémon, Regis. The other side is just Pikachu on the bad street. Why can his attack cause damage to Regis? I can't do it, Sister Lee. I really can't do it, Sister Lee. Yolongdu, that Pikachu, seems a little weird. Cynthia, when the scene was played at the beginning, I thought it was just a coincidence that Assist's power of heaven and earth emitted the terrifying thunder and lightning, but now it seems. It seems that Pikachu has already demonstrated his specialness from the beginning. Diantha, having said that, Pikachu still can't defeat the Ice God Pillar, and Brandon hasn't really taken action yet. Steven, that's right, Regis doesn't fall so easily. That's a legendary beast. As everyone said, inside the picture. Eat 2 thunderbolts and 1 Regis from Orberga's tail. He just let out a painful growl, and he wasn't even forced back by Orberga's tail. The test ends here. Regis, freezing ray. Get out of the way. Facing the cold ice light condensed by Regis's hands. Pikachu's tail is slightly curved. Then a rebound jumped out of Regis's attack range. It's just that the freezing light is still not directed at Ash, but at ground. Under this second blast of freezing light, the entire venue has completely turned into an ice venue. And the lubrication level has just gone up a notch. Pikachu just landed. I felt that my limbs were sliding a little uncontrollably. The venue is complete, what are you going to do next, Ash? Regis, focus punch. The ice venue has completely become Regis' skating rink. Regis swiped and came to Pikachu at an astonishing speed. Ash's expression changed slightly and he reacted quickly. Use Iron Tail to deal with it. Pick up. Pikachu stood on the ground with one hand, and the tail behind his back lit up with a metallic color. He turned around and hit Focus Punch solidly. However, where is the Pikachu that has no place to bear the force? The stockpile comes to attack Regis's rival. As soon as they met, Pikachu was knocked away. Hit the edge of the field. Yolongdu, Brandon is still you Brandon. His grasp of the overall situation is indeed beyond that of a young man. Professor Oak, letting rival attack first not only tested rival's attack power, speed, and moves, but also allowed him to take the time to make the field his own. What a thoughtful idea. Dandy, the premise of all this is that Regis can do it if it exceeds the physical strength of the normal Pokémon. Otherwise, the normal Pokémon may be seriously injured by Ash's Pikachu twice. Steven, as for that? How to deal with a young boy so brilliantly? Brandon, in any battle, I will give 100% of my strength, and I will never give up just because of who I fight. Brandon, this has always been my duty as the leader of Battle Frontier. Alder, amazing. Much better than those trainers who always give gym badges. I heard there are quite a few gym trainers like this in Kanto. Xiaogang. Misty. Erika. What you said immediately silenced all the museum leaders. Didn't they give badge for free? They only gave the badge after they recognized each other. This is very different from giving it away for free. Dandy, now the entire field is under Brandon's control, and Regis's overall strength is much stronger than Pikachu. Ash has gone far this time. Cynthia, actually, it's okay. It's surprising enough just to cause a lot of damage to Regis. Cynthia, you know, it's obvious that Ash didn't travel long ago, and that's Pikachu. To be able to fight to this point can be said to be an honor despite defeat. Several champions have already sentenced Pikachu to defeat. Now the situation is huge for Brandon. How can Pikachu win? Chapter 8. When everyone is not optimistic, Ash in the picture is also at a disadvantage. After being tackled to the wall, Pikachu barely managed to stand up. Whether it's Regis' speed or its focus punch without stockpile, all exceeded Ash's expectations. If Pikachu is attacked again, he may really be dead. Ash gritted his teeth and looked around the venue, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Pikachu, Iron Tail knocks out an ice cube. Assist the ice cube as a pedal to approach Regis. Pick up. Ash's whimsical ideas can only be realized by his Pokémon. Pikachu returned to the court and hit the frozen ground hard. An ice cube rises from the ground. He was knocked out directly by using clever force, and Pikachu took advantage of the situation. This wave of operations made the surrounding audience look stupid. What kind of move is this? I send myself flying? Standing on the ice, Pikachu used his strength for the second time and connected with a quick attack. Now! Iron Tail! Pika! Chupika! The power of quick attack even made a circle in the air. Orberga's tail with terrifying power hit the ice god pillar hard. Boom! This time it's no minor injury or illness for the ice god pillar. A real gap was cut on its ice-like body. The body that is said to be made of ice from the iceberg age was actually cut with a gap by Pikachu's iron tail. What kind of horrific injury is this? At Gongmen Stadium, many champions looked at that picture and were speechless for a while. Pikachu actually caused so much damage to Regis. Still not from this series' iron tail. What kind of tail is that? Iron tail isn't that powerful for steel-type Pokémon, right? Gilu, there are hundreds of millions of things that are a bit outrageous. Steven swallowed and said with some difficulty. He is a champion of steel specialization, so he naturally understands the power of Iron Tail. What Pikachu did just now, even if a champion-level steel-type Pokémon came, it would be nothing more than that. You call this thing Iron Tail? Do you feel that? Pikachu's Iron Tail seems to be stronger than at the beginning. Dan Emperor is the most keen on the details of the battle. This Iron Tail is completely different from the Iron Tail at the beginning. Even if it relies on the strength and rotation of bounce to increase its power, it is too much. It seems a bit. Let's continue reading. The situation is starting to get a little more subtle now. 30 seconds ago, 99.99% of the people in the world thought Ash would lose. After this Iron Tail, it seemed like the scales began to tilt. In the screen, Ash's face lit up as the attack worked, and he was about to pursue the victory. Brandon immediately reacted and gave the order. Regis, focus punch. Reggie. The ice fist glowing with white light roared towards me. When Pikachu saw this, he immediately bounced. Freezing light. Pikachu had no way to dodge in midair and could only fight with attack. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Golden spark and icy blue light collide. Evenly matched. Not only Iron Tail, but also Thunderbolt's damage has been increased. After the skill exchange, Pikachu flipped over and landed calmly on the ground. I can win. I can win if I keep doing this. Pikachu, Encore Iron Tail. Pikachu's outburst gave Ash hope of winning. So he prepared to repeat his old trick, Encore Iron Tail. However, Brandon was already prepared. Regis, Freezing Ray. Get out of the way. However, this time the freezing ray is not aimed at Pikachu, but at the field around it. The terrifying and freezing cold air caused several icicles to appear around Pikachu. As the freezing light increases, the icicles also become larger. Pikachu was directly confined inside the icicle. Regis. Rest. Rest, a disgusting move that can restore all physical strength in a short period of time. Especially when the legendary Pokémon is used, it is even more disgusting and opens the door to disgusting mothers. It is so disgusting. This makes Pikachu's hard-earned physical strength return to before liberation. Yolongdu, it's you who is dirty, Brandon. Let the legendary Pokémon use rest. Cynthia, the physical strength of legendary Pokémon is extremely high to begin with. Pikachu's physical strength, which he had worked so hard to expend, was instantly restored by rest. For Ash, this should be a very serious blow. Brandon, I said, I will go all out against any rival. What's more, the boy named Ash is no ordinary rookie trainer. Brandon looked at the screen hanging in the air at the pyramid. Icicle blockade and rest were used. It can be said that he has used all his strength. The boy named Ash is really amazing for being able to push him to this point. I hope that in the future, he can actually have a more exciting battle with him. As for this one, sorry, he can't think of how he could lose. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to break the icicles. Quick attack is approaching, Encore Iron Tail. Pick up. The tail on Pikachu's back lit up, and with a slight rotation, the cold icicles around him were cut into pieces. Pikachu then gets down on all fours, transforms into Spark, and charges towards Regis. It's too late. In this case, before I wake up. Reggie. Before Ash could finish speaking, Regis issued growl, and Brandon immediately ordered. Freezing light. Pikachu. The force of charging forward is too fast. Pikachu couldn't dodge the freezing light either. The terrifying ice energy directly hit Pikachu. Turn it into an ice cube. Standing tall on the field. The winner has been decided? Everyone in the world looked at the scene on the screen, and their fears gradually calmed down. It was a fierce battle, and Pikachu performed really well. It's a pity. Mr. Brandon and his Regis are stronger after all. Pikachu, even though defeated, still glorious. Everyone thinks that Pikachu has been defeated, but Ash in the picture doesn't think so. Chapter 9. Pikachu. Ash's voice rang out throughout the stadium and even the whole world. Cheer up, Pikachu. How could you fall down because of this little attack? Your unyielding personality and backbone helped me win at the end of every battle. Whenever I feel depressed or discouraged, you will use your special skills to wake me up. With all our experiences along the way, we wouldn't have fallen into a place like this. Please hear me, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. The deafening words spread throughout the world. However, Pikachu and the screen still showed no sign of moving. They had to admit that Ash's words were indeed very touching. It's a pity. If you lose, you lose. If words worked, there wouldn't be so many losers in the world. Ash has failed. On the screen, the referee on the side waved the flag in his hand and was about to declare the end of the game. However, click. The voice was very small, but in this silent scene, it seemed extremely prominent. Ash, who gritted his teeth and closed his eyes not to bear to look, was suddenly stunned, and then looked at the frozen Pikachu. Click. It's not an illusion, the ice cubes really cracked. Brandon frowned, feeling something was wrong. Pika Pika Pikachu. Boom. The ice prison that trapped Pikachu was completely shattered. Saffron-colored sparks burst out from its body. A direct hit on Regis, who had not yet reacted. This time Thunderbolt is even more powerful than before. Golden arcs of electricity appeared all over Regis's body, showing him being paralyzed. This time Thunderbolt not only caused very good damage, but even paralyzed it. What an incredible Pikachu! The boy's words made me feel hot inside. Brandon waved his hand and shouted loudly. Regis, focus punch! Reggie. The paralyzed Regis relied on the convenience of the venue and quickly slid in front of Pikachu. No need to hit hard with Stockpile's focus punch. Pikachu instinctively flashed his tail. Iron Tail. Boom. The result was similar to the one just now. Pikachu, who had no support, was directly hit and flew backwards, continuously hitting the icicles that were raised with the freezing light just like a pinball normal. However, this is just a look. Not only did Pikachu not receive much damage, they even used these icicles to slow down the impact. Ash looked at the icicles and had a flash of inspiration. Pikachu, assist rush over with this force, and then use Aurabug Tail. Pick up. Only his Pokémon will understand Ash's whimsical ways. And it can be used. Pikachu, who was used as a bouncing instrument, bounced to the last wall. The two short legs exerted slight force. Assist's strength just now suddenly came out. Draw an arc in mid-air. Regis's close in an instant. The tail behind it lit up with a metallic color, and then slashed down hard. Boom. The 1,000-year-old ice on Regis's body once again had a huge gap. It's not over yet, encore. Shoo. Pika. Because of the paralysis, Regis had no way to respond. Pikachu assist Iron Tail's force rebound. Another Iron Tail was thrown down. Still the same place. This time the wound is deeper. The gloss on the surface of Regis has obviously become dull. He's seriously injured. For a moment, the audience around the world was a little silent, right? Can this be turned around? This is a bit crazy. Reggie, who was far away in Veilstone City, looked at the scene on the screen and felt a little complicated for a moment. He also challenged Brandon from Battle Pyramid, but the opponent defeated him before he even showed up. Finally, under Brandon's coaching, he gave up being a trainer and changed his career to become a caregiver. This seemed to his brother to be an act of cowardice. Now he and his brother, who had been traveling for a year, were at home watching future Brandon fight a young trainer. Brandon's strength has been deeply engraved in his mind. So facing Ash, who could fight Brandon to such an extent, he admired him very much. Even to this point, Ash is very likely to defeat Brandon. It's hard to imagine that this is what a young trainer and a Pikachu can do. Regis, freezing ray. Brandon in the picture did not panic and was still directing calmly. Get out of the way. Another magical skill, get out of the way. This time, Pikachu's assist tail bounce left Regis's attack range. But Regis repeated his old trick and used the freezing light to create icicles to lock Pikachu firmly inside. Seeing this, Brandon's lips curved into a smile. Rest. Yolongdu, 666. Is this the strongest trainer in Battle Frontier? I have learned a lot. Steven, Mr. Brandon, are you a bit older, dirty? So dirty. What a tactic. Legendary Pokémon battled a Pikachu, and you used such dirty tactics. Let's just say, do you still want to be embarrassed? Brandon, please read my last sentence clearly. No matter who I face, I will give my best. This is just a reasonable tactical decision, superficial. Even so, Brandon was a little worried. Using such a shameless tactic against a young trainer and a Pikachu. He is somewhat devoid of martial ethics. But, it would be even more embarrassing if we lost, right? This rogue fighting method was used, and it was still used against a Pikachu with a mythical beast. Normal people couldn't bear to look at him. They all felt that Ash was so pitiful. It's a pity. If we had to fight against a sacred beast in the wild, Pikachu might have killed the god. Yes. But with such an excellent trainer-conductor as Mr. Brandon, well, it can only be said to be a pity. Is it rest again? Don't give in, Pikachu. Use Iron Tail to cut through the icicles, then use High Voltage Thunder Shock. Pikachu. Pikachu repeated his old trick to escape from the restraints, and after landing on all fours, he shot out like an arrow from a string. Pika. 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 As Pikachu's limbs slid, saffron-colored thunder and lightning covered his body. Terrifying voltage swept through the entire stadium. The field made of ice blocks shattered into pieces as Pikachu quickly jumped over. Even Pikachu's painting style has changed. At this time, Pikachu is like the god of thunder coming to the world. Chapter 10. Pikachu turned into Golden Flash and faced Regis directly. Just then, Regis woke up. Regis, freezing ray. Reggie. Facing the terrifying outbreak of Pikachu, Brandon still calmly commanded. Regis's hands condensed the freezing light and directed it towards Pikachu. However, Pikachu, who was under the high-pressure thunder shock, disappeared in an instant. The next second, he was in front of Regis. Such speed made Brandon's pupils shrink, and then before he could react, Regis flew out like a falling meteor normal. It directly knocked a huge hole into the wall of the stadium. The front side has become completely charred. There were even dense cracks on the body made of ice. Finally, Regis fell to the ground. Pikachu, on the other hand, also lost the spark all over his body and stood there panting. The winner is decided, Pikachu succeeds in killing the god. Ash, won. The whole world went silent because of the scene on the screen. The world has never been so still. Just because the boy on the screen has done something that everyone thought was impossible. Successfully defeated the god with a Pikachu. The most important thing is that Regis has full health. full of blood and killed in seconds. This is even more outrageous than defeating Regis normally. Fake, right? How is it possible? Pikachu, how can it be possible to beat Regis? Did Mr. Brandon really not commit any match fixing? Even quasi-gods like Metagross, Benjylus, and even Pokémon like Lucario have the slightest chance of defeating Regis, but Pikachu, why? Is that really a Pikachu? Kill a legendary beast with full health. Haha, you may not be able to do it even if you let a beast of the same level come, right? After the silence, there was a huge explosion. The whole world exploded. Pikachu defeated the ice god pillar, Regis. One high-pressure thunder shock kills instantly. If this were said before today, others may say, you might as well say Groudon can fly. How could Pikachu kill the ice god pillar instantly? How high should a pillow be to have such a dream? But today, this scene actually happened in front of them. Even if you can't believe it, you still have to believe it. On the barrage of Tiandao inventory, it was like an exploding pot of normal, and discussions began to start. Yolongdu, Brandon, is that thing of yours really an ice pillar? Isn't it piracy? Steven, some people used the icicle blockade rest tactic to fight a Pikachu with a mythical Pokémon and lost. I won't say who it was. Cynthia, Steven, are you doing too much harm? You didn't say your name. I can't guess it. Can you tell me who it is? Diantha, I know, he is the leader of Battle Pyramid in the Kanto region. What is his name? I don't know. Alchemy Emperor, instant kill with full health. There seems to be something wrong with Ash's Pikachu. Alder, Pikachu? Pick up Super. Brandon, you guys, that's enough. Brandon, don't you see the difference in Pikachu? To be honest, I didn't relax at all. Will they lose entirely because of the hard power of Ash and Pikachu? Brandon, have no shame. What's there to be ashamed of losing to that kind of wall hanging? What? Are you saying that's not cheating? Why don't you take a look at what skills Pikachu used just now? Million-volt Diamond Tail Extreme Speed Thor Impact. So, after seeing these skills, do you think Brandon's loss was reasonable? Isn't this just pure cheating? Win. Pikachu, we win. We defeated the legendary beast. Ash looked at the fallen ice god pillar on the screen and Pikachu, who was still standing. First he was stunned for a while, then he picked up Pikachu on his shoulders and started spinning around while shouting happily. Although the process was tortuous, he won in the end. Rival is not only the famous and unbeatable champion Mr. Brandon. And the Pokémon used is the legendary beast, Regis. Even though the whole world didn't believe them, they won. Pikapi. Seeing his future self winning, Pikachu also shouted happily, but now he feels a little dizzy. Misty and Xiaogang looked at each other. Ash really won. Turtle, Pikachu defeated the mythical beast. So is the Pikachu above really the Pikachu who gets along with them day and night? The Rockets trio on the other side saw the scene on the screen and started high-fiving happily. Let's just say Pikachu will win, Naya. That's for sure. How could Pikachu, the one who failed us so many times, lose to that lay si? It's Regis, Jessie, that's a legendary Pokémon. James, the member of the trio, comes from a wealthy family, and he knows a lot of knowledge. Naturally, he knew how powerful Regis was. Because of this, his resolute support of Pikachu further proves his trust in Pikachu. Apart from Ash, there should be no one in the world who believes in Pikachu more than them. You two have paid 2,000, meow. 30 times, that's 120,000, meow. We are rich. Meowth immediately remembered the point bet. He is a Pokémon and there is no betting point, but both Jessie and James put all their property on it. 120,000 betting points. You can exchange for countless good things in the exchange shop. When had their Rockets trio ever fought so richly? Professor Oak, ahem, okay, that's the end of the joke. Professor Oak, Pikachu defeated Regis, and even there was a huge gap between trainer, which is really incredible. Professor Oak, but this is all the result of Ash and Pikachu's hard work. Professor Oak, didn't you notice? Pikachu's attacks become more and more powerful. Even his speed, energy, and physical strength are increasing. A group of elite champions recalled the details under Professor Oak's reminder. It seems, it's true. Thunderbolt, which was basically unbeatable from the beginning, an Iron Tail, which could only cause a little damage. To the powerful Thunderbolt at the back, and the deadly Mega Iron Tail of Knife. Plus the high-voltage Thunder Shock at the end, which is like the coming of the God of Thunder. Which move is not becoming more and more powerful? So, is this really Pikachu? You can change your name to Pikachu. Electric Times, does Professor Oak have any clues? I can't figure out why Pikachu has such abilities. Tai Hyun, I have been studying electric Pokémon for many years, and I have never seen such a special Pikachu. Xiaozhi, shine. It's so sparkly. I never thought there was such a shining Pikachu in the world. The three speakers were all gym leaders specializing in electricity from each region. They specialize in electric-type Pokémon and have never seen an electric-type Pokémon like Pikachu. This Pikachu, why is it so special? Chapter 11. Faced with everyone's inquiries, Professor Oak spoke. Professor Oak, this is just my guess. Ash and Pikachu probably have special abilities, that is, after being connected, they can explode into strength far beyond their own. It can also be called Explosive Seed. Professor Oak, think about it, the images that Tiandao Inventory released to us at the beginning. It's been less than an hour since that video was played. Naturally, everyone in the world easily remembered that back then. Pikachu seemed to be the same way. Its own Thunder Shock can barely deal with a Spearow. Later, although Pikachu assisted the power of heaven and earth, being able to withstand that power is enough to prove that it is special. Originally, the elite champions thought it was just a miracle that happened by chance. But now it seems, that is what will inevitably happen after Pikachu and Ash connect with each other. Is this the power of Ash and Pikachu? Professor Oak, I believe everyone has tried it, right? The more you give to Pokémon, the Pokémon will respond to you at critical moments with power far beyond your own. Professor Oak, it's just that the bond between Ash and Pikachu is a billion points stronger than that between normal people. Professor Oak, you must have typed the word billion incorrectly, right? It's indeed 100 million points. Many people around the world have also tried it. After connecting with Pokémon, the Pokémon will emit power beyond itself. This is the magic power in the world. The bond between people and Pokémon. However, that is still within the scope of ability. If you let a Pokémon with an overall power of 1 explode and it can reach 1.3 to 1.5, it is already outrageous. Where's that Pikachu in the video? In just 10 minutes, his strength increased at least 3 times or even 5 times. This is no longer a normal explosion. Yolongdu, Brandon, don't complain if you lose. Losing to a cheat does not count as a loss. Diantha, I also think that when encountering such a situation, we can only say that it is not that we are not doing our best, but that the enemy's cheats are too exaggerated. Dottie, you can't say that. Pikachu's power only surpassed Regis at the last moment. At other times, I don't think it is as strong as Regis. Dandy, moreover, Ash's command is also very impressive. It's hard to imagine that Ash at that time was the same person as Ash in the first scene. It seems that Ash has grown a lot in a short period of time. Emperor Dan couldn't stand it when people used a ridiculous word to describe Pikachu and Ash. Obviously their own efforts are indelible. What's more, isn't it Ash's ability to be so united with Pokémon? Brandon, okay, stop whipping the corpse. They are all making fun of me. Only Dan Emperor, you can't tell. Dan Emperor was stunned for a moment when he saw the barrage, and then looked at the many champions beside him. I found that the usually serious champion was covering his mouth and snickering. They were indeed teasing Brandon, and they never thought of erasing the efforts of Pikachu and Ash with a word of cheating. After all, Emperor Dan was too honest. Job in gym office. Giovanni looked at the picture on the screen, feeling a little dazed. Pikachu defeated the Ice God Pillar. And it's still an instant kill. He took out a Pokeball and looked at it intently. Few people know that the trump card in his hand, known as Giovanni the Earth, is actually a bug-type Beedrill. His Beedrill also possesses extremely terrifying strength. The same ordinary and the same powerful. The young man in the picture seems to be somewhat similar to him. They are similar, but completely opposite. Because he is a famous villain in Kanto and the leader of Team Rocket. Most Pokémon are nothing more than tools to him. Originally, he was going to evacuate the Viridian Gym today. But this so-called heavenly inventory allowed him to stay and watch for the time being. Then, he saw something very interesting. With a mortal body, to rival the gods? My Beedrill! He who had always been obsessed with Mewtwo suddenly wavered. Forget it, let's go back to Team Rocket headquarters first. On an isolated island called Clear Cliff, there are no humans on it, only Pokémon. However, even in this place, the Tiendeo inventory screen appeared. A human-like cat-like Pokémon stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the screen. His whole body is composed of silvery white and purple. If Giovanni were here, he would definitely recognize it. This is the Pokémon he created, Mewtwo. At this time, Mewtwo was looking at the picture on the screen with complicated eyes. Not long ago, he had just carried out a counterattack. He wanted to replace humans and become the strongest trainer, but was stopped by a stupid young man and gave up his idea. That stupid guy is Ash. He erased Ash's memory and brought all the cloned Pokémon here to isolate himself from the world. I thought I would never see Ash again in the future. Unexpectedly, not long after, I saw him on a strange screen. This is obviously the experienced Ash. His Pikachu can actually fight against gods. Ash, you will become the strongest trainer. Tsundere like Mewtwo has already recognized him. Just because Ash showed him the possibility of bonds between humans and Pokémon. Veilstone City. I actually, really won. Reggie's sitting body stood up involuntarily, looking straight at Pikachu on the screen. The boy who looked to be in his early 10 years actually defeated Brandon's mythical beast with just a Pikachu. Even though Reggie is no longer a trainer, he still feels a bit of a shock. While being shocked, he also had some admiration for the trainer whom he had never met before. Trust Pokémon, respond to Pokémon, how much love do these Pokémon have to exert such power? His younger brother Paul, who was standing behind him, also stared at Pikachu who was barely standing. He defeated Brandon, who even his brother could not defeat. In the future, he will defeat Brandon and the guy above. The counting screen ended, and the results of the game were displayed on the huge screen. Pikachu vs Regis, Pikachu wins. Deduct competitive points from everyone who bets on Regis's victory. This paragraph of text instantly made 99% of the people in the world turn pale. Yes. They took Regis into custody, damn. You can lose this. Chapter 12. The battle between Pikachu and Regis, Ash, and Brandon. It was really exciting. Everyone looked at the battle that kept turning over and over again. For a moment, I forgot that they actually made a bet. Some people pushed all the Earl Dervish points, some people did not participate in the bet, and some people bet on normal. But Mu Yang questioned that the vast majority of people in the world have become losers. Only Ash, who firmly believed in Pikachu's victory, and his two companions who believed in him. And Pikachu's longtime loyal fans, the Rocket Trio were rewarded. Ash received 60,000 points. Xiaogang and Misty each received 30,000 points. The two rockets even scored 120,000. In the redemption store, 100,000 points can be redeemed for a top-notch carrying item. For example, Mystic Water, water-type damage increased by 20%. Props like this are uneven in the real world. Some can only increase by 5%, while others can increase by 10%. 20% is extremely rare. If it were exchanged with money in the real world, it would probably cost hundreds or tens of millions. And it has a price but no market. You can see how precious redemption points are. There are also many rare ingredients inside, things for making Pokeball props, and more. For Xiaogang, a gourmet, the exchange store is simply a paradise. Normal exists. Many ingredients that you can't see in the real world are available in the exchange shop. For example, Kobe beef, deep sea lobster, etc. And since it's not used to upgrade Pokémon, the price above isn't too expensive. Yolongdu, unexpectedly, I lost the first guess. Professor Oak, it's not a big problem. After all, it's just a small amount of money. Compared to this, I want to know who beat Ash to win? Ash, me. Alder, ha ha ha, I knew it was Cheetaro himself. Dandy, if you go all in, you can get 60,000 points. But I still can't afford a carrying item. Is this the only way to get these points? Diantha, oh, there are so many beautiful clothes here. The points are obviously not expensive, but now I can only watch. Cynthia, my cone disappeared. Stephen, fortunately, I couldn't afford my precious stone in the first place, so I have nothing to regret. The more expensive props in the Tiandao inventory exchange are all related to Pokémon. Such as carrying items, evolution stones, energy cubes, and rare candy. They are all ridiculously expensive. But if it is only used by humans, it will be much cheaper. For example, Xiaogang needs the ingredients, Diantha needs the clothes, and Cynthia wants the cones. As for Stephen, the stones Stephen wants are all Pokémon fossils. Who is more valuable if he is not valuable? As the first brother of Fangyuan and one of the richest young masters of Fangyuan, he has all the stones that money can buy. What you can't buy with the remaining money is naturally very expensive in Tiandao exchange. After the wonderful settlement, a few lines of words appeared on the huge screen again. The winner Pikachu can get additional rewards from Tiandao inventory. Reward Pikachu exclusive prop, Light Ball. Light Ball, exclusive to Pikachu, after carrying it, it can double Pikachu's existing special attack and physical attack. Everyone in the world. Nest Grass. Nest Grass. Nest Grass. Double Pikachu's double attack. It's also Pikachu's exclusive carrying prop. Is there such a perverted thing in this world? Before the first inventory is released, even if it is told to the people in the world, Pikachu had a carry item that doubled his double attack, but they would just ignore it. Pikachu doubles attack? Any functions? Electric mice are pure garbage. If doubled, it would probably be at the level of a normal electric-type Pokémon. Even if you give him this perverted-sounding prop, it will have no effect at all. But, when this light ball is given to Ash's Pikachu, it's completely different. What is the power of Pikachu in the video? That is the power that can kill Regis instantly. It's equivalent to killing a champion-level Pokémon instantly. Install a light ball on him, this is awesome. Even if Zapdos comes, you have to shout Brother Pi, I was wrong. When Raikou comes, he has to shout, Pikachu, let me go. Standing in front of the Indigo Plateau Conference Stadium, Ash was stunned for a moment when he saw the big words on the screen. When he saw clearly the function of light ball, he was instantly ecstatic. Pikachu's double attack doubles. Is there such a good thing? Xiaogang, what is a special physical attack? Xiaogang was speechless. Compared with Ash in the picture, Ash still needs to grow up. I don't know a lot of basic knowledge at all. After Xiaogang explained it to Ash in detail, Ash became excited again. The dual attack enhancement means that both Pikachu's Iron Tail and Thunderbolt can be enhanced. Isn't this even more powerful? Pikachu. After obtaining the light ball, our goal will be the Sea of Stars. Pikachu. One person and one mouse are now a little swollen. After all, the picture clearly states that they defeated the mythical beast in the future. Now there is another outrageous prop blessing. From now on, his Pikachu will go to Zapdos. Let him know who is the real god of thunder. At this time, Ash's sky shines with a ray of light, and then falls like a meteor. It entered Pikachu's body in just a split second. Pikachu immediately felt an explosive increase in his power. Now he is invincible. Little Devil Pikachu will become even more powerful after getting this item, Naya. The more powerful you are, the more valuable you are to be captured. That's right. If I dedicate Pikachu to Boss Giovanni, I will be promoted to executive and then appointed as branch head. Thinking about it, I feel, what a great feeling. The Rockets trio are already dreaming. Chapter 13. The first round of Tiendao inventory has ended. Since there is a first round, there will naturally be a second round. At this time, neither the Alliance nor the Rockets and other villain organizations stopped thinking about who did this. With such a powerful being, it is estimated that it is only a matter of seconds to destroy the world. Instead of guessing about illusory things, it's better to think about how to get actual benefits. For example, guessing points or being able to get on the list. Just look at Pikachu's light ball and you'll know that this Tiendao inventory will customize exclusive rewards based on the people on the list. Many elite champions and even villain bosses are looking forward to it. Will they be on the list? After all, even if they have never fought against a divine beast now, what about in the future? Who can know what will happen in the future? A 10-year-old boy who just came out can do it. Why can't these old guys with quite a lot of experience? It's just about noon now. This Tiendao inventory can't be done once a day, right? At this time, soaring in the sky, the ethereal voice sounded again. The first battle against God is over. Before the second battle is reviewed, a special review will be played. Special inventory? What kind of inventory can be called special? Special inventory, on the self-cultivation of movie stars. Diantha, what do you mean? The actor's self-cultivation? Are you going to take stock of me this time? Unexpectedly, Diantha was surprised. In the Pokémon world, everyone pays more attention to training and fighting Pokémon. Basically, the only one who can be called the best actor is her as a main actor and a heavyweight who is also a part-time champion. Think about this title carefully, how does it sound like? So, can she get the reward? What rewards will Tiendao give out? It's really exciting. At this time, new text appeared on the big screen. Special inventory only has a quick answer mode, and there is no guessing or winner reward mechanism. After seeing the words above clearly, Diantha turned to stone on the spot. What's the meaning? What does it mean? Target her, Diantha, right? Get down. Let's make good gestures. I thought it would be her turn to get rich in the second guess. The result, the truth is so cruel. Cynthia, it's okay, Diantha, what's yours will still be yours, just answer it. Damarange, quick answer question. In terms of knowledge, who can compare with me? Damarange is the flame manager of the Pokémon League and is also known as the honorary president of Alliance. It can be seen from his numerous white beard that he must have quite a lot of experience. Professor Oak, I can't pretend I didn't see this. Not only Professor Oak, professors from many regions have emerged one after another. In terms of battles, they are indeed not ranked. Except Professor Oak. But when it comes to knowledge, think about it, why are they called professor? On the screen, the inventory officially begins. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a suburban field, and there was a house on the side of the field. Professor Aurea Juniper, this is the battle venue outside my laboratory? As Yu's residence has been visited countless times, she naturally recognized it at a glance. So here it is. Unova region. The screen zoomed in on the two figures and caught the eyes of everyone in the world. On one side is a young man wearing an orange coat and brown hair. Almost no one has any impression of this man. Ash also knows Professor Oak or some gym leaders. And this boy, no one on the barrage said they knew him. On the other side is a young man that everyone around the world has known more or less, Ash. At this time, Ash was wearing a blue and white long-sleeved coat, and still had a red and white hat on his head, but the style of the hat had changed again. Compared with Ash in the first round, this Ash looks a little more mature. In other words, it was Ash after defeating the Ice God Pillar. Diantha, what's going on? Isn't it about the actor's self-cultivation? Why is it Ash again? Brandon, someone's best actor was snatched away, I won't say who it was. Diantha number. It's not easy to get a famous person involved, but Brandon is the first to speak out. He can't be the only one embarrassed. The scene continues, the brown boy throws a poke ball. A small green snake with big Kazillan eyes appeared on the field. One of the three royal families in Unova region, Snivy. And Ash waved his hand and shouted. The decision is yours, Pikachu. World audience. Be good. Is Ash such a cruel person? Opposite is obviously rookie trainer. You actually used Pikachu, a mythical beast, to fight him. How outrageous! Yolongdu, ahem, I thought Brandon's ruthlessness was already unrivaled in the world. I didn't expect that there are such vicious people as Ash in the world. Cynthia, well, compared to the Ice God Pillar fighting Pikachu, it is undoubtedly more cruel for Pikachu who defeated the Ice God Pillar to fight against a newbie Snivy. Alder, tisk, maybe it was because Brandon crushed Ash in level back then, so Ash also wanted to try the feeling of level crushing? Brandon, you can't make it, right? Do you have to pull me? Now Brandon is undoubtedly nailed to the pillar of shame. No matter what, he was using all his strength. Lost to a boy who hadn't been traveling very long and a Pikachu. There's no need to wash this. Unless, this Pikachu can be outrageous to the end. After Ash released Pikachu, the image on the screen stopped. Then, a button appeared in front of everyone in the world who could launch barrages. A question and 4 options also appeared on the screen. Question, among the 4 contestants present, who is the best actor? A. Pikachu. B. Trib. C. Xiaozhi. D. Snivy. You only have one chance to answer. If you answer correctly, you will get a reward. If you answer incorrectly, you will get punishment. After the 60-second countdown, whoever presses the button in front of him the fastest will get the right to answer the question. Hey! Isn't this Tiandao inventory discriminatory? What the hell, I don't have an answer button in front of me. Neither do I. None of my friends have answer buttons. What the hell is this? Many people around the world began to protest. Even if they can't post barrages, they can't even answer the questions. Can they just watch this inventory as a movie? Naturally, Tiandao inventory will ignore them, and the countdown officially begins. Chapter 14. Xiaozhi, what do you choose? Diantha, first of all, exclude Pikachu. No matter how you look at it, Pikachu doesn't look like he can act, right? Melissa, Ash can also be ruled out. He is just a young man, how can he act? The 3 people discussed on the barrage are currently world-famous actors. Among them, Diantha is the champion, and the remaining 2 are Xiaozhi, the gym trainer of the Unova region. The other one is Sinnoh region's gym trainer, Melissa. They don't dare to treat actor as their main job like Diantha. After all, if this happens, they will be judged to be unqualified in the gym trainer evaluation. The three outstanding actors rely on their rich experience to see that. In the video, who has acting talent and who does not? Ash, this young man, whether it is from the previous image or based on his face. They all look dumbfounded. When it comes to love for Pokémon, any fool would choose him. If it comes to acting, any fool would know better than to choose him. As for Pikachu and trainer who were with him, they were like this. As his personal partner, how could they possibly be able to act? Then the answer is the boy named Trip and Snivy. Yulongdu, it should be the boy named Trip, right? Dandy, I also think that although the boy doesn't look like an actor based on his appearance, is it not suitable for Pokémon to be the actor? Diantha, yes, I also think that boy named Trip has the talent for acting. You can see it from the face. Xiaozhi, who was far away in the Unova region, looked at the barrage with a strange look on her face. The boy named Trip obviously has no actor aspect at all. It's impossible for Sister Diantha to make such a stupid mistake. I'm afraid, she said that on purpose. The reason is that even if the rest of the people get the chance to answer the question, they will still make mistakes. Hiss, I didn't expect that Sister Diantha usually looks upright and upright. You are not merciful at all when you are overcast. At the stadium at the palace gate, Diantha spoke seriously to the champions around her. Trip is definitely the best actor. Although he looks a little immature now, he will definitely enter the entertainment industry in the future. Diantha started talking about Trip from his appearance and clothes. The somewhat skeptical expressions of the champions also became certain. That's right, Trip is the future actor. Look, their names even have the word Emperor in them. Unova region, Trip is located at. Trip, who has not yet gone on a trip, looked at the speeches of many world actors on the barrage and had a little doubt about his dream. He obviously wants to be a photographer and part-time trainer. Does he really have the talent of a performer, as the champions and gym owners said? Could it be that his dream was wrong? Soon, the 60 seconds countdown ended, and everyone in the world who could press the button pressed it at the same time. Diantha and other champions have already said the correct answer. Isn't it stupid not to answer now? Answer, Diantha. Yet. Diantha jumped up in excitement. Cynthia on the side said to Diantha with a smile on her face. Look, Diantha, I said it's yours or yours. Haha, thank you Cynthia. If the reward can be half, I will definitely give you a share. Diantha has already taken this reward as her own. Soon, Diantha's answer appeared on the huge screen, D. Yulongdu? Stephen? Bruno Colin? Brandon, what a trick, Miss Diantha. Are you planning to hide it from everyone in the world? Diantha, haha, this is just a small trick, don't worry about it, anyway. I am the last person to answer the question, right? After Diantha said this, everyone at Gongmen Stadium knows that they have been deceived. It's all a lie that Trip is the best actor. Diantha had already locked the answer on Snivy from the beginning. Haha, everyone is a competitor, so don't blame me for playing tricks. Dandy smiled heartily and applauded Diantha. You are worthy of being the best actor in the Pokémon world. Your performance really hid it from all of us. Yulongdu also had a funny look on his face. Diantha, if you work as an undercover agent in the Pokémon Alliance, no one in the world will be able to find out that you are an undercover agent. It's too praised, haha. Professor Oak on the side asked curiously. Diantha, how are you sure that Snivy is the correct answer? Isn't Trip also possible? Now that she has answered the question, Diantha doesn't mind telling everyone the real reason. You guys pay attention to Trip's hand on the screen. Did you see the camera in his hand? This shows that Trip is a photographer. And when it comes to acting, you don't think that the charming Snivy's performance is bad, right? Look at Snivy, doesn't he look like a born actor? It was only after Diantha reminded everyone that they discovered the details in the picture. While they lamented Diantha's strong observation skills, they also lamented. This woman is really good at acting. The act just now fooled them all. She is worthy of being hailed as a movie queen. After Diantha answered, there was a pause on the screen, and then a big red X appeared. Wrong answer. Diantha's dark history will be reviewed later. Ah! Diantha's confident expression suddenly collapsed. How can it be? Her analysis should be perfect. How can this be the wrong answer? Brandon, someone worked extremely hard and overturned, I won't say who it was. Diantha, dirt. I wasn't the one who exposed your shortcomings in the first place. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Brandon. This is the second time Brandon has come out to tear her down. I didn't expect that the middle-aged mountaineer who looked serious and honest on the surface could be so dark inside. Chapter 15. In Battle Pyramid, Brandon also showed a long-lost smile. Although this Tiandao inventory has exposed his dark history, but this barrage system is really interesting. Up there, he experienced fun other than digging at historical sites. Something strange awakened inside Brandon. Punishment about Diantha was temporarily put aside, and Tiandao inventory directly announced the correct answer. The correct answer is Pikachu. The world is confused. How could it be Pikachu? Why is Pikachu the best actor? Does he look like he can act? No matter how you look at it, Pikachu is as upright as Ash. The images on the screen began to play. Why Pikachu is the best actor is also revealed above. Preemptive strike, Pikachu, quick attack. Ash shouted loudly, and Pikachu's body was covered with a layer of white light. Then spark came out like fire. Snivy had already tackled her before she could react. Knocked it away more than 10 meters. Snivy spun around in midair before barely regaining his balance. Pikachu succeeded with one blow and looked quite strong. But, this rival is the newbie Snivy. Why can't Pikachu, who has defeated the Ice God Pillar, kill her instantly with one move? Even the weak quick attack can be easily defeated in seconds. Besides, Pikachu's quick attack in the game review is more than 10 times more powerful, right? What's the big deal? Putting water on Rookie? Trip also started to fight back. Snivy, tackle. Get away from Pikachu. Snivy stepped on the ground with his short legs and charged towards Pikachu with his head. Just 2 consecutive tackles were dodged by Pikachu. This is natural. How could the experienced Pikachu be attacked by the newbie Salation? Good, the counterattack begins. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Coming. Pikachu's special skill Thunderbolt. Although it is twice as resistant to grass, the Thunderbolt used by Pikachu must be extraordinary. Just when everyone was expecting Pikachu to kill Snivy instantly, they saw Pikachu. Nothing happened. What's going on? Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu was also a little confused. After receiving instructions again, Pikachu regrouped his power. Pikachu. Still nothing happened. Oolongdu, what's going on? Why can't Pikachu use Thunderbolt? Dandy, could it be that after the fight with Brandon, Pikachu suffered something unknown to us and his strength was weakened? Diantha, why don't you take a look at what the title is this time? Then guess why Pikachu is called the actor? After Diantha's awakening, all the viewers in the world reacted instantly. The name of this special review is, The Self-Cultivation of the Movie King. And Pikachu was judged by heaven to be the best actor. Since it is determined that he is the best actor, why should the battle scene be shown? Shouldn't there be a show? But now everyone seems to have some guesses. The screen continues. Seeing that Pikachu was unable to use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded again. Use high voltage thunder shock. Pick up. Pikachu did a backflip and reached the edge of the field. High pressure thunder shock is a skill that requires acceleration, so he needs a run up. Pika. 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 Pika Pie. At first, Pikachu moved his limbs crazily, but he didn't even reach half of the field. Pikachu was already panting, as if his body was being hollowed out. Ash on the side also had his eyes widened and his face was full of surprise. Are you kidding? Why, I can't use the thunder shock move. I couldn't stand it at the trip opposite. Are you fighting seriously? Command Pokémon to use some moves that he can't use at all. How can you be called a senior trainer like this? Snivy, tackle. Ouch. Snivy let out a crisp growl and then rushed out. Pikachu is still panting hideki and can't get out of the way. He was directly knocked aside by Snivy's tackle. Wow! Audiences around the world were in an uproar. This is the same invincible Pikachu just now. What's up? The opponent is just a newbie plus the newbie Pokémon Snivy. You, Pikachu, who has beaten a mythical beast, actually shrank in front of it. A bit outrageous, right? Damn it, in that case, use the Aurabug tail. Pikachu. Pikachu was knocked to the side and stood up again, the tail on his back lit up with a metallic luster. Okay. All other skills can be used. Come on. Pika. Pika. Pikachu gathered the Aurabug tail, then jumped up. Want assist gravity to add more strength to Aurabug's tail. Only. Get out of the way. Ouch. The petite Snivy quickly dodged Pikachu's Aurabug tail. Let it hit the ground. There were traces of cracks on the field, showing that Aurabug's tail was quite powerful. However, compared to the previous game, it was really a huge difference. P.S. I really feel this game is outrageous. This is also the reason why I don't watch BW much. Damn it, the last part of my skinned movie ended with Latios, and this one even if you can't use electric skills. Losing to Snivy was outrageous. The opponent, Snivy, just hit the grass blender and knocked out Pikachu. There is no need for electric skills here. Is this FG kidney deficiency? Chapter 16. Use the grass blender. After Snivy dodged Pikachu's iron tail, before Pikachu could react. With a twist of the tail behind him, countless leafages turned into a tornado and wrapped themselves around it. Then he swept up in front of Pikachu. Pikachu has no way to dodge. Caught directly in the grass blender. Snivy uses his tail to flexibly control the mixer like Twister normal. Keep Pikachu waving in mid-air. Finally hit it hard on the ground. Its terrifying power created a ravine on the site that was more than 10 centimeters deep and several meters long. And it set off a huge cloud of smoke and dust. After the smoke dissipated, Pikachu, covered in injuries, lay quietly in the ravine, motionless. Already lost the ability to fight. Trip 1. Snivy, win. As novices, they won. Audiences around the world fell silent again. The last inventory. They were shocked by Pikachu's explosiveness, tenacity, and the bond between Ash and Pikachu, and were speechless for a while. But this time, Chun Chun was shocked by Pikachu's unnatural behavior. You can FG lose. Fortunately, this time Tiandao inventory did not open a betting market, otherwise it would be another day of losing everything by betting on dogs. Because of the new inventory, each of them received 300 betting points. If we start the betting this time, I'm afraid everyone's betting points will disappear again. Even Trip himself didn't believe that he could win. Soon, the whole world exploded. Is this the Pikachu from just now? Did Ash change Pokémon? My impression of Pikachu is, a weak electric rat on a bad street, a god among gods. A weak electric rat on a bad street. I think, could it be that Pikachu's true strength is now? Fighting the mythical beast before was just a blast. I really want to scold you for what you said, but, what you said makes perfect sense. Muji, even if Pikachu is weak, the Ash in the picture has been traveling for a long time. He actually lost to rookie trainer and novice Pokémon. Originally, everyone in the world had changed their impression of Pikachu. Many people have even begun to regard Pikachu as a Pokémon with God-level potential. It's just that they haven't dug it out yet. And when this special inventory came out, it instantly changed the impression of everyone in the world. This is probably normal Pikachu. Pikachu, did you really not play me? Ash looked at Pikachu next to him suspiciously. Having been together day and night for more than half a year, he still doesn't fully understand this guy's strength. Sometimes a big batch. Sometimes it's like having a weak kidney and being beaten into a real mouse. Pikapi. Pikachu. Teacher Dappy scolded loudly, how could I play you? At best, I just want to steal slack off sometimes without making any effort. But I will never lose to Snivy. It's definitely not my rat above. Why is Pikachu so weak, Naya? Maybe, you haven't had enough to eat. It's possible. Meowth looked at the duo speechlessly. Only you can think of the reason for such nonsense. Dianji, there are so many things that are a little bit outrageous. Tai Xian, there are indeed hundreds of millions of points that are outrageous. Xiaozhi, Pikachu's light seems to have dimmed. Yarrow, that grass blender, can actually kill that Pikachu instantly. As the grass-based gym leader of the Galar region, Yellow is already almost as powerful as Elite. The capabilities of grass blenders and Snivy can basically be easily estimated. Even if the wool of Mao Bianyang was reduced, he couldn't imagine the possibility of Snivy killing Pikachu instantly. Steven, let me count. Pikachu directly withstood a blizzard, a freezing beam, indirectly suffered 2 focus punch, and finally suffered a high-voltage thunder shock, but still did not fall down. Steven, now Snivy, a new rookie player, can beat Pikachu in seconds with a grass blender. Does this mean that, this Snivy's one move is equivalent to Regis's 4 ultimate moves? Well, after Steven's analysis, it seems to make sense. Diantha, don't look at it, just act for the sake of it. And the acting was flawless. Diantha, if we hadn't just watched the first inventory, we might have regarded this as Pikachu's true strength. Yulongdu, this is the so-called, high-powered electric beast, can it lose to a novice at low level? Learned a lot. Wallace, I have seen some Pokémon's strength fluctuate, but this is the first time I've seen it fluctuate like this. Everyone feels that this actor is definitely worthy of the title. The acting was flawless. Brandon's face turned dark. It would have been okay if Pikachu had won all the way, but now he lost to a rookie trainer Pokémon. Doesn't this make him even more embarrassed? You know, this is Pikachu who has defeated him. How outrageous! Dottie, isn't Pikachu in the screen unable to use electric skills? Maybe it has something to do with this. Alder, yes. Pikachu couldn't use his best electric type trick. Is it possible that his strength was compromised by imprison? Uncle Yi, maybe it was a psychic imprison. It's not impossible for this kind of thing to happen. Diantha, then how do you explain that Pikachu was awarded the title of Best Actor? There seems to be no way to explain it. Even Tiandao Inventory said that you, Pikachu, are the best actor. How can you explain this? Now Diantha has gone dark. She never expected that the so-called movie king would calmly let off steam in battle. It also caused her to have a black history record in the future. She should not have any dark history, right? At least not before. The special inventory is over, and the second inventory will begin. Inventory of those Pokémon that used their mortal bodies to fight against the gods, too. The ethereal voice came again. The special inventory has ended, although everyone is still talking about Pikachu's performance. But now that the inventory has begun, let's take a look at it first. It's important to look at the inventory. This time it's probably a guessing game. You must be more discerning. Soon, a new picture appeared on the screen. Chapter 17. What appeared at the beginning of the screen was a huge building. There is a huge Pokeball logo on the building. The shape of the building is circular with a hollow center. This place is the Alliance Conference site. Many Alliance conferences use this kind of building. Cynthia, oh? Is it Sinnoh region this time? As the champion of the Sinnoh region, Cynthia immediately recognized this place as the site of the Sinnoh region Lily of the Valley Conference. It seems that this divine battle is going to start at the Alliance Conference venue. It's just, who Alliance Conference uses mythical beasts. This is somewhat outrageous. Soon, the camera zoomed in and entered the competition scene directly. At this time, the competition venue was filled with people. The surrounding auditoriums were basically packed. In the audience, Ash, Xiaogang, and others saw a familiar figure. Isn't this Xiaogang? Xiaogang, you are sitting there. It seems like this is a game I'm in. It's just, it doesn't seem like Misty is around me. Next to Xiaogang is a blue-haired Stephanie. Judging from their positions, it should be a traveling companion. That is to say, did I say goodbye to Ash at the back? Misty muttered a little. Not only that, but the thought of traveling separately from Ash later made Misty feel a little empty. What Ash and others noticed was the audience seats, while what the rest of the world's spectators noticed was naturally the people on the playing field. On one side of the field was a figure he had never seen before. With blue hair and a red cloak wrapped around him, the whole person looked a little gloomy. And on the other side, there is another familiar figure to the audience. Ash. Only his costume changed again. The hat changed to red and black, and he was wearing a black and yellow jacket. His face has also become more mature than when he fought against Brandon. The special inventory just now seems to be at about the same time. It's Ash again. I'll call you Brother Ash, okay? Why are you so brave to go to the Steel Beast every time? 3 rounds of counting, it was Brother Ash in all 3 rounds. I live up to my reputation. Brother Ash, what Pokémon do you plan to use to fight the mythical beast this time? It won't be Pikachu again, right? Good guy, before I do the special inventory just now, if Brother Ash takes out Pikachu, I will definitely search him. Now, you never know when Pikachu will start. Audiences around the world began to speculate on the betting odds again. It's just that they can't launch barrages and can only guess with their friends around them. The discussion on the barrage was also lively. Cynthia, this battle should be at the Lily of the Valley Conference, before the battle with Trip. Yolongdu, oh? Why do you say that? Diantha, are you Bruno? Can't even think of this? Bruno colon? Why are you talking about me? Professor Oak, you can actually tell from Ash's appearance and clothes. From the first inventory to now, Ash has changed a total of 4 sets of clothes and is in 4 different regions. Professor Oak, therefore, it can be concluded that Ash will change a set of clothes every time he goes to a region. Professor Oak, now Ash's appearance is almost the same as when he entered the Unova region just now, which means that Ash should enter the Unova region not long after this battle. Cynthia, as expected of Professor Oak, your analysis is spot on. Yolongdu looked at the many champions on the side and doubted his own IQ for the first time. Are you devils? Can you analyze so much in such a short time? Even 10 Brunos wouldn't be able to come up with this conclusion, right? Bruno, are you going to curse again? Du's side job is as a search officer. After some suggestions from others, he can actually come up with this conclusion. It's just that during this period of time, I looked at a lot of inventory, and my mind suddenly couldn't turn around. At the beginning, the one who was most wary was him Yolongdu. But now, the thing that fascinates me the most is his Yolongdu. I was on the field just now. Everyone actually saw a blue Pokémon in front of the gloomy man with blue hair for a moment. But none of them saw the specific appearance, and everyone focused on trainer. The effect in the picture stopped after giving a close-up of the two trainers. Then, a few lines of subtitles popped up on the screen. Inventory of those Pokémon that used their mortal bodies to fight against the gods, 2. Battle venue, Sinnoh Alliance, Lily of the Valley Conference site. Battle object, Ash Pikachu vs Dr. Latios. Everyone in the audience, please start placing your bets. The time limit is 5 minutes. Sure enough, it's Pikachu. It's Pikachu again. The viewers who watched the review probably guessed that this battle might be Pikachu's battle again. But when the inventory of Heavenly Path was finalized, it still surprised them. This is the second game. Tiandeo inventory showed a total of 2 duels against the gods, and both ended with Ash and Pikachu. Should I say that Ash is unlucky and spends all day fighting mythical beasts? Or should we say that Ash is always lucky to be beaten by mythical beasts? After all, mythical beasts are known as legendary Pokémon, and normal people may not be able to see them in their lifetime. And Ash saw it twice in at least 2 years. What are you betting on this time? I'm waiting for the guesses of the first-hand champions. Aren't you afraid that the champion will lie to you again? Ahem, I believe not everyone is as shameless as Miss Diantha. Besides, there is no conflict of interest between us and the champions this time. There is no point in them lying to me. Besides, we don't even know what kind of mythical beast Latios is. Don't we wait for some popular science from professors? That makes sense, I will follow. Many people in the world hold this idea and are waiting for the championship bets and the popular science from professors. And a very small number of people have already pledged themselves directly. Although Pikachu has already killed a god once, after a special review in the last game, the number of people who trust Pikachu has dropped sharply again. It is rare for him to explode, but most of the time, he is still the mediocre electric mouse. Everyone is so convinced. Chapter 18. Stephen, what are your insights this time? Yolongdu, Ash lost this game. Diantha, oh, why? Yolongdu, are you Bruno? Can't even think of this? Bruno colon? You have enough. No matter how noisy, why are you using me as a taunt every day? Why has Elite Four Bruno become a derogatory term now? Diantha on the side also had her mouth twitching. Good. Hurrah! If it weren't for Tiandeo's inventory, Diantha wouldn't have known that Yolongdu was such a vengeful person. Wasn't it because you damaged him on the barrage before? To be so vindictive. Brandon, I want to hear your conclusion, Wattery. Brandon actually doesn't want to agree with Yolongdu's point of view. After all, if Pikachu loses again, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing for him to be the only divine beast holder that Pikachu defeated? It's just that it's Yolongdu after all. He is not only the champion of Chengdu, but also a well-known investigator. With his powers of observation, he may have observed something. Yolongdu, since you all want to know, I won't keep it secret. From the special review of the last game, we can know that Ash's Pikachu cannot use Thunder Shock. Yolongdu, and this battle was before that special inventory. In other words, Pikachu received very serious and irreversible damage in this battle against Latios. Yolongdu, not only can't I use electric skills, even his own physical strength has been reduced. Du's statement instantly made many champions connect the connection between the two rounds. Thinking about it this way, it does seem to make sense. Diantha, then why couldn't Pikachu defeat Latios after paying a heavy price? Yolongdu, let's see. This is the leverage. Diantha, number do you believe I will kill you? Yolongdu, ahem, as for why Pikachu can't defeat Latios, I think Professor Oak can give the answer. Yolongdu decided to give in for a while, not because he was afraid of Diantha. Mainly because, he doesn't want to break his face. Yes, I just don't want to break my face. It's definitely not because Diantha and his Gardevoir are watching him eagerly. Professor Oak, let's talk about the Pokémon Latios first. Latios, known as the Infinite Pokémon, is a legendary Pokémon. He has the ability to perceive the good and evil of human beings, and will be close to kind and righteous humans. Latios doesn't like fighting, but he will fight for those he agrees with. The dual wing beat behind it folds up faster than a jet. The strength cannot be underestimated. Professor Oak, here comes the most important point, Latios is a super and dragon type Pokémon. And Pikachu is an electric type. Through the science popularization of Professor Oak, audiences around the world are familiar with the Pokémon Latios. And compared it with the Ice God Pillar. They are not on the same level at all. Of course, only for Pikachu. Because Latios is not only a legendary Pokémon, he also has two advantages that the Ice God Pillar does not have. That's the Dragon type that has resistance to Electric type. You can also fly freely in soaring in the sky. And it's incredibly fast. Although Pikachu is not slow, but compared to jets, you know everything. Now everyone knows why Yolongdu is sure that Pikachu will lose. In the last round, Pikachu defeated the Ice God Pillar through hard work with explosive seeds. But now, Pikachu doesn't have the right time, place, and people. How can he win against Latios, who can fly freely? Alas! Brother Ash, it's not that we don't support you, it's just that this winning rate isn't worth it. It's not that our will is weak, it's that the enemy is too powerful. Sigh. In order to avoid capsizing in the gutter, I'd better put down half of the points. 300 points. Done. I'll press half of it too. Although everyone in the world thought that Pikachu could not win, they did not dare to search again this time. Betting points are undoubtedly very precious things, so it's better to keep a few of them. Anyway, even if you search for everything, how much money can you make? Cynthia, speaking of which, Doctor, why have I never heard of this person? Could it be some unknown person who would use a mythical beast? Stephen, there are many reclusive masters in the world, and it's normal that we can't know them all. Wallace, yes, for example, Stephen plans to pass the championship to me after this territory championship and go into seclusion, this guy. I just think about digging rocks every day. Stephen, ahem, don't say that, I'm doing archaeology. Archaeology. Diantha, okay, let's argue later. Who are you going to bet on? Emperor Dan, Ash. Alder, Ash. Yolongdu? Are you crazy? I have just analyzed so many principles for you. Are you still suppressing Ash? Going to send money? Dandy, I don't know if Ash can win or not, but I like his character of never giving up. And the infinite possibilities of his Pikachu. So I wanted to take a gamble. Alder, ha ha ha, heroes think alike. Giovanni, who was on the plane at this time, looked at the Barrage's speech with a sneer on his lips. These champions have nothing to be afraid of. Having those meaningless emotions makes it difficult to achieve success. Now it is obviously better to suppress the trainer named Doctor. Giovanni. Search them all and enter Doctor. As for the normal Pokémon I just thought about, it can also defeat gods. That's his Beedrill trust in himself. He was certain that Beedrill had the ability to kill gods. As for that Pikachu, it's just a miracle. Losing to Snivy is the best proof. Chapter 19. In Oak Research Laboratory. A spiky-headed boy was looking intently at the screen in front of him. He is Ash's current biggest rival, Gary. He watched Ash's 2 reviews, and even he didn't expect that Ash would grow to that point in the future. He and Ash have been fighting together since childhood, and he knows Ash's potential very well. If there is a wise man in the world, it must be Gary. For Ash, he despised him in words but valued him in actions. So he was one of the few people who didn't bet on Ash in the first game. And this third game? To be honest, after watching the special inventory, even Gary didn't have the confidence to bet on Ash. But after thinking about the possibility of Pikachu, Gary decided to go for it with $1,000. Take a gamble. Ash. It's rare for me to be optimistic about you. Don't let me down. Ash, are you still pushing yourself this time? Of course. Although Pikachu usually acts sometimes, I believe that in key games, he will definitely explode with amazing power. How much do you press? 30,000, maybe. Ash is actually very similar to putting all the points up, but Xiaogang listed a lot of ingredients for him. There are also a lot of materials that can improve the taste of Pokémon and flowers and plants that can increase the intensity of Pokémon training. Let Ash have to save part of the points for purchases. The total points of the three of them are 120,000, excluding the miscellaneous things they bought. There are only 30,000 people who can press it up. Xiaogang and Misty looked at each other and counted up to 10,000 points. They still decided to believe Ash. Jiajidui. Tijipai growled without realizing it. Are you going to continue to suppress the little devil this time? Nonsense. This is Pikachu. The ultimate Pokémon we have been looking for. He will definitely not let us down. Then, let's go all in. Nonsense. At Jessie's urging, James added the remaining 10,000 points. Why are there 10,000 points left? Of course they used it to buy a lot of solid metal. This is an important material they use to create props for capturing Pikachu. You must spend some money. Soon, the betting results came out, 82%/18%. This time there were many more people suppressing Ash than last time. After all, the first impression of Pikachu was so impressive. Even if you become a movie star in the second scene, there's no way to completely cover up the image of Lucas in Pikachu's first scene. The bets are over and the counting of the second game has officially begun. The scene continued to play, and a Pokémon that looked like a jet was floating in front of the man named Doctu. Streamlined body, the back half of the body is blue. He has wings like jet wings, feet like fins, and a red triangular pattern on his chest. That's the infinite Pokémon, Latios. But the field in front of Ash was empty. On the screen, you can actually see a screen in the middle, which shows the victory or defeat of the Pokémon on both sides. It's just that screen. Lorelei, why does the screen have to be mosaic? Catlia, maybe, leave a little suspense? Catlia is one of the Elite Four in the Unova region, and she is a super elite. This time, Latios had a super attribute, which aroused her interest, and she, who had been dive, also started to post comments. Dandy, it's begun. Everyone turned their attention from the display to the battlefield. At this time, Ash's venue was empty, and he didn't know it was just opening. Or, several Pokémon have already been defeated by the other party. The decision is yours, Swellow. Tear it apart. A dark blue swallow flew out of the Pokeball and soared high into the sky. Steven, oh? This is the home bird of our region. But, didn't you say this was Pikachu's battle? Why Swellow? After Ash released Swellow, the battle in the picture began. After a chase in the air, Ash seized the opportunity to release Aerial Ace, but Latios turned around in an instant and used his exclusive skill on Swellow. Clean and shiny. Pink light Liz condensed in front of Latia's mouth, before Swellow Aerial Ace attacked. The clean glow has been blasted through. A direct hit on Swellow coming from Aerial Ace. After the smoke dissipated, Swellow fell to the ground helplessly. One move. With just one move, Swellow was instantly killed. Steven, what a terrifying power, it feels, stronger than Brandon's ice pillar. Yulongdu, from my perspective, that Swellow breeder is already quite good. And Swellow is a notoriously tough Pokémon. He actually fell under the clean luster with just one move. The strength of this Latios is unfathomable. In the picture, Swellow was seen dizzy, and the referee also decided that Doctor had won. At this time, a commentary voice appeared. Oh my god! Doctor's Latios also showed great strength. Player Ash now only has one Pokémon left. How will he deal with it? 1. In other words, Ash is now cornered. Rivals Latios basically didn't take any damage at all. On the other hand, Ash, there is only one Pokémon left, and combined with the title, that Pokémon must be Pikachu. Unfortunately, it seems that Ash's conference trip ends here. Doctor in the video also said the same words as Day. It seems, the next battle is the last battle. Ash gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and put Swellow back into the Pokeball. Xiaogang, Dawn, and others in the audience were all cheering for Ash. And Ash. Thank you Swellow, we haven't lost yet. This is not the last one. He has not lost his fighting spirit. Even though there was only one Pikachu left, he didn't think he would lose. The final blow is yours Pikachu. We won't fall here. Ash turned the brim of his hat to the back. This is something he only does when he is very serious. Pikapi. We absolutely want to win. Ash and Pikachu each occupy half of the screen. It can be seen from the close-up that the flame of struggle is still shining in their eyes. Chapter 20. Ash and Pikachu's passionate actions also made audiences around the world excited. It's a pity. If this scene was shown before placing bets, I would definitely beat Ash. Me too. I won't say whether I win or not. I think we need to support this. Alas, although I won by overpowering Doc, I hope Ash can win. Don't panic, I'm telling you, I'm famous for betting on dogs. I lose wherever I bet. This time I bet on Duck more. Brother, can you tell me what you are going to do next time? I will do the opposite with you. Alder, well done Chitaro. No matter what kind of desperate situation we face, no matter what kind of difficulties we face, your spirit of never giving up is your greatest weapon. Dandy, no matter whether Ash loses or wins this time, he will at least be in the same position as me in the future. Dandy's comments made everyone in the world watching the barrage instantly burst into uproar. The same position as Dan Emperor? Where is the position of Dan Emperor? The supreme champion of Galar. I have never experienced failure since my debut. In this 8 Masters competition, Dan Emperor is also the man who ranks first among the 8 Masters. Although the 8th Master competition has not started yet, everyone must have played against each other before the 8th Master. Even though they didn't use their trump cards. But, no matter what, Dan Emperor is now number 1. He is also one of the most favorable winners of the World Championship. And now, he actually said that a teenage boy will definitely grow up to be like him in the future. Even if Pikachu is very magical, this statement is too exaggerated. Yolongdu, huge. I didn't expect you would give such a high evaluation, Dan Emperor. Cynthia, I also think Ash will definitely become a powerful trainer in the future. As strong as a champion. Ash, hehe, I'm not as good as everyone says. Gary, I really can't stand it anymore. The champions are talking about your future. What sense of presence are you showing now? You are now just a person who has a very difficult time even entering the Indigo Plateau Conference. Smelly Gary. Don't stop me. I'm going to fight him to the end. Misty and Xiaogang held Ash aside and refused to let him use the speak button. Calm down, Brother Ji, calm down. Just think of this as a joke. There is no need to take it seriously. That's right. Why are you so serious with Gary? Is it the first day you met him? The game continues. After Xiaogang's reminder, Ash was no longer in the mood to argue with Gary. What's playing now is his battle with Pikachu. I'll settle the score with that guy after the game is over. In the screen, Ash directs Pikachu to take the lead in attacking. Pikachu, quick attack. Pick up. The light converged on Pikachu's body, and its short limbs suddenly stepped out, like an arrow from a string, shooting out normal. Get away! Oh! Facing the thundering Pikachu, Latios just turned sideways and dodged the quick attack. It's not over yet. Pikachu, high voltage thunder shock. Ash chased after him, and with the second attack he directly unleashed Pikachu's biggest trick, high voltage thunder shock. It's high voltage thunder shock. The trick that killed the ice god pillar instantly. I don't know what kind of effect I can get from facing Latios this time. In the first review, Pikachu used high pressure thunder shock, just like the coming of the thunder god. Normal killed the ice god pillar with full health. So most viewers have already regarded Pikachu's high pressure thunder shock as God's normal skill. As long as it is used, it will definitely cause horrific damage. After receiving Ash's order, Pikachu tapped one foot on the ground, turned around, and then suddenly exerted force on his limbs. Violent golden thunder and lightning covered Pikachu's body. Pikachu rushes towards Latios with lightning speed. Giga Impact. Declara quickly issued instructions, and Latios also turned around in mid-air. Purple power wraps around Latios, spinning like a vortex normal. Gold and purple light collide. Contrary to the expectations of everyone around the world, Pikachu was directly knocked out during a confrontation. Fortunately, the power of the high-voltage thunder shock cushioned it a lot. Pikachu spun twice in mid-air and barely landed on the ground. There were already a lot of injuries on his body. This is too powerful, isn't it, Latios? The high-pressure thunder shock that can instantly kill the ice god pillar is completely unable to compete with the impact of billions of tons. Is it because Mr. Brandon's Regis is weak? It's possible that Latios is much stronger than the ice god pillar in terms of momentum. It's fast and powerful. It's completely different from the bulky and weak legendary Pokémon like Ice God Pillar. How could there be such a handsome Latios in Shell Smash Dream? If Brandon knew the conversation between the passers-by, Gao Luo would take out the other two divine pillars and crush them to death. His divine pillar is not weak, okay. Yolongdu, it seems, the gap in strength is even bigger than imagined. Diantha, Pikachu should be far away this time. Latios' advantage is too great. Catlia, that's right, Latios, who has superpower and air superiority, is not the one Pikachu can touch. Dandy, really? I feel like Ash has no intention of admitting defeat. Just as Dan Emperor said, even if he was strong at the beginning, the fighting spirit in Ash's eyes did not weaken at all. At this time, the camera suddenly turned to the audience. Shot of two people and a Meowth entering the screen. This sudden change made everyone in the world stunned. Why, the camera was suddenly changed. The Rockets trio standing next to the Indigo Plateau Conference immediately started shouting when they saw the figure on the screen. Hey, hey! Isn't that us? We have entered the country. Of course, Naya. After all, wherever there is Pikachu, there are us. Naya. It's just, why do we seem to be selling something? At this time, Giovanni has returned to the Rockets headquarters, and there will be an inventory screen wherever there are people. So even though Giovanni has returned to Rocket Hideout, he is still looking at the inventory situation. After seeing the Rockets trio, Giovanni was stunned. Why are these three idiots here? Chapter 21. The Rockets trio are inextricably linked to Giovanni. Otherwise, how could they still be in Team Rocket without doing any tasks? Even though they were enjoying themselves outside and using the name of Team Rocket, Giovanni didn't pay any attention to them. These three people, no one except Giovanni knew what was special about them. They all regard them as the bottom members of Team Rocket. Boss Giovanni, these three people are not. Ariana, one of the Rocket's 4 executives, asked with some confusion. She seems to have a little impression about this trio. They basically failed in everything they did. But he never gets discouraged, and he is considered a successful person in the world of failure. Ignore them, pay attention to the mythical beasts that appear inside. If Tiandao takes stock of the mythical beasts near Guangdong, you can follow the clues to find them. Hearing this, Ariana was stunned for a moment, then cupped her fists and complimented Giovanni. As expected of Boss Giovanni. While others are still paying attention to the rewards of Tiandao inventory, Boss, you have already set your sights on the Sea of Stars. Giovanni remained non-committal, his eyes continuing to stare at the screen playing the video. The little devil seems to be in crisis. Jessie saw the tense atmosphere on the court. She couldn't help but become nervous, picked up a bottle of drink in front of her and drank it. Pikachu doesn't look like Latios' rival. James on the side also said cateringly. What are you talking about, Naya? Do you think Pikachu only has this strength? We have personally experienced that terrifying strength countless times. Under the gaze of viewers around the world, Meowth on the screen spoke. Yolongdu? I am not wrong, right? Diantha, did I hear you correctly? Bruno, is my eyesight bad? Why do I seem to see that Meowth talking? Dandy, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I actually met talking Pokémon when I was traveling, but they all used the telepathy skill. This was the first time I saw a Pokémon that could directly speak human language. Professor Oak, hi. I really want to study that Meowth. Professor Birch, the talking Meowth is even rarer than the mythical beast. At least the mythical beasts have appeared before, while the talking Meowth never has. Ash, why did the Rockets trio appear up there? Yolongdu, hey? Are they from Team Rocket? Without waiting for Du to ask for details, the screen switched back to Ash's side again. As Meowth said, Pikachu's strength is more than that. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. The saffron-colored spark pierced the sky, while Latios kept dodging in the air. 3 or 4 rounds of Thunderbolt came down, but the Thunderbolt did not hurt Latios at all. His speed is so fast. Ordinary attacks are impossible to hit. Latios, Encore Gigaton Impact. Oh! The purple energy light covers Latios' body again. Then he rushed towards Pikachu like a cheetah normal. Look for the right moment, it's now. Get out of the way. Pick up. Pikachu used his strong skills to dodge Latios' special move with a jump. Okay. Now, Pika, what? Use Iron Tail to defend. After using Gigaton Impact, the Pokémon itself will be stiffened. However, Latios did not stop at all after he charged forward and the energy dissipated from his body. The purple light covered him again. He spun around and rushed towards Pikachu who was still in mid-air. Ash can only hastily let Pikachu use Iron Tail to defend. Boom! How can Iron Tail's power compare to a billion-ton impact? Pikachu was sent flying dozens of meters away. Hit the edge of the field. But, he still didn't fall down and stood up with difficulty. Ash Big Crisis. Alchemy Emperor, it is indeed a legendary beast. After using such a great trick as a billion-ton impact, it didn't even freeze at all. Yolongdu, my Dragonite is already very proficient in Hyper Beam, but there is still no way to completely cancel the stiffness. Is this the power of the Divine Beast? Diantha, compared to this, Ash looks like he's already losing. Pikachu really tried his best in this round. Cynthia, yes, Pikachu is on full fire now. He even persisted in standing up even after being hit by the opponent's 2 billion tons. Compared with his performance in the last game, it is a world of difference. Denji, no, it's not over yet. Pikachu's strength has not yet reached the level of the battle against the Ice God Pillar. Electronic Times, didn't Professor Oak say that? Pikachu will respond to Ash's wishes and become stronger and stronger during the battle. If it can be stronger, there is still a chance. Professor Oak, just be afraid, the other party won't give Pikachu time. As Professor Oak said, even if Pikachu becomes stronger as he fights. But if the other party doesn't inspire Pikachu at all, then even Pikachu can't do anything. Latios is not a bulky beast like Regis. Its flexibility makes it impossible for Pikachu to hit him even if he uses quick attack. Therefore, if Pikachu continues to receive damage continuously, I'm afraid the outcome of this game will be: we're going to win, right, Pikachu? Ash looked at himself with beads of sweat on his face and murmured to Pikachu beside him. Perhaps, even Ash began to waver, but Pikachu. Pikapi. Pikachu. On Ash's shoulders, Pikachu danced, expressing only one meaning. I am number one in the world. I will definitely take you flying. Haha. That's right. Pikachu. We will win. Whether it's us on the screen or our game tomorrow. Ash regained his strength after being encouraged by Pikachu. He watched the video that continued to play above attentively. Chapter 22. In the screen. Docto looked at the panting Pikachu, feeling that it was almost over. So he shouted loudly. Let this kid's union road fall Veilstone. Latios, clean and shiny. Oh. I'm not going down here. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Clean Gloss is Latios' exclusive skill, and its powerful power has been demonstrated just now. Ash Breeder's very good Swellow was instantly killed in one move. Now, Ash chooses to use Thunderbolt to compete head-on. For Pikachu, whose physical strength has been exhausted a lot, it is really not a wise choice. Denji, Pikachu should get out of the way here. If he loses the collision skill again this time, Pikachu really has no chance. Golden Spark and Pink Energy Rays are tackled together. Evenly matched. The two forces came to a stalemate, and finally an explosion occurred. The field was filled with smoke, and no one could see clearly what was happening above. Unexpectedly, Pikachu, who had received so much damage, still had such strength. Docto was also surprised, but after all, it was just a dying struggle. Latios, fly out of the smoke. Use Psychic to blow the smoke away. As long as it holds high altitude, Latios cannot lose. Oh! Latios flew out of the smoke, but, flying out with him was Pikachu behind him. What? When? Very well, Pikachu. Keep using thunder like this. Thunder is a powerful electric skill, but the activation speed of this skill is not fast, and the whereabouts of Bolt Strike are only 1 point. It is completely different from the Thunderbolt released from Pikachu that can be targeted by Solation. However, if Latios is on his back, use Pikachu as a lightning rod. Thunder will definitely hit. It's all realistic, so we won't make silly settings like those 4 moves. You can use whatever you can learn. Soaring in the sky, the wind and clouds changed color, and the blue sky and white clouds were instantly covered by dark clouds. Dakoto's expression changed, and his voice that had been so steady finally showed some fluctuations. Hurry up and throw him off. Hold on tight, Pikachu. Pick up. Pikachu's 2 short hands tightly grasped Latios' fur. Fortunately, Latios' hair was stable, otherwise he would have been thrown off. Boom! After a few seconds, Latios failed to throw Pikachu off, and the thunder in the sky started. Thunder and lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly fell. Straight up hits for Pikachu and Latios. This is the lightning caused by Pikachu, and he only acts as a conductor. Naturally, there is no harm to it, but that is not the case for Latios. Oh! Latios groaned in pain. This is the first time he has been hit by a skill since he came on the scene. Thunderbolt. It still took a long time to activate Thunder, and Pikachu didn't know how long he could hold on to Latios' back. So Ash immediately decided to use the extremely fast Thunderbolt. Pikachu. The saffron-colored spark is constantly flashing. Sexy Pikachu, online electrotherapy. Bruno, Turtle, you can find an opportunity here. Cynthia, is this Ash? An unexpected player. Yolongdu, although Ash found a little chance, it cannot be denied that Pikachu's physical strength is running out now. As long as he is hit one more time, he will definitely fall. The situation is still not good now. Lorelei, Wattery, why do you always badmouth Pikachu? Is it because you suppressed Dokdu? Yolongdu, fart. I am being pragmatic, okay. Do I care about those 600 betting points? Dandy, reasonable discussion. Now Pikachu at least has a chance to turn defeat into victory, as long as he persists. Xiaozhi, didn't you notice? Pikachu seems to be shining brighter. Alder, ahem, let me translate it for you. What Xiaozhi means is, Pikachu's power has increased. As the champion of the Unova region, Alder naturally knows how the gym leader of his region speaks. After Alder's reminder, viewers around the world also discovered that it seems that Pikachu's power is gradually increasing. Good guy, Pikachu only takes action in critical games, right? I treat the new beast Snivy submissively, but I fight hard against the legendary beast. Kill me. Pikachu. Use light screen. Oh. Dakota responded quickly. After using light screen, Pikachu's Thunderbolt was only a quarter of its power. Even if you get hit, it won't hurt. Pikachu, keep Thunderbolt. Pika. Chu. The huge golden spark shines again, but this time the effect is not significant. Even Thunderbolt with increased power cannot do any damage to Latios with light screen turned on. Latios, use the spinning attack to throw him down. Oh! After receiving the command, Latios's body glowed with snow-white light, and his wings on both sides folded, spinning and soaring in the sky very fast. In just a few seconds, I went back and forth 5 times and soaring in the sky. Pikachu people are going to faint. The 2 hands holding the fur gradually became unable to hold on and wanted to let go. Don't give in, Encore Thunderbolt. Pika. Chu. The 2 sides began to compete for endurance. Let's see whether Pikachu stuns Latios first or Latios stuns Pikachu first. The fierce battle in the video made all the elite champions tighten their hands. After Pikachu used 3 or 4 Thunderbolts, the situation on the field finally changed. Chapter 23. Pikachu had already used up a lot of energy. Coupled with the continuous Thunderbolt and Thunder, his physical strength has bottomed out. Once again, Latios's rapid dive. Pikachu couldn't hold on any longer, let go of his hands, and fell down. Latios, turn back and apply the final cleansing gloss. Dakota was sure that this move would end the battle. Latios, who was diving rapidly, had already reached the ground, and then turned around quickly. And Pikachu is still sky-dropping in mid-air. At this time, pink energy particles have gathered in Latios' mouth. Then, boom! The pink energy beam exploded away. Waves of sun flames were rolled up in the void by its terrifying energy. Faced with such a horrific attack, everyone's hearts tightened. Pikachu, is he going to lose? Even Alchemy Emperor didn't know how to deal with such a situation. At this time, Pikachu was in mid-air, with no way to dodge. Using Thunderbolt? But now that Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, it's impossible to get it too clean and shiny. There is a problem that none of the champions can solve, and Ash in the picture gives the answer. Pikachu, use high-voltage thunder shock like this. Go ahead. Pika. 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 Pikachu was originally in a panic, but immediately calmed down after receiving Ash's instructions. He adjusted his position with a somersault in mid-air. Then with a stroke of his hands, his whole body was wrapped in saffron-colored spark. The terrifying spark takes up most of soaring in the sky. Dianji, here it comes. This feeling is even worse than when I fought against Mr. Brandon. Xiaozhi, that's right. It's this sparkling light. This is the real Pikachu. Mazishi, I didn't expect that baby Pokémon I was fighting against could actually grow to such an extent. Under the spotlight, Pikachu's high-pressure thunder shock and Latios' clean gloss tackle together. The moment the solid and powerful pink light touched the high-voltage thunder shock, it was cut into 5 or 6 parts and scattered in all directions. Pikachu's limbs slide in midair as if his feet are on ground normal. His body kept moving forward as he roared. Labor and management are fighting with you. A silent cry sounded in Pikachu's heart. The golden spark on its body has grown a bit bigger again. The voltage also becomes higher. Boom! The high-pressure thunder shock broke through the clean luster and hit Latios directly on the head. The huge impact knocked Latios' entire body into the ground. Alliance's stadium was hit with a huge hole. Very good. Pikachu, use Aura Bug Tail. Shoo! Pika! The golden spark on Pikachu's body instantly dissipated, and the tail on his back turned into a metal look. Turning around, Orberga's tail hit Latios on the head with terrifying force. The entire stadium shook, and the floors cracked. Pikachu was half lying on the ground, panting, while Latios's eyes were spinning and he lost the ability to fight. Pikachu, the second slayer of gods. P.S. The original plot has been modified here. I know they all die together, but I have already written fan fiction. Is it reasonable for me to brag about the skin god? Doc Duo is ridiculous and gives him a little skin god. Shocking! At the end of the scene, Doc Duo's eyes were dazed and there were many beads of sweat on his head. Ash, on the other hand, clenched his hands into fists and looked excited. Yolongdu, I am not Sister Li. What kind of operation is this? Is this Pikachu? Diantha, I don't understand either. What kind of Pikachu is this? Isn't this the god of thunder and lightning dressed in Pikachu's appearance? Cynthia, Ash and Pikachu once again exceeded their limits. Unexpectedly, among the 2 counts of killing gods, Pikachu has already accounted for it twice. Xiaozhi, Professor Oak, where did you pick up this Pikachu? I want to pick one up too. It's so sparkly. Professor Oak, I met this by chance in the wild, not long before the novices received Pokémon. Maybe, this is the fate of Pikachu and Ash. It is precisely because of them that such power can be generated. Alder, ha ha ha, let me tell you, Chitaro will not let me down. Dandy, hi. I received 6,000 betting points without any surprises. You don't need to be too envious. At Team Rocket headquarters, Giovanni almost gave his chair to Crush Grip. How come this Pikachu defeated a mythical beast again? Wasn't it a coincidence that he defeated Regis last time? Damn it! His 600 betting points. Archer and others on the side did not dare to say anything. In fact, they were also very angry. Everyone's betting points are gone, but the boss is angry. They can't offend old Hideki again. Well done, Ash. This is the only good thing you have done in these years. After Gary saw Pikachu's victory, he happily slapped the table. He gained 10,000 betting points. Although he can't buy anything yet. But it's already an extremely happy thing if you win. It's worth believing in the possibility of Ash and Pikachu. Everyone in the world. Send. Many people have a message in their hearts, and many people are actually not optimistic about Pikachu. But during the competition, Ash's spirit of never giving up. And Pikachu's tenacious will drew them in. Let them involuntarily start cheering for Ash. Cheers for Pikachu. And now that the game is over, their heads are gradually coming over from the smelling salts. Damn it, this is what is called, losing money and winning happiness. Be more open-minded, like I was very open-minded from the beginning. If Ash loses, I will get points with tears in my eyes. If Ash wins, even though I lose points, but the player I support wins, I will be just as happy. Let's talk about it, can't it be a win-win situation? Like me, I get both money and happiness. Because of the Tiandao inventory, many people around the world began to gather in groups to watch it with their friends. After accepting it, you can watch this thing as a movie or TV. In that case, how boring it would be to be alone. Of course, I want to find my friends together. 95% of the people in the world are unable to launch barrages, and they still feel unhappy about the complaints in their hearts. That's the point of watching it with friends. So the above conversations are happening all over the world. Some people are happy betting on Ash, and some are still happy even if they lose points betting on Docto. Only a few dog gamblers, Pokémon haters, and poaching gangs would care too much about betting points. Chapter 24. Pikachu vs Latios, Pikachu wins. Deduction of competitive points for everyone who bets on Latios' victory. An ethereal voice sounded, like the whispers of hell. Amid the lamentations and sighs of the crowd, 80% of the people in the world had their points reset to 0 again. And many people who bet on Ash received a 10-fold increase in points. Of course, the odds now are not as good as they were at the beginning, but 10 times is not a small amount. Ash got 30,000 points, Misty and Xiaozhi each got 10,000 points, and Team Rocket got 10,000 points. In other words, the Ash trio now have a total of 550,000 points. The original one has not been spent yet. The Rockets trio has 100,000 points. What does it mean to get rich overnight? This is called getting rich overnight? No, it should be revenge in less than an hour. Hey! Misty Xiaozhi, we have a lot of points. What can we exchange for? Ash has already begun to browse the store excitedly. There were many different things in it that he didn't even recognize. You can see stars twinkling in his eyes. For children, new things are always attractive. 10-year-old Ash can be considered a child. Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu was dancing happily, saying that he was in C in both games. He should be given a lot of points to buy things. Like some tomato-flavored Pokémon food? There are also tomato-flavored energy cubes, Pikachu's special bicycles and other toys. For Teacher Dappy, these are novel things that he has never seen before. He wants to buy it. Wait a minute Ash, let's buy this first. This thing is convenient. Xiaozhi clicked on an object on his screen, and Misty Ash came over curiously. Large space backpack, invulnerable, with 100,000 cubic meters of space inside. It can be imprinted with personal marks. Up to 3 people can be tagged. After marking, only the reporter can use the backpack freely. The reporter can clearly sense the location of the backpack and prevent others from stealing it. The reporter can change the layout of the backpack with solation, and everything except living things can be stored. Price: 300,000 betting points. Wow! Is there such a thing? Ash and Misty's eyes lit up. The Pokémon world has space technology, otherwise there would be no such thing as Pokeball and Pokeball teleportation. However, if its space technology is applied to daily life, it can only make a small space backpack. There is approximately 1 cubic meter of space inside the backpack. Not only is that kind of backpack expensive, but because of its rarity, it is often stolen in the wild. Compared with this large space backpack, it is completely different. Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't understand, what's the use of this thing? This thing can store all your favorite toys, food, etc. Pikachu. Buy him. Among the 3 people present, only Ash has 300,000 points, so it is natural for Ash to take the lead. Xiaozhi and Misty also agreed that if Ash likes something, they can use their points. The trio has been traveling together for so long, and they already have great trust in each other. Then I'll change it. Ash had just finished exchanging his backpack when the ethereal voice sounded again on soaring in the sky. The winner Pikachu can get additional rewards from Tiandao inventory. Reward Pikachu's new skills: High Voltage Thunder Shock, Electro Web, Electro Ball, Iron Tail, Thunder Wave, Zap Cannon. A colorful light fell from the sky and covered Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. When Ash and others closed their eyes because of the dazzling light, Pikachu has acquired the skill to master it all. When Ash opened his eyes, the light had disappeared. And there are traces of electricity coming out of the electric capsules on Pikachu's cheeks. Pikachu, have you learned the skills on the previous screen? The skills used by Pikachu in the previous Tiandao inventory made Ash envious for a long time. It's a pity that Pikachu doesn't want to learn it in a short while. What's more, Ash doesn't know how to learn those skills. Now Tiandao directly allows Pikachu to learn a lot of new skills. Saved him a lot of effort. Pikapi. Pikachu patted himself proudly and said it was absolutely fine. Okay, use High Voltage Thunder Shock on me. Misty Xiaogang? When I type this question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. Pick up. After receiving Ash's instructions, Pikachu stepped aside without hesitation. Violent electricity wraps around its small body. Hey! Ash, you can't, right? Come on Pikachu! Pick up! The golden spark flashed across, and with a running start, Pikachu hit Ash. Knock it flying dozens of meters away. This terrifying movement also attracted the attention of people around here. Isn't this Ash? It's Ash. Wow! It's really Ash. It's Ash from the inventory. I didn't expect to see a real person. Then, isn't that Pikachu over there? I want to touch Pikachu. The existence of Ash and others has been exposed. Now even the champions may not be as famous as Ash and Pikachu. After Ash suffered the high voltage thunder shock, he slowly stood up holding his stomach. Very good power, Pikachu. Hey? Do you know me? Xiaogang Misty looked at Ash, who had nothing wrong except for the clothes on his belly that were slightly scorched. He secretly classified it into the category of monster. Is this the power of Mega's true rookie? I've seen it, I've seen it. Chapter 25. In front of the Indigo Plateau Conference venue, Ash and Pikachu, who had received awards, were surrounded by a group of people. Ash also didn't expect that he would be so famous now. Pikachu was also surrounded by stars. A little afraid of strangers, he directly started the electrotherapy form. Yolongdu, Ash has received many good rewards again. With so many skills, it should save you quite a bit of training time. Dandy, if I thought it might take 10 years for Ash to stand in front of me before, now I think it will only take 5 years at most. Cynthia, 5-year champion. Emperor Dan, you didn't reach the championship level at the age of 15, right? Dandy, yes, I only became the champion of Galar when I was 16 years old, but I think Ash has this potential. Alder, Chitaro is the best trainer I have seen in recent years. Alas, if he was better in Unova region, I wouldn't have to worry about having no successor. Diantha, by the way, where is Ash now? Lorelei, I happened to see him when I was passing by the Indigo Plateau Conference venue, and now he is enjoying the stardom. Lorelei, oops, something seems a little bad. Ash's Pikachu stunned everyone. I'll go take care of it first. Champions! What a coincidence! This happened to Lorelei? Speaking of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Watanabe and Professor Oak seem to have said. They rushed back today just for the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference tomorrow. Professor Oak, if you don't mind, can I play Kanto with you? Emperor Dan touched his head and grinned. He wanted to see that boy with his own eyes. I want to visit him too. Do you mind coming with me, Professor Oak? Cynthia also said softly, she was also very curious about Ash. What does that boy who created 3 miracles look like now? Take me one. I am coming too. In the end, all the champions here chose to go to Kanto region to meet Ash. Stop by and check out the Indigo Plateau Conference in Kanto region. As for the Elite Four, when the champion is gone, someone will have to hold the place in his own alliance, right? Of course it has to be the Elite Four. So many Elite Four looked at their champion with resentful eyes. They also want to see it. Go. Everyone go. Haha, Ash also admires you powerful trainers. Professor Oak naturally welcomes all comers, so many champions come to Kanto. It's also a huge boost to Kanto's reputation. Today's Tiandao inventory ends here and will start again at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. During this period, the barrage list will remain open, and the giant screen will be closed. Please look forward to tomorrow's review. These 2 lines of subtitles popped up on all the screens in the world. Today the Tiandao inventory came suddenly and released 3 unheard of battles. There are god-killing battles and movie king battles, the protagonist of which is that Pikachu. Everyone was wary of him from the beginning and watched with relief. It can be said that Tiandao inventory has brought a lot of new fun to the world. There are many more possibilities. The power it displays cannot even be compared to that of a mythical beast. Now that the time has just reached the afternoon, today's inventory has ended. Perhaps this is also to prevent the world from becoming chaotic. Otherwise such interesting things will continue to play. There are also generous rewards and quizzes. Everyone in the Pokémon world has to stop working, and the champions have to go on strike. How can the world not be in chaos? Yolongdo looked at the gradually dimming screen and said with some unfinished meaning. We only took stock of 3 battles. One of them was a special stock taking. Is it over like this? What's the rush? There's still tomorrow. We can go over to Kanto to see Ash and the others right now. Diantha said, already starting to shake people to get their luggage. This time I go to Kanto and I probably won't come back until the Indigo Plateau Conference is over. You'd better bring some change of clothes with you. Professor Oak, have you booked a flight? Or... Oops. The plane has timed out. Let me see what the next flight is. At Dandy's reminder, Professor Oak slapped his head, took out his mobile phone and started looking for the next flight. No, Professor Oak, use our private jet. If there are this number of people, I'll order a few more. Zifyuki Steven looked at everyone present and said something shocking. He is the champion of the Hone region and the heir to the largest plutocrat in the Hone region. A few private jets are just a drop in the bucket for him. Well, since Steven Champion is a friendly sponsor, we have to be respectful and obey. In this way, a group of champions decided to go to Kanto. It's still some time before Steven's private plane arrives. So they began to discuss the second god-killing battle just now. Pikachu seemed to be getting stronger and stronger just now. And that talking Meowth, is he a new breed? Ash seems to say that Meowth is from Team Rocket. Everyone started to discuss it. And on the other side, in the lobby of the Pokémon Center, Ash and Xiaogang were sitting next to each other. Opposite them was Misty, another woman with a mature appearance and a stunning beauty. Her burgundy hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had a pair of orange eyes under black-rimmed glasses. Before standing up, it was so big that it could almost be placed on the table. As soon as the love eyes popped out, I knew what a beautiful woman she was. This person is none other than Lorelei, one of the ice elites of the Kanto Elite Four. I didn't expect to meet Master Lorelei today. And I even had tea with Master Lorelei. Ah! I feel like I'm going to faint. Misty looked very excited on the side, while Lorelei calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Meeting Ash and others here was unexpected. With the advent of Tiandao's inventory, the trajectory of this world seems to have quietly changed. Lorelei met Ash and others in advance. The 8 masters gather in Kanto, what will happen next? Skin it. Brothers can see from this point that I am following a two-pronged approach. After taking stock, I will promote the real world. After all, if Ash doesn't use the rewards he gets, it will be useless no matter how much he gets. In addition, regarding the inventory, I will revise some of the inventory, such as the future battle of the 8 Masters, and the battle against Dokdo in the previous chapter. I don't have any prejudice against journey pets, but if I just let journey pets, I feel sorry for the Pokémon in Ash's backyard. Therefore, the 8 Masters will change it to a 6-on-6 duel with all members. As for Pokémon, you can get as many as you want. Chapter 26. Lorelei. After quelling a commotion at the entrance to the Indigo Plateau Conference venue, he took Ash and others to the Pokémon Center. Lorelei was equally curious about this young man who had been counted 3 times. After contacting and chatting for a while, she discovered that Ash is still very immature now. Whether he is playing against Brandon or against Lily of the Valley Conference, they are much better than him now. In fact, he doesn't look much older in the picture. In other words, Ash has achieved terrifying growth in a short period of time. This can be considered a genius boy. After Misty took a photo with her most admired idol Lorelei, Lorelei parted ways with the 3 of them. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the Indigo Plateau Conference plus the first battle. She also told several people to take a good rest. Ah! Master Lorelei is really beautiful. Xiao Shang really wants to. Don't think so much. Forget about others, don't worry about my idol. With that said, Misty grabbed the reluctant Xiao Gang and went back to the Pokémon Center. Before leaving, she glanced at Ash, who was looking at Lorelei steadily, and ignored him. He is different from Xiao Gang. Elite 4, it turns out that I am still so far away from her. Lorelei had a battle with Ash before she left. Facing Lorelei's cloister, Ash sent Pikachu. However, even the strengthened Pikachu is not the opponent's rival at all. The gap is really huge. He is not at the same level as himself in the inventory. But, he will work hard. Quartz Conference Champion, the future #1 Pokémon Master in the world, he wants it all. The next day, the opening ceremony of the Indigo Plateau Conference began. The first is the ceremony of passing the Holy Fire. On the rostrum, in addition to Damaranch and the Elite 4, other figures appeared. Many viewers screamed growl after seeing the figure above clearly. That's the champion trainer of each region. Diantha, Alder, Cynthia, Stephen, Dandy and the rest of the Kanto Elite 4 are also Chengdu champions, Long Shidu. I'm not very familiar with the Padia region, so I won't include it. I know there are 2 championship levels there. As the contestants entered, the torch leaders also ran over. The leader of the last leg only needs to light the sacred fire in his hand on the huge fire platform above. The opening ceremony is over. However, when the leader ran up the stairs, he discovered that there were actually 3 people wearing the clothes of ancient divine envoys waiting to greet him. Thank you for your hard work, just give me the holy fire. Ah. Oh, okay. Ash, who was originally a little nervous and trembling, was stunned when he saw the 3 people above. That familiar feeling, that familiar look, it's Team Rocket. The appearance of washing green. No. You can't give the sacred fire to them. Ash shouted as normal charged up and ran. However, Team Rocket had already snatched the flame and opened up their own costumes. I heard you can't leave it to them. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you with great mercy. After a classic opening remarks, Jessie first lit the fire platform. Meowth took out a remote control and pressed it. A giant Meowth robot appears on the field and moved the fire table away. Interesting, is this Team Rocket? Dandy rubbed his chin and said with interest. Those lines are so cool. Will he also make an opening statement in the future? What's so interesting? How dare these evil guys come to the Indigo Plateau Conference to cause trouble? In front of the 8th Master. Today I will bring them to justice. Yolongdu said as he was about to lift off his cloak and call out Dragonite to destroy the three of them. Cynthia held out her hand to stop him. Don't worry, let's see what that little guy will do. Hearing this, Yolongdu stopped thinking about going down. He was also curious about Ash's performance. I don't know what his strength is, but at least in terms of personality, he is indeed like the hot-blooded young man in the inventory. We are not what we used to be, meow. That's right. I'll use the betting points you contributed to us, little ghost head, to capture Pikachu. Let you see the latest Mega Meowth robot. With that said, the three of them jumped into the console. On the head of the Meowth robot, a place is specially reserved to store the sacred fire. We will accept Pikachu. The machine Meowth stretched out his hand, ready to capture Pikachu directly. Don't even think about it. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu. The powerful golden light completely covered the machine Meowth. But it has no effect at all. This is a daily discharge measure, meow. Bring it to you. Just when the big hand was about to touch Pikachu, Ash's words changed. I'll also show you Pikachu's new move. Pikachu, or a bug tail. Shoo. Pika. Boom. Pikachu jumped to avoid the huge palm, then spun in the air, its tail turned into a metallic color. Then he chopped it down hard. Boom. Like rubber, Normal's long extended hand was cut off. What's going on, Meowth? Isn't this an upgraded robot? Meow. I forgot to do the strike protection. I didn't expect the little ghost-headed Pikachu to have a new move, meow. I have a bad feeling. Me too. Pikachu, use high-voltage thunder shock on the robot. Pika. 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 Pikachu. The golden spark turns into substance and covers Pikachu. Then Pikachu rushed out at normal speed like an arrow from the string. The terrifying force hit Mega Meowth firmly in the stomach. Pierce it instantly. Team Rocket inside dodge in time, otherwise they will be the ones who get pierced. Final blow, or a bug tail. Chopika. Boom. The broken robot was blown away. There's an explosion in the air. The trio turned into stars again. What a disgusting feeling. Chapter 27. As Team Rocket was knocked away, a huge fire platform fell from the sky. Amid the exclamations of the audience, Ash threw a pokeball. It's up to you, Bulbasaur. Use the Vine Whip to catch the fire platform. Dana. As a red light emerged, Bulbasaur appeared and two powerful Vine Whip tied the fire platform. Then put it in its place. Ash wiped the sweat from his forehead. The opening ceremony was finally a success. Snap, snap, snap. At this moment, there were warm applause from all around. It's the audience in the auditorium. Even the Elite Four and many champions stood up and applauded. Woohoo! Brother Ash is awesome. Although Pikachu is not as powerful as in the inventory, it is still extremely powerful. This is the first time I saw Ash in person. He is indeed a passionate young man. Ash. Come on, Indigo Plateau Conference. Brother Ash, show your great strength to kill the gods. The surrounding audience are all people who have seen the inventory, and because Ash has been on the list 3 times. Many people have become fans of Ash. So now Ash really has a lot of fans. And Pikachu has even more fans. Now the world has set off a craze to conquer Pikachu. Of course, not all Pikachu are skin gods, those Pikachu can only be Pikachu after all. The strength is pretty good. It's different from what I learned. Yolongdu looked with interest at Ash, who was touching his head in embarrassment. After Kanto came back yesterday, he had already investigated Ash's information in detail. Intelligence shows that more than half of Ash's 8 badges were donated by others. The gym leader also put a lot of water into the remaining ones. But now it seems that Pikachu's strength, even if there is no elite champion. The second team from the normal gym is absolutely crushing. Don't forget, Pikachu was rewarded by Tiandao's inventory, so his strength is of course different. Lorelei reminded from the side. She should know Pikachu's strength best right now. After all, she was the only one to fight the enhanced Pikachu. At full strength, Pikachu should have reached the normal gym team. The premise is that except for S*X and acting. A small commotion passed, and the opening ceremony of the Indigo Plateau Conference continued. Later, Ash and others came to the branch meeting room nearby and began to draw rival. The Indigo Plateau Conference is divided into 4 venues: water, ice, rock, and grass. After challenging the players in the 4 venues, you can enter the main venue to fight. That is, the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The first one Ash drew was the water field. Rival is a trainer called Dao. Ash was completely unprepared for investigating rival in advance. Just wait for the fight to start at 2 p.m. During this period, he met his arch-rival Gary. Mao Ye is still the same power trip as always. Sitting under a sun umbrella, accompanied by 6 girlfriends and cheerleaders, drinking tea leisurely. Gary. I am no longer what I used to be. I will definitely beat you down when you meet me. Gary glanced at Pikachu at Ash's feet. Today's Pikachu is still a bit fat, which is a bit different from the standard figure in the inventory. But it can still be seen that it has been cultivated quite well. Moreover, Ash's Pikachu received many rewards from Tiandao inventory. Will be one of his fierce rivals in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Of course, it is impossible for Gary to admit such a thing. I saw him saying it in a very contemptuous tone. As for you, you should practice for 10 years before you start. Don't think that you can defeat me just by getting some rewards. This uncle is so powerful that you cannot match it. Pokémon battles are not just about the strength of Pokémon. Trainer rotation, tactical command, and rival intelligence are all very important. Looking at you like this, you haven't prepared anything, right? Hehe, you'd better be careful and don't go home before entering the top 32. You. Ash stared angrily, but was speechless. What Gary said seemed quite reasonable, but he seemed really unprepared for anything. Let's go, Ash, it's not too late to prepare now, don't be stubborn. Misty pulled Ash away, while Xiaogang bowed to Gary on the spot. Gary was stunned when he saw it. Thank you for reminding Ash. He rarely listens to what we say, but it's different if you, a strong enemy, speak. Mind you? I never did such a thing. Yes, Gary, you just mocked Ash. Gang Ye smiled brightly and followed Ash and Misty. Gary took a sip of the tea in his hand, with a subtle smile on his lips. Ash, you have found a good companion. After Gary's reminder, Ash also gave up his mentality of being inflated by Pikachu's increased strength. Start preparing seriously for the first battle. For the water field, Ash teleported Krabby back. Plus Squirtle on hand, and Pikachu to deal with rival in the first game. As for checking the information of the players in the first game, there is no time, the game is about to begin. The third game of the water field has officially begun. The red side is the magician Dao player. The green side is player Ash, who participated in the Tiandao inventory several times yesterday and is now world famous. In addition, player Ash also brought 2 coaching teams to participate in the competition. The camera showed Ash sitting on a stool on the other side of the venue. Misty and Xiaogang are sitting on it. Today, they are Ash's tactical reserves. Let us look forward to today's third duel. Cynthia, who was in the main auditorium, looked at Lance and the Elite Four with a strange look on her face. Can you still bring the coach up to play the game? Ahem. Well, the last few Indigo Plateau conferences have been dominated by rookies. In order to give them some experience, it is stipulated that as long as it is the first time for players to participate in the conference, they can bring their coaches on stage for coaching. Lance said awkwardly. However, Kanto has experienced a sharp decline in talent in recent years, and the quality of the Indigo Plateau Conference has also become lower and lower. Many rookies never want to be a trainer again after being beaten once. For the sake of the future of Kanto Alliance, badge is given half a dozen times, and the game can hire a coach, which is such a cool operation. Chapter 28. There was a little hiccup before the third game. The Rockets trio seemed to be overwhelmed by Dao. He directly overtook Matt, who was explaining the commentary, and yelled at Ash. "Let Ash kill Duou." Then Miss Junsha took them away. After a short interlude, the third game officially begins. Dao used the super powerful Executor. On Ash's side is Krabby, who uses the water element. Using water-type Pokémon in a water venue is most people's first thought. So Dao went against the grain and prepared grass-type Pokémon. This Krabby looks a little stunted. Lorelei is not only an expert in the ice system, but also has extensive research in the water system. Although this Krabby is shiny and energetic, but his size is so small. Not even half as good as normal Krabby. Ash's first Pokémon didn't use Pikachu, but instead used Krabby to this extent. It's very likely that I'll be deflated first. I don't think so. Emperor Dan smiled brilliantly and said. Oh? Mr. Dandy also has opinions on water-type Pokémon. Lorelei would not be convinced if she was refuted in a field she was familiar with. On the surface, she is Kanto's Elite Four. In fact, her strength is at the championship level in other regions. Otherwise, Lance wouldn't have been stopped by her and not become the Kanto champion for so many years. Isn't it common knowledge that the Kanto Elite Four are champions? It's not really an insight, it's just. I can see that both of them are very motivated to fight. The biggest difference between Dan Emperor and others is that what he sees is not just strength. There is also the bond between trainer and Pokémon, and their will. Pokémon's strength doesn't mean everything. He has a hunch that they will win this game. Then I'll wait and see. Lorelei crossed her arms and watched the game with some seriousness, which in her eyes was like a child's play. At the beginning of the battle, Ash first let Krabby enter the water. The strategy of using water-type sites is a good one. However, Executor has super attribute. A confusion directly condensed the water where Krabby was located into a vortex. Krabby is sucked into the whirlpool. If it had been before, Ash might have taken Krabby back. But now he understands one thing, and that is to trust his Pokémon. And you have to believe in what you can do as a trainer. Just like him and Pikachu in the inventory. Sure enough, he waited for an opportunity later. It's time for Executor confusion to become weak. Seizing this moment, Krabby jumped directly out of the vortex. The large pliers directly vice-gripped the roots of Executor's leaves, and Executor showed a painful expression. Tay-Take wanted to let Executor use hypnosis, but Executor was in pain and couldn't concentrate on using it. In Ash's Leer and Trample combo, Executor was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Finally, a bubble beam came and took away Executor. After that, Krabby's whole body burst into blue light. Its size is also slowly increasing. After the light fades, the brand new Krabby, oh no, should be called Kingler now. The brand new Kingler appeared in front of everyone. Lorelei, people are stupid. Not because Krabby beat Executor, but because. Is this the evolution of the Krabby just now? This is twice as big as the normal Kingler reminder. What a deformed species. That's right, he was stunted just now and looked Arnold times older than the normal Krabby. Now after evolution, it is twice as big as the normal Kingler. What is a late-blooming Pokémon? This is called a late-bloomer Pokémon. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, Miss Lorelei, Ash's Krabby is not normal. His strong fighting spirit and his tenacious vitality all show his specialness. Zai's Krabby is really outrageous after it evolves. Before, his size was less than 1/3 of Gary's Krabby. After evolution, his size should have increased 10 times. I lost. It seems that my understanding of water Pokémon is not as good as Mr. Dandy's. I still have to practice. Wrong, it's not the understanding of water Pokémon, it's the understanding of people and Pokémon. Lorelei was stunned when she heard this. Then she held her eyes that were falling slightly and smiled helplessly. I didn't expect that Mr. Dandy taught me a lesson today. Thank you very much. Haha, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, just block him in front of the Kanto champion. Hey! First of all, I didn't provoke you, right? Secondly, I didn't provoke you, right? Why are you targeting me? Lance was shot innocently. Subsequently, Ash's Kingler showed his powerful power. Defeated Dowhu's Seadra and Golbat successively. 3 in a row. Successfully won the first game. I'm sorry, Pikachu, I wanted you to play, but I didn't expect Kingler to be so powerful, ha ha ha. Pikapi. Pikachu waved his hand, indicating that I don't need to play such a small role. The ones I fight are all big names. A very exciting game, worthy of the legendary Ash. Duoho came up and shook hands with Ash. He is an arrogant person, but no matter how arrogant he is. After learning that Rival was the trainer who defeated 2 mythical beasts, I felt somewhat unsure. I can't be proud anymore. Even if that is the future combat power of this trainer. Ha ha ha, blah blah blah. You are also very powerful. It's a pity that I didn't see your Pikachu play. Pikapi. Pikachu also pointed at Ash with a pity look on his face. It's all Ash's fault for not letting him play. Ash number. It's absolutely right to award you the title of Best Actor. Just now you were dismissive. Are you going to blame me now? I won't watch the Oscars this year without you. Chapter 29. Ash's first game fell to Veilstone. After that, Gary also successfully defeated the player in his first game. The first day of the Indigo Plateau Conference went quite smoothly. After Ash's competition, many champions came to visit him. I want to see up close what this legendary normal boy is like. And he is also very interested in Pikachu, whose strength fluctuates. So near the Indigo Plateau Conference, in a house that Steven just bought, everyone gathered together. It's the first time to meet so many elites, even championship-level trainers. Even though Ash was brave, he seemed a little frightened. This is a champion. Champion. One of his lifelong goals. Now there are so many champions in front of him. Ash is both excited and nervous. Even when I participated in the competition for the first time today, I was not as nervous as I am now. Ash, right? Don't be nervous, we just came to see you. This Pikachu has been well trained. Alchemy caressed Pikachu's head gently. Pikachu, who always kept away from strangers, was not very repulsive to Alchemy. Perhaps this is Dandy's natural affinity for Pokémon, just like Ash normal. Okay, Mr. Dandy. Misty and Xiaogang sat aside, looking at Ash who was so nervous that he stuttered, and felt a little funny for a moment. This guy, after traveling all this time, has rarely been as nervous as he is now. Of course, Misty has been paying attention to Ash. Xiaogang, with a rosy complexion, kept scanning the female champions and elites with his squinted eyes. Miss Diantha, Miss Cynthia, Miss Lorelei. Oh my god! So many beautiful women gathered together. Is this paradise? Pull. Don't give me heaven. With so many champions here, can't you act more upright? Misty pulled Xiaogang's ears in Sigong's form until they were long. Let the short burst of smelling salts come over. Ash, can I see the Pokémon you are carrying now? Cynthia asked curiously. In addition to Kingler, Bulbasaur and Pikachu, what other Pokémon does Ash have with him now? Of course, of course. Come out, everyone. Click. As Ash threw the Pokeball, 5 Pokémon appeared on the field. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Kingler, Pidgeotto and Charizard. Roar. As soon as Charizard came out, he gave Ash the flamethrower move as usual. Ash's face was sprayed black directly. Dan Emperor on the side saw Charizard with a look of surprise on his face. Ash, do you actually have Charizard? Haha. You are really discerning. As an old Charizard fan, Dandy loves all the Charizards in the world. Although this Charizard seems a bit stunted. Not only Dan Emperor saw that all the champions present had met the powerful Charizard more or less. You can tell from the size of this Charizard alone that it is much smaller than other Charizards. But after the Krabby incident, no one can conclude that this Charizard is weak. Although the body shape is not very good, maybe it is powerful? Roar. Only then did Charizard realize that there were so many people here. He thought Ash was dragging him out to play the game, but now it seems that is not the case. He simply walked to the corner of the house and lay on his side on the ground to rest. Haha, Mr. Dandy, I'm sorry, my Charizard still doesn't obey my orders. Maybe my trainer level is too low. But it doesn't matter. I will definitely let Charizard obey my command in the future. Listening to Ash's awkward laughter and lonely face, Emperor Dan grinned, put his big hand on Ash's head, and rubbed it. I believe in you, Ash. You will definitely be able to command Charizard in the future. And your Charizard will definitely be able to fight with my Charizard in the future. Charizard in the corner raised his eyes when he heard this. This guy has a Charizard too? It seems to be true, the smell of Charizard on him is quite strong. But, so what? He will not obey Ash's command, because he is very strong now. And Ash is not qualified yet. Haha, Cheetaro, it seems that your Charizard talent is quite good. You know, Alchemy Emperor's Charizard is the #1 Charizard in the world today. First, Charizard. Ash looked at Dan Emperor and was a little lost in thought for a moment. In the future, can he really command Charizard to compete with Dan Emperor on the same stage? Roar. At some point, Ash's Charizard came over, and after a loud roar, he hooked his hand at Dan Emperor. He just heard that this man has the best Charizard in the world. It is naturally impossible for me, the best in the world, to agree with this title. He wants. Are you going to fight my Charizard? Roar. But, don't you disobey trainer's instructions now. Roar. Charizard didn't even look at Ash, but his nose spit up an ember. He can fight on his own. That's it. In that case, let me tell you something. The location here is too narrow, let's go out and find a venue. Emperor Dan gave a thumbs up and pointed at the door. What kind of development is this? Is Ash's Charizard going to fight Mr. Dandy? Everyone on the sidelines looked dumbfounded by Misty. Why did things suddenly turn into this? I have heard about Mr. Dandy even in the Kanto region. His master is the Mega Strongman who has defended the Pokémon League Championship for 18 years, Ma shied. Xiao Gang began to reveal the information about Alchemy Emperor in detail. And Emperor Dan has also obtained the true inheritance of Master Ma Shide. Since his debut, he has never lost a single battle. Even more powerful than Master Ma Shide in terms of performance. He is known as the strongest champion in the history of Galar. He is also called the uncrowned king of the world. The uncrowned king means that although he has not yet won the title of world champion, but most people in the world think that Dandy will become the world's #1 champion. The most powerful trump card is a Charizard. It is said that it can Gigantamax. Chapter 30. Gigantamax? What is that? Misty said she had never heard of it. Xiao Gang spread his hands. I don't know. I just saw it on some news. I didn't go into the specific situation at first. In short, it is impossible for the current Charizard to defeat Mr. Dandy no matter what. Mr. Dandy may even kill him instantly with just one move. In that case, it may be a major blow to Charizard, who has never failed and is proud of himself after evolving. Xiaogang looked at Charizard, who was about to walk out of the door. There was also Ash, who looked worried, and changed his words. Of course, this may also be one of the opportunities to change the relationship between Ash and Charizard. The specific situation depends on what Mr. Dandy does. I believe that Mr. Dandy will definitely make a reasonable judgment. After all, that is the champion. I have to say that Xiaogang is quite reliable when he is not in heat. Just when Charizard was about to go out, a big screen suddenly appeared in the room. Not only here, but the screens that originally existed around the world have also moved. The third heavenly inventory is about to begin. Inventory of those Pokémon that rival gods in their mortal bodies, Part 3. The ethereal voice sounded again, and many champions in the house naturally heard it. Dandy made an apologetic gesture towards Charizard. It seems that your match with me is going to be a little bit more complicated. Let's watch the match first and then talk about it. Roar. What the hell? What game? He slept in the Pokeball all day yesterday, so naturally he had no idea what was going on outside. If you had seen your trainer's performance yesterday, maybe you wouldn't be so resistant to his command. Cynthia said softly. Roar. Upon hearing this, Charizard's nose spit up an ember again, which was a sign of his dissatisfaction. He wanted to see what kind of exciting battles his useless trainer could perform. I'm not slandering Charizard. He was so bad in the early stage. It may be a screenwriting problem. Anyway, I think it's quite outrageous. Ash is no less than a blessing to him, right? However, he lost his fighting spirit in the key game later. Outrageous, okay. Will Ash be on the list today? I don't know, but considering Pikachu's combat power, it's possible, right? Yolongdu found a place to sit down casually. Yesterday I stood and watched the game all day, and today I finally have a sofa. I have to say that Steven is really wealthy and has purchased a large building. Even if there are more than a dozen people in this living room, it won't feel crowded. There's even room for one more Charizard. Many champions also found a place to sit down. Steven snapped his fingers. Someone came from nowhere and took out snacks from who knows where. Facing the weird looks from everyone, Steven said. I originally planned to watch the inventory battle here tonight. Isn't it natural that I would prepare some food? Why, don't you have some? Is there any ice cream? I want to eat pancakes. Any candied haws on a stick? Steven number. Eat it if you like it. Looking at the performance of the champions, Ash and the others felt that they were not as cold-blooded as they were outside. A few short words made the distance between them seem closer. Champions are human beings too. After everyone found their seats and sat down, they all opened the barrage list in unison. Images also began to play on the screen. Still the familiar figure, Ash from Pallet Town. It's just that his clothes are different this time. The familiar red and white hat, black short sleeves and a blue shirt. This outfit is the same as Ash's now. In other words, is this what Ash has been doing recently? The protagonist this time is indeed my brother Xi again. It's probably Pikachu's battle again. I will definitely defeat Pikachu this time. Yes. No matter how Pikachu plays, I will definitely suppress him. You can always trust Pikachu in key games. In addition to Ash, there was a man and a woman following him. Basically no one knows the boys except Kanto region. But girls, many people with good memories remember that this was the woman who hung Ash up in the first place. Misty, Xiaogang. You are up there too. Ash was a little excited when he saw Misty and Xiaogang. This place looks familiar. Xiaogang rubbed his chin and looked at the picture thoughtfully. Until, a Charmander appears. Isn't this, when we first met Charmander? Roar. Seeing his former figure appear on the screen, Charizard's eyes widened in disbelief. When was this taken? Alas! There is a Charmander here. I want to conquer him. Ash said and threw a Pokeball. This move made many people hold their foreheads and shake their heads. Ash was really immature at this time. Do you want to conquer Pokémon without even fighting? The Pokeball hit Charmander and was bounced back without even opening it. It seems this Charmander already has an owner. Xiaogang in the screen reminded. Ah, what a pity. Since there is a master, there is nothing we can do. After Xiaogang's reminder, Ash had no choice but to give up the idea of conquering Charmander. Start moving to the next place. When the three of them walked to a Pokémon Center on the roadside, it started to rain heavily. Chapter 31. Because it was raining heavily, the three of them ran into the Pokémon Center to take shelter. In addition, it was already getting late, so they planned to stay at the Pokémon Center for one night. Audiences around the world have absolutely no idea what this video is trying to express. But after the last incident where Pikachu angrily attacked Spearow, everyone is more patient with images. Wonderful pictures are definitely to come. Then they saw the evil in the world. Ash and others were drinking hot soup when they entered the Pokémon Center. Then, a power trip's domineering voice spread throughout the Pokémon Center. It was a boy named Damien. He was showing off the Pokémon he had caught to his friends. Those Pokémon have completely become his tools to show off. When asked by his younger brothers that he didn't have a Charmander, he said disdainfully. Of course I have a Charmander. But that Charmander is too weak. It can't even defeat a Poliwag. I just threw him away. I'll ask my dad to get me a stronger Charmander later. There are so many useless things like that in the world. Whoever loves them wants them. As soon as these words came out, people all over the world went crazy. What kind of trash is this guy? JB is so disgusting. How can there be such disgusting people in the world? Compared to Brother Ash, this guy is a complete negative example. Is it Charmander's fault that I can't train myself well? It's really your fault. Isn't it normal for the fire element to be unable to defeat the water element? If you didn't have no choice, who would fight against attribute? Ash. The normal audience is complaining, but the Elite Four and the champions are already taking action. Day, investigate this person named Damien closely. And his family. What the hell? Pooh. Dandy, I also suggest that you find out the details of this person. Such a person is not worthy of being a trainer. Blaine, you can never let this kind of person go. The scum in Alliance. Fire Gym owner, Charizard lover, Fire Elite is furious. There are people in the world who would abandon the Yuzan family. Ditch the fire Pokémon. How unforgivable. Yolongdu, I'm checking. Don't worry, this man and his family won't survive tonight. Professor Oak, I have also mobilized my network. Such a person is indeed not worthy of being a trainer. Seeing that all the big guys on the barrage began to conduct strict investigations. Damien, who was in a region unknown to Kanto, began to tremble. This is a broken inventory, you are crazy. Why do you want to expose him? What Ash? What Charmander? It's all bullshit. If it weren't for them, how could he be exposed? Targeted by the elite champion. Trash Charmander. Even if I get caught, it won't change the fact that you are trash. Damien gritted his teeth and said, he is still stubborn. Giovanni sat in the headquarters office, stroking Persian's fur. He naturally agreed with Damien's approach. Waste Pokémon really don't deserve to be cultivated. But that's except for his own Pokémon. As long as it's a Pokémon he captures, it won't be a useless Pokémon. Like his trump card. Beedrill. So, that Damien is just a waste. Cyrus, who is still a wealthy businessman in Sinnoh, saw the picture on the screen. It also strengthened his determination to create a new world. Another person who had the same idea as him was Lysandra of Kalos region. He has been completely disappointed with human behavior and wants to create a utopia for Pokémon. For this reason, human beings are unnecessary things. Naturally, Ash and the others couldn't stand Damien's words and deeds. It's still pouring rain outside. And Charmander might still be waiting for this guy outside. He is actually making sarcastic remarks here. Unforgivable. Ash rushed up and grabbed Damien. You guy! Do you know Charmander is still waiting for you outside? Who the hell are you? Let me go. Damien struggled for a while and found that struggle could not be opened at all. This guy doesn't look big, so why are his hands so strong? I'm telling you. Go back and pick up Charmander right now. Why should I listen to you? It's just a garbage Charmander, and you asked me to go pick him up in the heavy rain? Are you okay with your mind? Let me go quickly. Don't force me to do it. Damien said as he prepared to pick up the Pokeball next to him. Ash saw that this guy was stubborn and thought about Charmander who might still be struggling to hold on in the wind and rain. He directly threw Damien to the ground aside, picked up his raincoat and ran out. Ash! Wait for me. Really, you are so impulsive in everything you do. Xiaogang shouted and chased after Ash. Although Misty complained, she put on her raincoat and followed Ash. The three of them just ran in the rain and returned to their original place. Charmander was still on the stone platform, holding a large leafage to protect him from the rain. But it's no use at all. The wind and rain continued to damage his body. The tail flame that symbolized his life was like a candle in the wind. Charmander! Hold on, I'll take you to the Pokémon Center right away. With the help of Ash and others, Charmander finally saved his life. Many viewers who watched also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ash took action and Charmander was safe. Ash is still the same Ash. No matter what the situation, I will give everything for Pokémon. Even if it's someone else's Pokémon. After that, Charmander naturally became Ash's Pokémon. And with a breath of flames, Damien, who still wanted to turn back, was roasted into charcoal. This guy has no idea what kind of existence he has given up. Roar! Charizard gave a low growl. On the screen, he could see trainer's efforts for him. Since evolving, he feels that he has become stronger and can fight without a trainer. So he began to dislike his trainer. However, what is the difference between him now and the trainer who abandoned him before? Why would he become like this? Chapter 32. Charizard glanced at trainer who was immersed in it with a nostalgic look on his face. Self-blame filled his heart. His pride and complacency are not worth mentioning in front of Ash. Ash not only had the grace to save his life, but also had the grace to rebuild him. He gave me life, and he also improved my early strength. Why should he dislike his trainer? Roar! Charizard shouted to Ash. Roar! Ash turned around in confusion, not knowing what Charizard wanted to do. Many champions also looked back at Charizard. Even if I didn't know Charizard's experience before. Now after learning about Charizard's experience, they were a little puzzled that Charizard didn't obey Ash's orders. What kind of power is it? Can Charizard forget Ash's life-saving grace and not obey his command? To put it bluntly, no matter how powerful he is, Charizard should not disobey Ash's command. You said Charizard was the one you conquered from the beginning. It's understandable that you don't obey orders. But you have been with Ash since Charmander, and you were trained by him. Ash even saved your life. Why are you? Roar! Ever since he grew up as Charizard, he has always been unruly and unruly. Today, he bowed his head in front of Ash for the first time. As proud as he lowered his head, he was admitting his mistake to Ash again. Ash looked at Charizard, who lowered his head and was stunned for a moment. Then he grinned and patted Charizard on the head. "What are you doing, Charizard? Don't look like that. I know that you don't follow my orders because you think you can fight better than my orders. I can understand you. However, I will definitely become a trainer worthy of you in the future. You did nothing wrong. This is Ash. No matter what the situation, he will never blame Pokémon for his fault. Instead, you will look for problems within yourself." Roar! Charizard raised his head, shaking off the crystal tears, and yelled at Ash. "Really, that's great. I've been waiting for the day to fight alongside you." Charizard's roar means that from now on, he will fight side by side with Ash. "Congratulations, Ash, with Charizard, you are even more powerful at the Indigo Plateau Conference." Xiaogang congratulated Ash from the side. Charizard's strength is obvious to all. Without him in the Crimson Gym, I'm afraid Ash has no way of defeating Blaine. Now Charizard is following Ash's command and will definitely be a powerful aid at the Indigo Plateau Conference. "Haha, Ash, look, I said, Charizard will definitely obey your command in the future. It's just that this future is faster than I imagined." Emperor Dan nodded happily when he saw that Charizard had found his way back. On the huge screen, the image continues to play. Subsequently, Charmander's records were played out one by one. He helped Ash constantly defeat powerful enemies one after another. After defeating the Executor Legion, Charmander finally successfully evolved into Charmeleon. However, the evolved Charmeleon no longer obeys Ash's command. The old man who was watching scratched his head in embarrassment. The current image seems to be playing back his dark history normal. His actions at the beginning seem stupid now when I think about it. For the trainer who helped him like this, why wouldn't he obey the trainer's command? How stupid! Afterwards, Ash and his party came to Dasha Valley because Ash was captured by Aerodactyl. Plus Aerodactyl's taunt. Charmeleon was so angry that he forced himself to evolve into Charizard. In the end, Ash was successfully rescued. However, Charizard's actions later made the audience feel a little unfriendly. Not only did he not obey Ash's instructions in every game, he even lost his fighting spirit in the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Let Ash lose the chance to win. You know, Ash is a life-saving grace to Charizard. The grace of reinvention. Is this how Charizard repays Ash? Xiaozhi, who was standing in the living room, looked a little ugly when he saw the picture on the screen. If there is no such inventory, that is what he will do in the future. So, would he do such a bad thing? This is already trampling on Ash's dream. Not only is he not a helper on Ash's road to success, he is actually a stepping stone for him. Ash trusted him and sent him out. But he personally ruined Ash's hope of victory. Indigo Plateau Conference, we must help Ash win. Charizard secretly made up his mind. By the time we get here, we are already talking about future events. The Indigo Plateau Conference has just begun. The screen also showed Ash his top 16 rival. Although it was just a fleeting moment, Ash had already silently memorized the other person's appearance. And he also has a Pikachu. Outside the Indigo Plateau Conference venue, a trainer named Richie saw the flashing picture on the screen. There was some doubt in his eyes for a moment. Was that me just now? The video continues. Charizard still disobeys the command in the subsequent battle. Until I met a trainer named Ying during my subsequent trip to Orange Alliance. That trainer has a powerful mosquito-repellent Frog King. The mosquito-repellent Frog King easily defeated Ash's Pikachu and Charizard 1-on-2. Charizard even suffered frostbite all over his body due to the freezing light. You deserve it. I couldn't beat Poliwag when I was a kid, and I can't beat the Mosquito Frog King when I grow up. I was indeed right in abandoning you. Damien looked at Charizard, who turned into ice in the picture. His eyes were sinister. The weaker Charizard performs, the more correct his choice is. However, being on a certain road, he didn't notice at all that his own phone was about to be filled with calls. Facing Charizard, who usually didn't listen to instructions at all, Ash didn't care at all. In his own clumsy way, he kept helping Charizard stay warm and recover from frostbite. In the end, even his own hands were frostbitten and he didn't care at all. Even until he fell asleep, he was still taking care of Charizard. Charizard, who was pretending to be asleep, half closed his eyes and looked at Ash silently. The flame on the tail, which had recovered a lot, came close to Ash to keep him warm while he was sleeping. The story of Ash and Charizard officially takes a turn here. Chapter 33. The next day, Charizard fully recovered from his injury. The Rockets trio that appeared before are here again to cause trouble. However, not only did they fail to capture Pikachu, but Charizard learned the skill Dragon Rage. From this moment on, Charizard officially obeyed Ash's command. And defeated rival, the mosquito-repellent Frog King who just lost yesterday. The slap in the face came so quickly. Just now, Damien was secretly pleased with Charizard's weakness. However, in an instant, Charizard gave him first impression. Well done. This is Ash's Charizard. I knew Ash's Pokémon wouldn't let him down. Charizard, so handsome. Dragon Rage is so cool. The audience is happy that Ash has received a strong boost. Once again they forgot what the title of this inventory was. The impact of every playback on the inventory is so touching. People can't help but indulge in it. Later, Charizard also helped Ash win many key battles and subsequent battles. Orange Alliance's Northern Cross Tag Team Showdown. Orange Alliance's Championship Battle vs Drago Knight. Chengdu Alliance vs Faulkner from Flying Gym. In every battle, Charizard plays an indispensable role. As expected of Ash's Charizard. So brave. From an expressive point of view, this Charizard should become a Pokémon that is not weaker than Pikachu. Maybe there is a chance that I can be invincible with Mr. Lance's Charizard. Mr. Lance's Charizard is nothing. If it can be compared with Mr. Dandy's Charizard, then it would be awesome. Audiences around the world are already rating Charizard. They all guessed that this Charizard should be able to reach the level of Pikachu. That is to say, he is on par with the gods. However, some trainers in the world who are proficient in fire Pokémon are keenly aware of Charizard's flaws. Asha, well, there is something I don't know whether I should say, although Charizard's performance is indeed very powerful, but this Charizard is actually weaker than the normal Charizard. Faulkner, no way. I feel like this Charizard is very strong. Faulkner, one of the background boards just reviewed above, is the gym leader of Johto Region Alliance Flying. Ash's Charizard defeated his Bidiao. If you say he is weak, doesn't it mean that he, the Flying Gym owner, is weaker? Yolongdu, they are right, Ash's Charizard is indeed smaller. Lorelei, I'm with Charizard now. When we first met, I didn't dare to make a conclusion, but after reading the inventory, I'm sure that this Charizard is indeed weaker than the normal Charizard. Jike, I am the administrator of the Charizard Valley in the Johto region. This Charizard is the weakest I have ever seen. Alchemy Emperor, now, this is true for the time being. Wow! Even the administrator of Charizard Valley and Dandy, the owner of the strongest Charizard in the world today, said this. Then you can basically use Stone Hammer. Ash's Charizard is very weak. Mr. Dandy. What are you talking about? How can my Charizard be the weakest? Ash is next to Dan Emperor. Although he respects Dan Emperor very much. But he won't let anyone slander his Pokémon. Charizard didn't know why, he couldn't understand the barrage above, but judging from Ash's performance, it seems like this person is calling him weak. Roar! Charizard resisted the thought of firing a flamethrower at him and roared at him. Don't you dare to wait and make gestures. Emperor Dan shook his head. Keep reading, Ash, I believe you will have a turning point. Even if the process will be difficult. At this time, the image on the screen paused, and 2 lines of large characters appeared on it. When Charizard was in Charmander, he was seriously injured and was exposed to heavy rain, so his roots have been slightly damaged. In order to save Ash in Dasha Valley, he was forced to evolve again, causing Charizard to become very short. And in terms of strength, it is difficult to reach the Elite Championship level. Tiandao's inventory directly hammered Charizard's weakness. And the reason why Charizard is weak is given. Emperor Dan nodded. This was almost the same reason as he had guessed. If it weren't for those 2 factors, Ash's Charizard would definitely not be that bad. To deal with the weaker rival, relying on 3 stages of evolution and racial suppression, Charizard can also achieve a very good record. However, facing the powerful rival. In other words, as long as Ash wants the Elite Championship level in the future, Charizard's power becomes more of a burden to him. The championship cannot be achieved with just one Pikachu. How so? Ash's eyes were dull and he murmured in disbelief. Even Tiandao's inventory is a stone hammer, so his Charizard is really flawed. The image continues. This time, Ash and his party met a young lady named Jike. And we learned that ahead is Charizard's paradise, Charizard Valley. It's full of very powerful Charizards. The audience did not expect that Miss GK, who had posted the barrage just now, would appear in the video the next moment. Ash took out his Charizard. Jike mocked him for being so weak that he couldn't even carry people on the road. This made Ash and Charizard unconvinced. Then a scene that made people laugh or cry appeared on the screen. GK took Xiaogang and others to the Charizard Valley. But Ash and Charizard insisted on going there by themselves. However, Charizard is already weak in size and has never been flown by humans before. Each of them, one dragon at a time, was constantly wandering between flying and walking. When we finally reached the Charizard Valley, Zhejian's eyes are already bulging. He carried Ash on his back and arrived at the Charizard Valley like a free-roaming chicken. Chapter 34. Miss GK, we are here. Ho! Ash and Charizard were both panting. This short stretch of road was extremely difficult for them. But, they still managed to reach Charizard Valley. At this level, there is no way to be invincible with Charizard in Charizard Valley. Naturally, Ash and Charizard will not give up just because of a few words. So the 2 of them entered the Charizard Valley to challenge. However, miserable failure. Miserable failure. Still failed miserably. No matter against any Charizard. Zhaifenduo is not rival at all. And judging from the constant battles and body size comparisons, no matter in terms of body shape or the degree of flame solidification, Zhaiyang. It's not the rival of Charizard here at all. Even in the end, Talon Jiko was only used to carry people flying. Even the female Charizard named Little Lisa couldn't win. Audiences around the world have finally recognized the reality. Ash's Charizard might actually be the weakest Charizard in the world. Even if Ash and his bond can cause a temporary outbreak. But there is still no way to avoid the fact that he is so weak in terms of conventional strength. Is that Charizard from Xiaogato really so weak? Humph. So what? He has the spirit of our rockets to never give up. Future achievements will never be limited to this. That's right. Little Devil Charizard, come on. The Rocket Trio are cheering for the enemy again. Ha ha ha, as expected, you are still the same trash. Fortunately, I abandoned you in the first place. Suddenly, Damien started laughing again. His decision was indeed the right one. Looking back at that Ash, Charizard, who has been training for so long, turned out to be just a waste. It is impossible to accompany him on the road to becoming a master. You deserve it. This is what will happen if he is exposed. Now I want to see if you, the Pokemon-loving BD, will give up on this Charizard. Don't move. Just when Damien was thinking about it, a scream came. When Damien turned around, he found two huge red-striped dogs looking at him eagerly. Arcanine. In addition to Arcanine, there is also Officer Jenny in a blue police uniform. Now we are arresting you for abandoning Pokémon and seeking power for personal gain. Everything you say will become evidence in court. Damien was immediately put into silver handcuffs. He didn't expect that Officer Jenny would come so quickly. Facing the world's largest police organization, he naturally did not dare to resist. He could only look at Ash and Charizard in the image with hatred in his eyes. It's all them, it's all their fault. Roar. No matter how much he couldn't believe it, the fact was before his eyes, and Charizard lowered his proud head. It turns out, his future has already been decided. He'll never be able to become a powerful Pokémon. The current strength is just because Ash has not met a truly strong person yet. He is a Charizard with no future. Pikachu. Charizard. Charizard raised his head after two shouts, and saw Ash and Pikachu looking at him with firm faces. No matter what your future holds, no matter what your flaws, you are my Charizard. I also believe that you will become the strongest Charizard in the future. Actually, it's not like we have nothing to do, right? Ash looked at the barrage list in front of him. On it, there was something called Tiendeo Store. The things inside were all-encompassing, and he believed that there must be some way to help Charizard make up for its shortcomings. Ash, do you want to? I saw Ash focusing on the barrage list. Misty knew immediately what Ash wanted to do. That's right. No matter what, I will never give up Charizard. Because, he is the best Charizard in the world. Roar. This time Charizard couldn't hold it back, and tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. What a good trainer Ash is. However, he almost ruined Ash's ideal with his own hands. No matter how weak I am in the future, at least I am strong now. I want to help Ash win the championship. Charizard vowed again in his heart. Well said, Ash. I also believe that your Charizard's future achievements will never stop like this. Emperor Dan's big hand patted Ash's shoulder hard. A boy with such a will, Charizard with such a heart. The light called miracle will definitely come to them both. In the image, Charizard was thrown directly out of Charizard Valley because of his weakness. Fell into the shallow water outside. Jike said coldly to several people. No matter what he does, he can't change his weakness. It's better to soak in the cold water and calm down his heated mind. Saying that, Jike went back to the Charizard Valley, and the door closed heavily. The weak Charizard has no way of surviving in the Charizard Valley. Jike's sarcastic remarks to Charizard were just to make Charizard give up the idea of coming to Charizard Valley. After all, outside, Charizard can still be a temporary totem with 3 stages of evolution. If you come to Charizard Valley, you might have to be at the bottom for the rest of your life. Charizard, come up here. When Charizard was still Charmander, he was baptized by the heavy rain. So Charizard is actually very afraid of water. However, he is now motionless in the water, only letting his tail surface. Keep the flames from above from entering the water. Roar. You want to tell them that you are not weak, right? Roar. I know, I'll go with you. With that said, Ash directly entered the water and stood side by side with Charizard. The cold pool water made Ash shiver involuntarily. Even so, he has to bear it with Charizard. Ouch! What are you talking about? You are here alone with fire-type Pokémon. Am I still afraid of this level of pool water? At this time, one person and one dragon seemed to be in the same mind. Ash could understand Charizard's words. Hearing this, Charizard looked fixedly at the gate of Charizard Valley. A line of subtitles appears at the bottom of the screen, which is Charizard's inner monologue. It is true that I am weak now, and maybe I am also the weakest Charizard in the world. But for Ash, in order to fulfill his dream, I have to become stronger. Become the world's mightiest Charizard. This can only be done in the Charizard Valley, so no matter what. I'm going in. Chapter 35. Charizard's inner monologue is exposed to audiences around the world. Everyone was deeply moved by Charizard's inner wish, and many even shed tears. Such a good Charizard, to have such a flaw. God is so unfair. As soon as the screen changed, a whole night had passed. Charizard and Ash are still soaking in the pool. Misty and Xiaogang on the shore kept urging Ash and Charizard to come back. But they remained motionless. I have to say that, except for Mega Rookie, if it had been anyone else who had soaked in cold water for one night, they would have caught a cold and fever. As for Ash, except for feeling a little cold, nothing happened. The gate to Charizard Valley still hadn't been opened. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A giant robot appears at the gate of Charizard Valley. That familiar opening, those familiar personnel, yes, it's the Rockets trio again. Yolongdu, these three guys, why do they appear every time we take stock? Dandy, they seem to have appeared when Charizard was seriously injured before, right? Team Rocket, is Kanto's evil organization, right? Cynthia, but these three people, although they said they were going to do bad things from beginning to end, they didn't seem to do it even once. Jessie, what did you say? We are the evil Team Rocket. It will fail just because the little devil is too strong. Jessie is bubbly. James and Meowth quickly covered Jessie's mouth. These are all elite champions, Meow. Don't mess around. Yes, Jessie. If we are captured by them, not even the boss can save us. Pop. I know. Do you want to suffocate me to death? Jessie slapped one man and the cat away with 2 slaps, knowing in her heart that she was a little too impulsive. Who let the champion named Cynthia say that they never did bad things once? Although what she said seems to be correct. Alder, oh? This Jessie, is the one from the Rockets trio, right? It's interesting that she can also speak. Only the selected trainer can speak in the barrage. Among them are either trainers with great potential, gym leaders, or elite champions. And the Rockets trio who couldn't do anything were actually able to speak. This is something. Team Rocket headquarters. Giovanni saw the familiar trio and Jessie's speech on the barrage list. I didn't know what to say for a while. These 3 idiots, don't let me spend a lot of money to catch them again. The 3 of them are at the bottom of Team Rocket, but they are inextricably related to him. Rather, putting them at the bottom is to protect them. The hero Giovanni also has times when he thinks about others. Continue back to the image. After the Rocket trio arrived at the gate of Charizard Valley, they naturally wanted to cause destruction. But the reason is heartwarming. Follow the procedure. Let's make trouble first. Then Charizard will come and stop us. Charizard arrived in front of the giant robot. Then he defeated us with one move. Protected the Charizard Valley. Flamethrower. The robot was directly shattered by the red temperature. The trio instantly flew up soaring in the sky and turned into stars. But their voices still came out from the screen. In this case Charizard will be recognized by Charizard Valley. Perfect plan, Naya. Yet it feels so disgusting. The last words were shouted out, but they didn't have the slightest hint of disgust in their tone. Everyone in Kanto region was shocked. Is this Team Rocket? That's right. Team Rocket would actually sacrifice themselves to help others? Real or fake? Cynthia, see, what I said is right, right? Although they do bad things in the name of doing bad things every time, they always turn bad things into good things. This can be considered a gift, right? Don't stop me. I want to argue with him. Calm down. Jessie. Calm down. James and Meowth finally stopped Jessie after all their efforts. Finally, Jike finally agreed to Charizard entering the Charizard Valley to practice. Not because of the rockets, but because of Charizard's tenacity. However, Charizard hesitated when he got the chance to enter. He looked at his trainer, looking a little reluctant. Ash looked struggle, finally lowered his hat, turned around and stopped looking at Charizard. Go ahead Charizard. Practice here and become stronger. I don't need the weak Charizard. That's where you should go now. Ash pointed his finger at the interior of Charizard Valley, and then ran away without looking back. Charizard. I believe you can become stronger here. When you become the world's mightiest Charizard, let's fight together. While running, Ash's inner monologue appeared on the screen. The image ends here. Brother Ash also worked hard for Charizard. Alas, but Brother Ash doesn't know Charizard's flaws. No matter how hard he trains Charizard, he can't become a powerful Charizard. I can only say, fate is a trick. I don't know what Brother Ash will be like next time he sees Charizard. You must have been in great pain at that time, Ash. Emperor Dan said with some emotion. If he separated from his Charizard, that would be something he couldn't even think about. Charizard is his most important Pokémon. If he had to choose between becoming stronger and saying goodbye, he really wouldn't be able to make up his mind to say goodbye to him. But Ash did it. This heart that thinks about Pokémon. It is unmatched by most people in the world. Of course, Mr. Dandy, I feel very painful just looking at it now. Ash wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at Charizard beside him with firm eyes. But in order for Charizard to become stronger, I have to make a decision. Chapter 36. After the video ends briefly, the screen lights up again. The scene at this time moved to another place. This is a huge factory. The screen zooms in, and inside is a huge stadium. Everyone in the world reacted again. This time, the scene should be a new battle between gods. The synopsis of Charizard that has been played for so long just now, so it is very likely that the one who will fight this time is Ash's Charizard. Sure enough, Ash's figure appeared on the screen again. That outfit was exactly what he wore against Brandon during the first count. Opposite Ash is an uncle wearing a red hat, a white coat, and a little stubble. Dara, oh, is it my turn to fight Ash this time? Brandon, when did you conquer the legendary Pokémon? Annabelle, Dara, you conquered the legendary Pokémon and didn't tell us? The remaining 6 leaders of Battle Frontier began to condemn Dala. After all, it is basically impossible for Ash's side to have a magical beast, so only Dara's side has a magical beast. Normals in the development area are in constant contact with each other, such as the news that Brandon has 2 divine pillars. The rest of the leaders are aware. But when did Dara subdue the mythical beast? Dara, no. I really haven't conquered the mythical beast. If I conquer it, I will definitely come over and show off as soon as possible. Dara, wait, could it be him? Before anyone could ask who that him was, Ash had already thrown the Pokeball in the screen. Roar! As expected, Ash sent his Charizard. Judging from the degree of physical strength, Charizard should have gotten some good training in Charizard Valley. Is Charizard back so soon? What's so fast? It's just a moment on the screen, but who knows how much Brother Ash has gone through. Indeed. But what kind of divine beast will the trainer named Dara release? Kanto's Battle Frontier is really awesome. There are actually 2 trainers who have mythical beasts. Amid the discussion among the people around the world, Dara looked up to the sky and shouted. Come out, Articuno! Bah! An icy blue bird Pokémon flew in from nowhere. There are still little bits of ice chips floating behind it. The colorful flag-like tail is magical in ice blue, and there is a bunch of beautiful snow-white feathers in front of it. The legendary beast, Articuno. The picture stopped, and lines of subtitles appeared on the screen. Inventory of those Pokémon that used their mortal bodies to fight against gods. 3. Battle Venue, Battle Frontier, Battle Factory. Battle Object, Ash Charizard vs Dara Articuno. Everyone in the audience, please start placing your bets. The time limit is 5 minutes. Professor Oak, it's Articuno. What a surprise! Cynthia, it's time to popularize Professor Oak's science again. Articuno should be the mythical beast of Kanto region, right? What is his strength? Professor Oak, although Articuno and Regis are both divine beasts of ice, they are not at the same level in terms of flexibility. Professor Oak, Articuno not only has the advantage in the air domain, but he also has the power to freely manipulate ice. It is said that as long as Articuno flaps his wings, heavy snow will fall and soaring in the sky. Professor Oak, and not only the ice power, but also the adjacent water power, Articuno is also very good at it. The moisture in the air will turn into sharp ice at any time and become a weapon for his attack. With the popularization of Professor Oak, everyone has a relatively superficial understanding of Articuno. Anyway, it's better than Regis. Brandon, please leave the group. Brandon, I don't agree, there are ways to use Regis. In some cases, Regis is naturally stronger than Articuno. As a fan of the Divine Pillar, Brandon naturally couldn't stand Professor Oak stepping on the ice Divine Pillar and praising Articuno. Bruno, I know your Regis is great. Now who can tell me, is it possible for Ash's Charizard to win? Yolongdu, difficult. Lorelei, difficult. Blaine, difficult. Day, difficult. Ice experts, flying experts, and fire experts all came up with a difficult word. Ah? Who is the flying expert? That is of course someone who calls himself the Dragon Messenger. Dandy, although I don't want to admit it, if Ash's Charizard wants to challenge the legendary Pokémon Articuno, the chance of winning is really slim, but, believe in Ash's possibility. Alder, I think so too. Dandy and Alder have been loyal supporters of Ash since the first game. No matter how bad the situation is, no matter how big the gap in strength is, they all believe in Ash's possibility. However, possibilities are ultimately illusory. Not so many miracles happen in battle. In terms of hard power, the gap between Charizard and Articuno is only 91 or 82. Then, guess result, 90% 10%. The betting rate is 9 to 1. Ash's odds of winning are already as high as 15 times. But still not many people bet. With so many odds, you can imagine how unpopular it is. If an upset was so easy to explode, it wouldn't be called an upset. I'm sorry, Brother Ash, if you go to Pikachu, I will definitely bet on the possibility of Pikachu, but Charizard. Brother Ash. It's not that I don't support you, it's just that Charizard's flaws are too big. Even the Tiendeo inventory has hammered away Charizard's flaws. How can we win a high-end game? Hey, Brother Ash, I just want to make some extra money. I don't have any bad intentions. I'm sorry. 90% of the people in the world do not support Ash. Some of them are rationalists, some are dog gamblers. Some people want to think in the opposite direction, and Ash will be happy even if he wins points, even if he loses points. Except for these 90% of people, the rest are passionate and impulsive people and real dog gamblers. Chapter 37. Ash's performance and Charizard's firm belief have attracted many fans. They all support Ash and Charizard unconditionally. Some dog gamblers really want to take a gamble. No matter how big the gap is. Compared to the gap between Pikachu and Regis, is that a big difference? You Pikachu can defeat Regis, so what about the flawed Charizard defeating Articuno? Kill me. Charizard. What Articuno? I'm always invincible. Show us your tenacity. What flaws? Overcome them all. Are we still going to suppress the little devil? Of course. That Charizard actually made us pay such a high price to send him into the Charizard Valley. I believe he will definitely show the corresponding strength. Jessie said firmly and directly put in the 10,000 points in her hand. As for why there are only 10,000? Of the remaining 90,000, 80,000 were used to build new robots, and 10,000 were used to buy food. As a low-level member of the Rockets, I have to follow Ash every day, and I don't have a cook. How could they hold back when faced with so many delicious foods in the Tiendeo store? Directly redeem 10,000 points for a luxurious meal. I couldn't even finish 10 meals. Gary, who was sitting near the Indigo Plateau Conference, was as fierce as a tiger in his operations. 5,000 were pressed directly on Ash. He is definitely the person who trusts Ash the most. After taking a sip of tea, Gary murmured to himself. Don't let me down, Ash, Charizard. Gary will definitely win. Gary will not lose. The cheerleaders behind the scenes are cheering Gary on. Ash, do you want to beat Charizard to win? Faced with Misty's inquiry, Ash replied directly and matter-of-factly. Of course. My Charizard will not lose. You're so confident. How much pressure did you press this time? 30,000. Champions. How come you have so many points? Bruno asked with a confused look on his face. Of course, I beat myself to win every battle before. I also spent 300,000 on a space backpack. Misty and Xiaogang also have 100,000 points, but after buying some ingredients and daily necessities, they only have 70,000 to 80,000 points left. Good guy. When it comes to relationships, you always put pressure on yourself to win, right? Is this a Pokémon that doesn't care about the winning rate and only believes in itself? How cruel! However, it is precisely because of trust in his own Pokémon and trust in his partners. Ash and his two friends can earn so many points. Who are you guys going to take custody of? Ming asked Xiaogang, and Yulongdu answered calmly. I believe in my choice, press Articuno. Sorry Ash, I think Charizard really has no chance of winning. Lance himself is also a senior Charizard trainer. He abandons all external factors and only looks at his strength. There is no way Ash's Charizard can beat Articuno. It's okay Mr. Lance, you don't need to worry about me. I will suppress Charizard. It has nothing to do with my strength, but because I believe in Charizard, that's all. Roar. Facing Ash's trust, Charizard almost shed tears again. The current Ash does not have any superb tactics or a smart mind. But his love for Pokémon has always been at full level from beginning to end. After a period of commotion, the bets of many champions also came to fruition. Among the champion elite, except Dandy, Alder, and Cynthia, everyone beat Articuno to win. Naturally, Xiaogang and Misty followed Ash in betting, and each of them put in 20,000 yuan. Dandy and Alder are 5,000 each, and Cynthia is 300, because Cynthia only has 300. Cynthia, do you also think Charizard can defeat Articuno? Well, in terms of strength, Charizard definitely can't beat him, but, if it's Ash plus Charizard, that's not necessarily the case. Interesting, let's see if your hunch is accurate. The bets were finally over, and the images on the screen were officially played. After the two parties called out Pokémon, they did not start fighting immediately. Instead, the roof of the battle factory was opened first. Charizard and Articuno are both Pokémon that can fly. If the battle is limited to the battle factory, there will undoubtedly be fewer tactical restrictions. After the roof opened, another episode appeared, that is, the Rockets trio appeared on the screen again. He even boasted that he wanted to arrest Articuno. However, under the triple blow of Freezing Ray, Flamethrower, and Thunderbolt, they turned directly into stars. This made all the champions dumbfounded. I have been working hard to destroy Team Rocket since I became the investigator. But, if Team Rocket were full of such talents, I think I could even retire," Yolongdu said. After a small interlude, the two sides began a formal battle. Articuno, Freezing Ray. Charizard, Flamethrower. The battle between fire and ice. When the scorching flames touched the cold light, they were in a stalemate for a few seconds, and then directly hit the freezing light back. Solid hit to Articuno. Charizard actually had the upper hand at the start. Well done, Charizard. Encore Flamethrower. Spin along the pillar of fire and use Steel Wing. What? Articuno spread his wings, pressed his body against the blazing flames, and approached Charizard. The dual wing beat turned into metal and hit him hard on the chin. Charizard's flamethrower stopped and flew out upside down. Hail! Darla took the opportunity to turn the weather on. Whether it's Brandon or Darla, what they have to do is control the field immediately. If the venue is owned by them, then it will be a great advantage for the battle. Charizard. Encore Flamethrower. Roar. The scorching flame spit up again. However, it has started to rain soaring in the sky, and Articuno's figure is hidden in the snow. Flamethrower failed. Just when Charizard was looking for Articuno, a freezing beam shot out from Charizard's blind spot. A direct hit on Charizard. Fortunately, Charizard is no longer what it used to be. Even the legendary Articuno's freezing beam didn't cause much damage to him. But, he has been completely suppressed now. This is an unavoidable fact. Chapter 38. Dandy, Charizard has really grown a lot. This cannot be denied. You must know that the mosquito-repellent Frog King could seriously injure Charizard with one move of freezing light. But now, the freezing light from the mythical beast hits him without any pain or itch. Yolongdu, but now Charizard has been completely suppressed. If I guessed correctly, the ability of Articuno should be Yokogakuer. Snow hidden, in the world of Hail, Pokémon with this ability can hide their bodies better. So after opening Hail, Articuno seemed unpredictable. Therefore, the current situation is overwhelmingly unfavorable for Charizard. Even in terms of hard power, Articuno may not be able to match him, but now he has opened up a hellhole for the opponent. Coupled with Articuno's snow-hidden ability, I'm afraid if this continues, Charizard will be beaten to death by the opponent. How should Ash deal with such a situation? Charizard, pay attention to the direction of the opponent's attack. Freezing light. Next. Use flamethrower on there. Roar. Facing the light coming from the laser, cold to the point of mechanism. Charizard stretched out a wing and blocked all the light. Then he opened his bloody mouth, and thick flames spurted out. Boom! Articuno, who was invisible in the snow, was directly hit by flamethrower. It took his form. Hit by flamethrower again, Articuno also let out a pitiful growl. Trading injury for injury, it's interesting, Articuno, use Blizzard. Bah! Faced with the opponent's strong dismissal, Dara naturally would not fight head-on with a fire-type Pokémon. Using Blizzard in the Hail world has a 100% hit rate. The already howling and biting cold wind became even colder when Articuno flapped his wings and gathered the power of ice. Countless tiny Aciris attacked Charizard. The tiny Aciris contains extremely powerful ice power. Charizard, use Fire Spin on ground. Ash issued an unexpected command. What does using Fire Spin on ground do? Charizard naturally trusts Ash's command unconditionally, and he also knows what Ash wants to do. Roar! The scorching flames spit up from Charizard's mouth like a whirlpool. Normal's flames hit the ground. Then it bounced right back up. Charizard's whole body was directly wrapped by Fire Spin. The blizzard used by Articuno was completely blocked by Fire Spin. Audience. Woko. As expected of Brother Ash. He can always do some unexpected things. Can Fire Spin still be used like this? I've learned a lot. Brave Fire Dragon, not afraid of difficulties. Charge. Defeat Articuno. Ash's command is very interesting. Emperor Dan's eyes lit up when he saw the tactics commanded by Ash. Although the foundation is not particularly solid, in terms of unexpectedness, even Alchemy Emperor feels that he is ashamed of himself. Hehe, it's not as good as Mr. Dandy said. Idiot. Mr. Dandy is talking about you in the future. You can't give such a command now, okay? Misty pours cold water on Ash every day. Ash has long been used to it. Who makes them happy enemies? In the image. After Fire Spin blocked Blizzard, the dilemma on the court remained unchanged. Charizard was still surrounded by the sky, and Articuno was hidden in the wind and snow again. If the opponent doesn't attack, Ash's injury for injury strategy won't be used. In that case, let's fly Charizard. Roar. After receiving the order, Charizard spreads his wings and flies high. Straight to sky at Battle Factory. However, there is still a hail day here. It's useless Ash, Articuno's hail sky can cover the surrounding weather. Even if Charizard flies up, it's impossible to evade it. I didn't want to avoid Mr. Dara. What's the meaning? Charizard. Use the most powerful heat wave on the surrounding area. Roar. Charizard spreads his wings and flaps his wings crazily. The surrounding flame elements gather on it. Fly out with a strong hurricane. A searing storm has swept through the entire battle factory. The sky and the earth are all covered by heat wave. The hailful weather that could have lasted for a long time gradually disappeared under this scorching storm. After brute force cracking Blizzard, Ash once again showed a wave of cool operations to the audience around the world. Crack hail with heat wave. Dandy, what is this? Day, I can't understand, but I'm shocked. Lorelei, can the sky be broken like this, real or fake? This operation directly confused the elite champions. Could the unexpected operation we had seen before turn out to be just the tip of the iceberg? This young man is really terrifying. Can humans really come up with such a strategy? Dara, who was under the influence, was also shocked and speechless. He would understand if you just covered it with sunny day, but your heat wave breaks the weather? This is really unheard of. After heat wave cracked the Hail Queen, Articuno hiding in the snow was revealed. Not only that, under the influence of heat wave, his speed also slowed down a lot. Now. Charizard, Dragon's Breath. Roar. The majestic green energy beam blasted out. Hitting Articuno who couldn't dodge. Hit it hard on the ground. Dandy, I'm not Sister Lee, why don't you use big words to get angry? Day, Fire Spin and Flamethrower are also fine, but why use one that is not of this type and is not restrained? Bruno, you never know what trick Ash will use next. I finally figured out the opponent's weather and could definitely guarantee that I could hit the opponent. However, Ash actually used Dragon's Breath, a move that is neither a skill of this type nor a restrained skill. It's so confusing. Obviously using Flamethrower directly can cause very good damage to Articuno. So Ash, can you know what you are thinking on the screen? Diantha asked Ash. Ash himself is here. Maybe. I want to use a move I haven't used before. Well, this answer is quite Ash, obstacle. Chapter 39. Ash's answer left many champions speechless. This was probably what Ash was thinking during the review. You can never imagine what Ash will do next. It's okay, it's not a big deal if you take a wave. Charizard has a big advantage, okay. That's right, Charizard just took some of the opponent's ice skills, but the opponent was hit by Charizard with multiple fire skills. The field has also been cracked. Maybe Charizard will win this battle. Damn it. I should have believed Ash. This is also the case with the Heavenly Deo inventory. Doesn't it say that Charizard is defective? How can he still become so strong? Damn it. Audiences in various regions around the world have begun to feel that Charizard has unlimited advantages. However, the elite champions don't think so. On the surface, Charizard does have an advantage now. In reality, how many times has Charizard performed a move? Flamethrower, Fire Spin, All-Round Heat Wave. In addition, he was hit by Articuno's skills 3 times. Even if it is twice as resistant, it is not completely harmless. Just look at Charizard in the current video. He is already out of breath. On the other hand, Articuno was hit by so many moves, and there were also many that were twice as restrained. His current breathing speed is not as fast as Charizard's. This is the advantage that the legendary beast has. The legendary beasts not only have great strength, but their physical strength is also huge. At the same level, it is at least twice as powerful as a normal Pokémon. Otherwise, why would killing gods be so difficult? So people still don't understand how Pika was able to do the Ice Pillar instantly with one super move. In addition to the god's immense physical strength, Charizard's flaws also slowly became apparent. Now that he is panting like this, it has something to do with his own shortcomings. One after another, it is not Charizard who has the advantage now, but Articuno. It's time, Articuno, Water Pulse. Va! Articuno's sharp beak opened, and the terrifying water elements gathered into a ball on it. Then it suddenly exploded. Oops! Charizard, get out of the way! Roar! Charizard flapped his wings to dodge Water Pulse. However, because he had exhausted a lot of physical strength, his movements were much slower. Direct hit by Articuno's Water Pulse. Boom! The surging water swirled in Charizard's belly. When the little water ball collided with Charizard, it turned into a terrifying torrent. The huge water flow submerged Charizard's entire figure. Water skills, the effect is outstanding. After being hit by Water Pulse, Charizard crashed and fell to the ground hard. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. Charizard, who seemed to have the upper hand just now, was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. I knew it. How could Charizard be Articuno's rival? What a pity. Brother Ash's Charizard has already performed quite well. But rival is too strong. How can Charizard beat Articuno if he can't beat him? Gary squeezed the cup in his hand tightly and looked a little unhappy. So far, he finally saw some of the opponent's tactics. First, let Articuno constantly compete with Charizard's skills. Charizard is exhausted, but Articuno's physical strength is much stronger than Charizard's. When Charizard was very tired, he used the ultimate move of Water Pulse. Grandpa just said that in addition to being good at Ice type, Articuno is also very good at Water type. And Dara has been hiding this. Water Pulse is revealed at this critical moment. Settle the battle situation in one fell swoop. Ash, don't fall down here. The only one who can defeat you, is me. Gilruda, he is a world-famous collector and has terrifying financial resources. Having collected most of the treasures in the world, he was still not satisfied, so he turned his attention to the mythical beasts. Whether it's the previous Regis, Latios, or today's Articuno. In his opinion, they are all perfect collections. What a beautiful and touching collection. Just wait, it won't take long before you will be my prize. Charizard. Under Ash's shouts, Charizard barely supported his body. Freezing light. Get out of the way. Charizard flapped his wings and barely dodged the freezing beam, but Darla showed a smile that seemed to have succeeded in her conspiracy. Water Pulse now. Va! The surging Water Pulse appears again. However, its target is not Charizard, but the frozen ground. Boom! Water Pulse hits the ice at a clever angle. Water droplets and ice fragments turned into powerful weapons and shot towards Charizard. The range is extremely broad. Even if Charizard wants to avoid it, there is no way. Combination attack of water and ice. With this move, Charizard's physical strength was reduced again. Damn it, is there anything I can do? There should be a way. Ash's face became more solemn, Charizard's strength was like a candle in the wind. And the opponent Articuno still has plenty of physical strength. Judging from the situation, he has been forced into a desperate situation. Fly Charizard! Roar! When in doubt, take off first. There's always a way in the air. Follow Articuno. Use Freeze Ray and Water Pulse again. Bah! Of course, Dara couldn't let Charizard go, so he directly ordered Articuno to chase him. And he repeated his old trick by using a combination of water and ice. Charizard, use Heat Wave to deal with it. Hearing this, Charizard flapped his wings, and the scorching wind roared past. The ice fragments flying towards me were completely destroyed by the heat wave, but there were still a lot of water droplets left. The water droplets hit Charizard. It makes his already low physical strength even worse. This is the last resort. Articuno, use Steel Wing. Bah! Metallic color covers Articuno's icy blue wings. Then, he galloped towards Charizard like an arrow from a bowstring. Ash's pupils shrank, and then he shouted. Take it next Charizard! Charizard's eyes narrowed, and Dragon Claw stretched out when Steel Wing attacked, clamping it hard. Boom! Caught it! Chapter 40. Ash and his Charizard perform outrageous actions again. With almost half of Articuno's physical strength remaining, he caught Articuno's Steel Wing. Investigate Charizard. This is just an act. Can this continue? Is Articuno faking it or Charizard is faking it? It's okay, it's just a Steel Wing. Can Charizard make a comeback? However, Ash's subsequent actions shocked the world for a whole year. Hold on Charizard. Use Seismic Toss like this. Champion World Audience? No, they heard it right, Seismic Toss? Isn't Move B a fighting type move? For the flying type Articuno, the effect is weak. Shouldn't you take advantage of the moment to directly use the big text fire, or burn it out? What are the operations of using Seismic Toss? Roar! Facing the doubts of the whole world, Charizard turned around and held Articuno's wings. Embrace it in front of you and sprint upward. After idling in 3 large circles, Charizard descended rapidly again. Articuno wants to struggle, but there is no way to break free of Charizard. The current Charizard doesn't look like a candle in the wind while using Seismic Toss. The vertically descending Charizard even keeps spinning. Boom! With a roar, billowing smoke and dust erupted from the battle factory venue. The smoke slowly dissipated, and both parties fell to the ground at the same time. The audience was stunned. Both sides fell to the ground at the same time. Could it be a draw? A few seconds later, when the referee was about to announce the result, there was sudden movement from both sides. Charizard and Articuno supported their bodies and stood up slowly at the same time. After the two sides stood up and stared at each other for a few seconds, Articuno closed his eyes and fell down helplessly. Charizard looked up to the sky and let out a roar of victory and flames. He won. Audiences. To be honest, after experiencing the first duel between Pikachu and Regis, theoretically, no matter how outrageous the battle happens later, they don't think they will be surprised anymore. After all, what could be more outrageous than Pikachu killing Regis instantly with a high-voltage thunder shock? But now, something outrageous has happened. That Articuno has taken so many skills, including many fire skills that are suppressed by this system. The physical strength can be retained at more than half. And now? Charizard actually used a skill that is of the flying type and is twice as resistant to the flying type, Seismic Toss. Kill Articuno, who has more than half of his health left, instantly. Isn't this more outrageous than High Voltage Thunder Shock? High Voltage Thunder Shock instantly kills Regis. At least Pikachu has a bonus of this type. If you use this Seismic Toss against Regis, will Regis owe you half his life? Bruno, is this open? Kearney, I think it should be open. Kaido, I can't understand. Does the seismic toss of the fighting series have such power? Is this really not the scissors guillotine? All those who spoke are fighting type specialized trainers. They really don't understand the power of seismic toss. Seismic toss. It's not like their Pokémon don't know how to do it. But who would use seismic toss as a special move? And it was really used by him. It's really Lily Yuan Shangpu. Yet Charizard wins. Let me tell you. You are the number one Charizard in the world. Roar! Charizard shouted to the sky with excitement. A scorching flame spit up. It burned a hole directly through the ceiling of the living room. It's not like he can only play low-end rounds. He can also play high-end rounds. He can also become as strong as the legendary Pokémon. He can become the world's mightiest Charizard. Don't eruption, Charizard. This is not our home. Roar! Roar! Charizard glanced at the burned-through ceiling and scratched his head in embarrassment. A little too excited. Ash, how did you come up with the idea of using seismic toss as your last resort? Don't you know how powerful seismic toss is? Bruno lives in Bungbu, as a fighting elite. He never thought seismic toss could be used like this. Ash himself is here, so he must know what he was thinking at the time, right? Hey? Seismic toss is very powerful. Look, he can directly grab rival, then continuously shake rival in the air to stun him, and then unexpectedly drop him from soaring in the sky. Cause horrific damage. Isn't this skill strong enough? Bruno was silent. So is this the true meaning of seismic toss? Take notes. Take notes. Wallace, just asking if you don't understand, isn't it said that Charizard has flaws and is much weaker than normal Charizard? Wallace, and the Tiandeo inventory has completely eliminated this issue. In the future, it should be difficult for Charizard to become stronger. Why was Charizard so strong in the battle just now? I feel like Day's Charizard is nothing more than that, right? Day? What is this? Wallace did not follow Stephen to Kanto. So I can only express my confusion on the barrage. Just now those fire experts swore and said frankly that Ash's Charizard is limited to this. As a result, he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Yolongdu, maybe, this is Ash's magical power again. Dandy, ha ha ha, the bond between people and Pokémon is the greatest miracle that can make the impossible possible. Professor Oak, I think so too. I originally thought it was Pikachu's unique power, but now it seems that other Pokémon and Ash also have that magical power. The last move, Seismic Toss, is too powerful no matter how you explain it. No matter how you think about it, there is only one reason. That is the bond between Ash and Charizard, and the power of the moves has been enhanced again. Just like Pikachu's high-voltage Thunder Shock normal. Chapter 41. Ash won all 3 battles. And it was a huge hit every time. All the gamblers in the world have lost money. Forget the first 2 games. Tiandeo's inventory has been preparing for this scene for so long, telling everyone how weak Charizard is. He even personally hammered out Charizard's flaws. It is said that it is difficult to reach the level of elite champion. Is that Articuno definitely elite or above? Can you win this? This time Tiandeo became so cruel that he even slapped himself in the face. I originally thought this was a battle without suspense, but in fact... I'm so stupid, really, why don't I believe Brother Ash? Damn it! The opportunity to get rich overnight was placed in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If encore, I will definitely search Brother Ash. Haha, I told you to believe Brother Ash. Hey, how are you going to spend these 4,500 betting points? You can't spend them all, you can't spend them all. After a series of games, everyone finally knew what Tiandeo Inventory's routine was. It creates an atmosphere that Ash cannot win the game every time. Let them bet on the other side. The main thing is that they still have to eat this trap. Pikachu, the bad street electric rat, who would have thought he could beat Regis. Okay, he won later, when everyone was ready to believe him. Tiandeo Inventory directly released a special inventory to tell the world that this Pikachu is an actor. During the second round of counting, no one dared to press again. After experiencing 2 divine battles, everyone was ready to believe Pikachu. As a result, the protagonist changed this time. And Tiandeo Inventory continues to foreshadow how weak this new protagonist is. He was beaten in the Charizard Valley and was unable to fight back. Most people searched for Articuno again. We lost again. Are you going to play or not? You can say that the inventory of heaven and earth is deceptive, it just lays out the facts. Judging from the previous images alone, Charizard and Articuno are the best. Who can take into account Charizard's growth, the bond between him and Ash, etc.? This is just pure conspiracy. Professor Oak, didn't someone just say that it would be difficult for Charizard to win against Articuno? Yulongdu, sorry, I don't understand Charizard. Day, sorry, I don't understand Charizard. Lorelei, sorry, I don't understand Articuno. It's not that we are incompetent, it's that the place is too scary. I originally thought that the other party might disappear in the Charizard Valley. However, in his weak form, he truly became the powerful Charizard. Although it is still not the best in the world. But is it okay to say that it surpasses more than 95% of Charizards in the world? Gary regained his composure and took a leisurely sip of tea. Although Ash is handicapped, he will not let him down. Hey, I got another 75,000 points without any surprises. Yet. The little devil's Charizard has won again, meow. It's a good thing to get points, but why do we have to play the video of us being beaten every time we take stock? James complained with some dissatisfaction. It's really embarrassing to be knocked away again and again. Why do you care so much? Just win. Now we have to use the points given to us by Xiaozhi to build a robot that can capture Pikachu. You're right, Naya. Let's use the reward that Little Ghost Tou got to help us catch Little Ghost Tou's Pikachu. Are you going to capture Charizard? Absolutely not, meow. Charizard is still very weak right now. It won't be too late to catch him after he comes back from Charizard Valley. That's right. The Rockets trio began their daily daydreaming. Giovanni stroked Persian's fur, his eyes thoughtful. Everyone else is watching this boy named Ash defeat the legend every time. But his observation point is unreasonable. A legendary Pokémon that is rare for ordinary people to see, but this boy has encountered it time and time again. Although they are all mythical beasts with owners, we cannot deny the specialness of this young man. It's kind of interesting. An evil smile just appeared on Giovanni's face. As a result, the new words that appeared on the screen and the ethereal sound that appeared in the void made his face freeze instantly. Charizard vs Articuno, Charizard wins. Deduct competitive points from everyone who bet on Articuno's victory. MMP, lost everything again. I'm so envious. Ash has 45W competitive points now, right? Bruno smacked his lips and said enviously. He doesn't have a single point now. I can only drool looking at the fitness equipment in the Tiandeo store. Haha, this is all thanks to everyone. Everyone, of course I am referring to Pikachu and Charizard. Pikapi. Roar. The rewards for betting points will come soon. Cynthia got 4,500 points. Dandy and Alder are 75,000 points. Ash 450,000. Misty and Xiaogang 300,000. The points of the three of them have exceeded 1 million. It's a pity that points cannot be traded. Wait for me Charizard. I'll see what's in the store right now to fix your flaws. Ash said, clicking on the Tiandeo store and starting to search. 450,000 points is not a small amount, either. If you search carefully in the store, you might be able to help Charizard fix the defect directly. At this moment, the the sound of Tiandao's inventory sounded. The winner Charizard can get additional rewards from Tiandao inventory. Reward Charizard exclusive props, Rainbow Light Feather, non-droppable version, Charizard Valley Training Secrets. Rainbow Wing, non-droppable version Ho-Oh's Natal Feather, which cannot be removed after Charizard carries it, increases fire damage by 30%, slowly repairs Charizard's injured foundation, and restores 8 points every once in a while during battle. One of the physical strength. Gives Charizard a chance to learn the exclusive skill, Sacred Fire. Note, as Charizard's foundation is repaired, the Rainbow Feather will slowly merge with Charizard. When the foundation repair is completed, the Rainbow Feather will completely disappear. By then, if you cannot comprehend Sacred Fire, you will no longer be able to comprehend it, and the remaining special effects will be retained. Chapter 42. Silent, everyone in the world was silent. What kind of perverted carrying prop is this? Is every hair of Ho-Oh so powerful? Oh, this is my natal hair, but my natal feathers are also ridiculous. And it says exclusively for Charizard. It can't even be removed from Charizard. This has caused some evil villain groups to give up the idea of robbing in the past. To put it another way, even if it is really possible to rob, why don't you look at who is there at Kanto now? Champion trainer of each region. Plus Kanto Elite 4. How many lives? Dare you rob now? At the same time, from a certain house at the Indigo Plateau Conference, a 9-colored rainbow light fell from the sky. Directly poured into the Charizard inside the house. Ash and others were so frightened that they immediately backed away. When they reacted, they understood instantly. This is the reward given to Charizard by Tiandao inventory. Okay Ash. The rewards this time are not only more than the previous two, but they are also quite practical. Dandy patted Ash's keyboard with his big hand and grinned. Even if Charizard's own foundation is damaged, he can defeat Articuno after practicing in Charizard Valley. Now get Rainbow Wing to fix bugs. There's even a Charizard Valley workout. This is nothing short of a timely help for Charizard. He is also even more powerful for the future. To be honest, even if Charizard defeated Articuno, there is still a long way to go before Charizard wants to challenge him. After all, although that Articuno is a legendary beast. But it's not too strong, and his Charizard can easily defeat it even if it doesn't go to Gigantamax. Therefore, Charizard's strength after returning from training is still far from his. But things are different now. After obtaining the Feather of Rainbow Light, Charizard's future will definitely be bright. It is no longer impossible to become the world's mightiest Charizard. Yet, why does it feel like Charizard got more rewards this time than Pikachu combined? Diantha was a little confused. Is this heavenly inventory a reward based on mood? Is there a possibility that Tiandao inventory feels that it will be more difficult for Charizard to defeat Articuno than for Pikachu to defeat Regis and Latios? Champions. What Du said seems to make sense. So, what kind of deformity is that Pikachu? It actually makes Tiandao inventory think that it is easier for Pikachu to defeat Regis and other divine beasts than for Charizard to defeat divine beasts? Buzz. During the discussion, the rainbow light slowly dissipated, and the brand new Charizard appeared in front of the champions. After receiving the Feather of Rainbow Light, Charizard's body has grown visibly to the naked eye. Although it has not reached the level of normal Charizard, it is much better than before. Roar! Pikachu! Charizard looked up to the sky and roared, spitting red flames from his mouth. When Pikachu saw this, he immediately used Thunderbolt. Intercepted the flames spit out by Charizard. If this flame were to burn the ceiling again, it would not be as simple as being scorched black. I'm afraid this house could burn down. Charizard! So don't eruption here. Roar! Charizard scratched his face with his claws, but because his strength had greatly increased, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Awesome Pikachu, you predicted this. Cynthia knelt down and touched Pikachu's head. Pikachu looked like he was enjoying himself. Sister Bike is still very good at Pokémon affinity, no worse than Alchemy Emperor. Charizard, have you become stronger? Roar. Charizard gave a thumbs up, saying that he is very strong now. Winning the Quartz Conference champion is a piece of cake. Haha. With Charizard and Pikachu here, I will definitely win the Indigo Plateau Conference championship this time. Even though I know I can't be shy in front of a champion. But thinking of the power of these two generals, Ash couldn't help but dance. Misty looked at Ash and shook her head. He's still a kid after all. That Charmander can actually defeat Articuno. Damien, who was at the police station, stared blankly at the picture of Charizard spitting fire from his mouth after his victory. He actually abandoned such a Charizard with his own hands. And Charizard's basic damage is also due to him. If he didn't abandon Charmander, then Charizard might not have damaged his foundation. If he trains her again, it will definitely be more than this. Damn it! Damn it! If you have such strong strength, wouldn't it be great if you showed it earlier? Why can't even Poliwag win? Damn it! Haha! So what if we beat Articuno? With your foundation damaged, how many times can you still fight like this? You will only be a waste after all. What you don't get is like destroying it. I'm talking about scumbags like Damien. Even though he was taken to the police station and prepared to go to jail, he did not repent at all. Put all the blame on Charizard. Just when Damien showed a perverted smile, the rewards from Tiandao's inventory were listed on the screen. His smile suddenly stiffened. Repair, the foundation. The last weak point he could use to attack Charizard was gone. In the future, he will probably spend his whole life in prison with endless regret and hatred. Rainbow Wing, it's a pity that that thing is bound to Charizard, otherwise. Giovanni narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughtfully. Even one of Ho-Oh's feathers is so terrifying. What if Ho-Oh can be captured? It's a pity that now Ho-Oh Shenlong can't be seen at all. The rockets have no chance of catching him. The third divine battle is over. During this period, a special inventory will be played. Please stay tuned. About 5 minutes after the count ended, the ethereal voice sounded again. This time is another special inventory. Everyone in the world is also very excited. In addition to the battle between gods, the special inventory is actually quite interesting. Could it be that Charizard, who defeated Articuno this time, would also be defeated by a newbie Pokémon? I'm really looking forward to what this special inventory will be. Diantha said with a smile, secretly making up her mind. If there are still questions to answer, I must avenge my shame this time. Special inventory, Diantha's dark history. As soon as the voice came out, Diantha's originally smiling face instantly fell down, she was so stubborn. Aimed at me, right? Chapter 43. Can a champion also have a dark history? Of course. For example, although Dragon Messenger is called Dragon Messenger. But the Pokémon in his hand, Gyarados, Dragonite, Charizard, Aerodactyl, etc. Except for Dragonite, the remaining Pokémon are all flying type. Therefore, many people outside jokingly call him the champion of the flying series. Of course, they would definitely not dare to say it in front of Lance. Otherwise Lance could tear them alive. And Diantha? To be honest, Diantha couldn't think of any dark history she had before. But this is no reason for her to relax. She had no dark history in the past, but what about the future? This Tiandao inventory is the king of time who can know the past and the future. No. She can't stop her from doing stupid things in the future. Alas! I can only resign myself to fate. Ahem, my condolences. Lance has the professional qualities of a champion. In serious situations, he will never laugh. Unless you can't help it. Ha 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 ha. Finally, there is a champion with the same dark history as me. Let's see who dares to catch me as a flying master in the future. Miss Diantha is so beautiful and generous, what kind of dark history does she have? Misty looked at the big screen curiously. Suck, I'm also quite curious. I've known Diantha for so long, and I don't even know what kind of dark history Diantha has. Cynthia was holding an ice cream sundae in her hand and slowly sucked it with a small pink lick. This is the legendary original sundae ice cream made from century-old ice. At least that's what it says on the inventory store. The price is not very expensive, just 10 betting points. For Cynthia, a loyal ice cream lover, this is a great value for money. I changed one on the spot and took it out to eat. I just made a lot of betting points. I don't have a dark history, at least not before. Diantha added without confidence. The video had already started playing on the big screen. The scene begins in a forest. The first one to appear was a frog Pokémon with a blue body and a scarf-like neck around its neck. Professor Borutono, oh, this is Greninja, one of the 3 royal families of the Kalos region who appeared. Wickstrom, it makes sense, Diantha is the champion of Kalos, and black history is normal in Kalos. Diantha, if you slander me, I will kill you. Wickstrom. Wickstrom, one of the Kalos Elite Four, once competed with Diantha for the championship. Suppressed by Diantha's garde voir. Although there is no hatred, it is normal to hurt each other. In the picture, in addition to Greninja, another figure also showed his true identity. The red and white hat, the blue short-sleeved jacket, those familiar faces, who else could it be besides Ash? No sir, why is Brother Xi here again? No matter what the inventory is, Brother Ash will always show up. Diantha's dark history won't be related to Brother Ash, right? Who knows, keep watching. In the screen. Start special training Greninja. Knock. First through this forest. Knock. The audience didn't pay much attention to the special training Ash mentioned at first. It's probably like walking in the forest to increase your physical strength. As a result, Ash's subsequent actions made them smile from ear to ear in surprise. I saw Ash and Greninja doing almost the same movements, and then started running fast. During this period, Ash constantly adjusted himself and tried to make his movements consistent with Greninja's. One person and one frog kept dodging one tree after another. As the audience watched, they gradually felt that something was wrong. Why can Ash be able to keep up with Greninja's movements? Judging from the trees that kept flashing by, their speed was already very fast. Can Ash keep up with this? Then, Greninja seemed to feel that this difficulty was no longer enough. The figure surged and began to jump to the tree, jumping non-stop. Every tree here is 2 to 3 meters high. Okay. I'll come too. World audience, no way. You don't really want to perform that, do you? Hey. Ash bent his legs and then climbed hard. The whole person jumped directly onto a tree several meters high. Then, like Greninja, it jumped flexibly among the trees. Although it accidentally fell off once during the period, Ash quickly adjusted the contest condition. Keep wandering in the woods. Is this a human being? I saw early on that Brother Ash is not a human. This is a Pokémon in human skin. Actually, I had expected it. In the first scene where Brother Ash was guarding Pikachu, he climbed over mountains and ridges. It didn't look like the physical strength that a child could show at all. Ash. Accept me as your disciple. Bruno raised his hand to Ash and immediately stopped Ash. What's going on? Haha, don't worry, this idiot is just joking. Lorelei smiled and slapped Bruno. You scared Ash? No, he is the one who scared me. Look at the action in the picture, is it something a normal person can do? Bruno waved his hand repeatedly, pointing at Ash who was still wandering in the screen. I once wanted to accept Ash as my disciple. It's me who has become a disciple. It doesn't matter if he is a master or a disciple. The main thing is that I want to learn this. Ash looked embarrassed. Well, Master Bruno, even if you say so, I can't do that kind of action now. Look carefully at Ash's face on the screen. Cynthia had finished her sundae and was sitting on the sofa with her arms folded, watching the screen attentively. The Ash on the screen should have been traveling for several years now, right? At least he is much more mature than when he played against Brandon before, or even when he was in the Lily of the Valley conference. I predict that he is about 13 to 14 years old now. Ash, who just started traveling, can climb mountains and ridges. It's not surprising that Ash on the screen makes such moves. After looking at Cynthia's body shape, everyone discovered that Ash on the screen seemed to be really mature. After a scene, Ash and Greninja finally came out of the forest. Then, 3 figures appeared in front of them, 2 women and 1 man, one of whom was a little Stephanie. Chapter 44. Kalos Region, Vonneville Town. A girl with long flaxen hair and a beautiful face looked at the picture on the screen intently. The girl's name is Serena and she has not traveled yet. She will be able to travel next year, but for some reason, she doesn't want to. The setting here is that Simei is older than Ash Arnold. However, after Tiandeo took stock, she changed her previous mind. And all of this is because of the young man on the screen. As a child, Serena went to Kanto to attend summer camp there. After some minor accidents, she got lost. Just when she was at a loss and feeling desperate, a little boy appeared in front of him. That person is Ash. Ash not only bandaged her wounds, but also brought her back to the camp. His cheerful smile was also deeply engraved in her heart. Since then, Ash has become the object of her admiration. Even after many years of separation, she has never forgotten Ash. However, she never expected that when she saw Ash again, it would be on a magical screen. Not only that, now, even she herself appears on the screen. Although her appearance has become more mature and her hair has been changed to short hair, there is no doubt that it is her. In the future, will I also go on a trip with Ash? In the image, Ash was so exhausted from chasing Greninja that he fell to the ground. Upon seeing this, Serena trotted up and handed a pink water glass in her hand to Ash. Serena in Vonneville Town is getting ready to drink water. When I saw the picture on the screen, I almost spit out the water. Isn't the glass of water she is handing to Ash the one she is drinking from right now? What the hell? What was the relationship between her and Ash at that time? So close? Small details.jpg. Ash's unceremonious result was that Serena drank all the water in one gulp. Serena's head is about to smoke as she watches. Fortunately her mother is not here. Brother. Brother. That's us. Are we traveling with Ash too? In the Lumiose gym in Lumiose City. Little Stephanie, who had yellow hair tied into a ponytail, kept pulling on the yellow-haired boy next to her, shouting loudly. The yellow-haired boy raised his eyes, and the mirror coat emitted a white arc of light. It seems that we will travel with Ash in the future. Traveling with that magical boy is quite exciting. The yellow-haired boy is the leader of Lumiose Gym, Clement. Hobby is inventing machines. And that little Stephanie is his sister, Eulogia. In the image. After Ash drank the water, he chatted with the 3 of them, but the content of the chat was a bit confusing. What Greninja's power? What controls that power? Is there anything different about Greninja? Not long after, the protagonist of this video appeared. The screen turned to sky, and a helicopter came from a distance and stopped steadily at Ash's sky. Then, when the helicopter was still nearly 10 meters away from the ground, a figure on the helicopter jumped out. She held a rope in her hand and rushed down. When she was approaching the ground, she let go instantly and landed steadily on her white marten boots. The person coming is none other than the champion of Kalos, Diantha. Stephen, wonderful. Drasna, Miss Diantha is still so messy. Cynthia, don't mind it, everyone, you're used to it. Dandy, this skill, is not much worse than Ash's. Wickstrom, this time I believe you can beat me to death with your bare hands. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill that guy. Diantha is furious. What does he mean? Does he mean I'm violent? Is there anyone who talks to a lady like that? Okay, calm down, even if you want to kill her, you have to wait until you get back to Kalos. As Diantha's best friend, Cynthia kindly dissuaded her. Wickstrom, I thank you. After Diantha came down, she and Ash chatted for a while. Then after Diantha learned that Ash's Greninja had a strange situation, Diantha expressed that she wanted to fight Ash. The picture stopped here, and then lines of subtitles appeared on the screen. Special Inventory, Diantha's Dark History. In order to learn the truth about Ash Greninja's special transformation, Diantha proposed a duel with Ash, but Ash's Greninja was conquered only after coming to the Kalos region, and the evolution time was less than half a month. But in order to test Ash, Diantha is planning to use her own trump card Pokémon, the champion-level Gardevoir. So who will win in this battle? There are no questions and guesses in this special counting game. Whoever wins the two contestants will get the reward. After seeing the subtitles, the first people to react were the champions. Yulongdu, I understand, it turns out that the dark history is that Diantha bullied the small. Against a Greninja that has just evolved, you actually have to use trump card Gardevoir. Tisk tisk, I wouldn't be able to do it if it were me. Brandon, we are not alone. Don't say that Diantha champion. The Diantha champion just won't hold back when facing any rival. Just like me. If this can be considered a dark history, then Brandon's use of the ice pillar to fight Pikachu is also one of the dark histories. At this time, he naturally stood decisively on Diantha's side. What is black history called fighting with all your strength? This is the dignity that belongs to the strong. Do you understand? Bruno, Brandon seems to have found his team. Alder, ha, although that is true, I feel that Chitaro is too pitiful, whether it is using Pikachu to fight against the Ice God Pillar, or Greninja, who has just evolved, against Gardevoir. Diantha, I am just testing Ash, do you understand the test? What kind of black history is this? Diantha breathed a sigh of relief after posting the barrage. For her, this is really not a dark history. After all, the preface comes first. She just wants to try the power of Ash's Greninja. How can this be considered black history? Chapter 45. This is the dark history we have been waiting for a long time. This is a bit disappointing. Hey, I still hope that Ms. Diantha's photos will be leaked or something. The sigh of a group of LSPS. If you just look at the description of the Tiendeo inventory, this is indeed not a dark history. After all, although Diantha was suspected of bullying the younger ones, it was just a test after all. It's not like I'm really fighting Ash. As for victory or defeat, got messed with. The champion Gardevoir beat the newly debuted Greninja, and the flying dragon rode in the face. How could he lose? Even if Ash has a special ability, he can make Pokémon explode. But that also requires Pokémon to have enough background, right? For example, the previous Pikachu had obviously experienced a lot of battles. Of course, that Pikachu is indeed special. But then Charizard isn't special, right? Without sufficient training, even under Ash's command, there is no way he can defeat any Charizard in the Charizard Valley. This is enough to show that the bond between Ash and Pokémon does not work all the time. At least the Pokémon must have the foundation to carry that effect. You used 1 point of combat power to show 3 points and they tolerated it. Using your 0.1 combat power at 3 points is too much. Dandy, hey, let's see how much Ash's trainer level can improve after a long journey, right? In the past, Ash basically relied on accidents to fight. I wonder what the grown-up Ash will look like on the screen now. Yolongdu, tisk, that's the only way it can be. Why did Tiandao's inventory take stock of such dark history? Diantha, oh? Flying champion Mr. Lance, you seem to be dissatisfied with Tiandao for not exposing more of my dark history? Yolongdu, who are you talking about as the champion of the flying series? Diantha, whoever answers is the one I'm talking about. The smell of gunpowder in the barrage list is getting stronger. But the two people at the scene were actually fine. Diantha, in particular, is in a lighter mood now. Is Tiandao inventory looking down on her too much? Can this thing be used as a piece of black history? Unless Ash can use that Greninja to suppress her and hit her. Otherwise, what kind of black history is this? As for the possibility of the thing mentioned above happening, it is even smaller than the possibility of Pikachu defeating Regis. You Greninja has only evolved for a few days, how can you beat her champion Gardevoir? Steven, it's a pity that there is no guessing. If there were, we could get a wave of guaranteed winning points. Wallace, don't worry about your broken points. Even if there is a bet, 99% of the people in the world will definitely choose Miss Diantha to win. Even if you beat Miss Diantha, how many 300 points can you get? 3 o'clock? Steven, it seems to make sense. After being taught by Wallace, Steven suddenly came to his senses. Yes. So what if there is a 99% chance of winning? How long will it take for him to earn enough points to buy stones with these 300 points? In this case, the score is in reverse, and the villa is close to the sea. Next time, choose the one with higher odds. Wallace opens up a new world for Steven. After a few minutes, the subtitles on the screen disappeared and the images on the screen officially started playing. Ash and Diantha stood on a plane, facing each other. Apparently some time has passed at this point, and it seems that Ash has recovered for Greninja. After all, Greninja and Ash just had a physical walking race. It's up to you Greninja. Knock. The handsome Greninja is on the plains. Make the Ren character seal with one hand. Dance, Gardevoir. Sana. After Gardevoir appeared on the plane, he raised his skirt slightly and bowed politely. If Greninja is a handsome ninja, then Gardevoir is an elegant lady. Then we'll take the initiative without mercy. Ash waved his palm and shouted to Greninja. Greninja, cut. Knock. A white dagger with condensed energy appeared in Greninja's hand, and then it suddenly kicked out. As Greninja moved, smoke and dust filled the field, showing how powerful Greninja used it. However, Diantha just moved her eyes slightly, and Gardevoir completely understood what Diantha meant. Facing the speeding Greninja, Gardevoir just turned sideways. Just dodge Greninja's attack. Ash frowned and continued to shout loudly. Continue the attack, Water Shuriken. Knock. Greninja rolled a few times to get away, then slapped his thighs with both hands. 4 shurikens composed of water elements appeared instantly. Greninja then fired out the water shuriken with a special first move. Seal all escape routes to Gardevoir. 4 shuriken rapid spin, surging water surges above it. Coupled with the force of its rotation, even metal can be cut in half. However, even in the face of such a powerful attack, Gardevoir and Diantha remained calm. With just one look, Gardevoir received Diantha's instructions again. The figure flashed continuously, and the shurikens that seemed to have blocked all escape routes for Gardevoir were directly dodged by her. Damn it, in that case, use continuous cut. Knock. The white light blade reappeared in Greninja's hand. Then he kept slashing at Gardevoir. Facing Greninja's fierce attack, Gardevoir seemed very relaxed and content. Only with the smallest movements. He easily dodged Greninja's laborious attack. Night Slash. Greninja's eyes narrowed, and the white light blade disappeared. Instead, a ball of black energy covered its hand. Night/hits Gardevoir's vitals. However, Gardevoir easily dodged it with a teleport. The reaction power and speed of both sides are not at the same level at all. Hey, even Brother Ash can't do anything about this situation. Yes. Gardevoir is so shameless. How can you call me a scumbag? This is just a pure level gap, okay? It seems that Brother Ash is going to suffer a disastrous defeat this time. Most people in the world are not optimistic that Ash can win. Chapter 46. Most people in the world do not expect Ash to win. This is also a matter of course. The most surprising thing about Ash's previous Pokémon, such as Charizard and Pikachu, is their stats. When they fought against the mythical beast, even though there was a big gap at the beginning. But relying on the temporary burst of power through the bond with Ash can make up for this gap. And now Greninja, even if she explodes, she can't win, right? Again, the difference between 1 and 3 is not comparable to the difference between 0.1 and 3. Greninja and Gardevoir are so different. Even Ash's special ability can't make up for this gap. Can this be considered the champion's dark history? This is Ash's dark history, right? Gary looked at Greninja, who was being beaten and pressed in the screen with a strange look on his face. Just this aura, this demeanor, this level of coolness. Once released, it will definitely increase Diantha's fans. Where is the black history? Ash, Diantha hesitated to speak and looked worried about Ash. After all, Ash's performance on the screen is not very good, he is being beaten and suppressed all the time. It can be said that he has no power to fight back. Of course, although she was worried about Ash on the surface, Diantha was actually secretly happy. This inventory system probably doesn't know what black history is, right? Not only can I get rewards for this inventory, but I can even directly gain fans. A win-win situation. I just feel wronged, Ash. It's okay, Miss Diantha, failure is to meet better success. Ash is not discouraged at all, one failure cannot defeat him. It would be better to say that before this fateful reckoning came, he had already experienced countless failures. On the contrary, success is very rare. And if it's me and Greninja, there will always be something we can do, right? When talking about his Pokémon, Ash's eyes always sparkle. Even if he hasn't seen Greninja now, when he saw him for the first time, Ash fell in love with him deeply. Ninja Pokémon and stuff. That's really cool, isn't it? It's also good to have confidence. Emperor Dan encouraged Ash. As for the result of this battle, he naturally prefers that Diantha will win. After all, the gap between the two sides is so big. But is here. However, Ash always uses unexpected tactics and shows shocking power. Presumably this time will be no exception. For example, the reason why Diantha fights Ash this time. Isn't the fundamental reason for their fight just that Ash's Greninja is special? At least until now, that Greninja hasn't shown anything special. In other words, this is not Greninja's full strength. Ash, will a miracle happen to you again? In the image, Greninja attacks again, but still has no effect. Diantha frowned and thought to herself. Although this Greninja breeder is good, it's just that I don't see anything special. Let's try attacking it and see. Gardevoir, Shadow Ball. Sana. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest, and the dark shadow ball quickly condensed into shape, and then flew out like a cannonball. Upon seeing this, Ash quickly asked Greninja to use double team to dodge. Several Greninja figures appeared on the field, and Shadow Ball only destroyed one of them. Before Ash could be happy, Diantha continued to give orders. Destroy all the shadow clones. Sana. In an instant, 7 or 8 small shadow balls were fired at the same time, and all Greninja on the field were attacked at the same time. Greninja's true form was also attacked. flying directly backwards several meters away. Fortunately, Greninja survived because of the scattering of shadow balls. Moonblast! Moonblast! Sana! Gardevoir's whole body was wrapped in light, and stars fell down, condensing a huge pink energy ball on his chest. After a brief stockpile, Moonblast blasts out. Faced with sparks moonburst coming like stone fire, Ash quickly asked Greninja to get out of the way. Greninja's movements were considered swift, and she barely dodged the moonblast. However, the aftermath of a moonburst attack on the ground is not weak either. Greninja didn't completely dodge and was hit by the aftermath attack. Directly fly dozens of meters away. Hit a tree. The difference is huge. The aftermath of the explosion was so terrifying that champion Diantha almost killed Greninja in one shot. Brother Ash can't win this battle. The audience shook their heads and sighed. Even Ash, who has repeatedly achieved miracles. He has no ability to fight back in front of the Diantha champion. This is the power of a champion. It's completely different from the previous rival. Greninja is not far away from a crushing defeat. This series of fairy restraint skills will cause a lot of damage to Greninja even if it is the aftermath. Greninja, are you okay? Knock, knock. Greninja barely managed to stand up, and there were already many wounds on her body. Miss Diantha is really difficult to deal with, I have an idea. Kinga. After a while, Ash and Greninja regained their strength. Diantha was a little disappointed at this time. Greninja still hasn't shown anything special so far. I'm afraid the changes they talk about are just hallucinations. Greninja, water shuriken. Knock. Several rapid spin shurikens rushed from the sky. It was still just a look, but Gardevoir understood it and moved his body. He dodged the shuriken in an instant, but the shuriken hit the ground and caused a burst of white smoke. At this moment, another shuriken came through the air. Gardevoir was visibly stunned for a moment, and then he barely ducked out of the way, but... Cut! Knock! The blue figure broke through the smoke, and the white light blade cut through the sky, hitting Gardevoir's body hard. A powerful cut move directly sent Gardevoir flying backwards. The attack, it worked. Chapter 47. You've been tricked, Gardevoir. Sana. At this moment, Gardevoir managed to stabilize his body after a somersault and landed smoothly. First, use a water shuriken to raise smoke, and then use a shuriken to block the movement. Finally, Greninja launched a melee attack on Gardevoir who could not avoid it. I have to say that Ash performed well with this set of combos. Unfortunately, that's all. That move cut looks pretty powerful. But after all, it's just a small skill, and it didn't cause any damage to Gardevoir. Moreover, Ash's routine cannot be used a second time. Is it true that the champion is a vegetarian? Therefore, Ash is still at an overwhelming disadvantage and has no chance of winning. Just when everyone in the world was thinking this, Ash in the image suddenly seemed to have changed into a normal person. That's it, Greninja. Knock. Cut. Continuous cut slashed out again, this time Greninja seemed to be faster. Ash's special ability is here. When you connect with a Pokémon, it will increase its power. However, this is also expected by many champions. After the upgrade, Greninja still couldn't touch the hem of Gardevoir's skirt. Everything is over. We can still get stronger. Stronger. Come on, Greninja. Knock. Boom. As Ash shouted, a violent waterspout rose into the sky and surrounded Greninja's entire body. Greninja in the water suddenly changed. Red patterns suddenly appeared on the head, and something similar to black hair normal appeared on both sides. Just like Ash normal with a red hat. At this moment, the bond turns into strength. What the hell is this? It's unethical. New skills? Can new skills also change the appearance? Everyone in the world is extremely shocked, just because Ash's Greninja suddenly changed his appearance. The whole body is wrapped in a waterspout, so handsome. But, how did this change? Stephen, Pat Wallace, please ask the next water champion to answer this for us. Wallace, I don't know. I've never seen Greninja like this. Bruno, did Ash gain any special abilities during his journey? Dandy, it shouldn't be Ash, but Ash and Greninja. Didn't you notice the reason why Diantha and Ash fought at the beginning? It's because Ash's Greninja has a special change. Diantha, what a magical change! Greninja's entire Pokémon's appearance has changed, and a surging waterspout is surrounding it. Such Greninja is unheard of. The champion of Kalos has never heard of it, and the rest of the people don't even know about it. At this moment, they can only continue to watch. This is Miss Diantha. This is what Greninja and I are doing. Ash seemed a little excited at this time. Whenever he and Greninja entered this contest condition, he will feel that he has endless power. And I feel as if I and Greninja have entered a synchronized contest condition. I see. Is this what Greninja has changed in recent times? Then let me see your new power, Ash. Okay. Greninja. Cut. Ash made the same move as Greninja, touching the ground with one hand, and then rushed out like a thunder. White light blades appeared in Greninja's hands, and the next moment he was in front of Gardevoir. Shadow Ball. Sana. Gardevoir only had time to condense the Shadow Ball into a prototype. Greninja is already here. Double Cut swung out hard. Boom. The two skills collided, and a huge explosion instantly ejected Gardevoir. His feet rubbed against the ground for several meters before slowly stopping. On the other hand, Greninja only retreated a little and was not affected at all. With this move, Greninja has the upper hand. What a surprising change! Even Gardevoir won't feel uncomfortable if he takes this trick. There were some beads of sweat on Diantha's forehead. Unexpectedly, Greninja would become so powerful after changing form. In this case, she doesn't intend to hold back. Gardevoir, continuous shadow ball. Sana. Several black shadow balls continuously condensed from Gardevoir's hand, flying out like arrows from a string. In response, Ash chose to use Water Shuriken. Knock. Greninja's body surged, and she slapped her thighs with both hands, and the same number of Water Shurikens as the shadow ball shot out. All shadow balls were cancelled out, and due to the collision of skills, a burst of mist appeared on the field. Cut. Are we going to do the same trick again? We won't fall for the same trick a second time. Seeing Ash trying to use mist for Sucker Punch again, Diantha's eyes narrowed. The same moves never work. However, Ash and Greninja have no such plans. I saw Greninja charging directly from the front. A white light blade instantly appeared in his right hand, slashing towards Gardevoir. Facing Greninja's fierce offensive, Gardevoir directly used teleport to dodge. Once, twice, 3 times. The two parties seem to be dancing normal, one party is unpredictable and does not know where it will appear. The other side relies solely on reaction and speed to forcefully keep up with the opponent. As time goes by, Greninja seems to be getting faster and faster. After using teleport for an unknown number of times, Gardevoir suddenly became dark. Greninja caught up with her teleport speed. Knock. Boom. The white light blade slashed hard on Gardevoir's body. He cut a hole directly in front of him and knocked Gardevoir dozens of meters away. One blow, a heavy blow. Chapter 48. No way. The Diantha champion was beaten while being suppressed. How is it possible? Ash's Greninja has just evolved. How is it possible that he can beat the champion trump card? It seems that Greninja only improved so much after being wrapped in water. What on earth is that wrapped waterspout? The audience at Kalos was in disbelief. The strongest and most beautiful champion of Kalos, the tough and invincible champion. Why was it so deflated on a Greninja that had just evolved? Unscientific. Haha, Diantha, that's all. At Team Rocket's headquarters, 4 figures appeared next to Giovanni. Archer, Ariana, Proton, Petrol. The 4 executives of the Rockets. Its combat power is almost invincible to the Elite Four. And the person who just spoke out was the only female executive among them, Ariana. For Diantha, a female champion and world-class actor. Naturally, she couldn't stand it, so she taunted him. He was beaten like this by a boy who looked to be less than 15 years old and a Greninja who had not evolved very long. What a shame! Giovanni did not respond, but looked at Greninja in the image with deep eyes. Rather than saying what skills Greninja uses, it's more like, evolving? But how is that possible? Greninja should be in her final form. Dandy, I can't understand but I'm shocked. Steven, what is this? Has Ash's ability evolved again? Brandon, you never know what weird moves Ash will pull out in the next second. I didn't lose unjustly. Alder, Cheetaro seems to have become one with his Greninja. Wickstrom, hey, is this the strength of the Kalos champion? He couldn't even defeat Greninja who had just evolved. Diantha, I definitely haven't used my full strength yet. I haven't lost yet. Wickstrom. I will definitely have you stay in the hospital for several months when you go back. Diantha panicked, the situation on the screen changed too quickly. Just a second ago, he was still beating Greninja. Almost won. As a result, the next second, Ash and Greninja triggered a strange contest condition, directly suppressing her and beating her. As for whether she used her full strength, she herself knew this best. Greninja's current speed is countless times faster. Gardevoir's ability to restrain the opponent's moon explosion and dazzling gleam requires stockpile. It was impossible to send it out before Greninja's attack came. Psychic is ineffective against evil Greninja. In other words, even if she doesn't use all her strength now, she's almost there. It's really yours, Tiendeo inventory. It turns out that the dark history is here. The ones in the front are just side dishes, the real main course is at the back. She was a champion, and when she took out the trump card Pokémon, he couldn't beat the opponent's Greninja who had just evolved for half a month. Isn't this black history? But now is not the time to draw any conclusions, the outcome has not been decided yet. In the image, facing Greninja who had the upper hand, Diantha became ashen as water. Even if Gardevoir uses his full strength under normal conditions, is there no way he can beat Greninja in terms of overall ability value? In this case, I'm afraid it would be better to use that. Greninja, Aerial Ace. Knock. Greninja's hands released white light, and her entire figure became erratic. After constantly changing his shape, he finally found the opportunity and attacked Gardevoir. At this time, Gardevoir, Mega Evolution. Sana. Diantha held the pendant around her neck and shouted loudly. There is a colored stone with genetic patterns on the pendant. When Diantha shouted Mega Evolution, the stone emitted a dazzling golden light. And the pendant inlaid with colorful patterned stones hanging on Gardevoir's chest also glowed blue. The two rays of light were linked together, and then Gardevoir was completely covered in blue light. The whole figure began to change. Boom! At this time Greninja's Aerial Ace has attacked. Gardevoir had no intention of dodging. He stretched out his hands and directly caught Aerial Ace. At the same time, the light on Gardevoir began to dissipate. A completely different Gardevoir appears in front of the world. The short green hair grew a little longer, and the red crystals on the chest turned into two, forming the shape of a heart. And the skirt of Gardevoir has also become more fluffy. The fierce wind whipped up by Greninja's attack caused Gardevoir's skirt to be blown back, revealing her slender white legs. This is Mega Gardevoir. Greninja, who failed to hit the target, quickly retreated and returned to Ash's side. Audiences around the world? Many professors? Champions? Diantha? What is this? What is Mega Evolution? Why can Gardevoir evolve again? Diandy, it turns out that Diantha's Gardevoir can evolve again? This is simply unheard of, and Diantha has never shown such a method. Do you want to perform unexpectedly in the 8 Masters competition? Steven, what a beautiful figure Mega Evolution! Did you borrow that magical stone to evolve? Alder, what exactly is Mega Evolution? Miss Diantha, can you explain? Diantha, I want to know too. What is that? So beautiful. My Gardevoir has turned out so beautiful. I want this. I want this evolution. It is not difficult to feel from Diantha's words. Her desire for Mega Evolution. But this also means that Diantha cannot use Mega Evolution yet. However, it can be seen from the video that the future Diantha will definitely be able to learn the Mega Evolution. This Tiandeo inventory really produced something amazing. If all Pokémon could get a higher level of evolution. So the changes to the world pattern are definitely not as big as normal. Chapter 49. Gigi, following Brother Ash's special changes, has Diantha Champion's Gardevoir also begun to change? Idiot, didn't you hear? That's called Mega Evolution. That's evolution. Evolution. Don't lie to me because I don't study well. Didn't Gardevoir finally evolve? How can he still evolve? This. I don't know either. If I knew, I would be rich now. Miss Diantha doesn't know either. It's probably something that will happen in the future. We haven't discovered it yet. Gardevoir's Mega Evolution is making waves in the world. If the inventory hadn't been played right now, all the Pokémon professors in the world would have gathered together for a meeting. No, Mega is not unknown to everyone, there is one person. Professor Oak, Professor Boruto, the Mega Evolution is probably a project you have just started recently, right? Boruto, yes. That's what I'm working on now. Now I haven't given a name to that magical phenomenon. So is this called Mega Evolution? Diantha, let's talk about Mega Evolution in detail. How can I make my Gardevoir look like the one above? Boruto, let's wait until Mr. Ash and Ms. Diantha finish fighting. Rather than the subject I am researching, I want to see what changes have happened to Greninja. Diantha was stunned at Bradino's words. Ash's Greninja? Logically speaking, no matter what happens, it is not as big as the fact that Pokémon is evolving to the next level. So why did Boruto focus on Ash's Greninja? Will the answer be revealed in this battle? Diantha looked at the image again. I finally let Miss Diantha use Mega to evolve. Knock. Greninja was also very excited at this time. Using Mega to evolve means that the opponent has also used his full strength. He is in this contest condition. He was able to match the full strength of a champion. Sure enough, with Ash, he was invincible. The stronger rival gets, the stronger we get. Going to Greninja. Water Shuriken. Knock. The image directly switches to a close-up of Ash and Greninja, with Ash's shadow standing next to Greninja. One person and one frog made exactly the same movements. He squatted half-crouched, slapped his thighs with both hands, and 2 shurikens condensed out and floated in front of him. Then push it out with both hands. The shuriken shoots out normally like a cannonball. This famous scene directly made the entire audience excited. What is this? Have Brother Ash and Greninja become one? So handsome. Brother Ash seems to be much more handsome in this period. Facing the incoming shurikens, Diantha chose to use Shadow Ball to deal with it. Black's energy ball collided with the water shuriken surrounding the rapids, and there was no winner. Not enough. Get stronger. Use Aerial Ace. Knock. Greninja transformed into a phantom and soared into the sky. Reflective Shield. Boom. A fist glowing with white light fell from the sky and hit the reflective shield hard. However, Greninja's strength was not enough to break the reflection shield after being halved. Following the reaction force, Greninja bounced back to Ash's side again. Be faster! Moto Hayagu! Knock! Greninja touched the ground with his toes and flew out normally like an arrow from the string, and his speed increased by another level. Use double team! Brush! Greninja instantly split into a dozen clones and appeared on the field. Then keep using cut like this. Knock! All the clones pulled out white light blades at the same time. Gardevoir and Diantha can't tell which one is the real one. In this case, use the reflective shield again. Sana! The huge transparent barrier unfolds, Greninja has arrived. All the clones slashed out at the same time. Bang! Click! Cut hit the reflective shield and made a loud noise. After the two sides were in a stalemate for several seconds, the reflective shield made a crisp sound of shattering. Then it exploded directly. Greninja took the opportunity to slash Gardevoir again. However, after layers of weakening, this attack still didn't cause much damage, it just knocked Gardevoir several meters away. Yolongdu, what kind of Greninja is this? Gardevoir has already mega evolved and even has halved reflexes. You can't even put down a small cut? Dandy, the power of cut, I remember it was 40, right? Does this Greninja have a power bonus when using cut? Alder, haha, ninja aerial ace, cut, shadow clone, shuriken, all are ninja's unique skills, and adding Samson makes sense, right? Diantha, that's reasonable. I suspect Ash is cheating. This Greninja is not reasonable at all, okay. Gardevoir was so shocking when it evolved, why is it still lagging behind? Brandon, recognize the reality, champion Diantha, when Regis was instantly killed by Pikachu with one move, I had the same thought as you. Brandon said that finally someone can feel his pain. The difference between Greninja and Pikachu is that Pikachu gets stronger bit by bit. Greninja was transformed and suddenly got enhanced. The current situation on the court is undoubtedly extremely unfavorable to Diantha. The picture shows how Ash and Greninja merge into one, they are really cool. Chapter 50. In the screen. Although deflated, Diantha continued to command Gardevoir very calmly. Teleport to distance yourself, then use continuous Shadow Ball. Sana. One of the benefits of Shadow Ball is that it doesn't require stockpile, and Moon Blast, despite being powerful and countering Greninja. But in the face of Greninja's speed, using Moon Blast is asking for death. Faced with the Shadow Ball that came like falling rain, Ash once again issued an order that surprised everyone. Use Aerial Ace. Knock. Greninja kicked the ground with both feet and galloped out. Its feet glow white. Then when the Shadow Ball arrived, he turned around and kicked the Shadow Ball away. Then he kicked out the other foot, kicking away the Shadow Ball that followed. Just like that, Greninja seems to be dancing normal. As the body dances, Shadow Balls fly into the sky one after another. Finally exploded. Both Rookie Trainer and Champion Trainer were silent when they saw this scene. That is the Shadow Ball released by Champion Gardevoir. Why don't you play Kung Fu football here? One Shadow Ball after another was kicked away by Greninja with superpower before it even had time to explode. Now Greninja's strength has suppressed the evolved champion. What kind of perverted Pokémon? After kicking away the last Shadow Ball, Greninja kicked the ground with both feet. Jumped directly into the sky. Then, high in the sky, a scene that shocked everyone in the world appeared. I saw the waterspout wrapping Greninja burst open. The surging water turns into a butterfly. Normal swings are behind Greninja. The next moment, the water flow that turned into butterfly wings turned into a huge water shuriken and was pinned to Greninja's back. A subtitle appeared at the bottom of the screen, "This shuriken is proof of the bond." At this moment, everyone in the world finally saw Greninja's appearance clearly. That's completely different from the original Greninja. Some people didn't notice the appearance of Greninja in the water before. Now that the water has dispersed, his appearance appears in front of the world. Yolongdu, what is this? Alternative Greninja? Stephen, I noticed just now that Greninja seemed to have changed in the water. Dandy, are there any new changes? Is this also the Mega Evolution? Professor Oak, you have to ask Professor Borutono. Professor Borutono, this is not Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution requires 3 necessary conditions, and Ash is missing 2 of them. That's why I want to take a closer look at Greninja. Professor Borutono, now it seems that although Greninja is not a Mega Evolution, it is still a kind of evolution. I didn't have much idea at first, but that subtitle gave me inspiration. I felt that using this name couldn't be more correct. Professor Borutono, its name is Bond Evolution. Bond Evolution? Thinking about it, the name does seem to fit. All the changes in Greninja seem to be the result of the bond with Ash. Plus that sentence on the subtitle just now, this shuriken is proof of the bond. The name Bond Evolution couldn't be more fitting. While audiences around the world were having heated discussions, the video continued to play. Greninja transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly with its limbs spread out high in the sky, like a kite. Normal floating and soaring in the sky. Who else can't fly? Greninja. Water shuriken. Knock. Greninja reached behind with his right hand, grabbed the huge shuriken, and threw it suddenly. The huge shuriken fell like a shooting star. The air seems to be cut open while spinning. Shadow Ball. S9. Gardevoir also condensed a huge shadow ball in his hand. This is already her full attack. Boom. The shadow ball shot out and tackled the huge water shuriken. 2 powerful attacks collide. The power of water flow and ghost system are constantly intertwining in mid-air. Judging from the performance capabilities alone, the attacks from both sides were even more intense than Pikachu's previous tackle against the Divine Beast. After a stalemate for several seconds, the water shuriken finally broke through a hole in its constant rotation. Break through the shadow ball. With Diantha's ugly face, the water shuriken hit Gardevoir and knocked it away dozens of meters away. Gardevoir lay on the ground with a look of pain on his face. Her body is already covered with scars. Although she has not lost her fighting ability. But my physical strength is as weak as a candle in the wind. Greninja landed smoothly and was preparing to pursue the victory. Just when everyone thought Greninja was going to win, Ash, who looked excited, suddenly had his pupils constricted. Finally, his eyes lost focus and he fell to the ground. Greninja also seemed to have been hit hard. A blue light emitted from his body, he changed back to his original appearance, and fell to the ground. Special Review, the end of Diantha's dark history. Both sides, Ash Greninja vs Diantha Gardevoir, it was a draw. Rewards will be distributed to both parties later, so stay tuned. Audiences watching? What the hell? It's so exciting to watch. You are gone now. You don't play like this. This is somewhat anticlimactic, right? Ash is just one step away from defeating Diantha. Why did you faint suddenly? Even if Ash fainted, why did Greninja also collapse? It's like you were almost done spoiling the story, and then suddenly ran away at the end. Disgusting, right? Teacher almost defeated Gardevoir back then, but with that last cut, he was sure to win. It's a pity that the plot was killed, and the screenwriter took great pains to allow Master Ji to continue traveling. Chapter 51. Tiandao inventory ended anticlimactically, as if something unplayable would appear if you put it down. Although this battle is said to be a draw, it can be said that Diantha won, but it can also be said that Ash won. Ash can defeat Gardevoir with just one more move. But Greninja and Ash fell to the ground at the same time inexplicably. If they hadn't known that Ash was not that kind of person, the audience would have thought that Ash was fixing the match. Yolongdu, who can tell me what happened just now? Why did Ash fall? Professor Oak, I seem to have a clue, but let Professor Borutono explain it first. Diantha, yes. But no, Professor, didn't you just say that you wanted to explain the evolution of Mega? Diantha also followed Professor Oak and changed the subject. They must not be allowed to delve into anything during the game just now. Mainly because of the game just now, it was so embarrassing. First, he was pressed and beaten by Greninja, who had just evolved. Then when he was about to win, Greninja suddenly lost his ability to fight. It looks like she can't afford to lose and buy it. It's better to just let her lose. Losing is just a matter of strength. However, if you look into the scene just now, you will feel that there is something wrong with her character. It has risen to the level of personality. Professor Borutono, then let me tell you about the evolution of Mega first. Professor Borutono, before describing the evolution of Mega, I want to tell you the principle of this evolution, which is the atavism of Pokémon. In ancient times, wars were rampant all year round. For Pokémon, being weak meant death. Therefore, Pokémon were very powerful in ancient times. However, with the advent of peaceful times, many Pokémon have also changed their body shapes during this long life, becoming more suitable for modern survival. And Mega Evolution is to stimulate the ancient blood in Pokémon to achieve the effect of returning to their ancestors. If you want to achieve Mega Evolution, you need 3 conditions. First, Pokémon must achieve its final evolution. Second, the trainer and Pokémon must have enough bonds. Third, and most crucially, you need Keystone and Mega Evolution Stone. With the popularization of Professor Borutono, everyone gradually understood what Mega Evolution is. That's it, I feel like I've learned a lot more. So the pendants hanging on the chests of Miss Diantha and Gardevoir are the Keystone and the Mega Evolution Stone. Mega evolves, I'm so envious. I really want my Pokémon Mega to evolve too. Many people around the world have secretly remembered the appearance of Keystone and Gardevoirite. The journey to find these 2 stones has begun. In this era when Mega Evolution has not yet become popular science, any Keystone and Evolution Stone are definitely worth hundreds of millions. If the champion needs it, I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of millions. If you want to make a fortune, now is the best opportunity. Yolongdu, Professor Borutono, can my Dragonite Mega evolve? After learning about the evolution of Mega, Yolongdu was very excited. If his Dragonite can Mega, he will be more confident of winning the World Championship in the near future. After all, Dan Emperor is a man who has the ability to Gigantamax, and he can only perform ordinary Gigantamax. Borutono, nothing has been discovered so far, but Garchomp has a Mega Evolution, and Charizard also has it. As for more types, they are still being studied. Dandy, oh? Mega evolved Charizard? This is quite interesting. I wonder if I can find an evolution stone for my Charizard. Cynthia, can Garchomp also evolve? That's great. Steven, where is Metagross? Does Metagross have it? Alder, and Volcarona. Does Volcarona have it? Borutono's words completely shocked everyone at Dive. Not just champions and elites. Even gym leaders in many places are frantically asking Borutono about the evolution of Mega. Some simply didn't ask on the barrage list, but called directly. For a moment, Borutono's phone was buzzing with calls. Professor Borutono, please stop calling us. If the latest research results of Mega come out, I will publish them as soon as possible. Please wait a moment before doing this. After this sentence, the violent phone calls and explosive barrages slowly subsided. Everyone was a respectable person, and since Borutono said so, they were naturally embarrassed to continue asking questions. On the other side, Team Rocket, Team Galactic, Water Fleet. Evil organizations in various regions have begun to take action. Mega Evolution is an extremely powerful boost to every evil organization. Naturally, they immediately went to look for the Mega Evolution Stone. As for directly kidnapping Professor Boruto, how many lives do you have? With so many gym owners, elites, champions, and even other evil organizations watching, who dares to touch Professor Boruto? Anyone who touches him will become the enemy of the most powerful trainer in the world. It is definitely impossible to monopolize the results of Mega's evolution. Why not spend more time looking for Keystone and Mega Evolution Stone? From a few days ago, there was a wave of searching for stones all over the world. Steven suddenly has hundreds of millions more competition rival. Of course, there may be hundreds of millions more people coming to help him find rocks. After all, Steven is rich. The whole world is his wage earner. JPG. Professor Boruto, Professor Oak, you can now share your opinions on Ash Greninja. Have you figured out the changes in Greninja? Professor Oak, regarding that, I just used my connections to contact a hidden ninja village and learned a lot about the legend of Greninja, so I am even more sure. Professor Oak, Ash's Greninja is the legendary hero Greninja. Hero Greninja? It sounds very powerful. Of course, it is actually very powerful. After all, that is a Mega Ninja Frog that can defeat the Mega Evolved Gardevoir. Brothers and sisters, I have received 4 updates in the past 2 days. I have received all your rewards and reminders. There will definitely be more rewards when it is put on the shelves. In addition, regarding the 4 animation skills, except for Muji, which I know is not the case, I am not sure about the subsequent ones. Anyway, at least BW must have 4 skills. Later, Greninja and Pikachu also maintained their 4 skills, and BW even replaced the high-voltage Thunder Shock with Electro Ball. Chapter 52. Ninja Village is located in the Kalos region. Although it is a hidden village, many people know it, because they are extremely powerful. Inside their ancestral hall, there is a mural hanging, which promotes the legendary Pokémon that saved Ninja Village 100 years ago. Greninja. That Greninja is different from the normal Greninja. Although you can't see the front, there is a huge shuriken behind it. Therefore, people in Ninja Village call that Greninja, Hero Greninja. The characteristics behind it can be said to be exactly the same as Ash's Greninja. Professor Oak had heard of this rumor before, but just went to confirm it. Hanzo, Professor Oak is right, the figure of Greninja does exist in our mural. Hanzo, the current leader of Ninja Village. He knows the legend and appearance of Greninja by heart. He had already had doubts when he first saw Greninja changing form. When he saw the huge shuriken coming out, he was absolutely sure that it was the hero Ninja Frog. Yolongdu, but, how did Ash get Greninja to achieve that posture? Diantha, yes, in all my years in Kalos, I have never seen any Greninja look like that. Professor Oak, Ash's Greninja should be the most special. Of course, Ash is also special. Professor Oak, you have seen Ash's power before. The deeper the bond with Pokémon, the stronger the power they can exert at critical moments. Professor Oak, Ash's Greninja can directly convert this special power into the power of evolution. In order to achieve that unprecedented, bond evolution. Professor Oak, compared to the Mega Evolution that requires Keystone and Mega Evolution Stones, the bond evolution of Ash and Greninja is undoubtedly better. Because they don't need props, they can achieve the conditions for evolution just by relying on the bond between them. This also shows from the side how terrifying the bond between them is. Wow! Professor Oak's words shocked the whole world. Professor Bradano said before that no matter how deep the bond with Pokémon is, without key props, it would be impossible for Mega to evolve. Because Mega Evolution Stones are items that stimulate the genetic power of Pokémon. The Keystone is a prop used to turn the bond between people and Pokémon into reality, thereby inspiring Mega Evolution Stones. Therefore, both are indispensable. But now, Ash has shown people all over the world what a true bond is. No keystone is needed, no evolution stone is needed, and the atavistic gene in Greninja's body is activated by relying on fetters. This is Ash's terrifying power. This is the Pokémon trainer who keeps beating the gods. Professor Boruto, also, I don't know if you have noticed that after Greninja evolved, Ash and him seemed to have merged into one. Everything Greninja saw, Ash seemed to be able to see it too. Professor Brunato, whether it was attacking or dodging, Ash made exactly the same moves as Greninja. Even Greninja's appearance is somewhat similar to Ash. Professor Bratano, in other words, that Greninja is a Pokémon destined to belong only to Ash. Only Ash can let it undergo bond evolution. A Pokémon that only belongs to me. Ash looked at the text sent by Professor Boruto and was a little confused for a moment. Although Charizard and Pikachu have defeated the mythical beasts several times before. But Ash felt that it was the result of their hard work and had nothing to do with destiny or God's favor. But this time is different. This feeling of destiny made Ash feel for the first time that maybe, he was the protagonist of this world? This conjecture not only made Ash extremely excited, but also made him a little inflated. After all, he is only a 10-year-old boy now, far from being as mature as he will be in the future. Muji's Ash even had to do tactical coaching when playing in the Indigo Plateau Conference. He was really bad, and his mentality was not good. Later, the Johto region began to slowly improve, and he was basically able to stand on his own in the Super Generation. Wickstrom, but Ash doesn't have Greninja yet, right? After this review, the Froakie series of Pokémon will definitely usher in a craze. What if Ash's Greninja is conquered by others? This sentence was like a blow to the head that brought Ash out of his fantasy of smelling salts. Yes. All the Pokémon he had counted before were already owned by him, but Greninja, he doesn't have any now. What if Greninja is subdued by someone else? For a moment, Ash lost all his arrogance. Thinking of Greninja being subdued, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Don't worry, Ash, isn't that your destined Greninja? In that case, then you have to believe that he will come to you. Misty comforted Ash in a rare moment. Although she usually hits Ash when he is swollen. But when Ash was confused and frustrated, she was the first one to comfort him. That's right, Ash, you have to believe in the bond between you and Greninja. Xiaogang also comforted him. If that Greninja is really destined to belong to Ash, then Ash will definitely meet him. Thank you everyone. I believe in the fate between Greninja and me. With the encouragement of the two, Ash cheered up again. Many champions on the side also nodded happily. Instead of being obsessed with the non-existent future, Ash has begun to develop towards his future self. Brandon, I understand the principle of bond evolution. What I'm curious about now is, why did Ash fall to the ground with Greninja in the end? Chapter 53. Diantha's face darkened. Brandon really doesn't care about things, and she wasn't the one who hurt him in the first place. As for being so targeted, you have to drag someone into the water to share the dark history, right? It turns out you are such a bad old man. Professor Oak, regarding this point, it is probably because Ash and Greninja's movements are synchronized. He and Greninja seem to be integrated into one body, and they also share their physical strength. Professor Oak, didn't Ash train with Greninja at the very beginning? They should have experimented with suddenly losing consciousness during battle before, so they would exercise their physical strength in a targeted manner. Bruno, that's why Ash participated in the performance training with Greninja. I thought Ash just wanted to exercise. Agatha, do you think everyone is as simple-minded and well-developed as you? You long do, besides Bruno, who would train their body to be able to battle Pokémon. Not counting Ash, he is a natural mega rookie. Cynthia, being able to fight in championship-level battles for so long really deserves the title of mega rookie. Diantha, look. How could I go on a match-fixing basis? This is why Ash and the others haven't gotten enough exercise yet. Wickstrom, who said you were match-fixing? You're not going to show off yourself here, are you? Hello? Yes, it's me, Diantha. Help me prepare a helicopter to go back to Kalos tonight. Place? Wickstrom's house. Kanto region. Diantha made a phone call with a dark face and called her private jet over. Although not as rich as Steven's family, as the champion of Kalos, we still have this little capital. Wickstrom, right? Tonight I will raise all your ancestral graves. Cynthia covered her mouth and smiled. That's not necessary, Diantha, he was just joking. Haha, a joke? That's right, I'm going back to make a joke with him too. Facing Cynthia's dissuasion, Diantha smiled slightly. When Sister Ka smiles, life or death is hard to say. Even Xiao Gang, who was looking at several beauties on the side, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart after seeing Diantha's smile. Amitabha, almsgiver, I will burn incense for you. After the liquidation is completed, Tiandeo inventory rewards will be distributed. Please pay attention to the two winners. The fourth official inventory of Tiandeo inventory is about to begin. This inventory is a large-scale inventory and will take longer. Please be prepared. Just when everyone was talking about the last battle, the voice of Tiandeo taking inventory sounded. What came with the sound were two pure white lights. The light passed through the house and shot into the interior of the house. A beam of light appeared next to Diantha and Ash respectively. Soon, the light dissipated. Three things appeared in front of everyone. Next to Diantha are two pendants with two beautiful stones inlaid on them. And next to Ash is a blue Pokémon egg. Keystone and Evolution Stone. After Lance saw Diantha's reward clearly, he shouted instantly. At their level, they actually have no desire for normal things. But this normal thing definitely does not include Mega Evolution Stones and Keystones. These two things are very much desired by everyone in the world, including elite champions. Especially Lance. He also imagined that after his Dragonite gets the evolution system. Punch Lorelei to become the Kanto champion, kick Dandy to become the world champion. However, his fantasy can only become a fantasy, but Diantha's fantasy has become a reality. When it comes to the covet of the evolution stone and keystone, Diantha's desire is definitely no less than Lance's. After all, she saw her Gardevoir Mega evolve with her own eyes. That elegant posture, that powerful strength. Although she was disappointed by Greninja, it is undeniable that Mega Gardevoir is really elegant and powerful. When she was speaking on the barrage before, her desire almost overflowed the screen. She would rather trade all her beautiful clothes for the Keystone and the Evolution Stone. Unexpectedly, Tiandeo inventory actually rewarded her with what she longed for most. I'm sorry, Mr. Tiandeo. I blamed you wrongly. Let's take stock of Black history, just Black history. If I could be rewarded with props of this level, I would be willing to do the inventory 10 more times. Diantha happily picked up the Keystone and Evolution Stone beside her. You can't put it down and watch it over and over again, and even put it under the light, shining in the eyes of the champions around you. Lance's back molars are almost crunching. Damn it! Don't I have any dark history to take stock of? As long as you give me Dragonite's Evolution Stone, I'm willing to take stock of the dark history. If you can make Dragonite Mega Evolution, you can take stock of any dark history. What's more, although Diantha seems like a dark history at first. But think about it, those were legendary Pokémon from 100 years ago. Rounding it all off, it's no worse than a mythical beast, right? Even if Diantha loses, she will definitely blame the other party for cheating, and she will not be embarrassed at all. And she hasn't lost yet. Just a tie. A slightly embarrassing Black history in exchange for a Keystone and a trump card Evolution Stone. How can I make money by doing so? Ash, what kind of Pokémon egg is this? Misty looked at the blue Pokémon egg in Ash's hand curiously. This Tiandao inventory did not announce the reward content. So everyone doesn't know what the blue Pokémon egg in Ash's hand is. Ash, who got the Pokémon egg, looked at the Pokémon egg in his hand with great joy. He never expected that Tiandao inventory would reward him with this Pokémon. It's Froaki's Pokémon egg. Froakie. Misty was stunned for a moment and didn't even remember what Pokémon this was. After all, Froakie is basically extinct in the Kanto region. On the contrary, Cynthia reacted quickly. Could it be that this is your Greninja, Ash? Hey! Is Froakie a degeneration of Greninja? Wouldn't that be? Misty looked at the Pokémon egg in Ash's hand with a shocked expression. This Pokémon egg is the invincible Greninja in the image just now. Chapter 54. In a small house near the Indigo Plateau Conference, no one would have thought that all the champions in the world would be gathered here. And he is also the sixth of the 8 masters. And now these 6 masters are looking at a 10-year-old boy with envy. Even they did not expect that the problem that Ash was still worried about before would. Tiandao inventory actually solved it for him directly. Are you afraid that you won't meet your destined Greninja in the future? It doesn't matter, I'll just bring you Froakie when he was still an egg. From the words of Egg Breeder, I am afraid that the bond between Ash and Greninja will be even stronger in the future. That's great, Ash. This is a general who will definitely reach the championship level in the future. Even the super champion level. Bruno can be said to be very envious. Even though he has worked hard for most of his life, Breeder has not produced a few championship level Pokémon. Even finding Pokémon with great potential is a painstaking process. But look at Ash, let alone Pikachu and Charizard who have been reviewed. Now a Pokémon that is almost certain to reach the championship level falls directly into Ash's hands. It is impossible to say that I am not envious. Yes, I envy you Ash too, although my reward is not bad either. Diantha said, changed her words, and took out her keystone to show off in front of everyone. No one would have thought that the mighty Kalos champion. Now it's like a kid who got his favorite toy, normal. Show it off everywhere and keep holding it since you can't put it down. Okay, I know you got the keystone and the evolution stone. I don't know if you can evolve, so just show off here. Lance couldn't stand it anymore. Even if this person got the keystone, he still showed it off in front of him. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot tolerate it. Oh yes, you reminded me. Diantha said as she released her Gardevoir. And she wore Gardevoir's Mega Evolution Stone on her body. Let me think about it, it seems like this. Diantha placed her hand on the pendant she had just tied around her neck and closed her eyes. Then, nothing happened. Ah this! Diantha opened her eyes, her expression looking a little shy and angry. What's going on? She's obviously exactly the same as mimics in the inventory just now. Why can't Mega evolve now? Did he? Diantha dialed Professor Bradino's phone number directly, but received a voice saying that the phone was turned off. Helpless, she could only call Professor Oak again, and this time the call was connected. Hello, Miss Diantha? What's up? Professor Oak, that's it. Do you know how Mega evolves? To be honest, I don't have much experience in this field. You should ask Professor Boratino about this. In Professor Oak's laboratory, Professor Oak is eating instant noodles. After the Indigo Plateau Conference, he returned to the laboratory. Anyway, Pallet Town is not very far from the Indigo Plateau Conference venue. Facing Diantha's question, Professor Oak gave Diantha a friendly suggestion. Ask the experts. I just can't get through Professor Bradino's phone. That's it. Diantha told Professor Oak that she had obtained the Evolution Stone and Keystone. These 2 things can be said to be the most precious props in the world at present. After all, the inventory just revealed the power and splendor of Mega's evolution. Therefore, not even Diantha wanted to reveal to the world that she had these two things. This evolution can be used as a powerful trump card for her. At least he can trick Wallace or Chibana in the Masters. Ash, Alice, and Alan are no longer in the 8th Master, and their replacements are Kybana, Wallace, and Alder. After learning that the rewards Diantha will receive are the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone, Professor Oak was also very surprised. Then he thought about giving Diantha some advice. Mega Evolution requires the bond between people and Pokémon. There are many kinds of bonds, such as family ties, friendship, mood, etc. The reason why you can't evolve now is because you and Gardevoir don't have a synchronized mood. It's like the bond evolution of Ash and Greninja. They are trying to defeat you, so they can inspire stronger power in their bodies. But you have no goal now. If you insist on trying it now, could you try adding a line? Diantha was stunned for a moment after hearing Professor Oak's words. What the hell are the lines? Brush. Professor Oak's subsequent words made Diantha's face turn red instantly. Then she hung up the phone as she thanked her. Everyone looked at Diantha curiously. What did Professor Oak say just now? How could she make her face so rosy? How about it, Miss Diantha, do you know how Mega evolved? Stephen asked first. Diantha remained silent, but her face became redder and redder. Let me try. For a long time, Diantha held back this sentence, then took a deep breath. He suppressed all his emotions and put on a serious look on his face. I saw her holding the keystone on her chest and shouting seriously. You are the Queen of Daylight, the King of the Super World, everyone in the world is attracted by you. Show your true form. Gardevoir Mega Evolution. If this doesn't mean you can't Mega Evolve. I want Zisha. Purple Sand. I don't know how she yelled such an embarrassing line. But for Gardevoir to evolve, she shouted out. Professor Oak tells her that she needs to say something that resonates with Pokémon. If you arouse excitement in Pokémon, you might be able to successfully evolve into Mega. As a movie star in the entertainment industry, she instantly thought of lines from certain movies. Just to do this in front of so many champions, that is really embarrassing. It's the ultimate level of secondary school. All the champions, even Ash and others were stunned. Is this the elegant and charming Diantha? Before anyone could react, the stone in front of Gardevoir and Diantha burst into light. Then, Gardevoir's shape slowly changed, her skirt became more fluffy, and her hair became a little puffier. The light dissipated, and the brand new Gardevoir appeared in front of everyone. Mega Evolution, Success. Chapter 55. The evolved Gardevoir from Mega is more elegant and beautiful than the one on the screen. You can feel the strong hide-ki field emanating from it just by standing there. If Gardevoir is a royal sister, then Mega Gardevoir is truly Her Majesty the Queen. It is indeed a good thing that evolution has succeeded, but... Pfft! Ha ha ha! I couldn't help it, I'm sorry. Ha ha! Among the people present, Bruno, the simplest one, laughed out loud, and it was a hearty laugh. The other champions who were holding back their discomfort finally came to their senses amid Bruno's laughter. The collective laughed out loud. Mainly, the kind of lines just now, if replaced by some teenagers, such as Ash. There may not be any sense of inconsistency. But it's Diantha. The burning appearance of the second soul is in sharp contrast to the usual elegant appearance. Even if she acted in TV series and movies, Diantha would never take such a role. After all, neither my personality nor my external persona are suitable for such a performance. Therefore, it can be said that the champions here now have their eyes opened. I couldn't help but feel like laughing. We are professionally trained, and Normal will not laugh unless he cannot help it. JPG. You, stop laughing. If you laugh again, I will let Gardevoir give you a moon blast. Ahem, don't laugh, don't laugh. Hearing this, the champion elites quickly tightened their faces and stopped laughing. Unexpectedly, the next second, Alder took out a red Pokédex and said with a smile that couldn't be suppressed. Well, ahem, just now I wanted to record the evolution of Gardevoir, ahem, who knows? Brush. Diantha's face turned red instantly, and the next moment she roared at Alder. I advise you to be kind. Delete the video immediately. Otherwise, you will know why the flowers are so red later. If this image spreads, she won't even have to see anyone. I didn't expect that Alder usually looks like, forget it, he usually doesn't look honest either. She never expected that she would fall into this guy's hands. This is not possible. This is the first Mega Evolution in the world. When Mega Evolution becomes popular in the future, this video will be valuable. As he spoke, Alder quickly stuffed the Pokédex back into his arms. Diantha was so angry that she was almost ready to fight with Alder. At this time, the screen hanging in the hall suddenly lit up. The ethereal voice also sounded again. The large-scale Divine War inventory has officially begun. Please read some brief introduction first. After the words fell, the image officially started playing on the screen. Diantha had no choice but to give up for the time being and wait until the video was over to settle the score with Alder. With much anticipation, the start of the fourth divine battle has finally officially begun. I don't know if this is the usual introduction to introduce a Pokémon from weak to strong. Then try to match the story of the gods. If it were Encore, the audience wouldn't be all stupid. Regardless of the probability or not, if you give the early summary, it means that the probability of this Pokémon winning is as high as 80%. Who can fight with you? Metaphysics is the way to go. In the image, a large island appeared in the sight of everyone around the world. The name of this island is also introduced kindly at the bottom of the screen, Melee Island. Samson Oak, hey? Isn't this our Melee Island in Alola region? It seems that the character appearing this time is from our Alola region. Alola region, due to its remote location and smaller terrain compared to other regions. And there is no powerful and famous trainer, so it is not classified into Pokémon Alliance. They don't even hold the annual Alliance competition. It can be said to be a small mountain village region. Many people in Alola, such as Professor Kukui, have always wanted to connect Alola region and Alliance. I just haven't found the right opportunity. Now it seems that we can assist Tiendeo's inventory and integrate it into Alliance. The island in the image has been reduced to a very small size in order to give everyone a clear view of Melee Island. Then the screen began to zoom in continuously, and the final position lock-on was at a dead volcano. A yellow and black figure appeared in front of everyone. Black's body, orange comb head, 2 half-shells attached to his hands. Professor Kukui, Tapu Koko. This is the patron saint of our island in Alola region. Alola region. Professor Kukui couldn't help but speak on the barrage. Tapu Koko actually appeared on the feed. You know, he is a divine beast. Normally, it is on the side being challenged. Now it appears in the early stage. Teacher Kukui, is this the patron saint of our Alola island? Stephanie, who has blue hair named Shuilian, asked excitedly. At this time, the group was in a place called Pokémon School in Alola. In addition to Shuilian, there are 4 other students in the classroom. School is actually over now, but they all want to review the video together in school. After all, such interesting things must be watched together to be fun. Unexpectedly, in the 3rd round today, they saw their own island god at the beginning, Tapu Koko. Yes, it's definitely Tapu Koko. It seems, one of the people on the list this time is Tapu Koko. Since it is called a large-scale divine battle, there must be more than one divine beast. Tapu Koko is just one of them. Professor Kukui looked at the screen with some anticipation. Alola, it's time to show it to the world. In the image. After zooming in on Tapu Koko, you can find that there are many Pokémon around him. In addition to Pokémon, there are many humans. These humans all have the letter R tattooed on their bodies and have evil expressions on their faces. Yolongdu, what? Team Rocket? How could they go to Alola region? And also found the island patron saint of Alola region. Chapter 56. Uriawa is Team Rocket's mortal enemy, so he can instantly recognize their costumes. However, Alola region is equivalent to a remote island. Even Lance doesn't know about the so-called island god above. How did Team Rocket get the information? Now the island god in the picture is surrounded by a group of Team Rocket people. And the Pokémon released are all kinds of. They are basically Pokémon in the third stage of evolution. Leading the way are two rather special Pokémon. Looks very much like Agron and Steelix. But, it's just an image. Every part of the body looks completely different. It's like, evolved. Wickstrom, can Agron Mega Evolve? Steven, Steelix can also Mega Evolve. Two steel enthusiasts spoke, and the first thing they noticed was this. Wallace, idiot, don't pay attention to whether they evolve or not. Isn't the problem now that the island god has encountered a big crisis? Wallace, even for legendary Pokémon, it would probably be extremely difficult to deal with the beat-up of dozens of Pokémon and the presence of Mega Evolutions. Professor Kukui, don't worry, Mr. Wallace, Tapu Koko, isn't that weak. The barrage was sent out, and the rockets in the image also started attacking. A variety of moves fly out together. Flamethrower, flash cannon, big text fire, etc. All are long-range attacks. It seems that even if they have a numerical advantage, they don't dare to approach the island god rashly. Faced with so many moves, Tapu Koko remains calm. Under the horrified eyes of people around the world, Tapu Koko moved. In the meantime, he waved his right hand and stuck the tip on the ground, and a violent force surged out of his body. Purple light flashes and energy waves surge. The ground becomes like a purple mirror normal, extremely smooth. With Tapu Koko as the core, purple energy explodes like a nuclear bomb normal. The range includes almost the entire dead volcano. The world seemed to be shaking. This is Tapu Koko's exclusive move, Nature's Madness. Boom! With a huge explosion, the scene was obscured by smoke. After the smoke dissipated, Tapu Koko was slowly floating in the air. And those Pokémon that attacked him, including the first two Mega-evolved behemoths, all have fallen. Tapu Koko's eyes looked at the many Team Rocket members. They were instantly frightened to the point of peeing, and they quickly took the Pokémon back and prepared to escape. But the island god is so good-tempered. You can come and leave as you please. The golden spark surges like thunder that destroys the world. Normal thunder emits. All Team Rocket members were instantly scorched to death by discharge. Then, pink light covered Tapu Koko's body. He ejected like a cannonball normal. Knocked the charred Team Rocket members away one after another. For a moment, there was no sign of any Team Rocket members inside the dead volcano. As for whether they are alive or not, this is not what everyone cares about. I can only say that those hateful evil organizations will deserve their death even if they die. Not everyone is like the Rockets trio. What everyone is more concerned about is Tapu Koko's terrifying fighting power. Although the previous mythical beasts were strong, they were still within a reasonable range. However, Tapu Koko is simply unreasonably strong. They are simply not on the same level as the previous mythical beasts. The video playback ends here. This is the least synopsis ever played. But it allowed people in the world to clearly see the power called God. What a handsome island god! He will be my natal god from now on. How come you have such a handsome shell smash dream like Tapu Koko? I really want to be shocked by Tapu Koko. This is the first time I have seen Tapu Koko take action. He is much stronger than I thought. Professor Kukui said with some emotion. Tapu Koko looks so cool when he fights bad guys. Do the other 3 guardian angels have such strong power? Mao, who has green hair and wears grey suspender shorts, looks quite excited. After seeing Tapu Koko's battle, her whole body was on fire. Lily, who looked like a lady beside her, said softly. Tapu Koko is truly amazing and worthy of being the patron saint of our island. During the words, Lily's eyes flickered a little. I wonder if the boy who was on the list before will appear again? If he appears, does that mean he will come to the Alola region? Pikachu. Ash, always feels surprisingly friendly. Yulongdu, what a terrifying destructive power, completely different from the previous mythical beasts. Bruno, compared with him, Regis and Latios are inferior. Brandon? I advise you to reorganize your language, otherwise I, a Shenzhou enthusiast, will go to the gym today. Cynthia, it's not that the other mythical beasts are too weak, but that Tapu Koko is too strong. I guess Tapu Koko should be a mythical beast with divine power. Stephen, if you have a priesthood, then it wouldn't be surprising to have such power. Mao, what is the priesthood? Everyone was stunned when they saw an unfamiliar name suddenly appear on the barrage. But everyone soon realized that there were actually many hidden things in the barrage that Trainer had never spoken about. Now I guess I am asking the question out of curiosity. Professor Kukui, sorry, my student has caused trouble for you, please, can someone explain to her about the priesthood? Professor Kukui actually has no research on the priesthood. Although his nickname is Professor, he specializes in different aspects. For example, Professor Borutono specializes in Mega Evolution. He is studying Z moves. In fact, he doesn't really understand the unfamiliar vocabulary of priesthood. Cynthia, Normal's mythical beast, although its physical strength, ability value, and growth limit are stronger than ordinary Pokémon, it is not impossible to deal with it. Cynthia, but having a priesthood is different. A divine beast with a priestly role can assist the power of heaven and earth. Each move will be more powerful. It can be said that the difference between ordinary mythical beasts and normal Pokémon is the same as that between ordinary mythical beasts and normal Pokémon. The mythical beast that holds the priesthood is so terrifying. Regarding the plot of Sun and Moon, I actually didn't watch it all, it was all edited intermittently. There are also people who checked the information themselves, and some details may not be in place. Please forgive me. It's not that I don't want to go see it, it's just that there are no resources. The Sun and Moon Encyclopedia of Station B was directly deleted, leaving only the middle version. Even if it's a winning match, the number of episodes isn't complete. I'm so fed up. Regarding the battle between Ash and Professor Kukui, I basically only saw the complete battle through other people's commentary. Everyone is numb. In short, I will try my best to describe a wonderful battle to you, thank you for your support. In addition, there seem to be a few scenes of other female protagonists appearing. After all, except for Sister Xia following Ash. Except for Serena, none of the others knew Ash. I will think of ways to add some later. There are also 2 moves about Nature's Madness and Giant Guardian Alola. There are blood cuts in the game. One is to cut off the current blood volume as normal, and the other is to cut off 3/4. A skill that is said to be invincible. But the reality is definitely not like this. Everyone knows it. Chapter 57. Under Cynthia's explanation, everyone also understood what a divine beast is. They didn't expect that among the divine beasts, there were even divisions between those with clerical duties and those without. Yulongdu, divine beasts with priesthood are indeed terrifying. I fought once against Moltres who had the priesthood, and even my Dragonite had a hard time winning. Lance is starting to show off. Having just finished talking about how terrifying the divine beasts are, Lance backhanded a famous line. Divine beasts and so on, in fact, they can't beat me at all. JPG. Lorelei, okay, stop pretending, if you are that powerful, beat me first. Kanto Flying Series Elite. Yulongdu. You. Lance glared at Lorelei, who was smiling. This guy is stealing bamboo shoots. He was trying to tear him down again, and he was calling him a flying elite. NND, both flying and dragon types are restrained by this guy's ice type. The strength of the two of them was almost the same, but when they were completely restrained, his dragon legion couldn't get past each other. Therefore, he was unable to refute Lorelei's words. Am I wrong? You are vicious. Ash looked at Pikachu beside him and said excitedly. Did you hear that, Pikachu? There are so many powerful Pokémon in the world. We have to defeat them one by one. Pikapi. Roar. The old fan looked at Tapu Koko frozen in the picture with high spirits. Defeating the godless Articuno is by no means his end. He's going to be the world's mightiest Charizard. And defeat the divine beast with the priesthood. After a short rest, the picture on the screen started playing again. This time the screen went directly to a huge stadium. The surrounding auditorium was packed and the crowd was buzzing. In the audience, many Alola people saw some familiar figures. I even saw my own existence. Water Lily, Lily, Mao, etc. All of this means, this seems to be the stadium of Alola region. But Kukui couldn't even think of it. When did Alola region get such a stadium? Amid the cheers of the audience, two figures slowly walked out of the passages on both sides. On one side is a young man wearing a white hat, dark skin, green sunglasses, shirtless, and wearing a white robe. When everyone in the world looked at that smiling face, they almost looked like Ash. And on the other side, the familiar red and white hat, the familiar yellow-skinned mouse, the familiar Ash. It's Ash's battle again. In all the reviews so far, except for the brief summary of Tapu Koko just now, Ash is on the list. What is this called? A boy favored by God? Ash is a mythical beast that people rarely see in 100 years, but it is like a normal thing, and they often meet it. Even if you meet him, you can still fight him every time. It's simply out of reach. The man standing opposite Ash may not be recognized by ordinary people. But all the powerful trainers in the world have heard of him, and some have even fought against him. However, in the eyes of 90% of people, Professor Kukui is just a professor with normal combat power. Why are you fighting Ash? So who does Tapu Koko belong to? Is it Professor Kukui's inventory of those Pokémon that used their mortal bodies to fight against the gods? 4. Battle Venue, Alola Region Manaro Stadium. Battle Object, Kukui vs Ash, 6 vs 6 for all members. Pokémon Possession Situation, Professor Kukui Incineroar, Empoleon, Venusaur, Lucario, Braviary, Tapu Koko. Status of Pokémon held, Ash Rowlet, Torracat, Lycanroc, Tetrajaw Needle Dragon, Malumita, Pikachu. Among them, Tapu Koko is a mythical beast with a divine responsibilities. Tetrajawed Needle Dragon is an ultimate exotic beast and is classified into the category of mythical beasts. Melmeta is a fantasy beast and is classified into the category of mythical beasts. Neither Pokémon has a clerical role. The betting objects are Kukui and Ash. Viewers, please start betting, the time is 5 minutes. This Tiendeo inventory not only completely listed the Pokémon on both sides. It even clarifies who has the priesthood and who does not. Of course, the most surprising thing is, Ash actually owns 2 mythical beasts. What is the name of an ultimate alien beast? No one who is not Alola knows about this. But they are familiar with the other phantom beast. Divine beasts such as Celebi, Mew, and Jirachi are all called fantasy beasts. They are also very powerful Pokémon. I never expected that Ash, the mythical beast antagonist who has been fighting mythical beasts all day long, would now turn into the mythical beast man himself. Moreover, this time the bet is not on which Pokémon will win, but bet on which trainer can win. After all, this is a 6-on-6 duel between all members. Ash, you actually own a divine beast. Lance looked at Ash with envy. What a divine beast. He actually wants it too. Especially the dragon-type beasts. The Pokémon he currently has, except for 2 Dragonites and 1 Altaria. The rest of the Pokémon are not considered dragon Pokémon at all. It just has the word dragon in it. For dragon-type Pokémon, Lance can be said to be very thirsty. Of course, this also has something to do with his high vision. That's in the future, Mr. Lance. Now I don't even know what the future will be like. Ash touched his head and said with a sheepish smile. Being envied by the champion is quite a proud thing for Ash now. I believe that you will definitely be able to obtain those Pokémon in the future. After all, you and them are destined to meet. Just like the Froakie in your hand. Emperor Dan said with emotion. Ash is truly a person blessed by heaven. Even without the help of Heavenly Deo inventory, his achievements in the future will be extremely powerful. At the same time, over at Alola, Professor Kukui's students were looking at Professor Kukui with bright eyes. "Na Professor, do you have Incineroar? Why have I never seen it before? And more. I haven't seen Lucario either. What are you talking about? Isn't the most important thing about Tapu Koko? Professor Kukui actually tamed a sacred beast with a priesthood. It's so cool. Ash actually tamed the ultimate beast. How awesome! And he even fought against Professor Kukui. Will Ash become our classmate in the future?" Facing the siege of a group of young fans, Kukui could only wave his hands and smile. "I always feel like there's a big problem." Chapter 58. In addition to his apparent status as Professor Kukui, there is another layer of hidden identity, that is the totem character in Battle Royal Dome, the Royal Masked Man. He has always concealed this identity and never told it. Even Professor Burnett, whom he likes, particularly admires the Royal Masked Man. He didn't even use this status to pursue her. The reason, of course, Kukui likes to keep a low profile. I don't know either. I just didn't find out why. Anyway, just assume this is the reason. However, now, this Tiandeo inventory has directly announced his entire lineup. If anyone is interested and makes some guesses, they can easily think of his identity as the Royal Masked Man. Even if you can't guess it, you will probably think of it when you see him fighting. And when did he conquer Tapu Koko? That's the god of the island. How could he be conquered? This is too much. Kukui is dealing with his cute yet troublesome students. And everyone in the world is already discussing who to bet on. Judging from the strength on paper, Brother Ash has 2 mythical beasts, Professor Kukui only has 1 mythical beast, and there is the mythical beast killer Pai Shen. It should be that Brother Ash is more likely to win, right? Haha, haven't you understood the routine of Tou Tiandao's inventory yet? Think about it, who was the prelude just now? How did we lose the previous games? You mean? There were endless discussions in various places, and the champions and elites also started to have heated discussions on the barrage. You Longdu, this wave. I think Professor Kukui will win. Steven, I think so too. If someone is really confused by Ash's 2 mythical beasts, then he has fallen into the trap of Tiandeo inventory. Alder, how do you say this? Professor Oak, I still know something about the Pokémon in the Alola region. All the Pokémon in Ash except Pikachu should be Alola Pokémon. Professor Oak, I don't know much about Ultra Beasts and Melmetal, so I won't go into details here. Let's analyze Ash's other Pokémon. Except for Pikachu, the remaining 3. Professor Oak, Rowlet, the royal family of the Alola region, is currently in the first stage. Torracat, the royal family of the Alola region, is currently in the second stage. Lycanroc is also a Pokémon of the Alola region, competing against Pokémon like Mytaina. Professor Oak, As for Professor Kukui, Incineroar, Empoleon, and Venusaur are all the final evolutions of the three families, and Lucario is also a very powerful Pokémon. He even has a divine beast with a divine responsibilities. Even if Ash has two divine beasts, the possibility of winning is not high. Professor Oak analyzed the combat performance of both sides in detail. In all aspects, Professor Kukui crushes Ash. Even if Ash has an unprecedented pair of divine beasts this time. But the other party is even better. Own a divine beast with a divine responsibilities. This battle can be regarded as a melee among the gods. Ash's chances of winning are indeed not great. The most important is Diantha. Have you noticed that all the Pokémon or characters who released the summary before have won? Be it Pikachu or Charizard. Yolongdu, I have discovered it a long time ago. So Tapu Koko, who released the synopsis this time, must be the winner. A mortal body versus a god. I should say Professor Kukui versus Ash's divine beast. As for Tapu Koko, there is no way to win. Dandy, Lance, you started again. Lorelei, Lance, you're doing it again. Cynthia, Lance, you're doing it again. Yolongdu, damn it. I will definitely win this time. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Lance is angry. These people are now mocking his previous words. In every previous battle between gods, he was so sure that Ash would lose. But this time, he, Yolongdu, is 100% confident that Ash will lose. Among other things, he had fought against Professor Kukui. The opponent exerted all his strength, but his strength was only slightly weaker than his. Don't tell me that I now have a divine beast with the power of a priest. A divine beast with a divine vocation. Which Pokémon can Ash defeat? Pikachu? Or that Milo Maida? If you want to win Tapu Koko, it's very blue. Boss, that kid named Ash will definitely lose this time. Yes, boss, how can Ash win against a Pokémon with a priesthood? Petrol and Ariana said beside Giovanni. If others saw what the Rocket's headquarters office looks like now, they would probably be shocked. The boss of the Rockets and his 4 executives actually did something like this in the office. I don't need you to tell me that a divine beast possesses the power of a priest. I have personally experienced that power. Giovanni said, putting all the 600 points in his hand on Kukui. But in his mind, he recalled the power of Mewtwo. The original Mewtwo was already comparable to the second-level beasts with the priesthood without the priesthood. So Giovanni also knows how powerful the divine beast with the priesthood is. This time, he will definitely win. The points you can earn from these 600 betting points are nothing at all. The main thing is, as the boss of the Rockets, he has never won once. This is so embarrassing. Must win this time. Gary looked at the betting panel in front of him uncertainly. Who are you trying to suppress? If it weren't for what the champion and Grandpa said, he would definitely have crushed Ash directly. But now, forget it, just die. I'm afraid you won't have any support later and it will be embarrassing. With that said, Gary clicked on Ash's team and started placing bets. Kalos region, Bonneville town. Ash, I believe you will win. Because, you are Ash. With that said, Serena put all her 9 million points on Ash's side. That's right. 9 million. This is the result of Serena betting on Ash every time. She is a little different from Ash and others. That means she doesn't need to keep any points on her body at all. Because she has nothing to buy. Therefore, 2,000 becomes 60,000, 60,000 becomes 600,000, 600,000 becomes 9 million. This is the rich woman Serena. Chapter 59. Betting is like gambling, no one can guarantee a 100% win in the next game. If you can win some points and happen to have enough to buy something you like, that must be shopping first. For example, Ash and the Rockets all use points to buy what they need. As for Serena, it's not that she doesn't have anything she wants to buy, but since Ash appeared, the figure of Ash in her heart has been completely outlined. Now her mind is full of Ash, so how can she think about shopping? And, even if Ash doesn't know, she will silently support Ash behind her back. This is Serena. This is a green plum from heaven. People from all over the world, big and small, began to place their bets, influenced by the championship. In addition to the pit dug by the previous Tiandao inventory, now, the data supporting Ash and supporting Professor Kukui have come out. 99%/1%, Professor Kukui/Ash. Professor Kukui received an approval rating of 99%. Second only to the difference between Ash and Brandon in the first game. But in terms of odds, Ash's odds are only 14 times, which is even lower than the odds in the previous game. In fact, judging from the support rate this time, it is similar to the one with Brandon, except that a rich woman threw 9 million into it. Ash had 250,000, Misty and Xiaogang had 100,000 each. Dandy and Alder continued to support Ash and released 50,000. The Rockets threw in 100,000, Gary put in 30,000, and Cynthia threw in all 6,000. This resulted in the support odds being much worse than the one with Brandon. Everyone only has 600 points, and Serena's 9 million alone can increase the odds of the other side a lot. Not to mention Gary and others. 5 minutes later, everyone's bets were completed and the game finally officially started. Now, the Alola Alliance exhibition match officially begins. Professor Kukui vs Ash. Just yesterday, Professor Kukui's true identity was revealed. He turned out to be the totem character in Battle Royal Dome, the Royal Masked Man. This adds a lot of legend to today's battle. And the name on the other side is not bad at all. He is the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The top 8 of the Silver Conference. The top 8 of the Evergrande Conference. The top 4 of the Lily of the Valley Conference. The top 8 of the Verdres Conference. The runner-up of the Lumiose Conference. The Manaro Conference champion. The original champion of our Alola Alliance. Contestant Ash. Everyone in the world was stunned when they heard this list of names. Is this Ash? Damn! How many conferences have I participated in? 7 conferences in total. It took me 7 conferences to win the championship. 03 Judging from the strength of Ash Pikachu Charizard, what kind of magical rival did he face in previous conferences? Except for the Lily of the Valley Conference where she met a man with a mythical beast, the rest of the conference should be stress-free, right? How did you lose? You lose a lot. And it seems that the current Ash is the final version of Ash. The timeline is after he has finished fighting those mythical beasts. In other words, is this the complete body of Ash? And Alola's side was even more chaotic. In addition to the big news that Ash is their Alola champion, they also learned another big news. That is Professor Kukui turned out to be the Royal Masked Man. Ash becoming the Alola champion is still in the future, but the Royal Masked Man has appeared in Alola now. The students in Alola school looked at Professor Kukui with strange expressions. Professor Kukui laughed awkwardly at everyone's looks and backed away. Boom! There was a sound of opening the door, and a beautiful girl with slightly dark skin appeared at the door. She looked at Professor Kukui with disbelief, admiration, confusion, and admiration in her eyes. Kukui, you are. Barnett, please listen to my explanation. Seeing the person you love suddenly appear at the door, and thinking that you have hidden the identity of the Royal Masked Man from him. Professor Kukui was a little anxious for a moment. Brush. Bainett rushed over and held Kukui in her arms. Why didn't you tell me about this guy earlier? My idol is right next to me and I never knew it. Kukui's dark face instantly turned red as he was hugged by Bainett. The sensible students quickly covered their faces to prevent themselves from seeing it, but they still left a trace of their fingers. Let's not talk about the situation at Alola for now. In the screen, after explaining the backgrounds of both players, the game is finally about to begin. Professor Kukui took out a Pokeball, and Ash. Very good, the first one will be decided on you. Pikachu. Pikachu has high aspirations. The weaker the power of the rival actor becomes, the more he can show his true strength. In this game, he Pikachu. I'm sorry, Pikachu, you're not the first one, you have to calm down a bit. Pika. Pikachu turned around with a confused look on his face, and then fell down weakly. Why don't you make me the starter? You have changed, Ash, you used to make me the starter. It's up to you, Torracat. Come on, Incineroar. Roar. A red and black standing brother Gihu appeared on the field. The look of his muscular muscles makes it obvious at a glance how well developed he is. Incineroar, also known as the best Pokémon in the universe. It can fight, resist, and support. It is an all-round player. On the other hand, there is a cat-type Pokémon. Although this cat looks a bit fierce, a cat is a cat after all. As analyzed by many champions before the game. Ash's Pokémon, except for those two mythical beasts and Pikachu, are basically baby teams. A two-stage evolution, a first-stage evolution, a Pokémon similar to Mytyena. It's not on the same level as Professor Kukui's other Pokémon. Now after starting the battle, when the third stage Incineroar and the second stage Torracat stand together, it looks more three-dimensional. Ash can't win at all. Want to understand the past grudges? Yes. Torracat, he must also want to defeat Incineroar himself. Haha, come on. Then we'll attack first. Torracat, flame charge. Ash took the lead in launching the command. The next second, Torracat was surrounded by scorching flames. He rushed out like an arrow from a string. Flame charge is a skill that can increase speed. Torracat's speed itself is not low. If flame charge speeds up again, it will be quite beneficial to Incineroar, which has reduced its speed after evolution. This is just like when Pikachu fought against Raichu. Since strength is not enough, then use speed to win. There is naturally a way to win without evolving. Meow. Torracat's spark arrived in front of Incineroar like flint. Only then did Professor Kukui speak. Incineroar, use bulk up. Roar. Roaring Tiger made a bulk up action, and his whole body glowed with orange light. Bulk up is successful, attack and defense +1. Boom. Torracat hit Incineroar's strong muscles, causing slight damage. Then he was directly bounced back by the bulging muscles. The damage caused by this attack may be higher than the damage received by Incineroar. Blaine, the gap is too big. Apart from speed, Torracat has no advantage. Alchemy Emperor, it is true in terms of ability, but in terms of fighting spirit, the two of them are not that different. Dandy both agrees with Blaine's ideas but also disagrees with him. The current Torracat is indeed at a disadvantage, but, again, I believe Ash. Emperor Dan saw his original shadow in Ash. Pokémon's strength doesn't mean everything. The power of Pokémon and trainer can create all possibilities. Torracat, Encore Flame Charge. Ash plans to implement the speed strategy to the end. When Torracat heard this, the blazing flames covered his body again, and then rushed out at a faster speed. DD Golden Hook Wall. Roar. Incineroar let out a roar, his hands covered with scorching flames. Then after seeing the reality of Torracat coming, the top started spinning normally. At this time, Incineroar is like a top with flames attached. If hit by this move, Torracat would probably suffer a lot of damage. But Torracat dodged the DD Golden Hook wall by a hair's breadth. Rushed directly behind Incineroar. It's now, big text is on fire. Meow. Ash seizes the opportunity and lets Torracat be destroyed with astronomy. Scorching flames flew out of Torracat's bell, and he slapped his little paw hard. The flame instantly turned into a big character and attacked the roaring tiger who was using the DD golden hook wall. Smash it right through. Laugh. The big text fire attacked the rotating roaring tiger, making a tooth-piercing sound. Then it was directly torn apart by the DD golden hook wall. What? Throat chop now. While Ash and Torracat were in a daze, Kukui quickly ordered. The rotating roaring tiger stopped instantly, then closed its 5 fingers and turned into spikes. His right hand was covered in dark purple energy, and the tip of the energy turned into a spike. Stab the stunned Torracat hard. Meow. Torracat was hit in the abdomen, his eyes protruded, and he suffered great pain. Then he rolled all the way to a few meters away. This time the salted fish thrust hit the core firmly. Torracat. Under Ash's worried shout, Torracat slowly stood up. It's just that his expression is still painful. It seems that Throat Chop will have a hard time recovering from that moment. Oh, no, it's only the second stage after all. If Charizard comes, the situation will definitely be different. Don't be embarrassed, it has nothing to do with the stage, okay? Pikachu is still in the second stage. Do you think he is weak? It's just that Torracat is not level enough. I think it's better to replace him with 893 now. Many knowledgeable people have begun to analyze the battle situation, but the current battle situation actually does not require analysis at all. It is Ash who is at a disadvantage. The image still continues. Ash watched Torracat stand up in a daze, took out the Pokeball and tried to take it back. As a result, Torracat looked back at Ash, his eyes full of determination. He still wants to fight. Ash held the Pokeball for a moment, then took the Pokeball back. If you still want to fight, let's continue. Now Ash has experienced several regions and is no longer the stupid young man he was back then. Rotating Pokémon, tactical use, now. He is also a master. However, his core point remains unchanged. That's respecting Pokémon's wishes. Even if the situation is at a disadvantage, if his Pokémon still wants to fight, he will not take it back. Torracat, Encore Flame Charge. Meow. Torracat's body was ignited with scorching flames again. Along with it was his strong fighting spirit. Oh? No exchange. Torracat said he can still fight. Come on. Meow. The third flame charge is issued, and at this time Torracat already has the speed of wind normal. He started to circle around Incineroar like crazy. Roaring Tiger looked around, his eyes constantly moving, trying to find Torracat's movement track. Torracat, use double kick. Ash finds the right opportunity and lets Torracat use double kick. Torracat came behind Roaring Tiger. The back foot kicks out, and the front foot steps down hard on Incineroar. Who knew that Roaring Tiger didn't even look, and hit Torracat in the face with his back elbow. It flew several meters away. How come? Ha ha ha, Ash, you underestimate my Incineroar too much, right? My Roaring Tiger is 1-on-3 every time in the royal battle. He has extremely powerful observation skills. In other words, he has no blind spots. In other words, the tactic of finding blind spots using speed tactics will not work. If you want to defeat Incineroar, you can only attack from the front. Speed is ineffective, frontal attacks cannot defeat Incineroar, and Torracat refuses to go back. Are you giving away a Pokémon to the opponent for free? Oh, Team Baby, there's no way to win. The champions shook their heads. They didn't know how to win in this 460 round. Although Ash in the video has grown up sufficiently. But, they still don't think Ash can command Torracat to take this move. Taking back Torracat is the right thing to do. Ash, let me show you what real fire is. Incineroar, use Blast Burn. Roar. Blast Burn, a fire-based trick that only the Yuzan family can use. The power is even stronger than burning it up. Incineroar opened his hands and protruded his belt. Then a blazing fire energy condensed inside the belt. Then it exploded. The explosive flames turned into a fireball and blasted towards Torracat. The scorching heat made the entire Manaro Stadium audience feel like they were falling into a pit of fire. The bright red firelight shines on Torracat's face, and this terrifying power makes people sigh. Little Torracat, how can you catch it? Can you catch it with your head? Just then, the bell called the flame bag on Torracat's neck jingled. Ash was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly understood what Torracat wanted to do. So he shouted loudly. Come on Torracat! Just do it your own way. Just let us take this move with dignity. At this time, Blast Burn has arrived in front of Torracat and then... boom! Torracat took Blast Burn directly without dodge. At this time, the flames were pressed against Torracat's face, and his two front paws were pressed hard against Blast Burn. The bell around his neck jingled. What's going on? Is Torracat crazy? I really need to pick it up with my head. Geeky, this is the first time I've seen this tactic. Is this a death-defying tactic? The audience was talking a lot, both trainers and non-trainers were confused by Torracat's move. What the hell kind of operation is this? In the image, Professor Kukui also looked confused. He was already prepared for Torracat to dodge and then attack with throat chop. He had already figured out where the opponent would dodge. How come this doesn't follow the routine? Torracat was pressed against Blast Burn, and the bell on his neck was already glowing to the extreme. With Torracat's roar, Blast Burn's flames were instantly sucked into his flame bag. At this time, his flame bag seemed to be on fire, emitting a faint firelight. Suck, absorbed. Professor Kukui shouted in disbelief. What operations has he not seen since he became the Royal Masked Man? But he has never seen this operation before. Can Blast Burn absorb it? Is your Torracat flash fire ability? Is it legal? Audiences around the world were also dumbfounded. What is this? Ability flash fire? Is there anyone who understands who can speak out? Professor Kukui, Torracat only has two abilities, Fierce Fire and Intimidation. It is impossible to have the flash fire ability. Yolongdu, Ash, is your Torracat legal? Why do you still have flash fire? Ash said, I picked it up on the road, I don't know. Chapter 60. After being certified by Johto Region Champion Long Jiju and Alola Region Professor Kukui, everyone is even more curious about Ash's Torracat. Since he doesn't have flash fire ability, how does he absorb fire? Did he modify his fire bag into a fire-absorbing bag? At this moment, Torracat on the screen began to behave abnormally. I saw that the bell on his neck started to emit a slight flame, but now it has begun to emit some black smoke. And Torracat also began to look pained. Professor Kukui looked at it for a moment, then smiled. It seems that your Torracat is not yet ready to absorb the Roaring Tiger's Blast Burn. If you forcefully swallow the flames, you will be burned by flash fire. Kukui saw that Torracat wanted to use Incineroar's flames to increase his power. But that is the ultimate fire-type move after all, and it is released by his Incineroar. How can it be so easy to absorb? Now it seems that although Torracat has absorbed the flame, there is no way to digest it. If this continues, he may be burned by flash fire. Meow. The flame bag has more and more black eyes, and Torracat's expression becomes more and more painful. Finally, Torracat turned around and called out to Ash, who quickly put it back into the Pokeball. If this continues, it will just be giving away one for free. Naturally, Torracat will not be stubborn anymore. Just go back and use the Pokeball to gain some regeneration, and fight again later. It seems that the showdown between Torracat and Incineroar will have to wait until next time. Of course. Torracat is just going back to take a rest. He will be next. Ash's excitement continued, and a second Pokeball appeared. Originally I wanted to give some pictures to the auditorium, but once the pictures are given, it will affect a lot of people, and it will take a long time to switch back to the battle side, so I will take a look at it first, and I will try again when I have a chance. Give the picture. Click. Ash's next Pokémon appears, an orange and white dog. There are 4 rocks surrounding its neck, and the white mane on its back stands high, with a sharp rock on its mane. The emerald green eyes contain a deep fighting spirit. Ash's Lycanroc, dusk form. Is this Lycanroc, Professor? Qiawei looked at Lycanroc on the screen in disbelief. He asked Professor Kukui, who was already leaning against Professor Burnett. After learning that Professor Kukui is the royal masked man, the already good relationship between the two developed rapidly. Now they can be regarded as boyfriend and girlfriend on the surface. Kukui was also looking at the screen in confusion at this time. He has never seen an orange Lycanroc. Rather, there has never been such a Lycanroc in Alola. Normally, Lycanroc is only available in brown and red. One is the day form, and the other is the night form, evolving during the day and night respectively. But the Lycanroc owned by Ash is indeed in an unprecedented orange-yellow form. Suddenly, Professor Kukui remembered a rumor. It is said that there is a time between day and night. That time is known as dusk. This is the time that occurs briefly at the turn of day and night. And the color of Ash's Lycanroc is also closer to the color of dusk. If it really evolved at that point in time, then it would be quite difficult to reproduce this Lycanroc. Because dusk in Alola region only lasts for that moment. The dusk moment is only one of the conditions, who knows if there are other conditions. Beidou said the twilight time is 2 hours. I set Alola to 1/4 of an hour to increase the probability of the Twilight Werewolf. I only know about the Twilight Werewolf in the game. I don't know if there will be a second one in the real world besides Ash. It's just a Twilight dog, so, let's just set it like this. Therefore, this orange Lycanroc is probably unique to Ash. Professor Kukui has developed a strong interest in this future Alola Alliance first generation champion. Although I had already had a lot of interest before. In the image. After Ash released Lycanroc, Professor Kukui still did not take back Incineroar. And now Incineroar uses Blast Burn. Therefore, his Incineroar cannot move yet. This is the best time for Ash to fight back. Lycanroc, Yinchi Attack. The great skill of the Rock series, Stone Edge. Lycanroc's basic skill. Twice the restraint. At the same level, Incineroar takes the lead. Under Ash's command, Lycanroc raised its front legs and its eyes changed from green to red. Then he slapped it hard on the ground. One after another, sharp and huge rocks rise from the ground. At this time, Incineroar could not move at all and could only watch as rock stabbed him. Boom! The sharp rock hit the roaring tiger hard and knocked it away. Roaring Tiger also had a look of pain on his face. Stone Edge left a small wound on his abdomen, and a trace of blood flowed from it. This move failed to kill Incineroar instantly. One guesses that the level of Roaring Tiger is much higher than that of Lycanroc. Another reason is because Roaring Tiger used bulk up to increase physical defense. So this attack only left a small wound. Ash planned to pursue the victory and gave the order again. Lycanroc, Encore Stone Edge. Incineroar, DD Golden Hook Arm. Facing the sharp rock that struck again, Incineroar finally regained his ability to move. His hands were on fire, spinning like a top. The high-speed rotation directly smashed the attacking rock into pieces. Ash's eyes narrowed and he shouted again. Lycanroc, use Acceleruck. Although Incineroar is spinning very fiercely now. But after DD's golden hook arm shattered Stone Edge, it was naturally impossible for him to lose his previous ferocious combat power. Incineroar at this time is nothing more than a facade. Ash is no longer the stupid young man who broke into the Indigo Plateau Conference. But he is the well-deserved first-generation Alola champion. Naturally he will not let this opportunity pass him by. Making a quick decision, Lycanroc used the fastest Acceleruck. Acceleruck, daytime Lycanroc's exclusive trick comes with preemption +1 like quick attack. Lycanroc's ability is Hard Claw, so the power of Acceleruck will be increased by 30%. The big orange dog kicked out with all four legs and rushed out normally like an arrow from the string. Boom! Lycanroc used the sharp rock on the mane of his neck to hit the rotating roaring tiger hard. Just as Ash thought, Incineroar is just swagger now. The seemingly powerful DD Golden Hook arm was destroyed by Lycanroc in an instant. The roaring tiger's feet rubbed against the ground, leaving traces of several meters on the field before he stopped looking. Then I got a restraining move with a hard-clawed skill of this type. Even the first Shell Smash Dream in the universe with a +1 defense is a little unable to hold on. Kukui could only take back the roaring tiger first and let it enjoy a wave of regeneration. Regeneration Power Mem: every time Ash takes back a Pokémon, his own Pokémon will receive a wave of blood, so the regeneration power Mem comes into being. Lycanroc is so strong. And he can learn Acceleruck just like Lycanroc during the day. Mamane, a fat little man with orange hair, looked at Ash's Lycanroc and said with shining eyes. He himself prefers electric Pokémon. But Ash's Lycanroc gave him the idea of conquering other attribute Pokémon. Kiawe on the side also looked excited, he also wanted this Lycanroc. Although Lily was shocked by the power of Lycanroc. But more attention is still focused on Ash. Free to command such a powerful Lycanroc. And he also has strong eyesight to see through the situation. The young man on the screen who looked only slightly older than her. Does he actually have such terrifying strength as a trainer? On the streets of Alola, the yellow-haired Gladion looked thoughtfully at Ash's Lycanroc. Then he took out his Lycanroc Pokeball and took a look. Ash. Alola's first-generation champion, the one who defeated me. I want to try to see if you are really that powerful. In the audience, although he did not see himself in the audience. But when Ash switched out Lycanroc, his image was shown on the screen for a moment. So he clearly knew that Ash's Lycanroc must have something to do with him. In addition, it is impossible for him not to participate in Alola Alliance, but the person who won the championship was indeed Ash. In other words, he lost to Ash. This makes Gladion, who pursues power, regard Ash as rival. After defeating the gods and even defeating him, I, Gladion, recognize your strength. Image 1. Kukui took back Roaring Tiger, and then released the next Pokémon. That's a large penguin covered in black. A crown-like horn extends from the mouth. The final evolution of the Sinnoh family, Empoleon. Whether it is water type or steel type, Lycanroc can be restrained. And it's twice as rock resistant. A very tricky rival for Lycanroc. Empoleon? It would be better to let Pikachu go at this time. Cynthia looked at the screen and analyzed calmly. I don't know what attributes Ash's two mythical beasts are. And babies at this stage of Rowlet are given as gifts. The first two were restrained by Empoleon again. To sum up, using Pikachu is the best choice. But Ash clearly told the world what a reverse attribute master is. This weapon doubles over Lycanroc, the advantage is his. Ash in the picture has no intention of taking back Lycanroc. After all, Lycanroc has just gained momentum now. He suppressed the Royal Masked Man's trump card, Incineroar. Lycanroc, Crying Stone attack. Ash chose to continue using Stone Edge to attack. So what if I take 2 cups of anti-rock? Taking too much will always be effective. Lycanroc puts his feet on the ground, and one sharp mountain peak after another rises from the ground again. Aren't you going to exchange? You are so unique, Ash. But this attack is useless against my Empoleon. Use Metal Claw to chop him up. Yin Pi. The edges of Empoleon's wings glowed with metallic luster, and the sharp wings swung out fiercely. Cut into pieces the incoming Stone Edge. Lycan Rock, grab the broken stone and attack with Encore. Ouch! Lycan Rock kicked off his limbs and jumped into the air. Then he grabbed a broken sharp stone and rushed towards Empoleon. Emperor Dan looked at Lycan Rock holding a sharp stone in his mouth and was stunned. A blue figure seemed to overlap with Lycan Rock at this moment. Kang, Hibiki. Ah! Mr. Dandy, what are you talking about? Ash was closest to Dan Emperor, heard Dan Emperor's muttering, and couldn't help but ask. Ah! It's nothing, it's just that I was a little dazzled for a while. Haha, let's watch the game. Dandy asked Ash to continue watching the game, and at the same time shook the picture in his mind away. Kang Xiang turned into Lycan Rock? How could I have such a dream? Picture 1. Lycan Rock slashed Empoleon hard with a sharp stone in his mouth, causing a scratch on his black skin. But... ouch! When Lycan Rock passed through Empoleon, he was also attacked by its metal claw. My body almost failed to hold up, but fortunately, I managed to stand upright in the end. Come on Lycan Rock! Use Accelerate! Empoleon, Whirlpool! Empoleon raised his hands, and a huge turbulent waterspout slowly formed in his hands. Then Lycan Rock Accelerate had already hit Empoleon. The sharp rock on its head pressed hard against the Emperor's belly, but... Yin Pi! Black's Penguin smiled fearlessly, and Accelerate did no harm at all this time. Then he kicked Lycan Rock into the air, and then threw the Whirlpool Wolf in his hand away from the doctor. The turbulent vortex directly swept Lycan Rock into it. He was like a puppy caught in a sea tornado, spinning crazily inside. This scene made Ash feel a little dazed watching the game. It seems, his Krabby just experienced such a scene not long ago. Come back first Lycan Rock! Seeing that the situation was not good, Ash was about to take Lycan Rock back, but the red light hit Lycan Rock. It was bounced back directly. Haha, Ash, you can't take it back after being attacked by Whirlpool. Ash touched his head awkwardly. I accidentally forgot, in that case, use Crunch to crunch Whirlpool. Ouch! Lycan Rock's mouth grew, and a pair of black energy teeth appeared. Then he bit Whirlpool hard. The complete vortex was directly bitten with a hole. Lycan Rock took advantage of the situation and jumped out. Professor Kukui? What is this? Is there such an operation? Can Whirlpool be cracked like this? Although Whirlpool was cracked, good for money, Lycan Rock was already a little dizzy. If you catch the opponent's hydro pump in this situation, it will be for nothing. So Ash could only take it back first. As for why it can be withdrawn under Whirlpool. Don't be embarrassed, what is Whirlpool? Wasn't it Lycan Rock crunched? Let's rest first, Lycan Rock, I'll leave it to you next. Melometa. A huge silver giant appeared on the field. His arms, head, and legs are made of a large number of nuts. The rest of the body is composed of silver liquid. On the golden nut on its head, there is a small silver ball, which is his eye. The fantasy Pokémon, Melmetal. It is also one of the mythical beasts mentioned in Tiandao inventory. Judging from its appearance, this mythical beast is indeed quite intimidating. It's just not what the actual power is. Cynthia, I feel like Melometa is somewhat similar to the Holy Pillar King. Brandon, don't talk nonsense. That's a mythical beast that can move continental plates. It's a bit rude of you to compare it to Melometa. A senior pillar fan will not allow anyone to insult his pillars. Cynthia, okay, let's see how Melometa performs. Brandon, don't be a silver gun wax head. Mr. Brandon still can't stand Melometa who looks like the Holy Pillar King. It's okay if Cynthia doesn't tell her, but after telling her, the more she looks like her. Damn it! The Holy Pillar King is not like this. In the image, Xiao. As soon as Ash took out Melometa, he immediately started to attack. Use Flash Cannon. Meta. A blue-white beam of light flew out. Professor Kukui asked Empoleon to defend himself with both hands. Facing water and steel, Empoleon actually used steel skills. Didn't you know that Empoleon is 4 times more resistant to steel? However, the result was completely unexpected. Empoleon was directly hit by flash cannon, and was rubbed for a distance of more than 10 meters. Then he sat on the ground. Chapter 61. The Empoleon in the picture was even prepared and was directly dashed away by flash cannon for more than 10 meters. Although he didn't suffer any damage, he lost to Milometa in terms of momentum. You know, Empoleon is 4 times more resistant to force. What a powerful blow! But we won't give in. Empoleon, use hydro pump. Yin Pi. Empoleon's sharp mouth opens, and huge water flows gather on it. Then it burst out in one breath. The powerful water column points directly at Milometa. Milometa, spin on the spot. Facing the powerful water column, Ash didn't panic at all. Milometa's defense was absolutely top-notch. Although the special defense is a bit rubbish. But Ash has already done special spin training for Milometa before today's battle. Both defense and offense have been further improved. Following Ash's instructions, Milometa started rapid spin on the spot, and soon it turned into a huge silver top. The hydro pump bombarded the spinning Milometa and was instantly bounced away. Didn't cause any harm. I go. Professor Kukui and Empoleon looked surprised. He also knew that Ash was training Milometa recently. But he didn't expect that the effect of Ash's special training would be so amazing. Ha ha ha, is this Professor Kukui? Okay. The same goes for Empoleon. A Pokémon that looks so serious can actually make such an expression. Although everyone was also surprised by Milometa's defense, they were more interested in the expressions of Professor Kukui and Empoleon. Many people have taken photos of one person and one penguin and used them as emoticons. One hit failed, Professor Kukui ordered again. Use Whirlpool. This trick just now caused Whirlpool to cause a lot of trouble to Lycanroc, forcing Ash to switch to Pokémon. This time Kukui plans to do the same thing again. A huge vortex condensed on Empoleon's hand, and was then violently thrown out. Next. Meta. With Melmeta's size and speed, it is impossible to dodge such a large-scale vortex. So Ash simply asked him to take it directly. If it was Milometa, it would definitely be possible. Whirlpool came in front of Melometa, and then rolled up on him fiercely. The huge water flow is surging. However, this torrent hits Melometa, as if giving him a bath. Normal. The silver giant did not suffer any damage, but kept making bulk-up gestures. Yin Pi 023. Empoleon tilted his head back and looked like he was going to eat barbecue today. Like asking Professor Kukui. How do you want me to fight this kind of rival? Haha, it seems that the water skills are not very effective. Milometa is a bit too heavy. Kukui wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled awkwardly at Empoleon. It's a bit unfair for him to fight against a heavyweight fantasy beast. He couldn't hit the opponent, and the opponent's steel type was 4 times more resistant to him, but he was still able to hit him. Sure enough, the mythical beast is really unreasonable. Pfft, I didn't expect Empoleon to be able to make such an expression. Professor Kukui's Pokémon are all pretty good. Cynthia saw Empoleon's expression. Finally I couldn't help but laugh out loud. That expression is so magical. This battle seems less serious than before, but both sides actually showed 100% of their strength. Yolongdu commented seriously. He knows Professor Kukui's strength very well. Although he performed better than Solation in this battle, he definitely didn't give in. Ash was able to rely on Mytaina and the unevolved Torracat. To fight him to such an extent was definitely beyond his expectation. And Ash's mythical beast is also unexpectedly powerful. The opponent's Empoleon is 4 times more resistant to steel. Unexpectedly, he was defeated steadily by the steel-type skills, and his attacks on the opponent caused no damage at all. The mythical beast is so terrifying. This Milo meta alone is probably much stronger than the Ice God pillar. Brandon may become a unit of measurement. Brandon, are you going to scold me again? In the image, Professor Kukui still hasn't given up and wants to watch death again. After all, this is an Empoleon with 4 times the steel resistance. Strictly speaking, the opponent can be regarded as fighting him against attribute. If he backs off again. What a man! Empoleon, Encore Hydro Pump. Yin Pi. The huge power of the water element once again condensed on Empoleon's mouth. Then it blasted out like a thunder. Facing the surging water column, Ash repeated his old tricks and made the Milo meta spin again. The water column hit the rotating Milo May tower and was washed away again. Just when Professor Kukui was still thinking about how to break Milo meta, Ash started to fight back. Rely on the power of this rotation to use double Iron Bash. Add the power of Thunder Punch to it. Meta. The spinning Melmetal stopped, but his hands stretched like rubber normal. Spark's fists, glowing with golden light, were like meteors, slamming into Empoleon hard. Because of the gravity acceleration, the speed of both fists is very fast. Empoleon couldn't dodge at all, so he could only put his 2 wings in front of him and defend directly. Bang! Bang! 2 fists hit Empoleon one after another, knocking him away. By the way, he bumped into Professor Kukui behind him, and he rolled and crawled until he hit the edge of the stadium behind him. For a moment, the smoke filled the air. When the smoke dissipated, Empoleon had turned his eyes in circles and lost the ability to fight. And Professor Kukui was also a little dizzy. What a powerful skill! Not to mention the strength of the steel system itself, his own huge strength, plus the strength after rotation, also adds a lot of power to those 2 punches. And Ash also asked Milo Meta to add the Thunder Punch move on it. This is equivalent to 3 uses of distraction. It is indeed a mythical beast. As Fangyuan's Steel Specialization Champion, Yunyu accurately detected Milo Meta's history area. The 2 punches thrown in the spin just now seemed very simple. However, in fact, it would be impossible for other Pokémon to do that kind of action. It is extremely difficult for normal Pokémon to use 2 moves at the same time. Not to mention using another move after spinning on the spot and using that spin to enhance the power of the move. I'm afraid only divine beasts can use this. Ash's mythical beast is indeed very powerful. At least it's much stronger than Brandon's ice pillar. If Ash had Milo Meta, it shouldn't take much effort to defeat the ice god pillar. Brandon, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Milo Meta is indeed very powerful, but Ash cannot compete with a divine beast with a divine responsibilities. Lance's tone remained firm. Although Ash is by his side, he has no worries. Just seek truth from facts. What's more, Professor Kukui also has Incineroar here. The power of that Incineroar. I have experienced it myself. Ah? Has Mr. Lance ever fought with Professor Kukui? Ash looked at Lance in surprise. Well, it's not just me. Lorelei also fought with him, as well as Bruno and Agatha. Kukui is slightly better than the 3 of them. But my strength is firmly ahead of Kukui's. That's why he failed me. Lance said with some pride. When Kukui came over to Kanto Alliance, he won the Alliance Championship and defeated their Elite 4 along the way. Only his Dragon transfer became Kanto's final card. Otherwise, their Kanto champion will be won by someone from the Alola region. Haha, you are so powerful, why aren't you the Kanto champion? Lorelei raised her glasses and smiled. Lance's smile froze instantly. What Lorelei said will hurt him forever. All of his Pokémon are restrained by Lorelei. Unless he gets 2 Pokémon from other types and raises them to champion level. But in that case, he is no longer a Dragon Messenger. He can't tarnish his name as Dragon Master, Master of the Flying System. Okay, you can save Kanto's story for later. It's more important to watch the game now. Dan Emperor reminded them and asked them to continue watching the game. At this time, Kukui in the screen has taken back Empoleon. His next Pokémon is Incineroar. Kukui unleashes his trump card again. Having taken 2 rock-type skills in a row before, Incineroar probably doesn't have much physical strength left. But, he took advantage of a wave of regeneration. Now the bloodline has returned to a healthy level. Ade, facing Incineroar, Ash has no plans to change Pokémon. He is the most powerful counter-attribute master of our generation. Let's take advantage of this momentum and go ahead. Meta. Rotate using the steel ring to double tap. Meta. Milo Meta spins again. Prepare to use her invincible fist to attack the opponent. Is it this again? But this time your rival is different. Roaring Tiger will do bulk up first. After it was taken back just now, the effect of bulk up disappeared, but it doesn't matter, it is reattached now. Roar. Roaring Tiger makes a Popeye pose, and his body strength increases to a new level. At this time, Milo Meta also completed the stockpile, and 2 fists as big as basins came quickly. Facing the fist that was like a falling meteor, Professor Kukui had no intention of letting the Roaring Tiger dodge. That's it. Roar. The Roaring Tiger stretched out both claws, and a black tiger's probing hand firmly grabbed the 2 big fists that were coming. Click. Incineroar's hands made a slight sound. This is the sound of bones cracking. With such a huge power, even if he strengthens the first level attack, there is no way he can take it safely. But, after paying such a small price, he accepted Milo Meta's fist. It can be said to be very worthwhile. Meta. Because his fist was firmly grasped by the Roaring Tiger, Milo Meta could not withdraw his fist at all. The whole body could only be pulled over. Its huge body, the pull of the silver liquid in the assist arm. In an instant, we were in front of the Roaring Tiger. Incineroar moved back several meters due to its huge weight. However, even though his arms were slightly numb, he had no intention of letting go of those 2 fists. Next is the showdown between real men, Ash. Incineroar, big text fire. After Professor Kukui's words fell, the flame belt around the Roaring Tiger's waist condensed scorching firepower. Then it exploded. The flames with the character big in them hit Meru Meta directly. The flames burned on Mel Meta's body, causing very good damage to it. Seeing this, Ash also knew that Malumeta might not be able to break free from the Roaring Tiger's claws now. So he ordered loudly. Meru Meta, show off your momentum. We can't lose. Use Thunder Punch and Flash Cannon. 2 skills are used together again. Golden spark erupted from Malumeta's fists and spread to the Roaring Tiger. The Roaring Tiger let out a painful cry. Then, blue-white light condensed on the golden nut on its head. The next moment, the light shot out like a laser normal. The Roaring Tiger raised its head with support, and opened its mouth. A huge tooth formed by the power of fire appeared in front of its mouth. Then he chewed the flash cannon. He attacked hard. The blue and white light beam that came towards me was directly bitten into pieces by Fire Fang. Fire Fang Flash Cannon. Ha! Can it still be like this? Ash was also shocked by Roaring Tiger's response. Previously his Lycanroc bit Whirlpool with Crunch. Now Kukui directly cops a wave and uses Fire Fang Crunch Flash Cannon. You really are learning and selling now. Haha, Ash, I accept your trick without mercy. Incineroar, Encore Fire Fang. Damn, in that case, use Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam, a powerful skill with a power of 150. And it can be used as a special attack. Roaring Tiger only increases defense. Both sides roared at the same time. The Roaring Tiger opened his mouth, and blazing flames attached to his fangs. In front of Malumeta's golden nut, golden light is also rapidly condensing. As Professor Kukui said, this is a showdown between men. There is no way for both sides to dodge. Click. Boom. Incineroar bit Melmetta's body with its burning fangs. His body composed of metallic liquid directly ignited the flames, burning his whole body. And Melmetta's golden energy beam with destructive power also hit Incineroar hard on the back. There was a violent roar. The field was filled with smoke. The audience is also eagerly waiting to see who is the final winner. The smoke slowly dissipated, but the Melmetta tower still stood motionless. However, the silver metal on its body already has some signs of melting. On the other hand, Incineroar, the originally black markings on its back have become even darker. That's the charred blackness produced after energy collision. His hands that tightly held Melmetta were unable to let go. The roaring tiger took 2 steps back, swayed, and then... 0. A loud roar sounded in its throat. He raised his head suddenly, his fierce face was extremely tired. But he has no intention of losing his will to fight. On the other hand, Melmetta still didn't move. Meta. Melmetta let out a growl to indicate that he had not lost his ability to fight. But Hyper Beam's stiffness makes it temporarily unable to move. Divine beasts have a lot of resistance to freeze-type skills. For example, Latios has almost no freezing time when using the Megaton Impact. But the time for Melmetta to evolve is still too short. Therefore, there is no way for him to be immune to rigor mortis by sitting down. Opportunity. Incineroar, give him the last big word fire. Professor Kukui naturally would not waste such a good opportunity. After giving the order, Incineroar roared, and the belt around his waist glowed with bright fire. Explosion Normal's flames burst out suddenly, directly hitting Melmetta, who was unable to dodge. Melmetta, who had very little physical strength left, fell to the ground. Lost the ability to fight. Incineroar's battle against the Divine Beast, successful. And he still fought against the Divine Beast with his incomplete physical strength. Many viewers around the world also stared blankly at the scene. I didn't react for a while. Although 99% of the people in the world voted for Professor Kukui to win. But they all went for the priestly Tapu Koko. If it weren't for Tapu Yavyu, they would definitely win over Ash. After all, Ash has 2 divine beasts this time. However, even if they suppress Professor Kukui, in the imagination of many people, the main force against the Ash beast must be Tapu Yavyu. Do you really think anyone can defeat the mythical beast? However, today Professor Kukui told everyone in the world, except Pikachu, there are other Pokémon that can resist gods with their mortal bodies. Chapter 62. In the inventory of the 4th Divine Battle. No one expected that the first person to kill the gods would be Professor Kukui. His Incineroar actually defeated Melmetta head-on with only normal physical strength left. Although in terms of outrageousness, it is not as outrageous as Charizard and Pikachu. After all, of Ash's 2 Pokémon, one is of a poor race, an electric rat from the street. The other one is a Charizard that lacks its origin and is stunted. But in terms of the shocking degree of the scene, defeating a mythical beast with such close hand-to-hand combat and exchanging injuries for injuries. Even more shocking than the previous 2 games. Sydney, oh my god! The Incineroar is so handsome. I want to get one done too. Karen, oh my goodness, I have a hard steel beast on the front. Is this really an ordinary Usangia? There is no way my Umbreon can compare with Incineroar. Umbreon, standing next to Karen, watched trainer typing excitedly. Totally confused. If she knows that her trainer is slandering her, give her a present. Blaine, go, go. Stephanie, why are you playing Incineroar? Such a brotherly Pokémon is naturally suitable for a macho guy like me. No, Abio. Don't think about Incineroar, I'm afraid you'll get knocked down. A macho guy like me is the one who's suitable. Dante, haha, Incineroar, it feels like a very powerful Pokémon. After Incineroar killed the gods, many champion elites started discussing it. After all, another Pokémon capable of killing gods has appeared. And the mythical beasts defeated by the opponent have a higher gold content than the previous mythical beasts. Alola region was rarely known to the public, but now it has become famous. Among them, Incineroar's reputation is even higher. Lance touched his chin. When Kukui fought with him before, Incineroar was not so powerful. It seems that after losing to him, the opponent got enough training. Originally, Brother Topu Ash had no hope of winning, and now there is such a strong roaring tiger. I can't even think of how to win. Yes, luckily I defeated Professor Kukui. Before Tapu Koko takes action, Professor Kukui has defeated Brother Ash, a mythical beast. If Tapu Koko takes action, I can't even think of it. Earn points with tears. Many viewers who were originally not optimistic about Ash, after seeing Incineroar's strength. Ash's failure is even more confirmed. There is a mythical beast with a divine responsibilities behind it. Now that you have lost a mythical beast, how do you play? Can you still use Pikachu to defeat a mythical beast with a priesthood? You can't be stunned at all. What a powerful tiger! But I should also have an Incineroar, right? It's just that it hasn't evolved yet. He will definitely reach the same level as Professor Kukui's Incineroar in the future. Seeing that your divine beast is the first to lose its ability to fight. Ash didn't feel discouraged at all, but said with a little excitement. Just thinking about having such a handsome Pokémon in the future makes you so excited that you can't sleep, okay? Many champions were also stunned. That's right. Ash also has a Torracat. Of course, judging from the results of the first battle. Ash's Torracat is nothing like Incineroar's rival. But, the future is promising. The images continue. After Milo Meta became charred all over, Ash quickly went up to confirm Milo Meta's condition. After seeing that his life was not in danger, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. Put it back into the Pokeball. You've done a great job, Malumita. Now you can rest and leave the rest to your partner. Ash said and returned to his trainer position. Then a Pokeball was taken out. Sure enough, if we are to fight Incineroar, it would be better to use him. It's up to you, Torracat. Meow. The vicious cat appears again. On the bell around his neck, there is still a faint light of fire. But there will be no more smoke. It seems that in the Pokeball, Torracat suppressed the power of Blast Burn very well. I'm afraid I've absorbed a lot. It's just that the time is too short to fully absorb it. If I could absorb them all, I'm afraid the current Torracat power could be improved by 1 or 2 levels. Is it Torracat and Incineroar again? Alder is a little strange. Why does Ash's Torracat seem to be very obsessed with Incineroar? Is there any grudge between them? Or does Torracat hate the evolved roaring tiger? I'm afraid Incineroar won't be able to deal with Torracat so easily this time. Cynthia looked at Torracat's bell that was still glowing slightly in the screen and analyzed. It seems that Torracat has absorbed a lot of the power of Blast Burn. Although the bell on it is still glowing, it no longer smokes. On the other hand, Incineroar has indeed proven his strength, defeating the powerful divine beast Malumita with his incomplete physical strength. But, how much strength does he have left now? If he is not allowed to learn Pokeball for a while, the outcome this time is uncertain. The surrounding champions also nodded, agreeing with what Cynthia said. Incineroar is indeed very powerful, but manpower is limited and it is beyond its capabilities. The same applies to Pokémon. Today's Incineroar is probably reaching its limit. In the screen, facing the Torracat released by Ash, Professor Kukui did not take back the Incineroar. This is because they have an agreement that transcends time and space. They are 2 Pokémon chasing each other. Now on this stadium, they will decide the outcome in an upright manner. Foreignly, refers to the fact that after Incineroar was hit by Stone Edge Acceleruck, he fought with Melometa and used the remaining energy to fight Torracat. Torracat, Flame Charge. Are you still using Flame Charge? If that's the case, then continue to bulk up. Seeing that Ash still wants to rely on speed to fight, Professor Kukui also plans to continue the last strategy. Stop with stillness. Incineroar itself has added a level of defense. Now after using bulk up, you can add another level. Roar. The roaring tiger raised his hands and roared, and the muscles all over his body seemed to be filled with water. Normal. Torracat, on the other hand, was covered in crimson flames and kicked on the ground with all four limbs. With the speed of Spark Flint, he rushed in front of Incineroar, and then slammed out. Boom! After a confrontation, Incineroar was directly knocked several meters away. Two ravines were created on the ground. Professor Kukui was stunned. During the bulk-up session just now, I could obviously eat Flame Charge freely. Why is it that now that the second stage is bulk-up, it is hit so far by the opponent? When Professor saw the glowing flame bag around Torracat's neck, there was Incineroar's breathless look as he came to his senses. Now Roaring Tiger doesn't have much physical strength left. On the contrary, Torracat absorbed a lot of the power of Blast Burn released by Incineroar just now. Its own strength is even better than before. Therefore, this Flame Charge move can directly knock away the Incineroar, which has two defenses. But that's not right. If Roaring Tiger really doesn't have much physical strength, where did you go, Fierce Fire? Professor Kukui looked at Incineroar suspiciously. As his trump card Pokémon, he understands Roaring Tiger's abilities only too well. He does not have a hidden ability to intimidate, but a normal ability to fire. They've already been disabled, why hasn't the Fierce Fire been activated? You're not playing me, Ahu? Roaring Tiger, who didn't know that Kukui was slandering him, still had high morale. He waved to Torracat, indicating that what he just did was not satisfying at all. How could Torracat bear such a taunt? His whole body was once again covered in red flames. Then rush out quickly. Wait, Torracat. Good opportunity. Throat chop. Ash wanted to stop Torracat, but Torracat, who was already on top, could not stand this kind of taunt. Flame Charge directly. The result is Roar. Incineroar's powerful dynamic vision clearly captured Torracat's movements. Dark purple energy covered its claws, and the 5 fingers closed together and turned into spikes. Like an abyss, Normal's sharp claws stabbed Torracat fiercely into Torracat's abdomen. Boom! Torracat was very fast, but Incineroar caught his next move. As a result, Torracat was unable to dodge throat chop and was hit directly in the abdomen. The fierce cat's eyes bulged and it flew out. Thrown heavily onto the ground. Sydney, you are indeed an Incineroar. Even in the stage of being in the wind, you can still strike quickly and accurately. Karen, rather than saying that Incineroar is powerful, it's better to say that Professor Kukui is powerful. He must have spent a lot of effort to train Incineroar to have such strong dynamic vision. Var. Professor Kukui, that's not the case. After all, the size of Incineroar has increased dramatically after evolution, and its speed has also dropped a lot. For this reason, we can only work on dynamic vision and reflexes. Break with stillness. Professor Kukui, normal speed players can restrain heavy players. But my Incineroar has no weakness for you. Speed players will be restrained by it. Professor Kukui came out to explain why his Roaring Tiger is so powerful. One strategy is to use static braking, and the other is his unique training method. From this we can also see how powerful a trainer Professor Kukui is. Dandy, to be honest, if it weren't for your title of Professor Kukui, I would have thought you were the champion trainer of some region. This breeder Pokémon and its battle ability are too strong. Steven, if Professor Kukui is elected as the champion, then among the champions, Kukui's knowledge will definitely be the most extensive. And now when he is a professor, among Professor Kukui's combat power is definitely the strongest. Professor Oak, keep talking, I'm listening. Diantha, this time Ash has encountered a big crisis. Although he is the complete Ash, but Professor Kukui is not an ordinary person. 0, please give me flowers. If Ash takes out old Pokémon like Charizard Greninja and adds mythical beasts, then there is still the slightest chance of winning. But now, in image, Ash shouted Torracott's voice, and Torracott was also there. Ash stood up slowly with encouragement. Throat Chop, which attacks +2, is not so easy to pick up. If it were Encore, Torracott might not be able to stand it. Meow. Brush. A white-red light appeared on Torracott's body. This is not flame charge, but Torracott's fierce fire has been activated. The Kukui people opposite Ash were all dumbfounded. You, Torracott, have activated fierce fire, why haven't I, Incineroar, activated fierce fire? Very good. Keep up the momentum and use flame charge. Flame charge again. Take your sights on the roaring tiger. This move will end him. Roar. As long as one hit Throat Chop, I'm afraid Torracott will be over. Scorching flames covered Torracott's body, and then rushed out like lightning. Torracott is faster. This is natural, after all, it has been accelerated twice by flame charge. The dynamic vision that Roaring Tiger is proud of can't even see Torracott this time. Meow. The next moment, I felt a huge impact on the side of Roaring Tiger. It turns out that Torracott has arrived beside the Roaring Tiger. Flame charge hit his side firmly. After hitting the target, Torracott quickly bounced away, giving the Roaring Tiger no chance to counterattack. Then he rushed forward again from another angle. 0. Torracott, take advantage of the situation and use revenge. Boom. Torracott tackles Incineroar's back again. And the cat's paw was raised high, a special power condensed inside. That is the spite power that has always been lost to the Roaring Tiger, and has been hung up and beaten by the Roaring Tiger. This slap hit Incineroar directly on the head. It made him dizzy. Revenge is not only a skill that increases damage with emotions, but it also restrains Incineroar's fighting skills. This time Revenge probably did more damage than all the previous Torracott hits. After one move of Revenge, Torracott returned to Ash. And Incineroar was already half kneeling on the ground, panting and his eyes staring straight. This move Revenge is very powerful. It looks like Roaring Tiger is reaching its limit. Yes. Fortunately, there is Intimidation that reduces Torracott's attack. And Bulk Up increases its own defense. Otherwise, Revenge would probably be over by now. Some knowledgeable viewers began to analyze the possibility of Incineroar's survival. After successive battles, and even defeated Ash's mythical beast, Incineroar's physical strength must have bottomed out. Revenge hasn't fallen to the ground after eating this, it must be because he lowered his attack due to intimidation. As a result, the next second on the image. Incineroar. We can't admit defeat here. Roar. Incineroar roared and stood up again. And the whole body is also covered in the same white-red light as Torracott. Fire starts. World viewers? Many champions? No, is your Roaring Tiger legal? Are you just starting to fire now? Are you kidding me? However, the next scene made many viewers dumbfounded again. After Torracott saw Incineroar launch a fierce fire, he roared again, and the white-red light covering his body turned into deep red. Fierce Fire, Level 2. I originally thought Incineroar was pretty wall-mounted. Unexpectedly, Torracott is as wall-mounted as Incineroar. What the hell is this second-level Fierce Fire? Are the Shell Smash Dreams in the Roaring Tiger series so awesome? No, I have to find a chance to go to Alola and tame one. Ash and Professor Kukui successfully started a craze for conquering Litten. Handsome, cool, resistant, and powerful in blows. Who could not love such a Pokémon that is the best in the universe? Ash, it seems we have reached the final stage. Kukui was also startled by Torakat's second stage of fierce fire. But, this is Ash after all. The man who has repeatedly achieved miracles. So he calmed down quickly. Yes. Professor Kukui, you should use that one at this time. As he spoke, Ash raised his left hand, and a pair of black and silver bracelets appeared in front of everyone. And there is a golden prism crystal on the bracelet. This, what is this? It doesn't look like the keystone, right? And even if it's the keystone, Litten can't mega evolve. Professor Kukui, what? It's the Z power ring. Dandy, Z, powerful bracelet? What is that? Not only Dan Emperor was confused, but everyone in the world except the Alola region was confused. I've never heard of that Z bracelet before. Chapter 63. Professor Kukui, in the Alola region, there is a unique move called Z move. Professor Kukui, that is an extremely powerful move. You need to go through the islands and pass the test of the guardian gods before you can obtain that move. There are 3 prerequisites for launching the move. The first is to have a Z ring, the second is to have Z pure crystal, and the third is to make the corresponding action. This is somewhat similar to Mega Evolution. If Mega Evolution is a continuous improvement, then the Z move is an explosive improvement. Although you need to wait for the Z ring to be charged before you can use it again after using it once, but, if used properly, it will reverse the outcome of a game. Professor Kukui briefly introduced the principles of Z moves. It's just that everyone is still seeing it in a hazy way. I'm afraid only the Z move can be truly seen. Only then can you understand the power of Z move. Professor Kukui, if Ash can possess the Z power ring, doesn't that mean Kiawe is the only student in this classroom who has visited the islands? Of course you know what the power bracelet represents. Yes, Ash has been recognized by the guardian gods. Actually, it's not surprising, is it? He is our Alola's first-generation champion. Professor Kukui looked at the boy on the screen with a smile. From the first meeting, he felt that Ash and him seemed to be very friendly. Now, he seems to understand something. In the future, their relationship will definitely be very good. Stephen, Professor Kukui, what is the Z power ring you are talking about? Professor Kukui, the Z power ring is a bracelet that can use exclusive Z skills. Ordinary bracelets cannot use exclusive Z skills. Stephen, exclusive Z. Interesting. It's so interesting. That sparkling stone is exactly what I yearn for. I will definitely go to Alola region to celebrate May Day when I have time. Professor Kukui, ha ha ha, I wish I could have asked for it. Stephen, who was extremely interested in stones, instantly fell in love with Z pure crystal. Not only does it have precious collection value, it can even be used as a means of reversing the game. Just like the Mega Evolution, it suits him. While several people were talking, the second person in the video, Ash has taken off the golden crystal block and put the red crystal block on it. After Professor Kukui's explanation, everyone knew that this should be the Z pure crystal. What does the difference in color mean? Is it because the attribute is bad? On the other side, Professor Kukui also took off the red crystal in his hand. It's just that the crystal block seems to have an Incineroar head carved into it. Needless to say, the audience also knows that this is probably the exclusive Z that Professor Kukui said. A Z skill that can only be used by Roaring Tiger. It's just, why does he also wear the same red Z as Ash? Is the red Z stronger than the exclusive Z? Professor Kukui, this blow will determine the outcome. That's right. Let the collision of fire burn until the last moment. As soon as the words fell, their arms crossed in front of them at the same time. Z-ring shines brightly. Ash opened his hands and made a come gesture. Then he stretched out his left hand and placed his right hand on his left arm. A scorching power rises from Ash's body. Ash is now as if covered in flames normal. This is our full strength. After shouting, Ash's fire power was directly transmitted into Torracat. Burn Incineroar. Use the strongest flame, burn up the arena. Professor Kukui's side also had scorching energy. Then poured it all into Incineroar's body. The two people's postures and slogans gave many viewers goosebumps. What is this? Are you shouting in the second grade? How weird. But, why does it feel so handsome? Indigo Plateau Conference. Many champions looked at Diantha strangely. This was similar to the actions and slogans Diantha made just now. Why are they so different? Could it be that powerful moves always come with the risk of social death? You, look at what I'm doing. Watch the game. Diantha exploded. These people almost reminded her of how she looked when she died just now. After that, watch the game, watch the game. The champions were distracted and meowed towards Diantha, but Ash never took his eyes off the screen from the beginning to the end. He really feels this line. This action. It's so cool. Including the actions and lines of Diantha's championship just now, it's so cool. It's a pity that he doesn't have either Mega or Zering now. I'm afraid he won't be as cool as he is in the picture in a short time. In the image, both sides burst out with terrifying fire energy. Super powerful ultimate explosive fire bomb. *2. Under the shouts of the two people, Torracat's fire bag bursts into flames. The high-temperature flames formed a huge fireball and soaring in the sky. Incineroar's hands turned into claws, and the firelight condensed crazily in them. Finally, he raised his hands high, and the huge flame turned into a huge crimson fireball. The bright red firelight shines on everyone's faces. The terrifying high temperature made everyone watching the game at Manaro Stadium drip with sweat. Even before the moves of both sides collide, you can already feel the terror of the powerful fireball. The field became heated, and both sides stared at each other, throwing huge fireballs directly at the same time. Like flying fireballs, two burning bursting fireballs collided together. Caused a huge explosion. The flames shot straight into the sky, and terrifying waves of hot air continued to explode all around. The spectators at Manaro Stadium are watching the game with their lives. Flames burned the earth, and the fireballs from both sides collided to form a larger rotating pyro ball. For a moment, this force of power shocked the entire audience and soared into the sky. Torracat and Incineroar were both blinded by the dust and sand. The audience in the Pokémon world were also stunned. Is this a move that ordinary Pokémon can use? Woko. So cool. This move seems to carry the power of heaven and earth. Even if it is a move released by a divine beast, it is nothing more than this, right? Wallace, Lance, when you fought Moltres, who had the priesthood, was his flame so strong? Yulongdu, maybe, probably, maybe, it's a little weaker than this Z move. Even though Lance used a lot of rhetoric, everyone could see that Moltres' flames are simply not as good as the flames released by this Z move. For a moment, the whole place was in an uproar. Is the Z move actually such a terrifying move? As long as the Pokémon itself is strong enough, as long as it can perform Z moves, it may be able to threaten weaker divine beasts. For a time, many elite champions had considerable covet for Z moves. If you can get the Z move, it will be a leapfrog challenge and a desperate comeback. It's not impossible. In the image, the explosive spiral flames on the field are still continuing. But both sides can no longer bear it any longer. Almost at the same moment, the two of them gave orders together. Torracat, use revenge. Incineroar, throat chop. Roar. Meow. Both sides shuttled into the huge flames together, and no one knew what the battle was like inside. After a few seconds, the huge exploding pyro ball slowly disappeared. Dust, smoke, and sand are also slowly falling. Torracat and Incineroar reappeared in front of the audience. Both Pokémon are standing. For a moment, Torracat groaned softly and swayed, but he did not fall down after all. On the contrary, it was Incineroar who let out his final roar. Finally he collapsed to the ground. Torracat wins. This little kitten can do it. Although Torracat has experienced many battles, he has just entered the fierce fire. In other words, at least at that moment, Torracat and Roaring Tiger have the same physical strength. That is to say, in the final collision, Torracat defeated the Roaring Tiger with equal physical strength. Do you think anyone's kitten can do this? This is Ash's Torracat. It can fire 2 stages of fierce fire. Brother Ash's Pokémon are indeed all hanging on the wall. Audiences around the world are talking a lot. However, most people believe that the gold content of this victory is not small. Although Roaring Tiger had consumed a lot of energy before, the two sides fired fiercely at the same time, right? That means everyone is 1/3. In this case, Torracat defeated the Roaring Tiger, which already said a lot. Brush. At this moment, the Torracat on the screen glowed blue. And its size began to slowly increase. From walking on 4 legs to walking on 2 legs. Torracat actually evolved after defeating Incineroar. Now he is also the #1 Shell Smash Dream in the universe. Day, woohoo, evolve. Now Ash also has Incineroar. Diantha, actually, I think Torracat is pretty good. The Roaring Tiger still has too many muscles. Lorelei, agree. Blaine, no way, right? There's no one who doesn't like the dream of being the best in the universe, Shell Smash, right? The Roaring Tiger needs to be strong, handsome and strong, and cute and strong. Isn't it delicious? Asha, Mr. Blaine's CO writing only depends on the intensity, right? Roar. The evolved Incineroar looked up to the sky and roared, opening his hands, as if he wanted to release the haze he was suffering from. Ash ran to Incineroar excitedly and was about to express his joy. But when he ran to him, he felt something was wrong. Incineroar, you. I saw Incineroar's eyes turned white and his body was motionless. He lost the ability to fight while standing. You did a great job, thank you Incineroar. Next. I'll leave it to my friends. Although Roaring Tiger lost his fighting ability, Ash was still happy for him. Not only did he defeat his target, but he also evolved into the strongest posture doctor. This battle is the best. Ash and Kukui took back their Roaring Tigers at the same time. Kukui's Incineroar got up after Torracat evolved, looking like nothing was wrong. It's hard not to doubt that they were acting. This acting is not good. I pinched that part here, after all, it was a bit too outrageous when written. Haha. Currently, both Ash and Kukui still have 4 Pokémon, but Ash has lost 2 of them. Will. Only Pikachu and that Naganadel can take the lead in the future. Alder disagrees with Lance's statement. Can't Lycanroc be C? Who said before that Lycanroc is the same as Mytaina? This is not on the same level at all, okay. Ash's Lycanroc doesn't either. It can be underestimated. Why don't you say Rowlet? I think Rowlet is quite cute. Cynthia said as she clicked on her phone and looked at the picture of Rowlet. Many champions gave her a look. Cute? Yes, it is very cute. Can cuteness be used as a combat power? The cuter it is, doesn't it mean that its combat power is weak? Keep watching, although Ash's chance of winning is slim, but I think he should still be able to defeat Tapu in 2 moves. Ash glanced at Steven resentfully. I have already assumed that I will lose. Although Tapu Koko is indeed very strong, my Pikachu is not weak either. Pika. Pikapi. Pikachu is cheering himself up on the screen. Now that he is not playing, it must be to accumulate stockpile strength to deal with the mythical beast. His big skin teacher is the best in the world, Pikachu. Image continues. After Ash and Kukui took back the roaring tiger, they simultaneously took out the next Pokeball. It's up to you, roll it. Come on, Braviary. Professor Kukui's side is a giant bird Pokémon with a red back and cyan front. There is a white crest made of 3 feathers on his head. Looks quite fierce. The fierce bird of Unova region Braviary. On the other side, there is a cute round bird. The brown body, in its predecessor, should have had a tie composed of 2 pieces of green leafage. But it was blocked by the hooded coat he was wearing, and it turned into the shape of 2 crossed leafages. That's Rowlet's evolved type, a hooded jacket only available to Decidueye. The images on both sides form a strong contrast. One side is cute to the extreme, and the other side is fierce to the extreme. This time we are preparing for aerial combat. Brother Ash, did you pick the wrong Pokémon? So Rowlet looks like this? Cute is very cute, but isn't this kind of high-end Rowlet a free gift? There is ABD, I won't tell who it is. The audience recognized Rowlet's cuteness, but not his fighting ability. Regardless of body shape or appearance, both parties are completely different from each other. How to fight this? Yolongdu, Rowlet, the top faction, is indeed Ash. Alder, this is somewhat. Braviary is a ferocious bird in the Unova region. Its own abilities are much stronger than normal's domestic bird. Rowlet and him. If you fight. Dandy, ha ha ha, that's why 4.7 is Ash. He always comes up with ideas beyond our expectations. Let's see how Ash directs Rowlet. The battle on the screen has already begun. At the beginning, Braviary launched an air slash. For grass-type Rowlet, it is extremely effective. However, Rowlet easily dodged the air slash. This action made many people keenly feel that something was wrong. This Moo, why does it feel like it's a little fast? After dodging Braviary's attack, Rowlet backhanded a seed bomb. Woo! A grey stone from Rowlet's mouth spit up. The meteor that turned into orange hit Braviary hard on the head. Boom! Braviary was unable to dodge and was hit with a big blow. The whole figure fell down. The audience was dumbfounded. What skill is this? Is this seed bomb? Can seed bomb have such power against flying type? The grey stone that flew out hit Braviary and then bounced back into Rowlet's mouth. Yolongdu, am I right? That one seems to be an immutable stone? Steven, you read that right. As a senior stone expert, I can tell you clearly that it is an aphrodisiac. Steven, Rowlet bombarded the immutable stone as the carrier of the seed bomb. On that seed bomb, there was not only the power of the grass type, but also the power of the rock type. Steven, so, this trick, seed bomb, is extremely effective for Braviary. Kanan, is it true, Mr. Steven? I don't study well, so please don't lie to me. Rock Gym leader Kanan slowly typed a question mark. Can you also use the immutable stone to change the attribute of a move? That's really unheard of. Not only Kanan, but all the trainers in the world who use grass type and rock type are confused. Is your Rowlet legal? Can you still play like this? Chapter 64. For the first time in history, dual attribute skills were used by Rowlet. Trainers all over the world are confused. Not only that, many people began to feel that something was wrong. Why does this Rowlet feel like it's also a wall hanging? You're not cheating like Pikachu, are you? Image continues. Braviary felt the shame after eating a deflated meal. He is so brave, but today he was almost knocked down by a cute creature. Is it unbearable? Not bad. Braviary, use Steel Wing. Bah! Braviary's dual wing beat was covered in metallic color, and then it quickly approached Rowlet from the ground. Encore Seed Bomb. Woo! The grey immutable stone is spat out again. The Everstone with orange light flew out normally like an arrow from the string. Braviary, who charged at extremely high speed, was unable to dodge and was hit in the head again. Fortunately, he was prepared this time, so he didn't fall. Second bloom. Braviary's head already has 2 bumps. Beeb. Braviary, who usually has a bad temper, is angry this time. He rushes towards Rowlet with a look of furious madness. At this moment, Rowlet just swallowed the immutable stone. Seeing Braviary's ferocious face, I was so scared that I threw another seed bomb. This time Braviary can see it clearly. He used Steel Wing to fight back the seed bomb without hesitation. Rowlet subconsciously flew up and caught it. Then keep spitting it out. Braviary hit back with a backhand. Just like that, 2 bird Pokémon played table tennis in the sky. Pfft, Ash's Rowlet is so interesting. I almost want to raise one. Cynthia couldn't help but smile as she looked at it. I also had the idea of raising a Rowlet in my mind. This Rowlet is stronger than I thought. Lance felt like he was slapped in the face again. Just now he was giving some advice. Ash sent Rowlet again. Isn't this a free gift? Now Ash told him backhand, you didn't expect that my Rowlet is also a wall hanging. Rowlet's level should not be low, but it has not evolved because of the immutable stone. Although it is indeed at a disadvantage in terms of ability value, it is not beyond the point of 03. Emperor Dan analyzed calmly. Ash's lineup in the Alola region seems to be quite good. Not as weak as it looks on paper. I originally thought the main characters would be 2 mythical beasts. Unexpectedly, the other 3 Pokémon also gave him a big surprise. Unfortunately, if the last divine beast is not Tapu Koko, but other divine beasts, or if Ash still retains the Z movement, there may be a possibility of turning defeat into victory. Now, Diantha said with some regret. With Z moves and Pikachu, maybe you can really win. After all, God-killing Pikachu's name is not for nothing. It's a pity that now the opponent has defeated Ash, a mythical beast first. Winning this battle is impossible. I believe Pikachu can do it. Pikapi. My pickup truck is definitely the C best. Ha ha ha, having confidence is a good thing, I believe in you too, Ash, Pikachu. Mr. Dandy. Ash was so moved. Now he is not the complete Alola Ash in the picture, he is just a fledgling. He's just a brat who didn't even finish the Indigo Plateau Conference. Dandy, the world's top trainer, trusts him so much. How could this not move him? Watch the game, watch the game. I don't know why, but I always feel excited when watching Ash's games. I really want to play against Ash in the future. Emperor Dan had longing in his eyes. If he could fight Ash. What kind of scene is it like? In the image, Ash's Rowlet and Braviary come and go. After another seed bomb attack, Braviary took the lead. No chance for Rowlet to use seed bomb. The metallic wings flap rapidly. In an instant, it was photographed on Rowlet's body. Rowlet's eyes bulged, and then he fell rapidly from soaring in the sky. Fell on the ground. Rowlet. Are you okay? Woo. Rowlet's wings shook, the dust dispersed, and he appeared in front of everyone with almost no injuries. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. What kind of freak is this Rowlet? Being Steel Wing smacked down from that kind of place looks like nothing is wrong. As expected of Rowlet, the god of sleep, his defense is so strong. Of course Professor Kukui, my Rowlet will not fall down so easily. In that case, let's try this trick. Rock slide. Well. Under the instruction of Professor Kukui, Braviary screamed, and dozens of tiny rocks floated around him. With a wave of his wings, several rocks suddenly fell down. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Facing such a fierce attack, Ash commanded calmly. Use Substitute to dodge and then use Brave Bird. Substitute, get out of the way. Substitute is a skill that requires a quarter of one's physical strength to be used. With Rowlet's speed, there shouldn't be any need to use substitute and just get out of the way, right? Why burn blood in vain? Just when the audience was confused, Rowlet gave them a wonderful performance. I saw Rowlet's wings trembling. The green hooded clothes on his body fell off directly, and he himself disappeared instantly. Several sharp rocks passed through the green hood, damaging it slightly. However, at this time, Rowlet has appeared in front of Braviary. And it was covered with a layer of orange flame. The flame formed the shape of a giant bird, and as Rowlet flapped its wings with lightning speed, it tackled Braviary's body violently. Braviary was hit hard and fell from soaring in the sky, falling hard to the ground. It kicked up a cloud of dust. The audience was dumbfounded again. What is this? Is this what substitute is used for? After this battle, Ash's Pokémon have been constantly refreshing their outlook on life. Professor Kukui, who fought against Ash, must have been numb. He only has one wall hanging, Incineroar. Every Pokémon in Ash's collection is hanging on the wall. What to play? No sound pill spicy. After the smoke cleared, Braviary was covered in bruises. This also allows the viewers to better understand where Rowlet is hanging on the wall. Resistant, fast, high attack, bug normal substitute. Do you call this a Rowlet? When Decidueye saw it, he had to kneel down and shout Big Brother. As expected of Ash's Rowlet, it's really hard to deal with. In this case, Braviary, use Shunlei. Although Professor Kukui has seen Rowlet's painting operation before, but he still found it unacceptable after watching it again, so he decided to start speeding up Braviary. Braviary climbed up from the ground with a pair of wings. Then he flapped his wings, and a strong wind roared behind him. Tailwind is on. Braviary's speed doubled. Yolongdu, are you using tailwind now? It's too late. Dandy, maybe he was confused by Seed Bomb at first. In fact, it is not difficult to see that after the whole battle, he was basically in Ash's rhythm. Dandy, Alola's Ash, has really grown a lot. His commanding ability may not even be matched by some champions. Have I really become that strong? Looking at Dan Emperor's evaluation, Ash couldn't believe it. Although he has always aimed to become a Pokémon master. But, most of the time he still knows how much he weighs. It is really hard to imagine that he will have such superb commanding skills in the future. There are such powerful Pokémon. Any Pokémon on the screen can hit all its teammates including Charizard. Unless Pikachu explodes. Believe in yourself, Chitaro. You may be underestimating yourself. There are not many trainers in the world who got 8 badges in just 1 year after debuting. And I think you have a good chance of winning the championship in this conference. In other words, you have the qualifications to be a champion. Be confident, Chitaro. Alder looked at Ash's lack of confidence and encouraged him. To be honest, in terms of talent, Ash may not be the strongest he has ever seen. But in terms of upper limit, Ash is really the highest he has ever seen. In the future, Ash may really become the most powerful trainer in the Pokémon world. Master Alder, you don't want to flatter Ash. He's already extremely swollen, and if you flatter him like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to find anything. At the critical moment, Xiao Lu comes out and pours cold water. In fact, among the people who care about Ash the most, Misty is one of them. In order to prevent Ash from being overly inflated, she is the one who plays the bad guy every time. But she can really control Ash's bulging heart very well. I'm not bloated. Misty, don't talk nonsense. Haha, only someone knows if it doesn't swell. The future Ash is actually very mature and steady, and he is the one who basically enlightens others. Only the Muji Ash is quite stupid, so there are few female protagonists in the future like Misty, who has been quarreling with Ash, especially Serena. Basically obey Ash's advice. Haha, your relationship is really good. Who has a good relationship with him/her? The two said in unison, then turned their heads without looking at each other. Okay, let's continue watching the game. Professor Kukui has made another move. Stephen gave a friendly reminder to the two people who looked exactly like a young couple. Then continue to focus on the image. Braviary, use Sky Drop. Sky Drop is a skill that can restrain a Pokémon and take it to the sky, then throw it down hard. After receiving the order, Braviary was like an eagle catching a chicken normal, and quickly attacked Rowlet. Braviary opened Tailwind and came to Rowlet in an instant. The sharp claws clamped down on Rowlet. Rowlet panicked instantly, danced with joy, and even had tears in his eyes. Just now it was like God of War normal spug Rowlet. At this time, it was like a child normal panicked. This contrast made many viewers laugh. Ha ha ha, even though Rowlet is in crisis now, I still want to laugh for no reason. Rowlets are so interesting. I almost want to go to Alola to capture one. You're thinking too much. Rowlet is one of the 3 royal families. How can I give you such a good thing? Subdue it. Take a shower and go to sleep. Now Rowlet is at a disadvantage, but has gained countless fans. It's a pity that he hasn't been born yet, otherwise he would be very happy. Soon, Rowlet was taken to heaven by Braviary. Then the brave eagle folded its wings and fell towards the ground like a shooting star. If Rowlet is really thrown down at this speed, I'm afraid I'll be seriously injured even if I don't lose my fighting ability. Ash looked at the crisis that Rowlet suffered, and felt anxious for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of the stunt Rowlet used in the previous game. Although I have no clothes now, but the last time I had no clothes. Isn't it also used? Give it a try and see if you can. Rowlet. Use Feather Dance to break free. Woohoo! Woohoo! Rowlet was stunned for a moment, and then recalled the scene when he was immobilized before. Then he started to exert force, and his wings vibrated regularly. When he was about to be thrown to the ground, Rowlet was shocked. A picture that shocked audiences around the world was born. Rowlet, molted. The claws that were supposed to hold Rowlet firmly suddenly came up empty. Just because Rowlet shed his feathers and used a golden cicada trick to escape from his shell. Escaped from the claws. Dandy, is this Feather Dance? Professor Kukui, don't ask me, I don't know, I haven't seen it, I haven't heard it. Professor Kukui is going crazy, what kind of Rowlet is this? Not only Kukui now, but Kukui on the screen has his eyes so wide that they almost pop out. Good guy, that shit Feather Dance. Is this the painted skin? You are even more outrageous than Mimi QQ. You still have 2 layers of paint? It's 630 now, use Brave Bird. Ugh. Rowlet appears above Braviary after molting. Orange flames cover Rowlet's body again. Then Rowlet rushed out like a lightning bolt. Braviary couldn't turn back. There is no way to dodge. Boom. Brave Bird hits. Braviary can no longer resist and loses the ability to fight. Rowlet 1. Stephen, Lance, you are poisoning your milk again. Alder, Lance, you are poisoning your milk again. Diantha, Lance, you are poisoning milk again. Yolongdu number. Damn it. Although I really want to refute it, what they said seems to be the truth. Yolongdu, what kind of poisonous milk? I said before that Ash can't beat Kukui, it's impossible to win Tapu. Do you think the poisonous milk can take effect? It certainly can't. 1. Yolongdu, if Ash can defeat Tapu of you, I will go back to my family and take out a dragon Pokémon egg for Ash. Professor Kukui, I always feel like a mysterious power is coming to me. Cynthia, ha ha ha, Professor Kukui danger. Originally, Kukui was very confident that he could win this game. After all, no one knows the power of the patron saint better than him. But Mr. Lance's poisonous milk is really scary. Rowlet can be so milked by him. Tapu Koko won't be diarrheaed by his milk at the critical moment, right? In the image, Professor Kukui's mouth twitched and he took Braviary back. He didn't expect Rowlet to be able to escape in such a way under such circumstances. You always surprise me, Ash. Hehe, that's a good tattoo. Ash, you have really grown up. Let us continue to have fun fighting. With that, Professor Kukui threw the next Pokeball. As a red light flashed, a giant Pokémon on all fours appears on the field. It has a blue-green body, a frog-like head, and a huge red bud behind it. This is the final form of Kanto region's Gozanka, Venusaur. Venusaur is a grass-type and poison-type Pokémon. Although it is restrained by Rowlet's flying type. But his poison system also restrains Rowlet. Venusaur. I miss you so much. Rowlet, we must continue to win. Use Brave Bird. Woo. Ash still uses Brave Bird to attack. Orange flames covered Rowlet's body again. Then he rushed towards Venusaur with lightning speed. Kukui's response to this is Venusaur, the flower bud directly enveloped him. Audiences. What the hell? What kind of ridiculous operation is this? In full view of everyone, the powerful Brave Bird was directly wrapped in a flower bud by Venusaur. The soft petals directly offset most of the impact. Rowlet is struggling wildly inside, but Venusaur has no intention of letting him out. Just use the sun flame. Chapter 65. The sun is blazing in stockpile. The screen also switched to the scene of Rowlet inside, during which Rowlet burst into tears. These tears can almost water the petals. I don't know why, but viewers around the world saw Rowlet crying. Not only did I not feel distressed at all, I even felt like laughing. The sun's flames soon accumulated. Inside Venusaur's bud, Rowlet couldn't use the golden cicada to escape. Then, boom! Saffron-colored light shot straight into the sky. The violent arrogance blew up the surrounding dust. Rowlet was directly hit by the sun's flames inside the bud. But the problem is actually not big. Rowlet is 4 times more resistant to grass. Even if it is the grass type's ultimate move, it won't do much harm to it. It was just the powerful impact of the sun's flames that made Rowlet a little dizzy. The plump little bird stumbled in midair as if it had drunk fake wine. Professor Kukui naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Now, use the sludge bomb. Bana. Venusaur opened her big mouth, and dozens of black smudge shot out like cannonballs normal. The target is pointed at Rowlet in midair. Ash shouted to get away. But how could the dizzy Rowlet avoid such a swift sludge bomb? Bang bang bang! The sludge bomb hits most of the hits. Rowlet's already unhealthy bloodline due to 2 brave birds has become even worse. Use Vine Whip to knock him to the ground. Take that! Professor Kukui pursues victory and must defeat this big boss and bug now. 2 assembled Vine Whips flew out from the side of Venusaur, making bursts of air-piercing sounds. The green Vine Whip hit Rowlet hard on the body. Once, 2 times, 3 times, the last 2 Vine Whips were thrown down from top to bottom. Rowlet was knocked directly to the ground in mid-air. Dust was everywhere, and mosquito-repellent incense had appeared in Rowlet's eyes. The referee stepped forward to make sure Rowlet wasn't asleep. Then it was determined that Rowlet had lost the ability to fight. Professor Kukui successfully defeated the big boss in Alola. Professor Kukui's Venusaur is so handsome. You have thoughts about Venusaur again? No, 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 I still like Rowlet. Who can not like such cute and fierce Pokémon? Many people still prefer Sleepy to Venusaur. After all, Rowlet is already much better than Venusaur in appearance. And his own combat power is not weak. If he hadn't been injured twice by the brave bird before, it's not certain who will win or lose this time. Stop dreaming. Let's not talk about the difficulty of catching the Uzangia. Let's just talk about Rollet. Do you think everyone's Rollet is Brother Ash's Rollet? And look at Rollet's evolved sniper tree.jpg. FK, how did you evolve like this? Wow! Give me back my round little bird. Conversations like this are happening all over the world. Next to every hot-headed person, there is a person holding a picture of Decidueye to help him cool down. Professor Oak, now the situation has changed back to 3 versus 3. Ash and Professor Kukui each have a mythical beast that has not made a move, but from this point of view, the situation is at a disadvantage for Ash. 1. Diantha, Professor Oak and I have the same idea. Lance. Shut up. Stop sucking. Yolongdu : Cynthia, Professor Kukui said Lance should stop talking, otherwise it will be difficult for him to win even if he has a patron saint. Ha 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 ha. Professor Kukui, ahem, Mr. Lance, it would be best if you can keep silent. Yorio Watari, got it, everyone is targeting me, right? I'm going to shout it loudly today. How can Professor Kukui, who owns Tapu Koko, lose? I don't know how to lose at all. Professor Kukui, who was far away in Alola, saw the words coming from Yolongdu. A little cold sweat broke out on my forehead involuntarily. Probably not, that's the guardian angel of the island. You won't be blown away by Lance's breasts, right? Professor Kukui, can I cheer for Ash? Lily said to Kukui with some confusion. After all, Ash is not Alola's champion yet, let alone her classmate. She should be cheering for Professor Kukui. But, looking at Ash at a disadvantage, Lily couldn't help but want to cheer for Ash. It's like there seems to be some connection between them normal. But, they have obviously never met. Not just Lily, Water Lotus, Mamane, Mao, Kiawe. They all want to cheer for Ash. Kukui looked at everyone and smiled helplessly. What are you talking about? Isn't Ash your classmate, our future companion? What's wrong with cheering for him? And he is our first-generation champion of Alola. Professor Burnett also echoed. That's it. Kukui only needs me to cheer for him. Go help Ash cheer for him. Just give me Kukui all to himself. Kukui immediately blushed at these words. We had obviously only been dating for a short time, but Barnett's offensive attributes were completely filled up. Lily and others looked happy when they heard this, and then the whole classroom was filled with their shouts. Come on Ash! As the first-generation champion of Alola, you can't lose. Go, go, go! Defeat the island god! Become the strongest in Alola! Little does Ash know that his future classmate has now turned against Kukui and started cheering for him. People will always want to cheer for the weaker party. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are fans of Ash and are not betting on dogs. In the image, Ash ran to the court and took Rollet's green hooded cloak back to him. Then return it to the Pokeball. This cloak was made for Rollet by his most important family member. Don't break it on the field. That's awesome, Professor Kukui. Hey, how can I fight against the Alola champion if I don't have any skills? In that case, it's decided that it's you Naganadel. Ash took out a cool blue Pokeball and threw it hard. Naganadel, covered in purple and resembling a giant wasp Pokémon, appeared on the field. Ash's fifth Pokémon, the Ultimate Beast. It is also a Pokémon that is called a mythical beast by Tiendeo. Yolongdu, the Ultimate Beast, it looks very handsome. Is this Pokémon Ash's second mythical beast? Cynthia, Professor Kukui, can you tell me something about this Ultra Beast? What kind of Pokémon is an Ultra Beast? Professor Kukui, in the Alola region, there is a phenomenon called Ultra Wormhole. If you pass through Ultra Wormhole, you can go to another world. In that world, soaring in the sky is bleak and unsuitable for humans or Pokémon to survive. so the Pokémon that remain in that world are all very powerful. We also call them the ultimate beasts. The ultimate alien beast will become irritable and restless after coming from that world to our world. Perhaps it is because the magnetic fields on the two sides are different. And there are rumors in Alola that the ultimate beast is actually the enemy of Pokémon and humans. But now it seems, either the rumors don't match up, or Ash has the magical power to turn the ultimate beast into his partner. I actually prefer the latter. Professor Kukui's words let people understand what the ultimate beast is. I originally thought it was a type of Pokémon. But I never thought that they were products of another world. And after coming to this world, he turned out to be the enemy of humans and Pokémon. However, Ash now has subdued this enemy and turned him into his partner. Is this Ash's affinity? It's really terrifying. Professor Kukui, I have never seen this ultimate beast, so I don't know what attributes and skills it is. You will know after reading it. I don't know what the timeline is, but the setting here is that Alola has not discovered Poipole and Naganadel yet. Even Alola's local professor doesn't know the origin of Naganadel. Everyone couldn't help but become more curious about Naganadel. In the image, Naganadel, who appeared for the first time in junior high school, looked aloof at first. As a result, within a few seconds, he froze in the roar of the surrounding audience, and his true colors were revealed. The big purple eyes were slightly curved, the corners of the mouth were raised, and then they were flying wildly and soaring in the sky. He looked very happy. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Naganadel is so happy because of the compliments around him. This also made audiences around the world smile. This ultimate beast doesn't seem to be as scary as Professor Kukui said. Quite cute. Naganadel, let's work hard together. Love. I listened carefully and realized it was really called that. Naganadel is a tricky rival. Can Venusaur join? Bana. My Venusaur is not weaker than any Pokémon. Even if the opponent is 4 times more resistant to grass and twice more resistant to poison, so what? The photo is correct. Naganadel, Sludge Bomb. Ash took the lead in attacking. The huge needle at the end of Naganadel was aimed at Venusaur, and then several black sludges flew out like normal cannonballs. Venusaur, we also use Sludge Bomb. Bana. Venusaur opened her mouth wide, and the same number of sludge bombs flew out. The two waves of attacks collided together, creating a huge smoke. Naganadel, Dragon Pulse. Love. Naganadel's huge gun barrel once again condensed energy. The huge energy condensed into a purple-blue dragon head, and then flew out. Dragon Pulse transformed into the Dragon of the West, just like flying through the clouds and flying through the fog. Normal, it quickly passed through the thick smoke. Venusaur, be careful. Professor Kukui quickly reminded. But in that thick smoke, Venusaur had no idea where the attack was coming from. The next moment, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared beside him, and then hit him hard. The violent energy not only caused Venusaur a lot of damage. The huge impact even knocked him to the ground. The flower buds on her back hit the ground, and Venusaur couldn't turn over for a moment. Professor Kukui's eyes were as wide as bells. Why is this happening? Good opportunity, Naganadel, Encore Dragon Pulse. Love. The purple-blue dragon head condensed out again and attacked Venusaur without any fancy. Venusaur, whip up with Vine. Professor Kukui thought about it in a flash. Policy. But Venusaur has no time to use it. Boom. Dragon Pulse hits again. Huge dust bursts out, and a few seconds later, Venusaur's figure appears in front of everyone. Venusaur had turned over at this time, but his eyes had already turned into mosquito-repellent eyes. 2 moves of Dragon Pulse directly made it lose its fighting ability. The power of the ultimate beast is so terrifying. Professor Oak, it is indeed the ultimate beast that Tiendeo considers to be comparable to the divine beasts. That Venusaur actually has elite-level combat power, but it was directly hit by 2 Dragon Pulse shots. Kill instantly, its power is evident. Yorita Watari, yes, Professor Kukui on the screen is already much stronger than when he fought with me. His Venusaur can even compete with Elite's top Pokémon. Cynthia, haha, Ash encountered mythical beasts every time he competed. Although he won, it was extremely difficult. Now he has experienced the pleasure of a mythical beast. 1. Koga, I'm envious, I also want a poisonous beast to play with. Based on the 2 skills released by Naganadel, everyone has already guessed Naganadal's attribute. Poison plus Dragon. The power of his 2 skill releases are actually almost the same. They should all have the bonus of this attribute. Therefore, attribute can be easily guessed, so Koga enviously said that he wanted to retype the mythical beast. Naganadel looks cool, and his attributes match him. I really want it. Now it's Professor Kukui who is at a disadvantage. Haha, disadvantage? It's just a superficial disadvantage. Tapu hasn't even taken action yet. One thing to say, it's true. Alola's Ash is so strong. If it weren't for Tapu Yavu, this battle would have been won 100%. What a pity. Many people are feeling sorry for Ash. Fortunately, this is just an exhibition match. Otherwise, Ash's mentality may have collapsed. Such a terrifying lineup cannot win the championship. In the past 6 conferences, we failed to win the championship. If we can't win this time with 2 mythical beasts, that was really a collapse within a collapse. In image, Kukui takes back the defeated Venusaur. When Ash first came to Alola, there was only one Pikachu. And all his current partners were conquered in Alola. In just such a short period of time, he has become comparable to, or even surpassed, his champion-level trainer. Ash's talent, as well as his talent for conquering Pokémon, are really terrifying. But, he had no intention of giving in just like that. Over to you, Lucario. Professor Kukui's 5th Pokémon, Lucario. At present, Ash still has 3 Pokémon, while Kukui, Xiao, only has 2 left. 3 against 2, the advantage is mine. JPG. Naganadel, can you still fight? Love. Naganadel turned around and said there was no problem at all. He had almost no consumption just now. Very good. Let's keep going. Professor Kukui straightened his hat and said with a smile. I'm not polite to attack first. Lucario, use extreme speed. Right from the start, use super fast skills like extreme speed. Lucario's whole body was covered with white light, and then he turned into a stream of light and started running around the field. Naganadel looked left and right and found that Lucario seemed to be everywhere on the field. Lucario's extreme speed feels like a shadow clone. Now, use Dragon Pulse. After Kukui's order was given, Lucario appeared behind Naganadel in an instant. Purple-blue energy burst out from his hands, and 2 dragon heads appeared on Lucario's hands. Opalucid goes to sea. In an instant, 2 huge dragon roars fiercely attacked Naganadel. However, the next moment, Naganadel's figure disappeared. Dragon Pulse is empty. Naganadel appears behind Lucario. 2 levels of reversal. It's our turn. Naganadel, use Dragon Pulse. Love. The huge cannon barrel was aimed at Lucario, and the single-shot dragon head flew out. If Lucario's Dragon Pulse is Opalucid's release, then Naganadel's Dragon Pulse is the flying dragon is in the sky. The dragon wave, which was bigger than Lucario's 2 Dragon Pulse combined, hit Lucario hard on the back. It flew directly to the ground. It kicked up a huge burst of dust. After the dust cleared, Lucario stood up reluctantly with his legs on his back. But there were already a lot of injuries on his body. Venusaur was defeated by Dragon Pulse in 2 moves. Naturally, Lucario couldn't survive 2 moves. If you come here again, you probably have to go back to Pokeball rest. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Dragon Pulse counteracts him. Chapter 66. The purple-blue dragon head collides with the bright blue sphere Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere barely blocked Dragon Pulse. The current situation is undoubtedly very unfavorable for Professor Kukui. Encore Extreme Speed. The speed of Naganadal's ghostly normal just now surprised both Kukui and Lucario. But this time I am prepared. This time the extreme speed is different from last time. Strafe with Sludge Bomb. Onlookers? Champion? Professor Kukui. Use Poison type to fight Steel type? Ash, if you want to use Water type, can you do it more concealedly? It's hard for me to explain that you're so cool. In the image, Professor Kukui was stunned for a moment after hearing Ash's instructions. Then a proud smile formed on the corner of his mouth. While you're at it, rush forward and use Dragon Wave to cross. Luca. Faced with the powerful Sludge Bomb, Lucario went head-on. Dual-wield the dragon head and strike hard. Because of the use of Sludge Bomb, Naganadal had no chance to dodge this move. Dragon Pulse got a solid hit. Ash was also stunned for a moment, and randomly made a shocked expression on Yan Yi's face. I forgot that Poison type has no effect on Steel type. Yolongdu, is this the complete body Ash? It's really funny. Dandy, ha ha ha, Ash is always so unexpected. Alder, Chitaro is really a god and a ghost. Professor Oak, this is the Ash I know. With his previous commanding skills, I thought Ash had been replaced. Ash, Professor Oak, how could you say that to me? Ash strongly protested against Professor Oak's slander. Although he also felt that he no longer looked like him in the previous picture. Not in other aspects, but in terms of command. Pfft, Ash is so interesting. Lily looked at Yan Yi's Ash in the picture and couldn't help laughing. Shuilian and others on the side also laughed, always feeling that Ash like this is Yu Chang's Ash. Image 1. Dragon Pulse is extremely effective for Naganadal. However, this is not Lucario's skill after all. Secondly, Naganadal is the ultimate exotic beast. It is equivalent to the legendary Pokémon. Naturally, the physical strength will not be weak. Naganadal was knocked away by Dragon Pulse, but after shaking his head, he flew back to soaring in the sky. As expected of the ultimate beast, it's really tricky. Lucario, Encore Extreme Speed. Luca. Lucario turned into a white stream of light and disappeared from the field again. Just use the Aura Sphere. Luca. 613. Using Aura Sphere under extreme speed contest condition requires extremely high control of the waveguide. It can be seen from this that Lucario, like Professor Kukui, is by no means an ordinary person. Naganadal's head kept turning, looking for traces of Lucario. The first time I was able to dodge Lucario's extreme speed was because Lucario paused for a moment when he appeared behind him. But now if I release my skills under such agility, he also couldn't find Lucario's foothold very well. Brush. The Chinwood-colored Aura Sphere suddenly appeared on the right side of Naganadal. Ash quickly ordered. Use the D-pad to knock him away. Love. Green light covers the needle tube. Then he hit Aura Sphere hard like a gun coming out like a dragon, knocking it away. But it's not over yet. After only a moment's pause, several Aura Spheres struck again from all directions. Knock them all away. Bang bang bang. The incoming Aura Sphere was like a ping-pong ball. Normal was knocked away one by Naganadal. Explode on soaring in the sky. As expected of a mythical beast, its reflexes and coping abilities are ridiculously strong. Yolongdu feels that Naganadal's strength should not be worse than Milo Meta. No matter how big or small he is still a champion. So seriously, Ash's lineup in Alola is really luxurious. Professor's Lucario feels like it's on the same level as Elite Four's trump card Pokémon, but it's still not as good as Naganadal. Even with the combination of extreme speed and aura sphere, there's no way to suppress Naganadel. It's a bit difficult. Cynthia herself also has a Lucario, and it is a champion level. So she naturally knows Lucario very well. Although Lucario and Naganadel seem to be evenly matched now. That's what Lucario sacrificed a lot of physical strength for. With a combination like extreme speed and aura sphere, if Naganadel cannot be taken down quickly, Lucario is about to fall without Naganadel taking action. So strong Naganadel! Ash's eyes lit up when he saw it. He still can't imagine that he will have such powerful Pokémon in the future. Pika. This doesn't require me to take action, right? No. I'm a big C. Pikachu felt a little guilty when he saw the powerful Naganadel. Can he be better than Naganadel in the future? No, Naganadel is Ash's trump card, right? In the image, Professor Kukui was already a little anxious. Of course he also understands the disadvantages of extreme speed and aura sphere, but, the ultimate beast is too tricky, otherwise it would be difficult to compete with him. If this continues, he will be dragged to death sooner or later. All I can do is give it a try. Lucario, attack Naganadel with extreme speed. Brush. The white stream of light shifted behind Naganadel. Then, like lightning, Normal rushed out. In an instant, he was close to Naganadel's back. Then he hit Naganadel hard on the waist with an elbow. Love. Naganadel's body was bent backward by the elbow. My waist feels like it's going to break. Now, use melee combat. Luca. Bang bang bang. Orange energy flows in Lucario's hands. The fists fell like a violent storm, all hitting Naganadel's body. Naganadel was knocked directly to the ground, causing billowing smoke and dust. Dragon Pulse. What? After hearing Ash's instructions, Kukui was shocked and even took extreme speed and close combat. Even if he didn't fall down, he should at least be able to crawl for a while, right? Do you still have room to use skills? However, the next second, a huge purple-blue dragon head rushed out of the smoke. The target was pointed at Lucario in mid-air. We use Dragon Pulse too. There is no way to dodge in mid-air. If you try this move Dragon Pulse again, you will be completely disappointed. Lucario condensed the dragon head with his hands and then merged it into one body. The dragon-shaped energy pillar flew out and collided with Naganadel's Dragon Pulse. Boom! The violent arrogance shocked the entire audience. The terrifying air waves pushed Naganadel back several meters on the ground. Lucario, who was in mid-air, was directly blown out by whirlwind. Fortunately, his Kigong was so good that he landed safely in the end. X-Scissor. Force Palm. Both sides said in unison. The poisonous dragon turned into a stream of light and quickly approached Lucario. Lucario also came forward without giving in. Boom! The green needle collided with the white fist. Fluctuations were everywhere. The huge aftermath blew the clothes and hair of the surrounding spectators. Very good, use the second stage of Force Palm. Professor Kukui felt like he had seized the opportunity. In addition to the initial damage, Force Palm also has a second stage of dark damage. However, when Naganadel aimed the remaining two small needles at Lucario, Kukui felt that something was wrong. Your Naganadel can't fire skills from all three pipes, right? Naganadel told Professor Kukui with practical actions, yes. Use the last Dragon Pulse. Love. Two purple-blue dragon heads attacked Lucario, one on the left and one on the right. Lucario had no way to dodge, so he could only make a final effort and hit the second stage Force Palm. A loud bang. Dragon Pulse bombarded Lucario, and Naganadel was also launched several meters away by the second stage. After flying a few meters, Naganadel barely managed to steady his body. And Lucario has fallen to the ground. He has lost the ability to fight. At this point, All 5 of Professor Kukui's Pokémon have lost their ability to fight. And Ash, there are 3 more. Yolongdu, Gigi, Ash has grown to this point. You can win even with a wave of Poison-type skills and Steel-type Pokémon with cool moves. Dandy, today Ash is already a powerful trainer at the championship level. I feel that with full firepower, he is no weaker than the 8th master. Cynthia, before the game started, we thought that except for the mythical beasts, Ash's Pokémon would be difficult to resist Professor Kukui's Pokémon. But now it seems that none of Ash's Pokémon are weak. Yes. Before the game started, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Ash's first 3 Pokémon. A second stage Torracat, a first stage Baby Rowlet, and a canine Pokémon similar to Mytaina. The results of it. Mytaina is basically Professor Kukui's trump card Roaring Tiger coming to fight. Torracat faced off and destroyed the Roaring Tiger. Rowlet defeated Braviary, who was several times bigger than him, in a flying-type battle. None of them are weak. And the 2 mythical beasts at the back are even stronger than the other. Malumita defeated Empoleon without taking any damage. Naganadel is now in a row. If the last one is not stuck, I'm afraid they can all be 3 in a row. And Pikachu, who has never taken action. Yolongdu, again, although Ash seems to have the advantage now. But as long as the card has not fallen down, Ash's chance of winning is almost 0. Professor Kukui, well, Mr. Lance, actually, you can just say it silently in your heart. Stephen, ha ha ha, Lance and Professor Kukui are even afraid of you. Lance's poisonous milk is so terrifying. Yoriowatari, you guys. Just wait and see. Professor Kukui is about to take out the 6th Pokémon. As Lance's last words appeared, everyone turned their attention back to the big screen. In the image, Professor Kukui reluctantly took back Lucario. Now Ash still has 3 Pokémon in his hand, and he only has 1 left. But he didn't despair. Because his last Pokémon, Arceus, Necrozma, Marshadow, Rayquaza, Lugia, Lunala, one of them. If you use it, Ash will lose. Funny. Just when Professor Kukui took out the last Pokeball, a yellow figure suddenly broke into the stadium. There were yellow and black hard shells on both sides of the visitor's arms, and hair similar to rooster combs on his head. The body appears very slender. Audiences around the world immediately recognized who it was. The mythical beast of Alola, the patron saint of Melee Island Tapu Wuwu. Everyone thought that Tapu Koko had been conquered by Professor Kukui. Now it seems a little different from what I imagined. Professor is already preparing to throw the last ball. Tapu Wuwu actually fell from the sky? Professor Kukui, let me tell you, why did Tapu Koko become my Pokémon? Now it seems that it should be a temporary substitute. Yolongdu, conquering a divine beast with a divine power is indeed a great thing, and it will have a huge impact on the entire world. I was also wondering how Professor Kukui conquered Tapu Koko, but now it seems that the answer has been revealed. Cynthia, but, why does Tapu Koko suddenly want to fight Ash at this time? Dandy, you will know after reading it. In the image, after Tapu Koko circled Ash twice, he flew in front of Professor Kukui again and kept talking about this. Professor Kukui looked confused. He doesn't understand Pokémon. In the end, Tapu Wuwu seemed to be angry, and slapped the Pokeball in Professor Kukui's hand to knock it off. Then he continued to shout indignantly. Tapu Wuwu, you mean, you want to fight Ash? Capu, sorry, I really can't hear this growl, it is a growl that cannot be described in words. Jpg. Tapu whined, his eyes turned into an arc, and then he faced Ash and Naganadel head-on. After Professor Kukui was in a daze for a while, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Command the patron saint to fight. This is an unprecedented feat. Ash, what did you say? Want to fight Tapu of you? Ash was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then an expression of excitement appeared on his face. That couldn't be better. Tapu. Ever since I came to Alola, you have been helping me. You gave me Z Pure Crystal, gave me a bracelet, and brought little Nebula to me. Now I want to give it to me too. Look at the growth I've experienced at Alola. Pikapi. Pikachu said in agreement at Ash's feet. Capu. This is my final test for you. This sentence appeared on the screen, and everyone finally knew it. Why does Tapu Koko appear in the competition and replace Professor Kukui's last Pokémon? It turns out, Ash has been paying attention to Tapu Koko since he arrived. His innocent heart allowed Tapu Wuming to test him again along the way, while also giving him help. Now, this game is Tapu's final test. Actually, it was because I felt itchy after seeing the intense battle between Kukui and Ash waiting to die 3. In the image. After the battle was officially confirmed, Tapu's whole body erupted with a saffron-colored light. This is not a move, but Tapu Koko's ability, the electric terrain created by the electric maker. In electric terrain, all Pokémon will not enter the sleeping contest condition, and the power of electric skills will be increased by 50%. The 8th generation has changed to 30%, but it is still calculated as 50% here. Ash was also excited when he saw electric terrain turned on. Start commanding Naganadel to launch an attack. Then go for it with all your strength. Naganadel, Sludge Bomb. Tapu of you is Fairy's power-up attribute. Sludge Bomb can have a restraining effect. What's more, it's Naganadel's Sludge Bomb. Tapu hit him with Dazzling Gleam. Capu. Tapu Koko screamed, and his whole body was wrapped in bright light. The pink-purple light turned into a meteor and rushed towards Naganadel at lightning speed. Those powerful mud rocks on the road were directly smashed into pieces by Tapu. Dazzling Gleam physical version. No, Naganadel, get out of the way. Tapu Koko's attack is more domineering than imagined. He actually rushed over despite the restrained sludge bomb. Ash wanted Naganadel to get out of the way, but the speed that the Four-Needle Dragon was proud of couldn't compare to Kataming Ming. Before Naganadel can make any move, Tapu's whining Dazzling Gleam has arrived in front of Naganadel and bumped into it hard. Naganadel was smacked down from soaring in the sky. Chapter 67. Boom! Naganadel fell into the ground with a loud noise. Dust is flying, dust is flying. A huge hole appeared in the ground. Inside, Naganadel was struggling to fly. Lucario hit so many skills before. He even hit a restrained Dragon Pulse, but Tapu Koko didn't have the wolf from Dazzling Gleam. There are also differences between mythical beasts. After Kukui on the side saw Tapu's terrifying power, I was a little dazed for a while. It's not that he has never seen Tapu Koko's power, it's just that he has never compared it to Tapu Ming's power. There is no harm without comparison. Naganadel, who is comparable to the ultimate alien beast, was seriously injured so easily. The patron saint is really awesome. Naganadel, are you okay? Love. Naganadel shook his head and flew up again. Even if it is a divine beast with a priesthood, if you want to defeat it with a non-restrained Dazzling Gleam move. Still a little worse. Well done Naganadel. Encore Sludge Bomb. Dazzling Gleam. Seeing Ash continue to use Sludge Bomb, Professor Kukui was also rude. I want to recreate the scene just now. Dozens of black sludge shot out normally like missiles. But Tapu is like a normal missile, knocking all the mud away. Now, with Poison Jab. Love. Naganadel's huge needle turned purple, facing Tapu Koko who was charging forward. He also uses Poison Jab to confront the opponent head-on. Boom! The head-on collision between the two sides made a huge noise. The collision of air waves also spread in circles. The wind roared all around, like gods fighting. Actually, it is indeed a good fight between gods now. After using Sludge Bomb to weaken Tapu Koko, Naganadal successfully blocked Tapu's dazzling gleam with Poison Jab. Good chance. Naganadal, Sludge Bomb. Now the two sides are in a stalemate, just like Lucario used Force Palm to block Naganadal normal. But Naganadal still has two needles to attack. The other two tiny needles were aimed at Tapu. Then powerful black bullets are fired like a machine gun normal. Professor Kukui's secret channel is not good. How to defend against this kind of contest condition? Brush. The yellow hard shells on both sides of Tapu Koko are suddenly covered with metallic color. Then he stood in front of the two tiny needle tubes. Bang bang bang. The sludge bomb was launched, but was blocked by Tapu Koko's two hard shells. Tapu Yuvu told Professor Kukui through his actions that he is different from Lucario. Steel Wing? As expected of a guardian angel, he can use any skill. It's time for us to counterattack Ash. Just use discharge like this. Naganadal leave quickly. Ash wants Naganadal to get out of the way quickly. But how could Naganadal dodge such a close attack? Zitsaizi. Huge golden electricity bursts out from Tapu Koko's body. It reached Naganadal. The audience saw that this current seemed not as scary as the previous episode. It should be that Tapu put some water in it. Otherwise, Naganadal will probably turn into coke. Despite this, Naganadal could not help but twitch under such a huge current. Then fell to the ground. Love, love. After suffering such a powerful attack, Naganadal still did not fall. Although his body is covered with bruises, he can still fight. After all, it is twice as resistant to electricity, and coupled with its status as a legendary Pokémon, it's impossible for him to fall down so easily. Naganadal. Looking at Naganadal standing up tremblingly, Ash straightened his hat and shouted to him. Naganadal, rival is Tapu, you don't need to limit your power anymore. Use your full strength. Viewers currently watching? What do you mean? It's as if Naganadal had let off steam before. Really? Wasn't that your full strength just now? Yulongdu, the ultimate beast, is it so strong? Cynthia, the power just now was not full power? You know, even the previous Regis and mythical beasts like Latios are completely incomparable to the power of Naganadal. Stephen, yes. Naganadal is even stronger than Milo Meta, and now Ash actually says that he hasn't used his full strength yet? Professor Kukui, are all the ultimate beasts so terrifying? Professor Kukui, that's not the case. In fact, Naganadal almost used all his strength when fighting Venusaur just now, but the ultimate beasts have a common ability, called Beast Boost. Professor Oak, Beast Boost? A never heard of ability. Professor Kukui, this is an ability that only belongs to the ultimate beast. The effect is that every time an enemy is defeated, the attribute with the highest ability value will increase by 1 level. It is an ability that makes you braver as you fight. Although Professor Kukui does not know Naganadal, the ultimate beast. But the abilities of the ultimate beasts are the same, that is Beast Boost. However, Ash's Naganadal is dandy, I see, so now Naganadal actually has an attribute +2. However, from the beginning to now, Naganadal has not shown any change in ability at all. Hala, that's why Ash gave the order for Naganadal to use all his strength. Wallace, who is this? Hala, my first appearance, I am Melee Island's Island Kahuna Hala. I am the person chosen by Tapu to protect Melee Island. Stephen, Alola, is such a unique place with its own customs. You must go and visit it when you have time. Stephen always thinks about running to Alola. Under Professor Kukui's explanation, everyone finally understood what Ash meant by full strength. To be honest, this is the first time for many trainers to hear about it. If the attribute is not shown after the increase, is Zhongzi hiding his strength? In the image. Under Ash's command, Naganadal let out a huge roar. The red light keeps rising around it. Oh! Beast boost ability! I almost forgot. Tapu, be careful. The other party has made a boost. Kpu, asterisk. Tapu can also feel that the other party seems to be completely different after the promotion. Naganadal, the wave of the box. Love. Professor Kukui? What's going on with you? Just now, the poison type was fighting the steel type, and now you are using the dragon type to fight fairy? You have already understood the attribute restraint table, right? Audiences around the world are also confused. Is this the legendary god and ghost? Facing Dragon Pulse. Tapu of you naturally doesn't know how to dodge, and has even prepared the next move. As a result, the purple-blue dragon head made a detour just when it was about to hit Tapu Koko. Hit the ground. Boom! A huge noise sounded, and the venue was instantly surrounded by smoke. Tapu was attracted by the dragon pulse that just turned. When he looks back. But I found that Naganadal was no longer soaring in the sky. Ash pressed his hat to prevent it from being blown away by the strong wind, but a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brush! Behind Tapu Koko, a purple light flashed. The poison jab covered in purple light stabbed Tapu Koko with overwhelming force. Under the influence of Naganadal's powerful force, Tapu Koko flew upside down. This is the first time Tapu Koko has been injured since playing. However, after flying a few meters, Tapu Koko stopped. Even if it is twice as restrained. For Tapu Koko, this move is not even a minor injury. You were tricked. You used Dragon Pulse to stir up dust to interfere with your vision. It's really you, Ash. It turns out that Dragon Pulse is not aimed at Tapu of you at all, but at the venue. Ash's classic unexpected play. Hee, Professor Kukui. Naganadal, Encore Poison Jab. Tapu Woo, Steel Wing. The two sides turned into golden and purple streams of light, constantly intersecting in the venue. Both sides are constantly colliding and separating at a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to see clearly. For a time, sand and dust were everywhere, and the wind was howling. The shock waves of the collision between the two sides continued to streak through the sky and the ground. It left huge traces one after another on the ground. Alchemy, Naganadal's speed has caught up with Tapu. Yulongdu, alien beast photography ability increases Naganadal's speed, so he, who is far behind Tapu Koko in speed, can catch up with Tapu Koko 1. Lance's analysis is correct. Ash's Naganadal is already outstanding in terms of speed, plus dual beast boost. It is not surprising to increase the speed to the level of Tapu Koko. After the two sides exchanged dozens of attacks on the field, Naganadal seizes the opportunity and uses Poison Jab to fool his face. But at the same moment, the metal arm on Tapu's whining side was suddenly surrounded by bright golden thunder and lightning. While Poison Jab was confused, Tapu Koko also punched hard. Boom! Both sides flew out at the same time. Tapu of you only bounced a dozen meters and stopped. And Naganadal was directly smacked down to the ground. It rubbed all the way and hit the stone wall of the stadium on the side. The stone wall was shattered, and countless stone fragments buried it, leaving only a head outside. Naganadal still wants to struggle again. But no matter what, he couldn't get up. In the end, I could only hang down powerlessly and lost my ability to fight. The battle between gods and gods, Tapu Koko wins. Even after going through Beast Boost, Naganadal is still not rival with the priesthood Tapu Koko. Ash quickly ran to Naganadal and threw away the gravel that was pressing on him. He once again showed everyone what a mega rookie is. Hala, after all, we of you is better. Even the ultimate beast after Beast Boost is not his rival. Ash should have gone far. 0, please give me flowers. Yulongdu, ha! Did you see, what does it mean that heroes have the same vision? I'm just saying, how can a divine beast with a priesthood lose? Let alone one with the level of a patron saint like Tapu. Ash, well, Mr. Lance, if you say that, I will be very sad. Jessie, little devil. Come on. We support you. Bang that Tapu. Holla, Team Rocket. How dare you be so disrespectful to the patron saint? James, ahem, I'm sorry, that Jessie is talking nonsense. I'd like to say I'm sorry on her behalf. Are you crazy, Jessie? That's the patron saint. If you slander him like this, we will be beaten up by the whole Alola. James said to Jessie with a horrified look on his face. Jessie curled her lips and said nothing, maybe because she felt impulsive. But, that guy named Yolongdo keeps slandering Xiaogitu. Where does this put the faces of the three of them who are always defeated by the little devil? Besides, they bet heavily on the kid. Uncle can bear it, but Jessie can't. James, you have to keep an eye on Jessie, meow. If we are targeted by the champion, even we won't be able to escape, meow. James nodded and said that he would definitely keep an eye on Jessie and stop letting her type random responses. As for whether he can stop it, only James himself knows. After cleaning up the rubble, Ash took a closer look at Naganadal. He breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that the other party was okay. You performed well, Naganadal, come back and rest. Pikachu. Pikachu also encouraged Naganadal, and Naganadal reluctantly chirped in response. Then Ash took it back into the ultimate ball. Pikachu. After Naganadal fell, Pikachu's fighting spirit was high. He felt that it was his turn. Sorry Pikachu, let this guy play. Leather. Pika. Pikachu's ears suddenly stood up. After watching Ash take out a Pokeball, he lay helplessly on the ground. He almost forgot that Lycanroc had not lost his ability to fight. Aren't you going to Pikachu? I want to let this kid play. Maybe Pikachu doesn't need to take action. Pew. UBD. How dare you slander me like this? Can you compare to that BCH in terms of my strength? You and your dog were both raised by me. Are you going to kill your father now? Haha, just kidding Tapu Koko. I just want you to see, the Rockruff who was in front of you, is now able to stand alone. The decision is yours, Lycanroc. Ouch. After the words fell, the orange Lycanroc appeared on the field. He looked at Tapu Koko, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Is this the legendary father-son game? Ha ha ha, give it. Lycanroc, Stone Edge. When Lycanroc heard this, he stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and sharp rocks appeared one after another. Hit Tapu Woo Woo. Crush him with Steel Wing. Pew. Pink-purple light wraps around Tapu Koko's body. Tapu whined and charged directly with force. The sharp stone peaks rising from the ground were ignored by him. It was smashed into pieces when they met each other. Bang bang bang! Tapu Koko smashed the stone peaks one after another, and soon approached Lycanroc. Lycanroc, Sand Attack! The dog quickly turned his body, with his butt facing backwards, and his two hind legs slid wildly inside. It is indeed a dog, I typed it correctly, funny. Smoke and dust instantly filled the field. Tapu Koko's sight was obscured. Tapu Koko ignored it and rushed directly into the dust, but missed. Now, Accelerate! Lycanroc suddenly jumped out from the side of Tapu Koko. The sharp rock on the mane stabbed it hard. However, Tapu, who was hit by Accelerate, whined but remained motionless on the spot, just looking at the dog quietly. Father's gaze. The fearless dog couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then, the bright electric light turned into a thunder snake and hit Lycanroc hard. Discharge. Lycanroc couldn't help but cry out. Just use Steel Wing. Boom. Discharge borrowed the Steel Wing, and the dog was sent flying. Then he lay down on the ground and couldn't get up again. Tapu Koko, easily won. Although Lycanroc has made great progress. But there is still a huge gap between him and the championship level. Not to mention a divine beast that is stronger than the normal champion. So even if you use a little trick to barely hit Tapu Koko, that's it. Ash touched Lycanroc's head and then took it back into the Pokeball. Now, Ash has only one last Pokémon left. Pikachu. And Tapu looks like his physical strength is at least 80% higher. At present, Ash seems to be in a desperate situation. When Pikachu from the street met the electric god of electric type, wouldn't everything be broken at the same time? Chapter 68. Yulongdu, Ash can play GG, there is only one Pikachu left, and Tapu Koko has not been consumed much, so he must lose, okay? Denji, from the perspective of electricity, I feel that Tapu's electricity is several times stronger than what Pikachu showed before. Of course, I am referring to the background. Mazushi, I really didn't expect the little baby to grow to this point, but, there is no way he can defeat Tapu Yu. The strength of the two sides is really far apart one. Xiaozhi, really? But I can feel. Pikachu in the picture shines brighter than any previous battle. Alder, I can also feel that Pikachu is full of fighting spirit. Hala, Mr. Alder, there are some things that cannot be solved by relying on fighting spirit. The strength of the guardian angel cannot be matched even by Ash's Pikachu explosive seed. As a loyal fan of Tapu Yu, Hala naturally retorted. He is also one of the people most familiar with Tapu Koko's strength. On the screen, Tapu Koko doesn't even use half of his power. Just now when I was racing against Naganadel, I used my full strength. The rest of the time his attack power is considered extremely unrestrained. Otherwise, even if it is the ultimate beast Naganadel, it's impossible to block Tapu Koko's two attacks from this type of skill. Dandy, I think. Ash told us the ending, so everyone can just read on. Although Emperor Dan is a road idiot, he is indeed sharper than anyone else in combat. He could feel that the Ash in the picture now, at least at the trainer level, not much weaker than him. Plus the bond between him and Pikachu. This battle may not be unwinnable. Professor Kukui. Is it really impossible for Ash to defeat Tapu Yu? Lily looked at Ash, who took back the Naganadel and slowly walked back to the trainer position on the screen. Asked Professor Kukui 640. Professor Kukui pressed his hat and said in a low voice. To be honest, it's very difficult, or basically impossible. Tapu Koko is known as the patron saint of ruins of conflict, and once worked with the other four patron saints to resist the invasion of the ultimate alien beasts from another space. Although it is just a legend, if nothing happened, how could such a legend spread? Therefore, the power of Tapu Yu can be imagined, plus the previous Tiandao inventory showed us the tip of the iceberg of Tapu Koko's power. You can even see through the lens how powerful a divine beast he is. And Ash's Pikachu. Professor Kukui did not say anything further. But there is no need to say more, this has been clearly told to everyone. There's no way Ash's Pikachu can win. That's it, but, I still have to cheer for them. If Ash and Pikachu defeat Tapu Koko, wouldn't it mean that our Alola is not a rural place? We also have powerful people trainer. Lily looked at Ash and Pikachu with firm eyes. Our Alola champion is the strongest. Professor Kukui was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly. Ha ha ha, Lily, your angle is still novel. It's true. If Ash can beat me and Tapu Koko, it means that the gold content of our Alola championship is also the best in the world. When you say that, I almost want Ash to defeat me. Professor, you'd better cheer for yourself. Ash, it's enough for us to cheer for you. Right everyone? Oh. Ash Alola's classmates are now cheering for Ash. I want to win Ash. Image continues. After Ash took back Lycan Rock, he looked at Professor Kukui and Tapu Koko with serious expressions. The two people standing opposite him. One is to guide him from the beginning to the end, like a teacher or a father. The other one is to give him the zeering at the beginning and take him to the gate of the new world. And he constantly gives him powerful plug-ins, and he is like a teacher and a father. The two people now stand on opposite sides of him, and he is completely different from when he first came to Alola. Professor Kukui, Tapu Koko. Thank you very much for your help when I first came to Alola. I will use this battle to tell you, your help was not in vain. I am no longer the same as when I first came to Alola. Same. It's up to you, Pikachu. Ash shouted and sent out his last one, also his Earl Dervish partner Pikachu. Pikachu jumped to splash, high-fived Ash with its tail, and then landed gracefully on the ground. Pikapi. Capu. Seeing the coming Pikachu, Tapu's demeanor was completely different from before. Even the aura around him was completely trembling. If we just relaxed the contest condition before. So now. Tapu is treating Pikachu with a 120% attitude. Nothing else, just because when Ash and Pikachu first came to Alola. He has already explained them, that Pikachu, and that special boy. He knew from the beginning that there was infinite power between them. This is not a rival that you can beat casually. Cynthia, why do I feel that Tapu's aura is different from before? It seems more serious. Hala, you read that right. Based on my familiarity with Tapu, he should be using 120% of his energy to deal with Pikachu in front of him. Hala, but why is this happening? You obviously weren't that serious when fighting Naganadal. Why did you do this to the little electric mouse? Diantha, why do I have a bad feeling? Lance, do you have any clues? Yulongdu? What do you want to say? The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. This is the last fight. Can't Tapu recognize Drew's point? What a fuss. Yulong stick, I support my cousin. Pikachu will definitely lose this time. After all, Tapu is so powerful. Even the normal beasts are helpless against it. Lance's loyal fans showed up to support Lance. Yulong Zhuang, the leader of Blackthorn Gym in Johto region, is also one of the most powerful trainers in Johto region. I have blind confidence in my cousin. Of course, this kind of confidence is not without reason. After all, the invincible dragon envoy is not just bragging. Now, audiences all over the world held their breath and watched the scenes in the video with rapt attention. The god of thunder with the priesthood went to fight a Pikachu. This will probably become the hottest news in the future. The battle has officially begun. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Only Ash can use Thunderbolt in front of the electric beast. Tapu View, Discharge. Capu. Both sides release Golden Spark at the same time. Lightning flashed everywhere, and the huge power from both sides merged together. The competition between Thunderbolt and Discharge. To everyone's expectation, after a stalemate for several seconds, Pikachu's Thunderbolt slowly suppressed it. What? How is that possible? Professor Kukui shouted in disbelief. In the competition of electricity, Tapu Koko, the god of thunder and lightning, will lose? Pikachu. Pikachu increased the power again under everyone's shocked eyes. The saffron-colored thunderbolt suddenly doubled in size. It suppressed Tapu's whining discharge. Capu. Tapu whined as he was hit by thunderbolt and couldn't help shouting. This thunderbolt trick worked. Diancie came, is this Pikachu? Reissue. Degenerate quickly. I want Pikachu. Xiaozhi, look. I told you, this time Pikachu will shine even brighter than before. Hala, how is that possible? Tapu lost to Pikachu in the power competition. Am I dreaming? Cynthia, Mr. Hala, you are not dreaming. Everyone is watching. At this time, you should ask. Lance, what do you think? Lance said he didn't want to talk now. No, what's going on with this Pikachu? This electricity is at least 3 times stronger than the time we fought against Latios. It's so outrageous. There is a saying, Pikachu during the Alola period was like a god of war. He didn't lose a single game, and the only game he didn't win was a tie with Zoroark. I watched the last battle of the exhibition game over and over again. Pikachu basically suppressed Tapu throughout the whole process. Handsome yuppie. In the image. After Pikachu used electricity to suppress Tapu Koko head-on, his face was also full of shock. Ya remembers that when he first came to Alola, if they didn't use Z moves, they wouldn't be Tapu's enemies at all. But now, I can suppress Tapu head-on with Thunderbolt alone. Simply, awesome. Pikachu. Let's go. Use quick attack. Pick up. Pikachu is also quite excited now. I have been in Alola for so long, and I have fought with Tapu Koko quite a few times. Even though it was Tapu Koko who coached him every time and made him stronger. But, who feels happy if you lose every time? This time I can finally stop the moaning. Pikachu turned into a stream of white light. Tapu shook his head and then started to look around. As a result, the surroundings were surrounded by white light, and it was impossible to see where Pikachu appeared. Audience, you call this quick attack? Lucario's extreme speed is not that fast. Brush. Pikachu turned into a stream of light and instantly flew from the ground to the sky. It's a pity that this lightning-fast quick attack was dodged by Tapu's quick reaction. After one attack failed, Pikachu continued to use quick attack to deal with the surroundings. Soaring in the sky again and again, attacking Tapu Koko in the sky. However, he was dodged every time. Pikachu's speed on the ground is actually fast enough, but when it's in the air, you will still be caught by Tapu of you, and then get out of the way. So, even faster. Pikachu, high voltage thunder shock. Pick up. Pikachu used quick attack to get back to Ash. Then he rushed out again. Only this time, what was flowing on his body was not white light, but a golden electric glow. Here it comes. God-killing thunder shock. Tapu Koko, attack with dazzling gleam. Professor Kukui chooses to have a hard time with Ash. Although Thunderbolt was not compared with Pikachu just now, but, Cuckoo. Yi still feels. Tapu Koko cannot lose in the physics competition. That is the patron saint who holds the priesthood and can activate the nature power between heaven and earth. Kapu. Tapu whined and had no intention of dodge. His whole body was wrapped in pink-purple light. The entire figure is shot out like a cannonball. The golden spark and the fan's star tackle came together, and a huge explosion occurred. Boom! The explosion spread throughout the stadium. However, the audience at Manaro Stadium is getting more and more excited. There is no feeling at all, they are watching the game with their lives. The aftermath of the explosion slowly disappeared, the smoke dispersed, and the sight became pitted. The distance between Tapu Koko and Pikachu is only 1 meter. Neither party seemed to have received any damage, but arcs flashed around Pikachu from time to time. This is the counter-injury from high-pressure thunder shock. This time it looks like a close match. Pikachu, encore quick attack. Pick up. Pikachu turned into a phantom of light again. At such a distance, Tapu couldn't even dodge in time. Directly hit by quick attack. Then he was sent flying several meters away. Kukui did not expect that after Pikachu released a high-pressure thunder shock. It's like receiving no reaction force at all. You can also release moves immediately. Pikachu, quick attack plus iron tail. Pick up. After the successful attack, Ash immediately took advantage of the victory. But how could Kukui react enough to give Ash this chance? Tapu Koko, use Steel Wing to block. Kapu, Asterisk. Tapu Koko's 2 yellow shells lit up with metallic light. Then he collided hard with Pikachu, who was charging towards him. At this time Tapu Koko is already in floating contest condition. Logically speaking, Pikachu, who cannot fly, is not the rival of Tapu in the air. However, Pikachu's application of Iron Tail has already reached the level of proficiency. This is not called Iron Tail, this is called Giant Beast Tail. Clang! After a crisp sound, Pikachu used his strength to reach the farther sky. Then I didn't know what action I made, and my body fell hard like a heavy weight. Tapu whined and quickly turned around to resist. Clang! There was another crisp sound. However, this time it was no longer evenly matched. Assist's falling force is slightly better than Pikachu's. Not only that, Pikachu once again used the force to float into the air, and then fell down. Tapu Koko was now a little dizzy from the shock. Seeing Pikachu attack again, we can only quickly set up a double shell to resist. Boom! Boom! The tackle sounds. This time Tapu Koko can no longer resist. The whole body fell down like a meteor normal 2.5. It made a huge noise and the field was instantly filled with smoke. At this time, in the real world of Pokémon, the whole world was unexpectedly quiet. All the audience, including those who defeated Ash, were silent. Everyone who suppressed Kukui thought that Tapu should be able to suppress Pikachu easily. Completely crush the past with overwhelming momentum. Win this competition. As for those who bet on Ash, there are only a handful of people who believe in Ash or like Ash's passion. They believe in Pikachu's fighting power. They feel that this battle will definitely be a battle between dragons and tigers, a close battle. Even if Pikachu was suppressed at first. Later, I can slowly fight back by relying on my bond with Ash. Even Ash himself doesn't think so. Pikachu was able to beat that terrifying Tapu at first. At most, it's a classic opening disadvantage. Slowly fight back later, and finally come with a decisive wave to win. 2. The situation on the images now exceeds everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that Ash's Pikachu would be pressing down on Tapu and beating her from the very beginning? And it's a beating that crushes normal. The speed is faster than Tapu. The attack is no weaker than Tapu. Even more powerful than Tapu Koko. Even in the aerial realm, Iron Tail hammered Tapu to the ground with irregular battles. This is called Pikachu. Woko. Pikachu is not enough to describe this Pikachu. It should be called Pikachu. Pikapi. Pikachu pointed tremblingly at himself, who was leisurely falling slowly on the screen, and asked Ash with some doubts. This is me? Ash, did you find another Pikachu to replace me? When can I fly? Groudon can't even fly. Ash, who was proficient in Pikachu, naturally understood what Pikachu was saying. Ash can only say one thing about this, I don't know. Chapter 69. It's not like Ash doesn't know whether this Pikachu is his. As a companion who lives together day and night, can't he even recognize his own Pikachu? What's more, besides his Pikachu, whose Pikachu is so perverted? What he said he didn't know was that he didn't know why Pikachu became so strong. You know, that is a divine beast with a divine responsibilities, ah. As for his Pikachu, it can be seen from the previous battles that it is a slow-heating type. But what now? Right from the start, Tapu was beaten. This reminded Ash of Pikachu's title of Best Actor. Is there a possibility that, normally Pikachu actually just leaves like this? It is said that the more you fight, the stronger you become. It's just that Pikachu is used to acting, and for a while he forgot that he was a mythical beast. That's why the slow heating phenomenon appeared. All the talk about explosive seeds, and talk about getting braver with each fight, are all fake. The answer is, Pikachu was actually so strong from the beginning. He was just acting and forgot about it. Ash's brain gradually burned out. Stephen, Lance, did you place some mysterious spell on the patron saint? Diantha, damn it, I just said I had a bad feeling. Lance. Pay me points. Alder, press against Mr. Lance, the villa is close to the sea. Yulongdu, you. Tapu of you must not have used his strength yet. He must be observing Ash and the others' power. That must be the case. Yulongdu, just wait and see. When Tapu Koko shows his full strength, I will slap you people in the face. Lance has broken the defense, he is really going to break the defense. These people actually called him poisonous milk. What are you doing? His analysis is obviously so professional and his analysis is so accurate. Comparing the paper strengths of Kukui and Ash, no matter how you look at it, Kukui wins. But why can Pikachu suppress the guardian angel and fight? He couldn't tell whether Tapu of you had let go or not. The huge amount of electricity is almost the same as when the previous brief introduction was made. Moreover, the strength he exerted can be regarded as the strength exerted by a normal divine beast with divine responsibilities. The problem is that Pikachu. What the hell Pikachu? Is this a Pikachu with a priesthood and the name Skin God? In a head-on battle, Tapu is suppressed, and the competition is sure to win. The aerial battle and even the Tapu Wuwu are not from Pikachu's rival. Is this ridiculous? P.S. Pikachu is basically the complete form of the Skin God in the later stages of Alola. Even in the later stages of the journey, he is almost the same strength. He beats 2 Stevens in a row and basically defeated Cynthia's 2 Pokémon without any damage. If he hadn't been taken away by Destiny Bond, Pikachu 3 high and low skewers. At Team Rocket headquarters, Giovanni looked at the images on the video in silence. His men did not dare to speak out. Everyone knows that the current boss Giovanni is very angry. I originally thought Tapu Koko would win this game anyway, but after all, Tapu Koko's strength is different from those of the previous mythical beasts. But, what is this Pikachu? Is he a first-level god? If he can suppress the priestly beasts, there is no problem in saying that he is a first-level god, right? Originally, Giovanni thought that Pikachu, even though breeder was good. But his Beedrill is no different. It's even better. But now it seems, bullshit. Then Pikachu is not a normal Pokémon at all. Giovanni's strength is not the first-level god Beedrill in the special chapter, but he has ordinary champion-level strength and looks like a second-level god with weak priesthood. The strength of the normal champion is, champion level 2 god. The strongest champions, such as Sister Bike, Stephen, and Lance, can reach the strength of divine beasts. Stephen Bike's Mega Evolution, weak level 1 god, Alchemy Emperor. I'll talk about it later. The current Pikachu is simply stronger than many champion trump card Pokémon. Even among the current 8 masters, except for the top 4 champion trump card Pokémon. The rest of the Pokémon can't touch Pikachu. Giovanni couldn't even think of how an electric mouse could be cultivated to such an extent. Boss Giovanni, why don't we catch that Pikachu before he gets stronger? Archer, one of the 4 generals, made suggestions. He had investigated that Ash and that Pikachu, not to mention reaching the level shown on the screen. Even Normal's gym trainer can't beat him. This is the best time to catch him. Unexpectedly, Giovanni looked at Archer like an idiot. Are you confident that you can breeder that electric mouse into the layers on the screen? No, we can capture him and study it. Idiot. We have time to study that, why not find some genes of mythical beasts to study? Besides, that Pikachu became so strong because of its special bond with that kid. If you want to catch it, you might as well catch that kid. That kid is the most special. Giovanni stared at Ash in the picture with normal eyes like an eagle. For the first time, he was interested in studying humans. Alola region. Yeah. Come on Pikachu. Come on Ash. Defeat the island god. Everyone in Alola is quite excited now. They thought the situation would be one-sided, but they were still worried about Ash. But now, the situation is indeed one-sided, but it is true that Ash unilaterally suppressed Tapu. This is a completely impossible thing. But Ash and Pikachu did it. Lily was also excited to cheer for Ash. Professor Kukui looked dazed. It's not that he thinks he can't bear the blow if he loses. But he thinks Mr. Lance's poisonous milk is real cow. In the future, if Lance wants to buy something, it's better to go against him and press him. Kalos region. Serena saw Ash and Pikachu's heroic performance. Her heart was beating violently. From being worried at the beginning to now beating for them, it only took a few minutes. Ash and Pikachu are so handsome now. I really want to travel with you soon. In the image, Pikachu fell in front of Professor Kukui after smackdown Tapu Koko. If you don't know, you might think that Pikachu is Kukui's Pokémon. Seeing Tapu moaning and being completely suppressed by Pikachu, Kukui was a little dazed for a moment. It turns out that Ash and Pikachu have grown to this point. In this case, there is no need to hold back anymore. Tapu View, Nature's Madness. Nature's Madness assist the terrifying moves unleashed by the nature power between heaven and earth. In the previous review, this move once defeated dozens of Pokémon in one blow. There is even no shortage of Pokémon with Mega Evolutions. And now Tapu View uses this move again. The power is not weaker than before. Tapu Koko poked the ground with one hand, and pink-purple light exploded from his body. Energy fluctuations continue to spread in the ground, causing the ground to form a normal contest condition like a mirror. And all around, energy lines like arcs are constantly crossing and flashing. The wind is howling and the world is turned upside down. When nature's madness is used, the world seems to change color. If this move is really used, I don't know if Pikachu is in trouble, but everyone in the audience must be in trouble. Pikachu, restrain him with Electro Web. Pikapi. Pikachu waved his tail, and golden light condensed on his tail. Then suddenly Splash swung out. A dense network formed by the convergence of electricity slammed down. The pink and purple violent power spreading from Tapu's whine was completely captured by Pikachu's Electro Web. Boom! Nature's madness collided with the power of Electro Web, and finally exploded completely. Pikachu's Electro Web actually blocked the terrifying nature's madness. You know, that skill called nature's madness almost affected the entire volcano. And it blocked the skills of dozens of powerful Pokémon in an instant. And killed all the Pokémon instantly. The power of nature's madness is outstanding even among divine beasts. However, such a terrifying skill was blocked by a little Pikachu's Electro Web. The skin god is invincible. Woko. Is this the Pie God? There are two kinds of Pikachu in the world, one is the bad street electric mouse, and the other is the Pikachu called Ash. So far, Skin God has just surpassed 3 mythical beasts. My class would like to call you the strongest. Pikachu's great power made everyone completely forget the fact that they were betting on Tapu. A Pikachu can exert such power, it is really shocking. Everyone involuntarily started shouting and applauding for Pikachu. At this moment, Pikachu, who blocked the divine attack with his mortal body, attracted everyone's attention. Diantha, Lance. Dandy, ha ha ha, fortunately, I believe Ash. Alder, I believe that Chitaro is right. It seems that the points have been saved again this time. If this continues, maybe I can accumulate enough points to buy the keystone. Wallace, well? Mr. Alder, did you find the keystone in the store? Alder, yes, but it costs 2 million, and the corresponding Mega Evolution Stone costs 1 million. Hey, it's still too expensive. Wallace, damn it, if I start suppressing Ash from the beginning, it's all Lance's fault. You Longdu? Shut up. I didn't talk nonsense in front of you. You pressed yourself based on your feelings, can you blame me? Lance couldn't stand it anymore. He had endured Diantha's ridicule before, and even he himself doubted whether he had a poisonous constitution. It was possible to lose such a game, he really didn't expect it. Tapu Wuwu hits Pikachu. What's the concept? It's similar to Rayquaza playing Caterpie, right? How could he lose like this? Lance's head is split open. So he wisely acted like a coward. However, Kelly came to interfere, and he couldn't bear it anymore. You may say that he tolerated the poisonous milk in the back, but everyone agreed with it in the front, right? When it comes to poisonous milk, everyone should poison milk together. Pikachu, you have become so strong. Pikapi. Pikachu is full of admiration for himself in the picture, when, he will be able to reach the realm of himself. 0, please give me flowers. That handsome posture almost gave him a high C. Even Pikachu didn't dare to recognize that it was him. Ash and Pikachu, I will be waiting for you at the top of the world. I'm looking forward to fighting with you. Dandy grinned at Ash and Pikachu. I always feel like fighting against this boy and Pikachu, it would be quite exciting. The top of the world? I don't agree with this sentence. If it's really the top of the world, it should be me. The invincible dragon messenger Du has spoken. Why is this guy always the void champion? He hasn't even fought yet. It's like waiting for Ash at the world's mightiest position in the future. Have you asked me for my opinion on the invincible dragon envoy? Haha, now that I have a mega evolution, I may not be able to join in the competition of world's mightiest. Diantha said with a smile. If she had been before, she would not even be able to touch the heel of world's mightiest. But it will be different after Mega evolves. There is no restriction on dual systems in the competition. I use Mega on my left and right hands, is that reasonable? Currently, there is no Mega Evolution Z move in the world and it has not been released, so there is no saying that only a single system can be used in the 8 Masters competition. Okay, let's wait until the championship match in 2 days. Now let's watch Ash's match first. Tapu Koko hasn't lost his fighting ability yet. At Cynthia's reminder, everyone once again turned their attention to the big screen. Electro Web limits nature's madness. And the explosion should have had some impact on the Tapu inside. The huge smoke dispersed, and Tapu Koko's figure also appeared in the screen. 0. Almost no harm. Everyone has forgotten that the mythical beast seems to be better at physical strength and durability. Much stronger than normal Pokémon. Don't look at it now, Pikachu is suppressing him to fight, but in the long run, Pikachu may not be able to defeat Tapu. This is a flaw that ordinary Pokémon cannot change. Lance also thought of this and was about to make a confident statement. Then he suddenly thought of something and stopped his dirty hands. If the prediction is wrong again, I am afraid that the title Thunder Milk will really be inseparable from him. Pikachu, quick attack. Pika. Pikachu turned into a phantom and instantly disappeared into the smoke. Tapu Koko kept turning his head and looking around, but he couldn't figure out Pikachu. A few seconds later, Pikachu appeared in the blind spot where Tapu was whining. Then Quick Attack suddenly burst out, and a stream of light passed through the air. It tackled Tapu fiercely. Being attacked suddenly, Tapu whimpered and was knocked out of his body. Falling directly into the ground, smashing the already broken ground into pieces. Now, Electro Web. Pika Pika Pika. Chupika. Tapu oh, get out of the way. Professor Kukui tried to use quick dodge to avoid the god level. But as soon as Tapu floated from the ground, he was directly hit by the Electro Web. Weavyu tried to use the hard shell to tear off the Electro Web, but, this is the Electro Web that can defend against nature's madness. It's impossible to tear it apart. Come on Pikachu! 100,000 volt! Pikachu! Pikachu jumped into the air, performed a beautiful flip in the air, and a terrifying golden spark burst out from his body. The electric light turned into a thunder snake, directly hitting the trapped Tapu. Tapu Koko, discharge block him. Pu. Boom. Tapu Koko, who releases discharge in electro web, directly changes the area wrapped by electro web into saffron color. Plus Pikachu's thunderbolt collision. A huge explosion occurred instantly. Thunder shot straight into the sky. A violent hurricane set off. Ash and Kukui held down their hats at the same time to prevent them from flying away. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for tens of seconds before slowly stopping. The smoke dissipated, and Tapu and Pikachu were still standing there. At this time, Tapu Koko already had a lot of wounds on his body, and he was panting. And Pikachu. Although Tapu never touched him from beginning to end. But he unleashed many huge tricks one after another, and even counter-injury moves like high-voltage thunder shock. It also made him start to pant. How could such a high explosive power come without a price? This battle is dizzying from start to finish. No time to breathe at all. Ash, you have really become stronger. Well, I've become stronger, Professor Kukui. Hearing Professor Kukui's praise, Ash's eyes were a little moist. It's like a child who got 100 points in the test was praised by his father. Normal. Kpu. Tapu Koko also nodded in agreement. Then, he started singing. An ancient spell spreads across the stadium. In less than 10 seconds, 3 figures flew from various places. They landed in the sky above the stadium. Chapter 70. As Tapu Koko sang, 3 figures came to the sky above Manaro Stadium. Professor Kukui, what's going on? Why are the patron saints of the other 3 islands here? Dandy, are the 3 of them also patron saints? If you look closely, they do seem a bit similar to Tapu. Diantha, why did Tapu call the patron saints of the other 3 islands? Could it be that he can't defeat the Shaker? Professor Kukui, no, that's not the case, is it? The patron saint shouldn't be so stingy, right? Kukui felt a little weak for a moment. Other patron saints may not. But Tapu, with his unpredictable temperament, might actually be able to do things that are unbeatable. If this is the case, if nothing else, his side will definitely be judged to have lost. After all, 2 Pokémon are fighting well, why do you want 3 people to help? There is no difference between winning and losing in 4-on-1, right? In the eyes of everyone, Tapu Koko also flew to the side of the 3 guardian saints above. The 4 patron saints sang songs together and danced a mysterious dance. Countless energy particles swayed down. Ash, Pikachu, and even the surrounding audience closed their eyes. It can be seen from their expressions that they feel very comfortable bathing in those energy particles. Pikachu also recovered directly from some injuries caused by the high-voltage thunder shock. But, what's even more outrageous is that Tapu's injuries have all recovered. What does this mean? Do you want a rematch? You can't justify asking for a rematch, right? This is a bit unfair to Pikachu. The injuries received by everyone are not at the same level. Besides, Tapu Koko still has some damage caused by Naganadel and Lycanroc before. Now you said that both sides should fully recover their injuries and physical strength, and then start a fight. No matter how you look at it, it's unfair. Even if 99% of the people in the world bet on Professor Kukui to win. But, if we win in this way, then 90% of people will not agree. In the image. After Tapu finished singing, he came to Professor Kukui. A small but extremely bright golden light slowly fell in front of Professor Kukui. This is Topunium Z. After Professor Kukui saw clearly the light energy points on his hands, he couldn't help but scream. Hala, what? It's actually Topunium Z. That's the exclusive Z crystal that can only be used by the Tapu family. Hala, in ancient legends, Tapu and the Brave together used their exclusive Z move to save the Alola region. According to rumors, if 4 Tapu use the Z move together, they can even destroy the entire Alola region. Cynthia, so Tapu Koko not only called the guardian angel to restore his 320 physical strength, but also prepared to use the move that could save Alola and destroy most of the Alola region. Ash. Steven, Gigi, will Ash destroy the Alola region after winning? Why do you need to use such terrifying moves to deal with Ash? Professor Kukui, I think Tapu Yavyu may just want to fight Ash with all his strength. But Z move can only be used once in a battle, Zering there should be no energy left. The real Professor Kukui just typed this text. Kukui in the image has already raised his left hand. The silver bracelet on his left hand radiates bright light. That mysterious dance just now, in addition to restoring physical strength, did it also charge the energy emperor of the bracelet? You don't want to use your Z move here. Hey ha! Tapu Koko excitedly raised his hands in agreement. What a mess! Professor Kukui looked around at the crowded stadium. He naturally knows the legend of Topunium Z. If that kind of terrifying power is used here. Let's not talk about Pikachu. I'm afraid everyone here can't bear the aftermath of the move, right? Hey ha! Tapu Yavyu seemed to know Professor Kukui's worry, so he shouted. The remaining 3 patron saints seemed to have received the order and appeared in 3 places in the stadium in a triangle shape. Then huge power burst out from their bodies. Pink light enveloped the entire stadium. Ash looked at the movements of the guardian gods in a daze, wondering what they were doing. Hey ha! You mean, this way you don't have to worry? But are you sure, Pikachu? Hey ha! I see, they are the ones you recognize, then let's try it. The power of Topunium Z. Professor Kukui was finally persuaded. The venue is shaded by 3 guardian spirits, and Pikachu's power is there for all to see. He also wanted to try it out to see how powerful Tapu is. Ash. Use Z moves to show off. Professor Kukui waved the glowing Z-ring in his hand and shouted to Ash. Only then did Ash belatedly discover that the Z-ring in his hand was actually emitting light. Can I use Z move again? That's right. I will use the Topunium Z that Tapu gave me to attack. Ash, you can also use the Z move to attack. Topunium Z, interesting, so interesting. Pikachu, let's go. Pick up. Faced with Ash's excited speech, Pikachu stood opposite Tapu without fear, with high fighting spirit. What exclusive Z, what destruction Alola's power, his big skin teacher has no fear. As long as he is with Ash, he can exert their own power. They are invincible. Yulongdu, do you really want to use the Z move? Ah! I don't want to say it, but isn't this a win? It can destroy a quarter of Alola's power. Even if Pikachu uses the Z move, he can still take it. Not going down, right? Lance didn't care about the flag at this time. He could still lose in this situation. He threw away his cloak on the spot. Diantha, I think, no matter how powerful Lance's poisonous milk is, it shouldn't affect this level of battle, right? That's a move that can destroy Alola. There's no way Pikachu can take it. Wallace, if you can block it for 3 seconds, you will be successful. Dante, Tapu's exclusive Z, it even requires 3 guardian gods to protect the stadium. How powerful is this move? I really want to see it right away. Alder, but, this is still a bit of a rogue, right? Before, Tapu Koko's physical strength was probably less than half. But now he has fully recovered. It's too unfair for Pikachu. Cynthia, forget it, Ash didn't say anything. It's hard for us to discuss merits and demerits. It's more important than this. In the video, the 2 sides have already begun a one-on-one duel. Both parties installed the Z pure crystal on the Z-ring at the same time. As can be seen from the picture, Ash's Z is just an ordinary electronic Z, while Professor Kukui's Z is engraved with Tapu's face. In terms of Z pure crystal alone, Ash is already weaker. Then, Professor Kukui crossed his hands in front of him, and the silver Z-ring emitted a bright golden light. After the Z pure crystal was activated, Professor Kukui began to dance and shouted loudly at the same time. Legendary moves passed down from the distant past to this day. Pokémon, humans, and nature coexist harmoniously. All things in the world are born out of the same boat, the ultimate Z power. Kukui assumes the normal posture of a flying bird, and golden light bursts out from his body and Tapu Koko's body. The bright light was fleeting, and after a few seconds of silence, the entire stadium. It shouldn't be said that the entire Alola ground is shaking. Finally, in the stunned eyes of Ash and Pikachu, the ground at Manaro Stadium is completely cracked. Two huge golden palms grasped the cracked ground as if crawling out of the abyss. Then climb up bit by bit. The already cracked ground shook wildly. The underground rocks protruded one after another. The stone edge used by Lycan rock before, compared to the current scene. It's literally the difference between an ant and an elephant. Boom! After a huge roar, a golden giant with a height of more than 10 or 20 meters appeared on the stadium. Everyone, regardless of the audience at the Manaro Stadium, or maybe people watching the game in the real Pokémon world, were dumbfounded. Is this really the power that Pokémon can unleash? What's going on with this terrifying giant? Is this the power of the legendary Topunium Z? It really deserves its reputation. If it were this giant, I'm afraid destroying 1% of the plate is really not a problem. Dandy, this move. I feel like my Charizard might be able to catch it if I use the gigantic skill after going Gigantamax. It's really scary. Yulongdu, I compared it with Moltres. If it were this move, I feel like one punch could kill Moltres. Adi, Cynthia, Tapu is not going to beat Ash to death, is he? Diantha, is the power that the Tapu clan used to protect Alola now used to prevent Ash from winning the championship? Hey, this is an exhibition match. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Steven, it's a success if Pikachu doesn't die. Alder, come on Cheetaro. Defeat him. You are Alola's champion. You represent Alola's strongest status. Hala, Mr. Alder, even if he is the champion, he only gains status by winning battles with others. However, the person standing in front of Ash now, is a god. And he belongs to a god. Extremely poor. Ash, do you want to deal with that kind of thing? Lily is a little confused. From the looks of it, no matter how strong Pikachu is, he can't win. That giant that emerged from the earth is really intimidating. Ash, come on. Serena closed her eyes and made a prayer gesture with her hands. Ash, can you win? Misty looked at the terrifying golden giant on the screen and was a little frightened for a moment. Will Ash actually want to fight against this kind of rival in the future? Pikachu, we can win, right? Pikapi. Pikachu's eyes are firm, he can definitely win. He will be so powerful in the future. Plus with Ash by his side. If you use those Z moves, they may not be worse than that golden giant. I also think, we can win. Future me, come on. In the image. This is also the first time Ash has seen Tapu's exclusive Z move. Then in front of the screen. Dear viewers. Facing the golden giant, he can feel even greater pressure. The extremely terrifying pressure made Ash breathless for a time. Is this the ultimate Z move that once guarded Alola? Stab. Just when Ash was stunned, the black bracelets on his left and right suddenly glowed with electricity. On the original electric Z pure crystal, suddenly there is a symbol similar to Pikachu's tail. This is exclusive Z. But even if it's Tapu's exclusive Z, It's just a matter of replacing the middle symbol with Tapu's avatar. And Ash's, his tail symbol has exceeded the size of the prismatic crystal block. Someone else's exclusive Z is to change the avatar in the middle. Ash's exclusive Z directly changes the shape of the crystal block. Is this Pikachu's exclusive Z? Why did it suddenly become like this? I don't know. Stop asking, we're going to start a fight. Ash was also stunned when he saw the new Z in his hand, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. This is the new Z move that appeared when Pikachu and he rescued Lily's mother. Now he must have sensed their mood and appeared in his hands again. Unlike normal Pikachu's exclusive Z move, this is Pikachu's exclusive Z move that belongs only to him. Abbreviation, ZHIPI-Z. Yoshi. Let's go Pikachu. Ash put his hat on Pikachu's head and crossed his hands. Let everyone see our full strength. Pikachu. Pikachu's light flashed by. Pikachu held his hat steady and then splash on the spot. The right hand fist bumps with Ash, and the tail bumps with Ash's left fist. Golden electric light appears on Ash and Pikachu. Ash shouted while making corresponding movements. A million volts more powerful than thunderbolts. Pick up. No, it's more powerful. Our superpower. Pika Pika. At the same time, Ka Ming Ming, who summoned the golden giant, also set off. He closed his double shells on both sides. It turned into a chicken head-like appearance and was combined on the headless golden giant. At this time, Professor Kukui and Tapu Koko became one and made the same gesture. Tapu View Giant Guardian Alola. As Professor Kukui shouted, he punched the ground fiercely. The huge golden giant even waved his terrifying fist. Like meteorite falling to normal. Some huge rocks even appeared in the middle due to vibrations. They were all smashed to pieces by the golden giant's punch. At the same time, Ash and Pikachu. Pikachu 10,000,000 volt thunderbolt. Pika, Pika, Pika. Soaring in the sky, which used to be clear and clear, suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Huge golden electric lights are constantly intersecting in the sky. Terrifying thunder shuttles between the dark clouds. Under Pikachu's shout, the mighty thunder fell from the sky and landed on him. Pikachu's whole body bursts with golden arrogance. Mega Scion First Order. In front of the golden giant's fist, Pikachu is like a little insect. Normal. But now, the cockroach is going to shake the tree. After receiving the power of thunder from heaven and earth, Pikachu suddenly splash. After a flip in the air, his limbs spread out, and the power accumulated in his body completely exploded. Thunder and lightning in 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, jumped out. They are like pillars of normal, standing in front of the giant's fist. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. However, the terrifying energy is constantly spreading. The earth is cracking, and soaring in the sky is roaring. The barriers created by the 3 patron saints actually had some cracks. If there was no patron saint, the audience would probably be dead. Kaka Kaka. The forces of both sides are still colliding. The giant tried to push his fist down. Skin God tries to put spark through the fist. Don't give in. Drink ah. Professor roared. The power of the Z move is closely related to the trainer. The stronger the trainer's fighting spirit, the stronger the Power King will be in the zone. The giant's fist slowly suppressed the colorful divine light amid Professor's roar. The expressiveness in the animation of Giant Guard, let alone 3/4 of the bloodline after one punch, Pikachu can't handle it with 100,000 lives. This definitely cannot be applied to the game. The setting in the play. The inventory is finally coming to an end here. After the inventory in the next chapter, the real-world story begins. Chapter 71. The giant's fist slowly suppressed the colorful divine light amid Professor's roar. However, the expressions of Pikachu and Ash did not waver at all. Instead, he looked even more excited. Pikachu! Let Professor see our superpower! Ash and Pikachu put their hands together in the shape of a calyx. Then he slowly placed it on his waist, and then swung it out hard. Pikachu version of turtle-style Qigong. After Ash shouted these words, the golden light around Pikachu increased several times again. The colorful sparks surrounding it suddenly increased to the size of a bucket. The giant guard who was slowly pressing down the 10 million volt thunderbolt paused for a moment and was slowly pushed back. Professor Kukui was shaken all over, and there were some beads of sweat on his forehead. Now he has used all his physical and mental strength on the Z move. You know, this is the ultimate Z move that can resist the ultimate beast and protect the Alola region. However, such a Z move can't defeat Ash and Pikachu's exclusive Z move. Z move requires the trainer and Pokémon to make corresponding postures, and maintain the belief to move forward. Now Professor Kukui's belief and posture are beginning to waver. Now Ash and Pikachu's hands are in the shape of calyces, and their faces also look like they are going all out. Just then, the scene changed. Ash and Pikachu appeared in a white space. Pikachu looked stunned and looked around, wondering what was going on. On the contrary, Ash's expression turned cold after being stunned. Feel it, Pikachu. Pick up. This is Alola's power. After coming to Alola, we felt this power in many places. A tour of the islands, the ultimate journey, a battle with powerful enemies. With Ash's narration, Ash's experience in Alola was transformed into an image and presented to the world. People outside of Alola lament that Ash's experience at Alola is really rich. And the people in Alola, they are stupid. How did this person named Ash meet the legendary Pokémon after coming to Alola? More than those of them who have stayed in Alola all their lives. Was that Solgaleo just now? Lily murmured. For unknown reasons, she was unable to contact Pokémon. However, she really likes Pokémon in her heart. So she knows the legend of Alola very well. The lion-shaped Pokémon that flashed across the screen just now, wasn't it the legendary and powerful beast, Solgaleo? That is a mythical beast that is even stronger than the island god. And she also saw herself, Ash, Shuilian and others sitting on it. So, after Ash arrives, can she also have access to Pokémon? Professor Kukui was also shocked. Ash, what kind of rich experience did he bring to Alola? While being shocked, Kukui was also looking forward to Ash's trip to Alola. By then, a lot of interesting things will definitely happen. 11 In those times, we can always feel the power. The scene cuts back to Ash and Pikachu. Now is the time for us to become one with these forces. Pick up. After the words fell, Ash and Pikachu returned to the battle stadium. The expressions of one person and one mouse became even more excited, their faces twisted and they began to yell wildly. Drink ah ah ah. Pika Pika Pikachu. 10 times Kyo Fist. The painting style of one person and one mouse changes suddenly, and the powerful lines of power depict the emotions they burst out. In the last roar, the power of 10 million volt thunderbolt increased several times again. Giant Guardian Alola's huge fist finally couldn't resist it. It started to crack inch by inch. The power of 10 million volt thunderbolt bombarded all the way along the golden arm. Boom! The golden arm was completely shattered, and the 10 million volt thunderbolt directly hit Tapu on the head. In an instant, the ground shattered. A level 18 twister storm crazily swept through the stadium. The 3 patron saints shine brightly. The already bright protective shield has an extra layer of power. However, the powerful shield composed of 3 patron saints actually cracked every inch. The aftermath caused by the collision of 2 heaven-destroying skills. Even the 3 patron saints couldn't resist it. From this we can see how terrifying Tapu's Z skill is. I'm afraid even the exclusive skill attack of Normal's first level god is nothing more than this, right? But what's even more perverted is Pikachu's Z skill. It can be seen from the end that Pikachu and Ash should have assisted Alola's natural power. Increased the power of their Z moves. But, even if they don't get the boost, their 10 million volt Thunderbolt can still withstand the power of the giant guard. Skin God, well deserved. Alchemy, what a terrifying power. Pikachu's 10 million volt Thunderbolt, the final power should be stronger than Charizard's super giant Hell Flame. Cynthia, as expected of Ash and Pikachu. They can always exceed the expectations of everyone in the world and accomplish the impossible. Alder, Chitaro and Pikachu even defeated the divine beasts. And they almost took away 2 lives of the divine beasts. After Alder's reminder, everyone remembered. Before using the Z move, Pikachu had knocked out at least half of Tapu's health. Now Z move defeated Wu Ming once again, which is equivalent to a few times. Yolongdu, don't be embarrassed. The results haven't come out yet. Look at the explosion on the field, can you tell what the result is? Diantha, thanks to Lance for sending me one. Stephen, thanks to Lance for the dying struggle. Yolongdu, you guys. While Lance was complaining about everyone in the barrage, he was praying in his heart. Tapu Koko, I must win. Win for me. Losing points is a trivial matter, but the problem is losing face all the time. It's fine if you keep losing, but if you lose this time, you'll even be called a poisonous BCH. In the future, when others think of Yulong Crossing, they will not immediately think of Dragon Crossing. Instead, I thought of Do Nidu. Clear Cliff. Mutuo looked at the picture on the screen, looking dazed. Have that boy and that Pikachu grown to this point? Even he himself may not be able to take those 10 million volt Thunderbolt. You know, he is stronger now than he was on Unnamed Island. Is this the power of the bond between humans and Pokémon? This power, can he also have it? In the image. Even if tens of seconds have passed, the explosion is still continuing. However, Tapu's protective shield can no longer hold up. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Boom. With a crisp sound, the Tapu's protective shield was completely shattered. Violent energy swept the entire place. Pikachu has now bounced out of the energy of the explosion and is standing in front of Ash. But Tapu was still inside the energy wave of the explosion. The terrifying hurricane made it very difficult for Kukui, Ash, and Pikachu to stay on track. After a few seconds, the hat on Pikachu's head flew off. And Kukui also pressed the hat on his head hard to prevent it from flying out. Rocks were flying all over the field and dust was scattered. After a long time, the aftermath of the explosion finally subsided. Pikachu lay on the ground with half-closed eyes. The 10 million volt Thunderbolt had used up all his strength just now. If Tapu still has some energy left, I'm afraid, they will lose this competition. After the aftermath subsided, the audience could finally see clearly what was happening on the field. Tapu Wu is floating in the air. And it is still falling slowly. Yulongdu, ha 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 ha. Did you see that? I am not a poisonous milk. Tapu Koko has not lost her fighting ability yet. Yulongdu, on the other hand, Pikachu. Now he has no strength. I'm afraid he can't even use quick attack. There is no doubt who the winner of this battle is. Lance is completely crazy. Tapu Koko is still floating in the air, which means that he has not lost his fighting ability. But Pikachu fell down from exhaustion. He can finally claim the title of Poisonous Milk. In the image, Tapu whined and fell slowly when he was about to drop to the ground. He suddenly fell directly to the ground. He turned his face to the ground, made a splash, and stopped moving. The camera zoomed in on Tapu Koko's face. At this time, Tapu Koko had closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Seeing this, Ash's body softened and he sat down on the ground. Then he lay down directly. Professor Kukui, I'm here. At the end of the picture, there is Ash's bright smiling face, and Pikachu lying on the ground with a comfortable expression on his face. And at this time, Lance, who was in the house near the Indigo Plateau Conference, his ecstatic face instantly froze. Top you, lost? Actually, lost? Damn it! If you lose, you will fall down. You are still floating in midair to give people some hope, right? Lance just wants to find some dirt to bury himself in. He just made the flag declaration. Cynthia, Tapu Koko said, I was still able to perform one move, but a mysterious force caused me to lose the ability to fight. Steven, you can't win at all. No one can beat Lance's mouth. Diantha, alas, I will have to fight against Adu from now on. Alchemy Emperor, is the power of Mr. Lance's poisonous milk so terrifying? Bruno, Lance, if you don't say anything, I will definitely not win the Kanto Championship, right? The barrage at this time was all hinting at Lance's magical power. This kind of game that is basically a win-win situation can actually be lost. How terrifying! Lance can only pretend to be mute at this time, this brow must never be touched. If it really breaks out, it will only make those people's discussion more lively. Sure enough, when Lance didn't speak, everyone felt it was boring and slowly died down. Although Lance's matter is no longer discussed, but this does not mean that the topic is over. In other words, the storm has just begun. You know, the scene that just happened represents the birth of a new era. Being able to defeat divine beasts with Pikachu, and even being able to make Dan Emperor say that one attack may not even be comparable to him. This shows that Pikachu already has the strength of the top champion trump card. Even without the blessing of Alola's power, it is still the top Pokémon in the world. But that's just a Pikachu. There are more than 300 races, and the second stage of evolution is like a bad Pokémon in the Kanto region, Pikachu. However, such a Pokémon can actually defeat Dandy, Cynthia's top-notch main force, trump card. What freaking Pikachu is this? Everyone's trump card is either a Charizard that can be specially maximized. Either the quasi-god Garchomp, or the quasi-god Metagross. What is your Ash trump card? Pikachu. I don't know if there will be anyone coming later. But this is absolutely unprecedented, the trump card Pokémon represents the champion. Professor Kuku's Ash's winning rewards will be distributed at a later date. In addition, Professor Kukui's Incineroar successfully defeated the mythical beast and received additional rewards. Ash Pikachu successfully defeated the divine beast and received additional rewards. Therefore, Ash gets double rewards, and Professor Kukui gets one reward. The whole world went silent when these lines appeared on the screen. It turns out, in addition to the winner on the screen, there are also additional rewards for defeating mythical beasts. As for why there wasn't one before, maybe it's because it wasn't a large-scale battle between gods. In the past, it was a one-on-one duel. If you win, you will naturally get the reward for winning. And now it's a big battle between gods. Several of the battles here can actually be reviewed separately. It's just that Tiendao inventory directly integrates the battle. Therefore, Ash received a reward, a big reward. And the rewards that the two of them will get later are the rewards for winning the small battle. To put it simply, the battle between Roaring Tiger and Pikachu can actually be taken separately and counted as a match between mortal bodies and gods. In addition, it does not mean that you can be considered as equal to a god if you have fought with a mythical beast. At least you need to have almost the same strength to be considered a normal battle. As long as it counts as a competition, even if the mythical beast wins, you can still get rewards. However, in the battle between Melometa and Empoleon, as well as Naganadel, the power gap is too big, so it is not considered one of the official competitions. Otherwise Ash could still get 3 more rewards. Many people in the world are envious. Get 2 rewards in one game. And Professor Kukui can get rewards even if he loses. Isn't this great? Many people also dream that one day they can go up and take stock of the list. You might even get a reward. Brother Ash is really too strong. He can even defeat the sacred beasts. Is that Pokémon really Pikachu? It's not a mythical beast wearing Pikachu's skin, is it? The powerful Z move used by Tapu Lele was able to destroy most of Xiaoqian's Alola. However, Ash Pikachu was able to block it. Even completely smashed it. Rounding it all off, Ash Pikachu can destroy Alola. He's so terrifying. After this review, the fame and strength of Ash and Pikachu have risen to a new level. It can kill the divine beast at first, but it can be defeated by novice Snivy at worst. For such a strong Pikachu, losing to Snivy is probably a black mark that will remain unchanged in his life. And Ash is even more heavyweight. Although he has traveled to so many regions, judging from his face, time does not seem to have passed very long. 15 years old is amazing. The 15-year-old champion, even the Dan Emperor can't compare. Moreover, Ash's lineup this time is the newly conquered Pokémon in Alola. How long do these Pokémon breeders last? A year and a half, right? It takes 1 year to train Pokémon to elite level. There are even some champion level ones. I think Malumita and Naganadal can both reach the championship level. Rounding it all off, it's not too much to say that I won the championship at the age of 10. For such a talented trainer, I guess Kanto Alliance is already planning how to train him. And they have to send manpower to protect Ash. The appearance of such a heavyweight in Alliance can be a devastating blow to the villain organization. If Ash is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become another Dan Emperor, Cynthia level figure. Then Alliance's power would be too powerful. Steven, this game is really full of surprises. All Ash's Pokémon, including Professor Kukui's Pokémon, have shown a side that we can't predict. Dandy, a very exciting game. I think, it's not worse than the duel between the 8 masters. Cynthia, Professor Kukui puts a lot of energy into knowledge, otherwise, he should be able to reach the level of a championship level trainer. Champion level trainer requires at least 4 champion level Pokémon to get this title. Those were the best trainers in the world. Today's 8 masters are nothing more than that. Chapter 72. Recognized by several masters, Professor Kukui's strength is beyond doubt. Moreover, Cynthia and others said that Kukui's own combat power is almost comparable to that of the champion trainer. If we add Tapu Lele, the 8th master today is almost at this level. In other words, Ash in Alola already has the power of the 8th master level. Whether it's the strength of the Pokémon or his level as a trainer. Dandy, Ash will definitely become no less than me in the future. Kaido, is Dan Emperor saying this a little too much? No matter how powerful Ash is, he probably can't compare to Dan Emperor. Chibana, that's right. As the only rival I recognize. Don't admit it to others so easily, UBD. Although Ash's performance has been very outstanding. But the owners of Galar, Kaido, Kaibana and others still don't think Ash can be stronger than Dandy. After all, Emperor Dan is the strongest champion in the history of Galar. Charizard suppressed all the gym owners with one hand and couldn't lift their heads. Even leaving aside Charizard, the rest of his main force is still very powerful. Ash's Pikachu is indeed very strong, but how can he possibly compete with Alchemy's Charizard? It is even said that Dandy's other Pokémon completely crushed Ash's Pokémon. The two people who have always regarded Dan Emperor as a powerful enemy and target will never agree with Dan Emperor's statement. Steven, I think Dandy's statement is not unreasonable. Ash also has powerful Pokémon other than Pikachu. Charizard, Greninja, and Ash has traveled to so many regions. Who knows if he has conquered them? What about other powerful Pokémon? Cynthia, I think so too. With Ash's talent and ability, he will definitely not be worse than us 8 masters in the future. The second and third ranked people among the 8 masters both spoke out. Chibana, who is ranked 7th, and Kaido, who is not even the 8th master, are not easy to refute. But they are still unconvinced. How could a brat like Ash be as good as Alchemy Emperor? Even if there is a 1 in 10 million chance of being able to match it, it will be after the age of 20. Becoming a Dan Emperor level trainer within the age of 15? Don't be kidding. Alder, there is no doubt about Chitaro's future achievements, but why doesn't Lance come out to show off? Diantha, Lance? Where are you, Lance? I miss your arrogant way. Hard. The fist is hard. Looking at Diantha, who was less than 3 meters away from him, Lance really wanted to go up and punch her twice. But no. Kalos region. Yeah. Ash wins again. I knew Ash could do it. Serena looked very excited at this time. Ash's victory made her very happy. Then she suddenly remembered that it seemed like she had won her bet again. 14 times 9 million, how much is it? No one knows that the biggest winner since the Tiendeo inventory has appeared. She is Serena from Bonneville Town. 126 million points can even be redeemed for Arceus Slate in the Tiendeo store. It's just unclear what Serena will exchange for it. At Team Rocket headquarters, Giovanni's face is already darker than coal. All those subordinates have been driven away by him. Why are you staying here? Is he embarrassed? I originally thought that Tapu Lele could definitely take down that little Pikachu by using the so-called legendary Z move. Who would have thought that it was not Pikachu, but the ultimate creature called the Skin God? Even if Tapu uses the ultimate Z move, it's not his rival. This also adds to Giovanni's defeat. Since becoming the leader of Team Rocket, when has he ever been so angry? Even Mewtwo escaped without feeling this kind of cowardice. Ash from Pallet Town, good. Very good. Alliance better protect you, otherwise you will never have the chance to grow. A trainer who may become Yolongdo level in the future. How could Giovanni watch him grow up? Even if that young man has even the slightest resemblance to him. It's not about appearance, it's about the attitude towards your own Pokémon. Lakeside City, Sinnoh region. Tensei was stunned for a while looking at Ash's winning appearance on the screen. Ash and Pikachu have repeatedly achieved miracles before. But those rivals are completely different from this rival. This time rival Tapu is not only an electric beast, but also an electric beast with a priesthood. And used that terrifying Z move. Despite this, Pikachu and Ash still won. In them, Denji saw many things. Maybe I need to regroup. Ash will challenge the Lily of the Valley conference in the future, which means he may come to my gym. Electivire, reissue, we have to work hard. One day in the future, we will have a good battle with Ash. With his Pikachu. Denjimoto's fighting spirit, which had been extinguished by his constant victory, was rekindled. He will wait here for the challenge from Ash and the others. Little Gitu and the others won again, meow. Pikachu is getting stronger and stronger. He can even defeat Tapu Lele. This shows that our pursuit is valuable. This time, we got a lot of points for dragging that kid down. Let's make a stronger robot first. The trio were plotting loudly in the grass near the quartz gym. I was appointed as executive and promoted to branch manager. What a great feeling, *3. Many people have already cast strange glances at me. Why, are there sounds in the grass? Gary held the teacup tremblingly. He thought it was reasonable for Ash to win, but it was also unexpected. Originally, he just trusted Ash instinctively in his heart, and he never expected that Pikachu could actually exert such power. When I think about Indigo Plateau Conference having to fight with Pikachu like that, even Gary was a little scared. It's okay. That Pikachu hasn't grown to that point yet. Yes. That's right. If Pikachu was as strong as it appears on the screen, Ash's Indigo Plateau Conference would still be in the top 16? Gary, relax Gary. That guy hasn't beaten you many times. Don't lose to him. After Gary kept encouraging himself internally, he finally felt better. He drank the teacup in his hand. After reading the rewards of T&AO inventory, I started to investigate the information of the next rival. Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak looked at Pikachu and Ash, feeling very emotional for a moment. Pikachu was given to Ash by him personally. It was an electric mouse with a bad personality. I never expected that he and Ash could grow to that point. Even the divine beast is not its rival. And Ash, his own trainer level has also grown tremendously. Every move he makes seems like a champion. As expected of you, Ash. Pikachu, he is indeed the best partner with you. Professor Oak was thinking as he gently touched the faded sketchbook in his hand. He would take out this book and read it every day. It contained his precious memories. Pikachu. We won again. We won Professor Kukui. We won Tapu Wow. Pikapi. Speaking of excitement, Ash and Pikachu are the most excited. Before the battle, they had a firm belief that they could win. But they were the ones who felt the most incredible after winning. After all, one is a divine beast, and the other is just an electric mouse. Pikachu has become a fan of his own. It turns out that I am so handsome when I exert my full strength. From now on, I won't be slack off if I can't do it. Congratulations, Ash. Pikachu, you once again defeated a powerful rival. Emperor Dan congratulated one person and one mouse. The other champions also praised each other, but Lance was the only one who remained silent. Today, he is still doubting life. The dignified dragon fairy turned into a poisonous milk fairy. He still doesn't understand how a Pikachu can exert such a powerful calendar. Could it be that the bond between Ash and Pokémon can allow Pokémon to break through completely impossible barriers? It's not that weak Pokémon can't help breeder. But, the possibility of transforming a Pikachu breeder into a beast worthy of the priesthood. No lower than the chance of winning the 100 million lottery 10 times in a row. Otherwise, why would there be so many people pursuing high species strength? For example, what about Pokémon like Gozangia or quasi-god? So Lance is now puzzled. What kind of Pikachu is that? Based on the rules of the previous T&AO inventory, today's inventory should be the last one, right? Cynthia said softly, her jade fingers were already sliding the T&AO shop. Although the points haven't arrived yet, it doesn't stop her from starting to buy things in the store. More than 80,000 points. When had she ever been so wealthy? Now you can choose some ice cream to eat, and take some medicine to treat your stomach. Take the medicine directly after eating. JPG. That's right. Today's inventory should be over, and it's not too late. Ash, you can rest here tonight, and you don't have to go to the Pokémon Center to borrow a room. Steven said very generously. Anyway, his new residence is quite big, not to mention Ash and others. It wouldn't be a problem for all the champions here to stay. Thank you, Mr. Steven. Ash and others immediately agreed. Although they didn't spend much time together, they have become good friends. It would have been unthinkable to think of it before. Becoming friends with Elite Four champions or something like that, that's not something people at their level can come into contact with. At least for the time being. Ash vs Kukui, Ash wins. The competitive points of everyone who bet on Kukui's victory will be deducted. Many people who were originally well off failed again in this game. Many people have made up their mind that no matter what, they will suppress Ash next time. The probability of Ash winning is too high. This time too, T&AO took stock and put it together. 0, please give me flowers. Pokémon with previous synopsis can obviously win. And this time, a very powerful mythical beast Pokémon has entered the storyline. Logically speaking, the winning rate is 90%, if not 100%, right? However, Tapu Wow still lost to Pikachu. It's hard not to doubt whether God is controlling the score. Ah! How can you lose with so much pressure? The next moment, 99% of the people in the world had their points reset to 0. And many people's points also increased dramatically at this moment. Misty and Xiaogong's points exceeded 1 million. Ash's points reached more than 3.5 million. Dan Emperor and Alder have also reached 460,000. Sister Baikei's simple 80,000 points. The most surprising thing is Steven. Steven, you also defeated Ash to win. Haha, isn't this what Wallace reminded me? If 90% of the people are betting on one side of a game, then there is no need to suppress it. After all, with my 600 points, even if I bet on it, how much will I get? I'll get back 601 or 602. But if you bet with high odds, it's different. There will always be someone who wants to be a betting dog, why can't it be me? Stephen looked at his 8,004 points and beamed. Finally paid in. When Lance heard this, his heart suddenly became filled with excitement. He also decided that no matter how much he disliked anyone in the future, he would still bet on the one with the higher odds. Poisoned milk and money, you have to get one, right? Poisonous milk is poisonous milk. Don't get stuck with the points. Lance, okay, no one will talk to you anymore, don't be silent here, come and help me see if there is anything suitable for Ash. Diantha smiled at Lance and said. This guy has been silent for several minutes, and no one cares about him. Mainly just to calm him down. Now that the rewards have been distributed, it's time to buy things. Although this has nothing to do with Diantha, a person with 0 points. But Ash needs to buy it. As his seniors, of course we have to help him pick out some useful items. By the way, Ash, what did you use the points to buy? Cynthia asked curiously. After all, if Ash kept winning, his points should be more than this. It's Miss Cynthia. Xiao Gang instantly rushed to Cynthia and showed the green backpack on his back to Cynthia like a treasure. This backpack is no different from a normal backpack. But when Cynthia held it in her hand, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Otherwise, this backpack is really too light. It's like there is no weight normal. Logically speaking, at this size, even if there is nothing inside, it should be somewhat heavy. Now that I have explained the function of the large space backpack in detail to the champions. Many champions also looked at the backpack in shock. This thing, if it can be used for research, can it be mass-produced? But this belongs to Ash and the others. Naturally, it is impossible to use it to do research for Alliance. Who knows how long it will take to do research? If they really want to make any technical breakthroughs, they must honestly accumulate points on their own. This will be a lot more convenient for your travels. Yes. That's why we redeemed this backpack. Well, it's also convenient for me to go out and collect stones. As expected of Stephen, this is the first thing that comes to mind. Rewards counting has been completed and has been distributed. Professor Kukui obtains absorbable charcoal, the drawings of Manaro Stadium and sufficient funds. Absorbable charcoal, after giving it to a Pokémon, the Pokémon can slowly absorb the energy inside, and finally take advantage of the charcoal's improvement. The effect is, Pokémon's fire-type damage permanently increased by 20%. After Professor Kukui saw the rewards counted, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Although the first absorbable charcoal is also a very precious item. But compared to the second one, it can be said to be nothing worth mentioning. Kukui once challenged the Indigo Plateau Conference, and it was after winning the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship. Only then can he challenge the Kanto Elite Four. Although he was defeated by Yulongdu in the end, it gave him an idea. It is to establish the alliance belonging to Alola in the Alola region. The Alola in the image is obviously already established. Funding, planning, rules and other aspects all require repeated planning. At least he can't do it now. In terms of funding alone, the current relationship between Ether Foundation and him should not be as good as it appears on the screen. Even if they knew he was the royal masked man, they would not necessarily give him money to prepare for the Alola Alliance. The opportunity to establish Alola Alliance should be the arrival of Ash. But now it will take at least a few years from Ash to Alola. I thought it would take a few more years for Alola Alliance to be established. He never expected that Indo Inventory actually rewarded him with sufficient funds and the drawings of Manaro Stadium. Spoon. Chapter 73. With the reward of Tiendao Inventory. Kukui can undoubtedly plan the Manaro Conference earlier. Create a conference competition belonging to the Alola region. For manpower and other things, just ask the school to help. And isn't Stephen coming? If Mr. Stephen is here, establishing an alliance will undoubtedly be smoother. Unfortunately, there is no way to trade the Z Pure Crystals and bracelets from Alola region. No matter who you are, you must pass the trial of the island tour to get the Z-Ring and Pure Crystal. Otherwise, Alola's Z power will be a good foreign trade transaction material. Tiendao took inventory of the things awarded to Kukui. Speaking of which, there may not be the treasures that were awarded to Pikachu and Charizard before. But this is undoubtedly the best thing for Kukui. On the other hand, Ash's reward this time. Ash defeated Kukui and obtained Pikachu directly enters the first turn form and retains the strength of the mid-turn one. There is no need to perform another turn after entering the home region. Pikachu defeated Tapu Koko and obtained Ash Pikachu exclusive Z Crystal, Ordinary Electric Z Crystal, Z Power Ring. 1 change of form? What the hell? Does Pikachu still have this form? Are all the Pikachus in the world not as powerful as Ash Pikachu? Is it because I didn't enter the first round? And the rewards at the back are also heavyweight. I don't know how long it will take before Ash enters the Alola region. Even if you enter Alola now, with Ash's current strength, it is really difficult to pass the test of Island Tour. Tiendao Inventory directly saves this effort and uses the powerful Z-Ring and Z Pure Crystal. Even Pikachu's exclusive Z was given to Ash. These rewards are indeed worth Pikachu's difficult journey to defeat Tapu. But, defeating Professor Kukui should be harder. This is a big victory. So what exactly is the 823 thing about the first turn form of the reward? Later, Tiendao Inventory actually explained to Pikachu on the screen. Ash's Pikachu is blessed by heaven and earth and has unlimited potential. But obtaining these potentials requires some costs. These costs are called reincarnation. Every time Ash and Pikachu go through a region, Pikachu's power will be rebuilt, weakening 80% of the overall power, and the skills will not be forgotten, in exchange for higher potential and faster improvement speed. Kanto is adjacent to the Chengdu region and will not reincarnate Pikachu. However, after going to the far-flung regions such as Fangyuan or Sinnoh, Pikachu's power will directly weaken. It will slowly recover over time. The so-called midterm of the first revolution is about when Pikachu enters the Fangyuan region and challenges the strength of the Evergrande Conference. In the later battle frontier, Pikachu's strength reaches the peak of the first revolution. Alola region's Pikachu's strength is the peak level of rank 5. World audience. Champion trainers. Many professors. Both humans and ghosts fell silent. They know Ash's Pikachu is special. But I never expected that it could be so special. Reincarnate to gain stronger potential and faster upgrade speed. Pikachu achieves unlimited potential through this. What kind of monster Pokémon is this? Even if it is a mythical beast, or even a first-level god. Probably not as special as that Pikachu. Moreover, Pikachu who entered the Alola region is only in his 5th turn form. If he enters Putty and Galar again, how strong can Pikachu become? For a moment, all the evil organizations were moved. Pikachu is still very weak now. If you can catch it, it will be no easier than catching a mythical beast. You can study it well and get Pokémon that will definitely be powerful in the future. As for being disobedient, just use a special device to control it. However, the next information conveyed by Tiandao inventory. Many villain organizations gave up the idea of capturing Pikachu. Pikachu can successfully reincarnate only if he travels with Ash, and Ash needs to complete the trial of the current region before he can enter the next region for job transfer. For example, Fangyuan region needs to participate in the Evergrande Conference. Lily of the Valley Conference in Sinnoh region. In other words, Pikachu must travel with Ash in order to become stronger. And you can't talk about a region and immediately go to the next region. Directly block the bug and let Pikachu achieve the achievement of 5 turns and 6 turns. It is necessary that after Ash and Pikachu have grown sufficiently in the local region, only then can Pikachu enter the next area for reincarnation. The Alliance Conference, which requires collecting 8 badges to participate in, is a good benchmark. Naturally, Ash has no objection to this, on the contrary, this is exactly what he wants. So many regions and so many days are waiting for him to participate. For him who has always dreamed of becoming a Pokémon master, this is perfect. And this time, he won't be the same as himself in the image. I couldn't win the championship until Alola Alliance. There are Pikachu, Charizard and even Froakie who arrived in advance after being strengthened by Tendo inventory. He will never make the same mistake again. As for those villain organizations, if Pikachu can only grow up with Ash, then there is no value in catching. It's better to destroy them quickly. If you can't get it, destroy it. This is the idea of many villain organizations. Otherwise, Ash's growth will only pose a threat to them. The little ghost-headed Pikachu is really special and powerful, Naya. But, if you don't travel with the little ghost head, Pikachu won't be so powerful. Idiot. We can always follow Little Devil, and wait until Pikachu becomes more powerful, then grab it. Before that, we can grab some of Little Devil's other Pokémon. For example, that Charizard. Jessie's statement made one person and one cat wake up. There is still such an operation. As expected of Jessie. She can think of all these. As for whether we can catch Charizard and the stronger Pikachu, it can only be said that the Rockets trio are always so confident. After Tiandao took stock and introduced the special features of Pikachu, he added a paragraph of text again. Today's inventory ends here. The inventory will be started again at the same time tomorrow. Also, in addition to mortal bodies comparable to gods, and special inventories, a new series of inventories will be launched in the future, so stay tuned. Then, the huge screen turned back to pitch black. No. This time it disappeared directly. It seems that Tiandao inventory is slowly improving something. At the same time, 2 beams of light soared into the sky. A beam of light flies to the distant Alola region. The other bunch came near the Indigo Plateau Conference. Brush. In Steven's temporary residence, Ash and Pikachu were enveloped in light at the same time. After a while, the light slowly dissipated, and Pikachu seemed to become a little thinner. And Ash's hand has an extra one with a main color of black and a little silver bracelet. There is also a golden crystal with a Pikachu tail embedded on it. Z Power Ring and Hippie Z. The ordinary electronic Z exists on Ash's other palm. Everyone knows that this is the reward from Tiandao's inventory. Looking at that black bracelet. Rao, all of you here are some of the most important people in the world. I can't help but feel envious. Powerful Z ring. There's even an exclusive Z. Now Ash has obtained these 2 props. If he can use them. The Indigo Plateau Conference competition was undoubtedly a blow to dimensionality reduction. This is a prop that can last a lifetime. And that Pikachu's first transformation form. I said, Pikachu couldn't beat Snivy before. Is it because Ash just entered the Unova region and his electric skills were banned, so he couldn't beat him? Cynthia suddenly thought of the special inventory she had made before. Pikachu's strength and skill power are completely different from when he fought against Brandon. Maybe because of this, Pikachu lost to Snivy, right? If it is true, as Tiandao inspection said, that Pikachu's power will indeed be weakened every time it reaches 1, it is not impossible that such a thing exists. Lorelei rubbed her chin and analyzed. In this way, Pikachu's fluctuating strength is explained. Compared to that, I want to know how strong the current Pikachu is. Dandy looked at Pikachu with a little excitement in his eyes. The current Dappy teacher is not the 5th turn Dappy in the image. Just a turn of events. It didn't even reach the peak of the first rollover. But, this does not prevent Dan Emperor's hands from being itchy. Mr. Dante, let's fight. With Pikachu and Charizard. Pikachu. Roar. After feeling his own powerful electricity, Pikachu became eager to try. Charizard also has some confidence in himself because of Rainbow Wing. That's all. 2 enhanced Pokémon challenged one of the world's top champions, Dandy. Xiao. Ash, are you kidding me? That's Mr. Dan Emperor. One of the 8 mightiest masters in the world. You can't beat him. Yet Ash, you haven't even passed the first region now, how can you beat Mr. Alchemy Emperor? Both Xiaogang and Misty dissuaded Ash. Young people, it is good to have some setbacks. But Ash has just gained great power now. I even saw my high-spirited self in the future. If you fail miserably here at Dan Emperor, I'm afraid you will be severely hit. It may even affect tomorrow's game. Don't worry, just trust Ash. Steven crossed his arms and looked at Ash and Dan Emperor with interest. Yes, maybe you have traveled with Ash for a long time and know his temperament, but, the Ash now may be different from the Ash you know. In just these 2 short days. Cynthia also echoed. They did not spend as much time in contact with Ash as Misty and Xiaogang. But, this also shows that they have no inherent impression of Ash. They are very accurate in judging people. Today, Ash has a high fighting spirit and all he thinks about is victory. Not too much expansion. Even if there is, it is just a young man's small complacency. The future him on the screen has brought a lot of things to him now. That's what he didn't have when he was only 10 years old. So Ash is different now from before. Haha. I accept your challenge, Ash. Let's go to Liberty Stadium to play. Okay. Ash said, taking Charizard, Squirtle and other Pokémon back. I won't say that I actually forgot about Squirtle and the others. I forgot to give them the camera, ha ha ha. Anyway, after seeing Pikachu's performance, you can imagine Turtle's shocked expression. Liberty Stadium is an arbitrary battle venue located next to the Indigo Plateau Conference. There are no requirements to enter, just a small venue fee. However, when the administrator saw a group of big guys and a young man who was in the spotlight, no money was collected, and everyone was let in to start the competition. In less than 10 minutes, the strongest king of Galar, Dandy, battles against the boy who dominates the rankings. The news about Ash in Zhengzhen town spreads to the doctor. However, when many people heard about it, the battle was already over. According to insiders, Ash was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Dandy. But Dandy's evaluation is, at this age, Ash is far stronger than he was back then. Who is Dan Emperor? Currently ranked first among the 8 masters, he is the favorite to win the championship. And he is the youngest champion in history. What kind of monster is someone who can make such an evaluation of Dan Emperor? Oh, it's Ash, that's okay, he is a monster to begin with. At night, Ash was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Pikachu was fast asleep next to him. In tonight's game, he undoubtedly failed miserably. Ash had already expected this. According to Mr. Lance and others. In the video, Professor Kukui takes Tapu with him. They may not be able to defeat them. let alone defeat the Dan Emperor now. But he still chose to fight with him, just to test the upper limit of his current strength. Charizard and Pikachu were defeated by an unheard-of Pokémon used by Dandy. It is said that it seems to be one of the 3 imperial families in the Galar region, called the main card of the flame. He can change his attribute according to the moves he uses. It's a very magical Pokémon. After the battle, Dandy's evaluation of Charizard and Pikachu was: Pikachu, below elite, but not far behind. Charizard, comparable to normal's main gym leader. In time, it will definitely become a trump card Pokémon. According to Emperor Dan, Pikachu's own strength can be much higher than that of Charizard, except for the so-called one turn. Another reason to carry a light ball. Pikachu, who has doubled his power, can defeat Charizard at such a time. No matter which Pokémon it is, as long as Ash commands it properly. It is very possible to win the championship of this Indigo Plateau Conference. After all, he still has 10 million volt Thunderbolt. Although this move was not used in the match against Dan Emperor. But Ash's intuition told him he can use it now. 0.6 is just. After using it, I'm afraid both Pikachu and him will lose their power. That's not a move he can control now, it can only be used at critical moments. Now Ash is thinking. With his current trainer ability, can you really command Pikachu and Charizard? In the final analysis, these are not Pokémon he cultivated personally, but the strength he improved through shortcuts. Looking back at himself, although he has some insights, but the level of trainer has not actually improved much. Let alone making the same command as myself on the screen today. Pikachu. A soft cry came. Ash turned around and looked. He found Pikachu crawling in front of him with half-closed eyes. He seemed to realize that Ash was not asleep, so he forced himself to stand in front of Ash despite his sleepiness. I'm fine Pikachu, it's just that your strength has exceeded my trainer level, right? Is it because my command will hold you back? Pikachu. Pikachu. Hearing this, Pikachu forcibly opened his eyes and lectured Ash. Can't bonds be measured by level? Haha, you still see clearly, Pikachu. Really, I will be educated by you. Rest. Pika. Speaking of which, Miss Diantha seems to have gone back to Kalos. I wonder if that elite named Wickstrom can sleep well tonight. Pika. Take care of yourself. Okay, go to bed. After the Indigo Plateau Conference, I have to go to Mr. Lance's family to pick out Pokémon eggs. I feel excited just thinking about it. What kind of Pokémon will I pick? Pikachu. Do you want to sleep or not? If not, I will. Ahem, sleep now. When Ash closed his eyes, the Pokémon egg he placed on the table nearby was slowly emitting a light blue light. Chapter 74. Early the next morning, the second game of the Indigo Plateau Conference is about to begin. Ash also got up early and prepared to go to the venue of Indigo Plateau Conference. In addition, while having breakfast this morning, there was a piece of news that attracted the attention of Ash and all the champions. Last night, Kalos champion Diantha took a helicopter to Wickstrom's residence and used Gardevoir to engage in a Pokémon battle with him. The result of the battle was very tragic. This news made Alder shudder. This woman is so violent when she goes crazy. He still has Diantha's dark history on his hands. That shameful person shouted Mega Evolution. This time Diantha fought against Wickstrom, and she beat him up without even using Mega Evolution. If Mega evolves, a string of 6s may not be a problem. This is the horror of Diantha. And he, the Unova champion, one of the 8 masters, can't beat Mega Gardevoir. That woman won't come back to settle accounts after liquidating Wickstrom, right? Haha, Diantha is just a little impulsive. In fact, it's not too late to go after watching the Indigo Plateau Conference. We had to take the early flight this morning. How else to say that Cynthia and Diantha are best friends? It's not like one family doesn't want to enter the same house. Do you want to listen to what people say? If you want to hit others, forget it. There is also a saying that Ling Chi hits people. So scary. Cynthia and Diantha are both untouchable. Is Miss Diantha still here this morning? Misty asked confused. Yeah, she's just too angry to go back and beat up Wickstrom. She still wants to come and watch Ash's game. It turns out that Miss Diantha is such a stingy person. Misty thought to herself. Okay. You're full. Everyone. I'm going to compete. Haha, go ahead, we will watch your performance in the main auditorium. Come on Ash. Show off the momentum you had against me yesterday. Come on Chitaro. Everyone started to cheer Ash. After an inventory of understanding and just one day of getting along. Everyone also regards Ash and even Misty and Xiaogang as good friends. Elite champions are actually not as inaccessible as others think, they are human beings too. However, if you want to become a friend recognized by them, then in terms of character and combat power, at least one must be able to handle it. Otherwise, there would be so many people who want to be their friends. Don't they want to make friends with people all over the world? Thank you everyone. I'm going. Ash and Misty Xiaogang came to the main venue of Indigo Plateau Conference. We still have to draw lots today. Now the remaining venue is rock, the venue of ice and grass. Ash was drawn to the rock venue, and the battle time is still 2 p.m. Taking this time, Ash is going to collect information about his rival. Rival is a boy named Xiaoyan, no name, just made it up. The Pokémon he has include Graveler, Nidorino, Sandshrew, Ivysaur, Pidgeotto, Butterfree, and Onix. Except for Ivysaur, they are basically all common Pokémon. This kind of team. To be honest, just looking at the strength on paper, Ash is not afraid of him at all. But, as the top trainer of the baby team, he naturally knows not to underestimate any baby. Otherwise, be careful of being treated as a baby shark. Ash, who has participated in 6 counting games, is undoubtedly a very popular player today. Now he also has many fans. If it had been normal, Ash would have been so happy. However, Xiaogang and Misty were by his side constantly warning him. Ash, what they look forward to and like is not you now, but you who will become a champion in the future. If you still want to become the Pokémon master of your dreams, don't indulge in these sweet words. Ash is not a fool at all. Alerted by 2 friends, he now smelling salts and the 3 of them found a Pokémon center to sit down, and after declining a group of fans' autographs and photos, Misty asked Ash. Ash, what Pokémon are you going to use against Rock Arena? Rival has a lot of rock-type Pokémon, and it's a rock venue, so I'm going to use water-type Pokémon. But Charizard and Pikachu will definitely be on the field. So you're going to send Kingler, the general from the last game? Or maybe Squirtle, the gang leader? Xiaogang analyzed the water Pokémon in Ash's hand. For now, there are only these 2. No, I'm going to use him. As he spoke, Ash took out a red and white ball, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Xiaogang and Misty are very confused. Apart from Kingler and Squirtle, are there any other water-type Pokémon that you can fight against? Suddenly, Misty seemed to have discovered something, and said with a trembling voice. Xiao, Ash, where is your Pokémon egg? At Misty's reminder, Xiaogang suddenly remembered. Why is the Pokémon egg that Ash couldn't put down last night missing? You know, that Pokémon egg belongs to Ash's future Greninja. Ash cherishes it very much. Even rest has to be put aside. Hehe, here it is. Here. Ash shook the Pokeball in his hand and smiled at the 2 of them. Just this morning, he felt that his face was a little wet. When he opened his eyes, he found a chinwood-colored frog looking at him curiously with its big Kazilan eyes. Ash was frightened and woke up in an instant. Pikachu, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up instantly. He almost got a thunderbolt. One person and one mouse recovered and looked at the chinwood-colored frog Pokémon. He has yellow eyes and seems to be wearing a pair of white gloves on his hands. There is something off-white similar to bubble on the neck and back. Ash, who checked the information yesterday, instantly recognized what Pokémon this was. Froakie. Why is there Froakie next to my bed? Langtio Yuqing. Ash still doesn't know where Froakie came from. Pikachu pointed to the empty table beside him. Only then did Ash realize that this was his Froakie. It's just. Isn't the hatching speed too fast? It hatched in just half a day. Kino. Froakie tilted his head and looked at the person who was about to become his trainer. When he was just born, he didn't understand anything. He just regarded the first person he saw as someone close to him. And Ash was the first person he saw. Froakie, you want to be my Pokémon? Although he was very fond of Froakie, Ash still asked Froakie. Kino asterisk. Not understanding anything, he nodded instinctively. It seems that subconsciously, it is his fate to become the Pokémon in front of him, normal. More importantly, he has a lot of affection for the person in front of him. Great. Then, Ash took out a Pokeball and tapped it gently on Froakie. Froakie turned into a red light and entered the Pokeball. There was no shaking at all, just a click sound. Indicating that Ash has conquered one of his most powerful generals in the future. He is also the Water Lord with whom he has a strong bond and destiny. Froakie. I got Froakie. Pikachu. That's it, I now have my third water Pokémon. I want Froakie to try it out in this afternoon's game. Xiaogang on the side looked embarrassed. Ash. Let's not talk about whether the Pokémon is suitable for fighting when it is just born. You haven't fed it just the nutrition after birth, right? The newborn Pokémon is very fragile. It is also the time when the plasticity is at its highest. We have to use some supplies to help Pokémon survive its infancy. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiaogang said as he prepared to take Ash to buy nutritional supplements. It's not too late now. It can still be remedied. It's okay, Xiaogang. I studied the knowledge about the newborn Pokémon last night. Of course I know what Pokémon needs when it is born. So, I have already bought it at the Tiendao store. Ash showed off and took out a small blue bottle. This is the Pokémon First Energy Cube I found at the Tiendao store before rest last night. Although there are only 2 things called energy cubes in it, I read in the introduction that if you feed the first one within 24 hours after birth, and the second one 2 hours later, the Pokémon will be able to perfectly transition to the juvenile stage and reach the stage of infancy. Growth period. It's just that the price is a bit expensive, it cost 200,000 points. A top-level carry item only requires 100,000 points. However, an energy cube that helps Pokémon survive its infancy costs a full 200,000. But the 200,000 is indeed worth the money. It takes at least 10 days and a half for a normal Pokémon to pass through its infancy. And this bottle of energy cube is equivalent to saving 10 days and a half of time. And perfectly brought Pokémon through its infancy. It can be said to be excellent value for money. When Xiaogang heard this, he also put down his thoughts about mentioning it. He was also secretly thinking in his heart. Ash seems to be, indeed different. If it were Ash in the past, how could he have thought of so much? It seems that the Tiendao inventory not only brought growth to Ash's Pokémon. And Ash has also achieved sufficient growth. In just 2 days, the changes Tiendao inventory has brought to Ash are huge. Now Ash has vaguely developed into the master he will be in the future. Hey! Show me Froakie, please. Water-type Pokémon. I really want to see it too. Misty opened her big watery eyes. looking curiously at the Pokeball in Ash's hand. If it were other Pokémon, maybe she wouldn't want to see covet that much. But water-type Pokémon are different. She has a natural curiosity and affection for all water Pokémon. Except for Gyarados. After all, Gyarados had such a huge shadow on her when she was a child. Okay. Come on out Froakie. Chenwood-colored Froakie appeared on the table, and fans who had been paying attention to Ash and others naturally saw Froakie. What Pokémon is this? I've never seen it before. It shouldn't be a Pokémon from the Kanto region. It looks a bit like a frog Pokémon. Is it Brother Ash's new Pokémon? Everyone knows Greninja. After all, it was a Pokémon that could overpower the champion Gardevoir in less than half a month of evolution. But not many people know about his evolution, Froakie. At least that's the case here at Kanto. Wow! Is this Froakie? So cute! Misty couldn't help but hug Froakie, her fair face was croaking. Rubbing on the frog. The frog that just came out didn't know what happened. His eyes also changed into this look. Xiaogang was observing carefully with his squinted eyes. Judging from the surface fur, eyes, and development level, Froakie has indeed passed the infancy stage. The things in the Tiendao store are really amazing. Ash, your points. Is there still 3.3 million left? Yes, I want to exchange the remaining points for Charizard's Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. Charizard's props. It's also a very suitable choice for you, Ash. It seems that Ash has done enough homework recently. Ash wiped his nose proudly. He is completely different now than before. His current goal is to win the Indigo Plateau Conference Championship. Naturally, you have to seize and find items that can improve yourself. After seeing the powerful self on the screen, how could Ash be satisfied with who he is now? Kino. Froakie broke free from Misty's restraints and jumped onto Ash's shoulders. Women will only affect my speed of becoming stronger. I want to play with Froakie for a while longer. Let's go after the game. Froakie, come on, do your best in the first battle. Kino. He has a natural interest in fighting. The time soon came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was Ash's competition. Misty and Xiaogang are still sitting on the coaching bench. It's not that Ash still needs coaching from them, the main thing is, it's comfortable to watch the game here. It's close enough. Ash's rival Xiaoyan looks like a boy catching insects. It has nothing to do with the man who said, "Don't bully young people into poverty." After confirming that his rival was Ash, he was both excited and timid. The excitement is naturally due to meeting celebrities in the world today. Even if Ash is not that strong now, it doesn't affect Ash's fame at all. Cowardice naturally comes to the infamous Pikachu. Yesterday, that Pikachu seemed to have had a big battle with the famous champion. This scared him quite a bit. However, no matter whether you are excited or timid, you still have to compete after all. After the referee announces the start of the game, both sides release their Pokémon at the same time. On Koiwa's side, it's Nidorino. Ash's side is not Pikachu or Eruption as everyone thinks. It's a Chenwood-colored frog Pokémon. This disappointed many viewers who wanted to see Charizard and Pikachu perform. How do you release a Pokémon you've never seen before? On the contrary, many champions in the main auditorium showed surprised expressions. Diantha, this should be. The money is good, yes, it's our third family of Kalos. Froakie. Facing Cynthia's training, Diantha, who had returned, answered decisively. Ash's Froakie was born in just half a day. Even if he was born, how could he play the game as Froakie? Yesterday, I saw that there was a breeder named Xiaogang next to him. Ash doesn't know this truth, doesn't Xiaogang know it too? Could it be that, it's because of the nature of children who want to show off unknown Pokémon to everyone? In addition, I want to experience the feeling of using Greninja in advance. Is that why you released Froakie to fight regardless? If this is the case, this game must be terminated. Ash, who loves Pokémon, will definitely not be willing to let Froakie be indelibly damaged. As long as I explain it to him, he should take Froakie back. Don't worry, look at the breeder next to Ash. He must know that Ash hatched Froakie and let him fight. Diandy stopped Diantha, who was about to speak, to stop the game. I'm afraid there's something we don't know about this. Maybe, that Froakie is no longer in its infancy. How is this possible? All Pokémon need to go through the juvenile stage. Steven retorted subconsciously. After all, it is common knowledge that 80% of people in the world know that Pokémon has a baby stage. Don't forget, this thing. Dan Emperor clicked on the pole in front of him. The champions instantly understood that what Dan Emperor was talking about was Tiendeo store. If it were that magical store, there might be a way to help Pokémon reach the growth stage in a short period of time. Let's see, trust Ash, he is not the person who would do that kind of thing. Cynthia also echoed from the side. After being dissuaded by the two major champions, Diantha finally sat down. The battle on the field is about to break out. The other party also doesn't understand what type of Pokémon Froakie is. We can only try it out first. Chapter 75. Nidorino, use Poison Barb. Xiao Yan took the lead in using Poison Barb to test. Roar. The purple Nidorino opened its mouth, and several tiny poison barbs shot out from the mouth. Ash looked at the scene on the field and was a little dazed for a moment. When Poison Barb was about to hit Froakie, he woke up as if from a dream. Normal shouted loudly. Use Bubble Gas to defend. Kino. Froakie reached back with his hands, and two off-white bubbles appeared in his hands. Then throw it forward. Pfft. Two groups of bubbles completely defended Poison Barb. The unknown Pokémon used the unprecedented bubble move to defend Poison Barb. Just received news here. This frog-like Pokémon is called Froakie. It's a newbie Pokémon in the Kalos region. The final evolution is the Pokémon we all saw yesterday during our inventory, called Greninja. What happened? Player Ash got Froakie so early. The off-field commentators also received news from Froakie at this time. After learning that Froakie's final form is Greninja, the commentator couldn't help but be surprised. This is the Pokémon that Ash only got in the Kalos region in the future. How come you got it now? Could it be that Ash fell in love with Greninja after seeing the video, so he found a way to get a Froakie? In this case, can Froakie still become the heroic ninja frog in the future who can bond with Ash and evolve? The surrounding audience also had the same doubts. There's no way this Froakie is the same Pokémon as the hero Greninja, right? After all, Tiendeo inventory did not say where Greninja came from. While the audience was confused, the battle on the field continued. Froakie, water gun. Get out of the way. Ash looked at Nidorino's movements, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted loudly. Fire the water gun a little to the left of Nidorino. Kino. Froakie obeyed Ash's instructions and immediately changed the direction of the water gun. The jet of water hits Nidorino's left side. And the direction of Nidorino happens to be on the left. Boom! The water gun directly hit Nidorino, sending it flying to the rock a few meters behind. What is going on? In the eyes of the audience, it was like Nidorino hitting the water gun. If Nidorino hadn't moved, the water gun might not have hit. Lance, do you see that? The contemporary president, Dama Lankai, asked Yolongdu. Of course I can tell, Ash's vision has improved a lot now. He had already predicted where the opponent would move before he even started. This is not something that a trainer who has just been out for half a year can do. Lance's analysis is correct. Ash's eyesight has been greatly improved now due to Tiendeo inventory. Although Ash always laughs at himself for not learning anything. Only your own Pokémon improves. But, this is not actually the case. The person fighting above is Ash himself. And Ash, who was watching his battle, felt as if he was actually there. In fact, without knowing it, Ash's commanding level and vision have improved a lot. Therefore, when Nidorino launched Poison Barb just now, Ash was stunned. Because the speed of Poison Barb is really too slow compared with the speed and power of Pokémon's skills in the inventory. It's just like a big witch can't compare to a small witch. There's no way to compare. Now Ash has evolved. Very good, Froakie. Take advantage of the victory and use bubble gas to stick him. Kino. Froakie took out 2 off-white bubbles again, and then threw them forward hard. Nidorino, who was about to stand up, was firmly glued to the ground. Nidorino tried to struggle hard, but he couldn't break free at all. Give him the final quick attack. After the words fell, Froakie turned into a stream of blue light with a whistling sound. It crossed the entire field and hit Nidorino hard, unable to move. Nidorino was tackled directly to the wall outside the venue. It knocked out some debris from the wall, and finally fell to the ground helplessly. Froakie vs Nidorino, Froakie wins. In the first game, Froakie won easily. This speed, strength, and use of moves are nothing like a newbie Pokémon that was born half a day ago. Instead, he looks like a warrior who has gone through many battles, normal. In addition to Misty Xiaogang and several other champions. No one knew Froakie was only half a day old. If only we knew that Froakie was only half a day old and could defeat the second evolved Nidorino. It is estimated that the global temperature will rise a lot. Because people all over the world have to take a breath. After identification, this Froakie is also a wall hanging. Yolongdu said with a dark face, now he has a very keen sense of hanging on the wall. From this battle, he has identified that this guy is definitely the Greninja who was involved in the outrageous battle before. It's already so scary before it even grows up. Is it okay to grow up? I just said, how could Ash be the kind of person to let a Pokémon that has not passed its infancy fight? Steven commented with an I understand very well look. Didn't Champion Steven just say that there is no Pokémon that doesn't have a baby stage? Bruno unceremoniously dismantled Steven's stage. That's why I didn't think of Tiendeo store for a moment. Let's not talk about Mr. Steven's quibbles. When Miss Diantha saw Froakie's performance, there seemed to be a phantom in her eyes. It's like, that's Greninja on the field. Diantha shook her head quickly. Was she being shadowed by the bound ninja frog? What's wrong, Diantha? Let me tell you, Ash is not that kind of person. No. It's nothing. Cynthia, you trust Ash more. After all, I always feel that this child will have a lot of connections with me in the future. Well? You don't want old cows to eat young grass, do you? Cynthia? Can your perspective on things be more fresh and refined? When I said there was a connection in the future, of course I was talking about a battle. Why would you think of such a thing? After Xiao Yan failed in the first battle, he took back Nidorino and released the next Pokémon. Onyx. Onyx. Froakie, come back. Ash took Froakie back and then waved his hand. It's up to you, Pikachu. Pika. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The strength of labor and management is obviously the most improved. But it has always been sluggish. Why? Today, my Pikachu will prove to be the god of thunder. Fight against ground type Onyx with electric type. Player Ash actually sent out the electric type Pikachu when facing the ground type's big rock. Does player Ash like to play reverse attribute? Ash's Pikachu must have been familiar to everyone recently. Let's see what results Pikachu can achieve against ground type Onyx. In the excited voice of the commentator, the two sides officially started the battle. Onyx, use Rock Tomb. Xiao Yan shouted excitedly. Before fighting Ash, he had been thinking about how to deal with Ash's Pikachu for a long time. And the only answer he got was, to block Pikachu's speed. As long as the Rock Tomb hits, it will weaken Pikachu's speed. Of course, the premise is that it hits the target. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Audience? What? Is there a problem with you or with me? Use Thunderbolt against ground-type Pokémon? This is no longer a question of whether the attribute is inverse or not, right? You are talking about the inverse immune attribute. Pikachu faithfully follows Ash's orders. A huge golden spark condensed on its body, and then flew out normally like lightning. The terrifying electric light turned into a thunder snake, which continued to refract and soaring in the sky, and the rock tomb that fell from the chest was all shattered. And it came to Onyx with overwhelming force, hitting Onyx directly. However, the golden spark had almost no effect when it hit Onyx. All electricity is directed into ground by Onyx. Why is Ash using Thunderbolt against Onyx? Misty was dumbfounded on the coaching bench. She originally thought Ash had changed a lot. The application of tactics is also different from before. However, what the hell happened this time? He took out his best Pikachu and actually used electric skills on Onyx? He wouldn't think that Thunderbolt would be effective on Onyx in the first rock gym. Is it because Pikachu has strong electricity? Misty was also present at the time, and it was purely because the water droplets soaked Onyx's body. Only Thunder Shock can take effect. Adft. There is a ghost effect now. Ash doesn't know this, just look at his strategy. Xiao Gang, a senior Onyx enthusiast, said calmly. He didn't think Ash would make such a stupid mistake now. What Ash did next told the world. He, Ash, is not only a master of reverse attribute. He can even show you the immune attribute. Pikachu, just control the lightning and make Onyx levitate. Pick up. In front of the Indigo Plateau Conference and even the entire Kanto region watching the game, Pikachu actually controlled the thunder and lightning to lift Onyx up. Woko! Woko! The sound of nest grass comes and goes. Even Lance couldn't help but curse. What kind of tactic is this? I've never seen him champion before. Denji, who was watching the live broadcast of the Indigo Plateau Conference, couldn't help but cursed. Can Thunderbolt still play like this? Onyx is controlled in the air by the golden spark. No matter how hard he struggles, there is no way to struggle away. And gradually, he felt that something was wrong. Thunderbolt, which was supposed to have no effect on him, felt, starting to heat up for some reason. Pikachu, increase the power. Pikachu. The golden spark on Pikachu has increased in size again. The electric light on Onyx shines even brighter. Roar. Onyx let out a roar of pain, with a look of unbearable pain on his face. Its grey body seemed to be slowly starting to become charred. Thunderbolt. Did it work? Many viewers wiped their eyes and suspected that they had seen it wrong. Can Thunderbolt work on the ground system? Could it be that I memorized the wrong attribute counter? Alder, this is. If I read it correctly, it should be the marks caused by the fire. Alder looked at the charred body of Onyx and said firmly. Using the energy generated by Thunderbolt, does it generate heat energy in Onyx's body? That's why Onyx needs to be levitated, otherwise all the electricity will be transferred to on the ground. Cynthia rubbed her chin and analyzed. I understand the principle, but, 2 questions. How does Onyx float? Why did Ash use such troublesome methods to defeat Onyx? She remembered that Pikachu seemed to have Iron Tail. If he could use Thunderbolt to cause this kind of damage to Onyx, this means that Pikachu's current level is far higher than that of Onyx. In this case, wouldn't Iron Tail be instant with just one move? Ash is still a child now. Lorelei said thoughtfully, and Cynthia reacted instantly. Yes. Ash is still a 10-year-old child now. Even if he has become a little more mature due to Tiandao's inventory. But, the child's character still exists. Pikachu is now much stronger and has gained so many new skills. Of course Ash would want to try them all. That's why I didn't use Iron Tail to deal with the opponent at the beginning. Is floating, related to the Zap Cannon skill that Pikachu got. The ability to control lightning makes Onix levitate. All Cynthia can think of is electromagnetic buoyancy. Probably. I'll tell Ash about the details when the time comes. What he's doing right now, even us champion trainers can't understand. Lorelei said teasingly. Ahem, actually I have already guessed that electromagnetic levitation is used. I just wanted to test what method you Ash used. Thanks to Lance who is still talking tough for sending me the plane. Xiaoyan stood on the trainer's seat, and his eyes almost popped out. Electric type moves work on ground type moves. Is it because he doesn't have enough trainer knowledge yet? Isn't ground immune to electric skills? Onix, come quickly. However, this sentence did not give Onix any effect. Not everyone has Ash's rejuvenation roar. Within 10 seconds, Onix was scorched by the powerful voltage. The electric light on Pikachu dissipated, and Onix fell directly. His eyes turned in circles and he lost his ability to fight. Big. Onix can't fight, Pikachu wins. The referee was also a little confused. Today's game seemed a bit beyond his common sense. Hey, Pikachu, good job. Pikapi. The boy and the electric mouse wiped their noses proudly. They came up with this last night. A powerful weapon against ground-type Pokémon. Of course, this move is actually of no use other than shocking ordinary people. How come the powerful ground Pokémon is controlled in the sky by your electromagnetic levitation? After all, Ash still wants to try new moves.